Welcome to Naruto Makes Me Work Hard. My name is Jason. Thank you so much for joining in. You're listening to What If Naruto Restores the Uzumaki Clan? Part 1. Prologue, the last of his clan. What is it that you desire? Is it to be acknowledged? For everyone around you to praise your name and sing of your accomplishments for decades after your life comes to pass? Or is it to be powerful? To strike down any and all who stand in your way and oppose you? Maybe your desires are beyond mortality. Do you desire to be immortal not just in your ideas, but to truly stand the ages? I just don't want to be forgotten. I don't want to be alone in this agonizing life where I have to fight for the right to breathe and live. If to hold any of that means I have to be powerful, and to be feared so much that none would dare cross me or my loved ones, then so be it. Interesting desire. I have not many who wish to be strong for others. My previous containers never needed me to protect them. They were always cocky and confident in their abilities that it was sickening to me how they would look down on others, or down on me, for that matter. I guess with your childhood it would be of no surprise that you would not be like them. What will you do with me now, then? I don't know. To tell you the truth, kid, I've not been faced with a mortal that I have respect for since my father. I guess what I will do is help you, train you what I know of chakra, and advise you when I can. I would appreciate that, Furball. I just have one question. What is that? Can you tell me what you knew of my parents? Sure, Kit. Your parents, not the best of the mortals that I've ever met, but surely not the worst, were very famous within your village. Your father alone was Hokage, your idol to be exact. 5 years later, and to this day the village that was destroyed by IWA, Kumo and Kiri have never been explored or seen again. Irika sighed as he closed that particular chapter of the Second Shinobi World War. While he was very knowledgeable of all shinobi wars and skirmishes that Konoha and the Land of Fire was a part of, he didn't like the idea that a whole civilization was wiped out from the face of the earth and they didn't even know the clan or village that was destroyed. It was like it was erased from history purposefully, and it was something that he would rather not think about or else he will fall down the same hole so many other historians have done before him. Half the class he was teaching was merged with another class that had a lot of their civilian-born students drop out, and now their teacher, Kanoko Juno, was a co-teacher. They took turns in lectures, but he would have to be blind if he didn't acknowledge that her ability to keep the students' attention was greatly better than his, and while he knew more about Konoha's historical events, she specialized on cultures and clans and recalled and explained much more about foreign customs than he ever could. He was silently grateful to have her with him as she was able to clarify much of what they learned to very acute details such as important names and dates of any lecture that even he would have a hard time remembering, and because of that they were possibly the best academic duo at the present. It was only fitting that their class held the next generation of Konoha's clan heirs. He looked up when he saw one of his students, Haruno Sakura, raise her hand. Yes, Haruno-san. Why did it take 3 of the 5 ninja villages to destroy a single archipelago if the clan was outnumbered, Irika-sensei? What made them so dangerous that they were completely destroyed? Irika nodded his head in silent thought as he tried to work out an answer to her question. Sadly, all of our curricular textbooks do not specify the destruction of the village or who they were. Even during the time when I attended the academy, nothing beyond the destruction of the clan was given despite being told they were an ally of ours. No one has decided to question the lack of details because it is just a minor inconvenience compared to the rest that is required of you to learn. I am sorry, Haruno-san. Actually, everyone looked at Juno as she gave a playful smirk to Irika as she leaned forward in her chair. I have access to a book that detailed the history of the village prior to these textbooks provided by the Academic Board of Directors, but sadly I was not prepared for today's lesson and did not bring it. However, I can answer the questions of anyone who is curious about this event, even you, Yumino-san. Would you be able to answer my question, Kanoko-sensei? Of course. Juno grinned at the child and stood to her feet. The village that was destroyed was called Uzumaki, the village hidden in the whirling tides, which they named after the unnatural whirlpools that protected their archipelago like a natural barrier. The reason that IWA, Kumo and Kiri had attacked the village is quite simple when you think very little of it. As Yumino-san said, it is but a minor inconvenience, but the more you learn of it the more understandable the destruction makes in hindsight. The simple aspect of it is that the village housed people that were trained in Fuinjutsu, the art of seals, the most dangerous and least understood aspect of shinobi techniques, and they had made it to such a degree that they could devastate armies with a single seal without having to risk a single person. The long reason would take a whole day, so we will be unable to go into it today. Quiet words were exchanged among the excitable students, but another rose their hand. This time it was from Hyuga Hinata. Kanoko-sensei, what were the people? Did any of them possibly escape the destruction? Kanoko grinned at her favorite student and nodded her head. Good question, Hyuga-chan. Yes, it has been documented by a small group of, radical Konoha shinobi and High no Kuni historians, I guess you can say, that the clan that lived in the archipelago have indeed survived in small groups and individuals across the elemental nations. Many have chosen to live in small villages away from shinobi and have hid since. Can anyone tell me the founding clans of our village? Naru-kun, can you answer for me? The sleepy Naru-heir, Shikamaru, glanced from behind his folded arms before sighing and sat up. The founding clans of Konoha are the Senju and Uchiha clans, with other clans agreeing to support its formation. The supporting clans were the Aburame, Akimichi, Hyuga, Inazuka, Nara, Sarutobi, and Yamanaka clans. Those like Hataki, Kurama, Shimura, and others had formed from individuals and their families migrating after the initial formation. You are almost completely correct. Juno giggled at the baffled and shaken look of Shikamaru and the class. There was one who had helped the Senju and Uchiha form the basis and the idea of a cooperative hidden village, even acting as the mediator between the two hostile clans. The name of the village is actually derived from their clan name. Can anyone guess? It was silent as everyone looked at each other, but Juno watched as Shikamaru slowly came to his realization and his head snapped to the sleeping blonde boy next to him. With a grin, she clapped for the young child and everyone looked at her. Congratulations, Naru-kun, you found it out. Yes, one of the individuals who had inherently survived is attending our class, albeit very tiredly. The Uzumaki clan, the Masters of Seals, and the Summoners of Ancients. What? Everyone's shout had woken the boy up, making him startle and look around in fright, preparing to run at the slightest of hints of danger, but he instead was met with the stares of his fellow students. What's everyone looking at me for? We were just talking about you, Naruto-kun, was Irika's response as he was staring in shock, glancing at Juno. Are you sure of this, Kanoko-senpai? Juno chuckled and nodded her head. The Uzumaki clan are one of the eldest clans ever recorded, even suggested to have been formed before even the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. But that has been very hard to prove with the lack of written evidence due to Uzumaki records being destroyed or stolen in the extermination. Naruto's eyes brightened when he realized what they were talking about. I didn't know we were talking about Uzushio. Why didn't anyone wake me up? This time even Juno was surprised at the shout of the child, as no one older than late 30s had even known of this clan anymore. The fact that the last Uzumaki within the village even knew of their heritage was a surprise to her, as Hiruzen had made sure that the village, let alone the boy, had no knowledge of his parentage. How do you know of your clan, Uzumaki-san? Naruto gave a sour look, crossing his arms and leaning back in frustration. Well, I did not know for certain that I was part of a clan at first. But some weird things had developed and I got curious. But even when I asked Aji-chan, he would not tell me. I would have never found out if it were not for a group of traveling merchants that come through here every month. They knew of my clan, and they shared what they knew. And by what they knew I mean they had a whole set of books on the history of the clan that they kindly sold to me for a generous 5 ryo. While the explanation Naruto gave was no lie, it was also not the entire truth. He knew that he had a clan because Kyubi told him when telling him about his parents. The traveling merchants are actually former retainers of the Uzumaki clan that come through to make sure that he is taken care of because he is the sole survivor of the main Uzumaki line. Others are either too far off or are not true Uzumaki. The retainers also swore their loyalty to him as the new clan head and are set to repair Uzushio. Juno tilted her head in confusion but did not push on that line of topic. Would you like to share what you know then, Uzumaki-san? Naruto took a moment to think on the request, looking around the room to see everyone looking at him in surprise. Even Sasuke and Shikamaru were giving him their full attention. I'm going to assume you briefly explained why they were destroyed in the first place. The Uzumaki were not only Fuinjutsu experts, despite that being the main thing they were destroyed for. They also had very long lives, the average age of death for them being about 170 years old, and because of that they are also very durable and have been noted to withstand much more severe injuries and recover easily. On top of that, they also had a unique ability to heal themselves and others through the consumption of their chakra. This unique ability is also what made the teams of Uzushiogakure even scarier than normal villagers. Back in their prime, Uzushiogakure would have teams of 5, which is where we got the idea for Genin cells. Uzushio teams included a Jounin leader, 3 ninjutsu and genjutsu specialists, and the final member would be trained to use just kenjutsu and support fuinjutsu that would consume as little chakra as possible. This would conserve their chakra for the times needed to heal their teammates, and Uzumaki are noted for having highly potent chakra that grants extra abilities. They were also designated as the sensory agents of the team, but nearly all Uzumaki had the ability to sense chakra for a minimum of 2.5 miles. Naruto grinned as he looked up at Irika, asking him, I'm sure you're going to be proud of me when I say this, Irika-sensei. Everyone knows how the Kyuubi is the strongest of the Biju, and that specific Biju has always been part of Konoha's long history, correct? Getting nods from everyone, he laughed as he tried to contain his amusement of what he was going to tell them. Well, a Biju cannot be killed as it is an entity of pure and very powerful chakra. Even our beloved Shodai Hokage could not defeat him. However, many villages realized you could contain and even control the power granted by these tailed beasts, and Konoha was no different. Uzumaki-san, are you sure you want to share what you are about to share? Juno warned the 12-year-old boy. It may be common knowledge for the adults, but your class is forbidden to have learned it from their parents. Naruto looked at the woman and shook his head. If I'm going to be hated, then I want there to be a reason rather than be outcast just because some dumbass say so. As I was saying, the Biju can only be contained into children with undeveloped chakra because the power of a Biju will almost always kill an adult. The Kyuubi, especially, required a host with a strong body and will. Very few individuals can do so. However, it was my clan, because of their longevity, were the most ideal containers for the most powerful Biju like the Nanabi, the Hachibi, and the Kyuubi. I am the third container of the Kyuubi within the history of Konoha. Looking at the class, he settled on a stare with Shikamaru, his best friend, who was silently and vigorously thinking about what he was hearing. My great-great-aunt was also a holder of the Kyuubi. She is also the grandmother of Tsunade Senju of the Sannin, Mito Uzumaki. She married the Shodai, and in her late 20s had to become the container after the Shodai and Madara's infamous battle. Then my mother, just a few years prior to the start of the Second Shinobi World War that would lead to the destruction of Uzumaki, was chosen. Hilariously enough, my mother also married one of our Hokage. Uzumaki-san, I don't think dash. My father, Naruto interrupted harshly as he looked at Juno with a glare to stop her from speaking, is none other than the man who gave me the burden. My father, the husband of my mother, is no one else other than the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze. Someone who used to be my idol, is the very person who condemned me to be ostracized by my village. Naruto sighed as he rubbed his neck in exasperation. I have been condemned to this life, to protect the village against a being of incredible power, and I am feared and hated for it. Many civilians do not understand seals, so when they hear that Kyuubi was sealed into me, it sounded that I am the Biju given mortal form, which, mind you, could not be farther from the truth. Telling any of you this is basically breaking many laws that are supposed to protect me, and nearly all of them are punishable by death or life imprisonment. This time, he gained a fire in his eyes, and he gave a look to all of his classmates before standing on his feet. I am Naruto Uzumaki, heir to the Uzumaki clan, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and the greatest prankster this village has ever had. My goal is to bring back my clan and my home to prosperity, so be prepared to hear my name in the future because I will make myself greater than even Aji-chan. You better believe it. A few people began laughing at his ability to make the seriousness of the situation into a lighthearted promise of a lifetime, and Irika and Juno watched with proud smiles on their faces. Good speech, kid, but you may have just given Hiruzen a headache with you blowing the lid on your knowledge of your heritage. It doesn't matter to me, furball, because I will bring back my clan and I will make them powerful once more. I can't wait for the harem. Wait! Harem? Real story. So, you passed your test. Yep. All it took was purposefully failing the test and tricking Mizuki into having us take the forbidden scroll, to which we copied and began using the jutsu that are written within. Correct again. To which we are then credited with defeating and capturing the traitorous Chunin, being paid for a B-rank mission for our accomplishment, to which we met Ibiki Marino and the very sexy and flirtatious Enko Mitarashi when he was handed over. I remember I was there. Naruto chuckled again as he brushed his teeth. Other than us finding the first of your future wives, we got ourselves connected with Konoha's intelligence branch to which we can work at part-time under said future wife. Naruto rolled his eyes as he rinsed his mouth, taking a moment to spit into the sink. Yes, harem is growing and we have friends in high places. You done? Almost, Kyuubi chuckled as he continued. And now, while being a genin for a few months under Kakashi Ataki, a student of your father, today is the day you and Sasuke decided that you want to C-rank out of the village for better experience. Of which, you will most definitely kill for the first time and actually be seen as responsible and mature enough to operate as true shinobi. Naruto waited a few moments. I am done, so you may answer. Yes, all of that is true. Naruto shook his head in amusement and finished getting dressed. He wore a black tank top over a short-sleeve mesh undershirt, black flexible, heat-resistant pants and black sandals. A very simple outfit as it prevented him from standing out any more than he already did now that the whole village found out that he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. He hated how none of them even acknowledged his mother, who was definitely on par if not better than Minato. Even his seals were only as good as they were because she helped him refine them, so he literally didn't tear himself apart using his famed flying thunder god technique. Another helpful consequence of his revelation was that he was able to be moved into his parents' home that they had locked up prior or shortly before their death trying to contain Kurama. After a bit of dusting and cleaning, he was able to make it livable and had spent much of his time looking over the books and scrolls his mother and father had kept from their career. He especially loved the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, something he has been able to master after he did what the book suggested and tattooed them to his body so that it was easier to use in combat. Good thing about seal ink is that when applied to the body, it disappears whenever it is not being used. With all of his training and sudden spike in skill with ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, he was very confident in his abilities as a shinobi and was ready for the moment the Chunin exams came around in 3 months. Grabbing his large scroll of seals and equipment, Naruto checked to make sure he had everything before opening his front door to leave, but before he could do so he was confronted by a familiar baby blue whirlpool mask. Uzumaki-sama, the man kneeled before him and pulled out a scroll and a picture. "These are what my team and I found." Naruto took the objects and glanced over the scroll before pocketing it and looking at the picture. It was taken from someone who was hiding, if the way the picture was taken was any indication, and there were only 2 individuals seen inside. One is a man with dark hair, wearing a scientist's lab coat, but anything was hard to see as his back was to the camera. The other, however, is the one who caught his attention, with red hair and dark eyes. It was the red swirl that was on her purple shirt that was slightly obscured by the man she was talking to. Where was this taken? I do not know the name of the island, but it is patrolled by fire civilians and a small group of Konoha shinobi. Naruto nodded and pocketed the photo. He knew where he could find out. "Thank you. Continuing your search. I want you to also check in with Team Alpha and find out their progress. I will most likely not be in the village for a month or 2, so you will have to wait to inform me until then." "As you order, Uzumaki-sama," the man bowed once more before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Continuing on his way, he tried to think about where he left his trail of thoughts before he was interrupted. Oh, right, his team. That was a bad time when he found out he was teamed up with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Nothing against the Uchiha, but Naruto just did not like his lone wolf attitude and his condescending grunting whenever someone else tried to talk to him or tell him what he should do. Sakura, well, she was weak. She had no actual desire to be a kunoichi, and the only reason she stuck with the academy was because of her obsession with the last Uchiha. That, and her father would be damned if she didn't become a kunoichi. He loved and praised the ninja profession, and has countlessly confessed that if he was ever needed he would rejoin the shinobi force and even give his life for his village. Their teacher, however, was very good at keeping them together and not at each other's throats constantly. Kakashi Ataki, the last of the Ataki clan, and with no apparent interest to find a woman to continue the line ever since the death of his teammate Rin Noara died. He was very skilled, scary if Naruto was to be honest with himself, but it was no surprise as the man had learned under Minato during the Third Shinobi World War. On top of that, the man was also Umbu at some point and was even the mentor of Itami Uchiha before the woman went rogue and killed her clan. Overall, he could complain all he wanted, but he realized that he got off lucky in the way of his team. He got an experienced sensei that would be able to teach them quite a lot, and his teammates at least showed potential to not be entirely terrible. It just took a while for him to get along with the Uchiha, but they found a kind of brotherly rivalry in their training and he would have to be ignorant if he denied that it was working. Sighing from his thoughts, he caught sight of his team and that their sensei was also just arriving, still reading his book, but that was also to be expected. When they made it, he got an annoyed glance from Sasuke and an amused one from his sensei. "I see you are learning very well," Kakashi smiled as he spoke to the blonde. "Gotta pick up something from our time together, otherwise it may look like you're not doing your job." Naruto chuckled as he looked at the amused stare of the Jonin. "Anyway, we agreed that today we will be getting our first C rank and I wanted to make sure I had everything. And that we got a bit more sleeping instead of waiting for his lazy ass." "Too true. Well, come my little genin, let's get our first C rank as Team Kakashi." "We never agreed to that name," both Naruto and Sasuke told the man at the same time, briefly sharing a look before continuing their walk to the mission office. Yeah, Sakura wanted to pitch in and, truthfully, that's all she could manage. "Fine, how about Team Kakashi-sama is so fabulous and his genin will serve as pack mules if they argue with him again." Kakashi glanced back at his students as he opened the door, his eye smiling at them. "That sounds better, right?" "The first one was better," was all Naruto answered as he entered the room and looked to see Hiruzen inside. "Hello, Aji-sama." "Hello, Naruto-kun, Team 7, Hiruzen smiled as he looked at the team. "Dear rank, again?" "Actually," Naruto spoke up, interrupting the old man, We had agreed that we are ready for a C rank outside of the village. I see. Hiruzen sat back as he took a few drags of his pipe. Do you agree with him, Kakashi-san? I do, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded his head without looking up from his perverted book. Hiruzen nodded his head and moved around a few scrolls before finding one. I have just the right one. Escort mission to Nami no Kuni, a small area to the south of Hai no Kuni. You will be protecting Tizuna, a bridge builder, as he finishes his bridge into the mainland. You should expect bandits. And where's our lovely client? Hiruzen pushed a button on a small receiver and leaned near it. Hi, please contact Tizuno-san and let him know he is to meet with his escort team in the south entrance in half an hour. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded and turned to his students. You heard Hokage-sama. We are to be at the south entrance in 20 minutes, so go get prepared and finish up all that you need before we leave. Naruto was the first to leave and he made his walk for the intelligence division where he was going to see if he can find out more about the woman in the picture. Naruto opened the door to the intelligence division and looked around to see the many chunin and jonin that are working diligently in their tasks. He avoided those in rush so that he couldn't be accused of being in the way and approached the main desk with a single jonin working on papers. Hello, I am here to see Ibiki Marino, please. Name, the woman asked without looking up. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin, he answered, causing the woman to stop and look up at him. Pleasure to meet you, Uzumaki-san. She rummaged through a few papers before finding one she was looking for. Marino-san should have finished an interrogation a few minutes ago and should be in his office. Do you know where it is? Yes. Naruto nodded and left in the direction of the man's office. It took a bit with how busy the division was, but he finally made it there soon enough. He gave a few knocks and waited a second before he could hear a gruff enter. As he did so, he found the man sitting at his desk while looking over a few papers and reports from many intelligence agents across the elemental nations. He had his bandana to the side, revealing the rest of the gruesome scars he received when captured by enemies. Good afternoon, Marino-san. Ah, Naruto-san, the man greeted, setting the paper he was reading on his desk. What brings you here? I need help finding someone and I assumed that you would know how. Naruto pulled out the picture in his pouch and showed it to the man as he spoke. I am looking for the red-haired woman in the picture. Ibiki hummed in thought as he inspected the given photo. Do you know where it was taken? I only know it was on some kind of research island. The man nodded and set it down, writing a few notes. I can ask around the other divisions and see if they recognize it. It is clearly under our jurisdiction from what I can see of the scientist, but I do not know what it is. I will contact you as soon as I have an answer or not. Thank you, Marino-san, but I will be out of the village on a C rank for a month or two and won't be back until then. The man nodded. That will be fine. I will see you then. Naruto bowed in appreciation before leaving the office. Checking a clock on the wall, he saw he had at least 10 minutes before he was due to be at the entrance. It wouldn't hurt to be too early. At least it would give him a chance to look at the scroll that he was given. Kitsune-chan. Naruto turned to see Anko jump and embrace him in a suffocation by boobs hug that left him struggling to breathe. Hey Anko! Can't breathe! The woman grinned as she pulled away from him, pouting slightly when he gave an exaggerated deep breath. Oh, come on! I wear a mesh shirt for a reason. Naruto gave a light glare at the woman but was nonetheless amused by her antics. If you're going to kill me with your feminine body, at least make it enjoyable as I go. Anko gave a devious smirk and leaned on him so he was pressed against the wall, ignoring all the looks that passerby shinobi were giving them, and lowered so that she could breathe in his ear. Is that an invitation? It always had been, but you missed the chance since I am going on a mission out of the village and will not be back for a month in the least. Naruto enjoyed the frustrated groan and pout from the jonin. But when I come back, feel free to make it a game. Her eyes lit up as soon as he said that. You sure you want me to give me that much power? You won't be able to say no when you give me that freedom. Naruto chuckled as he decided to tease the woman and gave a long lick across her cheek before quickly slipping from her reach with a laugh. I think I'll enjoy it, Anko-chan. Hee, you're a devious one, Kit. Of course I am. And what makes it better is that she will only be able to think about that lick and the freedom I just gave her. The next 2 months are gonna drive her crazy. Oh yeah. As Naruto arrived at the south gate, he looked at his watch to see that there was still a few minutes of silence before the rest of his team would start arriving. Sitting down near the entrance but away from others so that they won't snoop on him, he pulled out the scroll and looked around before opening it. What he found inside was a list of names and places, but it was some of the surnames that told him what it was. Nagato Uzumaki, Amigakure. Karen Uzumaki, Kyuzugakure. Yumiko Su, Kyuzugakure. Ryuichi Fukui, Iwagakure. Shikaru Katu, Kirigakure. Naruto stopped reading as he glanced up to see Sakura closing in on his spot from down the street. It's a list of names of surviving Uzumaki members, or retainers. Naruto silently contemplated this newfound information as he stood up to see Sasuke and Sakura arriving, as well as Kakashi walking down the street with an older-looking man with glasses. Team, Kakashi gained the attention of his students. This is Tazuna, our client. What's with the children? I thought I paid for ninjas, not babies. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man's shout and couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed, even if he can understand his reasons for how he acted. He did not like being called a child. Hey, we are more than enough to protect you on a C-rank mission, old man. It's not like we're going to face other shinobi villages or anything like that. Kakashi held up his hands to prevent a fight between one of his students and their client. Let's not argue with each other. Come, we have a long walk to Nami and I'd prefer we get you there as soon as possible. While everyone nodded and began their journey for Nami no Kuni, Naruto thought back to the scroll that is in his pouch. I should see about getting missions to these nations and see if I can find them. Hopefully, they're willing to rebuild Uzumaki as well, or that's going to be a problem. Team 7 had been walking for a few hours since leaving Konoha, and it was dawning on the three of them that they were truly outside the walls of their village. Each of them had different reactions, and it couldn't have shown how far apart they truly were as individuals. Sakura was trying not to let her nerves get to her and took to watching Sasuke and swooning over every small action he made. The last loyal Uchiha, however, was on paranoid alert for their surroundings, but that has sadly made him fully aware of the girl's stares. Naruto, however, couldn't have been more relaxed to be out of the confines that his village gave him, but if any were to be inside his head, they would see that he was celebrating like a maniac as he read his book on seals. He was practically dancing with Kurama over their newfound freedom. Kakashi, much like his blonde student, was reading his book, but to the trained eye, they could notice that he was glancing at his three students ever so occasionally as to keep an eye on them. He was silently taking notes and gauging their emotions, even the hidden ones that they did not want to be shown, and he was most pleased with Sasuke's awareness and disappointed in Sakura's choice of a task to pass the time. His most surprising student was the blonde, who, like with his arrival earlier that morning, was reading a book like the Jonin even though it was not as magnificent as the Ika Ika series. Tazuna-san, Sakura got the bridge builder's attention and jogged up to catch up to him. What's Nami like? Is it like Konoha? No, Tazuna stated as he took a swig of his canteen. It's very small compared to Konoha. There are only 100 of us in the village, and we have made our living as fishermen and carpenters. We have usually relied on the protection of Heian no Kuni ever since the end of the Third Shinobi World War and Yuzu no Kuni was destroyed. Everyone perked up at this, but no one was more interested than Naruto when he heard the name of his ancestral home. You mean you were allied with the Uzumaki clan? Oh, yes, Tazuna chuckled, the looks of his escorts going over his head. We supplied them with raw materials and even helped maintain their village, and in turn, they protected us from external nations like Kaze no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni. But when the village was destroyed and its people killed, we had to ally with someone new, and we decided to trust the closest nation to our north. But, Tazuna-san, Sakura pointed at Naruto as she told him, Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan. Not everyone in the village was killed. That got the man surprised, and he looked at the blonde in surprise. Is that right? You look a little young to have been there during the attack. My mother was in the village visiting my great-grandmother when Uzumaki was attacked, Naruto explained to the man, getting a nod in understanding. Did you know any Uzumaki personally? One was a very close friend of mine. He was a chunin during the Third War, I believe. The old man looked down the road wistfully, a small smile on his face. He died a few weeks prior to the attack on his village, however. I like to think it was for the best. I don't like to think about what had happened to those that were attacked in the village. Only the vilest of people can decide and go through killing an entire people. Agreed. Naruto nodded with a grimace, only faintly seeing Sasuke nod his head as well but without saying anything. Are you skilled with Fuinjutsu, as well? Very, Naruto chuckled as he briefly showed the cover of the book he was reading. As you can see, I am well within advanced Fuinjutsu methods as well as theory and application. It was hard at first trying to understand what most books are trying to explain, reason I realized is fragmented or completely false, and have only had luck by using complete working seals. It's like an innate nature to see the intricacies of seals and their capabilities. I am still far from being a master, but I guess you can say I'm like a skilled jonin with them. Tazuna grinned and moved past Sakura to get close to the blonde, his hand grasping his shoulder opposite of the old man, and gave a hearty laugh. I believe you and I can get a mutual benefit of equal satisfaction. My bridge, while as perfect as any other I have seen, is built in a very temperate area and as such is very likely to have heavy wear and tear. I want to avoid that, so what I want to ask of you is that you are to put some of those seals to protect the stone, and in return, I will give you a few things from your clan that I'm sure you would want back. Naruto raised his eyes in surprise. You have Uzumaki clan possessions? I told you I had an Uzumaki friend, didn't I? Tazuna crossed his arms and sighed. Of course, I would give them to you anyway as it rightfully belongs in the hands of an Uzumaki rather than gathering dust from an attic. I just request some help, that's all. Of course, Naruto jumped at the opportunity to gain something of his clan's. It is hard to find anything of the such, even when he has a team scouring and repairing his ancestral home, and his desire for anything from his clan has only been growing as the fruitless endeavors carried on. The man grinned in turn. Great! I really appreciate it. Naruto was going to answer when he felt his sixth sense going off and looked down the road. It was empty, save for 2 puddles of water. That's weird. Naruto slowed down, raising his hand to stop Tazuna as well. Call me crazy, but it hasn't rained in this area for a few weeks. Yeah, so? Sakura gave the blonde an annoyed look as she planted her hands on her hips. Then why are there 2 puddles in the middle of the road? Everyone turned to stare at the said puddles. Travelers, Sasuke guessed, but he was reaching for his kunai pouch as he spoke. Kakashi-sensei, I think dash. As Naruto was trying to talk to his uncaring sensei, he was stopped when a barbed chain shot out from the puddles and latched around the jonin. The 4 others could only watch in horror as the body of their sensei was torn to shreds, leaving them alone and to face the 2 individuals forming from the water. Kirigakure missing Nin, Naruto said as he noticed the scratched-off headbands that showed their previous village allegiance. 1 down, one of them said. 3 to go, the other finished. Immediately, Naruto brought his hands into a sign and shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. 14 more Naruto sprung to life around them, surprising both Sakura and Sasuke. Group A, handle the bozo on the left. Group B, protect Tazuna. Yes, boss. Sasuke, we're going to the ugly bastard on the right. Naruto looked at the Uchiha and saw a reluctant nod to his orders. Good, let's go. Naruto slid on his knees to avoid the chain that nearly latched onto him, and went to stab him but was blocked with the gauntlet before Sasuke joined in as well and kicked the man in the chest. Naruto ducked under the chain again, sending a kick to the man's leg before backing off to avoid the gauntlet once more. However, he could not avoid the chain again as it was deflected by Sasuke and he was sliced along the forearm. Oi, careful, Naruto hissed as he jumped back to glance over his injury, noticing a purple marking along the cut, before jumping back into the fight. We need to handle that chain. Naruto nodded in agreement, both of them jumping back to give themselves room, and looked at the 2 brothers once more. Naruto saw that his clones were barely faring against the other missing Nin and they only had a few moments before he was free to help his partner. Once that happened, they were done for. I need skin contact, Naruto told the Uchiha. I have a technique that can end this but I need contact with their skin. Sasuke gave a confused and annoyed look. Sure, let me just ask him to take off his cloak. I'm sure you won't mind. Naruto rolled his eyes. Be sarcastic all you want, I'm just telling you what I need. Sasuke grumbled to himself before huffing, fine. Ass. Naruto chuckled at Kurama's insult of the Uchiha as he created a few more clones and ordered them to reinforce Group A before he jumped in to help his teammate. He observed as Sasuke skillfully utilized a moderate distance between him and the enemy to avoid their attacks while also being able to land his own. What he realized from the attack pattern was that Sasuke was trying to tear away at the cloak and the clothing. Well then, I guess he's not entirely useless or prideful. He heard a derisive snort from Kurama but decided to ignore it and instead just lunged forward, channeling chakra through his finger as it made contact with the older man before diving to the side to avoid getting hit by the gauntlet. Gotcha! What the hell was that? Naruto Neri gave Sasuke a glance as he looked into the amused eyes of his enemy. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, mark. Complete holding up the hand sign for tiger, he gave an even bigger grin than before. Uzumaki marked Fuinjutsu, incinerate. Instantaneously, and just in time for the other hostile missing Nin to kill the last clone, everyone could only gawk and watch as the man screamed and ripped away at the clothing he wore. What everyone saw was a set of glowing red-orange seal markings crawling over the man's skin and setting him gradually more and more on fire. Soon enough, within seconds, he was completely on fire, and parts of his body, his fingers and his left leg had begun to turn to ash and his screams now came out as hoarse and dry air. Naruto was pridefully watching his clan technique finish the man off, leaving only the metal that he had on him. His gauntlet lay with ash blowing out as well as a few metal chains that he wore under his cloak and over his clothes. Perfect. You bastard. Naruto watched as the other ninja made a mad dash for him, and he watched in satisfaction as his sensei appeared behind the man and threw him to the ground. Before the man could move anymore, he found himself on his stomach, and in moments his arms were being pulled painfully behind his back. It wasn't until everyone heard two loud cracks that Kakashi had let go and stepped back to watch the man whimper and try to crawl away without the use of his arms. "Tazuna-san," the white-haired man said before looking up at their client. "You have some explaining to do, The man backed away slowly, fidgeting and stammering as the Jonin calmly walked up to him. "What do you misunderstand?" "What is there to misunderstand? My fresh Genin team was finally ready for their first C-rank mission, to kill a bandit or two so as to ease them into their profession, but instead, we faced off against a B-rank duo of missing nin from Konohagakure." Kakashi stopped in front of the man when he fell to the ground. "Tell me, Tazuna-san, what is there that I missed?" Tazuna could only look up at the towering man in abject horror before he gave a dejected sigh, covering his face with his hands. "I had to. I wanted to pay for a higher rank, I really did, but my village couldn't scrape together enough money to pay for it. We're desperate. That man is draining the life from my people, and more than enough people have died to his stranglehold." "What man, Tazuna-san?" Naruto asked as he walked up and stood beside his sensei, holding his injured arm. "Please, you need to tell us so that we may better gauge our situation." "Gato." Tazuna spat the name like it was the vilest, horrid thing you would ever have to tell them. Gato is the owner of Gato Corporations, a conglomerate of various businesses and investors. He came to Nami 5 years ago and had bought up nearly every business within a single year. After he practically controlled our industries, he began firing people. Then he blockaded our island so that we could not leave, and ever since then we had to live under his tyrannical rule. Sitting up, the man looked at Kakashi. "He's only just started paying for ninjas to kill me. I thought that after I left then maybe the ninja would have left, but I was wrong. Poor mortal. Seriously, it's like a whole village of me. We should help him. We didn't exactly struggle against those two, and we were even able to use Uzumaki techniques. I say that with enemy ninja that this trip got even more value than before." Naruto looked up to see what his sensei was thinking and was shocked to see the man contemplating abandoning the mission. "Kakashi-sensei, I think that we should continue on. Sasuke and I were about to handle ourselves pretty well, so I think that we can handle this." Naruto grinned at the man. "We are led by such a fearsome and experienced shinobi. I'm sure nothing will get past you, so there should be nothing to worry about." Kakashi gave his blonde student a very skeptical look, but Naruto could see the hint of amusement that seemed to sway the Jonin into caving into his persuasion. "All right, I will have faith in my students and agree to continue." Only Sakura seemed horrified by the news, as Tazuna was relieved and gave his profound gratitude, and Sasuke smirked and stuck his chest out with pride. "Let us continue. What about the survivor, sensei?" Naruto pointed to the crawling Chunin. "You said they are missing nin. That means that they have a bounty on their head, right?" Kakashi rubbed his masked chin in thought, nodding his head to his student. "They are the Demon Brothers. While one of them alone is only a Chunin in experience and abilities, their strength is really from their ability to work so well together that they have been noted to be defeating Jonins in 2 versus 1 matches. I believe their bounty together, dead or alive, is 70,000 Ryo. Well, if we catch them in cold, as I don't want to worry about keeping the last one alive throughout our mission, that's a 4-way split of 17,000 and a half." Naruto just waved to the man, giving a feigned look of sympathy. "And look at him, he's suffering ever since we killed his brother and broke his arms. We should give him the mercy of ending the pain." "I second that." Sasuke nodded his head, turning to look at his sensei. "It would be better this way, and it would give us and Konoha a bit of infamy. Bounty hunting isn't exactly against shinobi principles, however little we have. But that would mean we have to kill him in cold blood." Everyone turned to the only girl in the group, her eyes widened in horror at what her ears were hearing. She would have never in 100 years thought that she would become an accessory to the murder of a defenseless and beaten enemy. "I didn't sign up for this." "Actually, you did," Naruto chuckled, turning to his teammate with a calm and serious stare. "You are a kunoichi, you kill when you are paid for it, and the only inconvenience is the price that we negotiate. Otherwise, you are a cold-blooded killer who will do this throughout your life until you quit or retire. Do not assume that if our roles were reversed, an enemy, him or any other for that matter, would take mercy on you and keep you alive. Unless there is something earned from keeping them alive or there is a mutual agreement to be made, there is no reason for us to let them live just to hunt us for revenge or because they were paid to. This is the reality of things, Sakura." Kakashi picked up from his student, giving a consoling look but not doing anything else. She needed to understand this or she would die. I do not say this lightly. but only because I do not want you to die for some false or convoluted romanticized dream of our profession. We are ninjas, this is what we do. It is decided. Sakura could only watch as her sensei walked up to the man, who began crying and pleading for his life to be spared, and her eyes caught the glint of the kunai before it was plunged into the heart of the beaten missing nin. Her mind captured the red blade as it was pulled out, and the man's dying breaths stained the memory in vivid emotion, and she was so lost that she did not realize that Naruto had come up to stand next to her. It was going to happen sooner or later, Sakura, was his quiet remark. It seemed to be all that was needed for her to finally break, and she fell to her knees before her face smacked against the floor as her mind shut off. Naruto watched the girl passively, disappointment filling him at the weak will of his teammate. And she was the best kunoichi our year had to offer. I would say that the shy Hyuga is better than her. Even has the backbone to prove it. So long as I'm not near her, Naruto chuckled to himself before crouching down and pulling the girl to a position he could more easily grapple. Pulling her over his shoulder, he maneuvered the best he could to make it comfortable for her and himself before turning to his sensei. He noticed that the bodies were finally sealed away, and he nodded to the man for them to continue. I'll carry her until she gets a hold of herself. Anko Madarashi, Hinata Hyuga, Yuga Yuzuki if she's still single, Hana Inazuka. Try to get a few foreign girls to spice it up. Hopefully that Karen Uzumaki girl from Kusa isn't too closely related. Gotta have a line that's somewhat not filled with a bloodline. Why am I talking to you about this again? Because I wanted to remind you what was ahead of you when you finally got those ruins completely fixed. Naruto rolled his eyes at the perverted chuckle of the Biju. Who knew a being made of pure chakra could be perverted? Hey! Just because I don't have an anthropomorphic body doesn't mean my sentience isn't as flawed as you mortals. I blame it on being sealed into Uzumaki. You guys have some weird kinks and stamina that lasts just as long off the battlefield. I do not need to know about the love lives of my mother and great-great-aunt. Naruto shuddered at the mere thought of whatever way or however long they did it for. It was too much. The laughter of the Biju grew louder and Naruto annoyedly cut their mental connection. Sighing, he glanced at his female teammate walking next to him, her eyes dull and staring ahead without a care for her surroundings or those around her. It has only been about half an hour since she began walking, and since then she has not spoken or looked anywhere but straight ahead. He also saw that her eyes were drifting away and not fully taking in her surroundings. Sighing, he only had a moment to realize that the area was much quieter than it was a few moments ago. Looking around, he felt a shift in the atmosphere so subtle and brief that he most surely would have missed it if he was not paying extra attention. Get down! Naruto heeded his sensei's shout and grabbed Sakura and pulled her back into the ground with him, Kakashi doing the same with Tazuna, just in time to avoid a large butcher blade as tall as Naruto flying through the clearing. Looking up over Sakura, he could see the sword embedded inside a tree, nearly cleaving it all the way through, and just as he got to his hands and feet a new figure appeared near the handle. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi drawled as he got to his feet, pulling out a kunai from his pouch in confrontation with the new enemy. Copycat Kakashi Ataki, the man chuckled as he pulled the blade out of the tree and hefted it on his shoulder with the blade edge facing away from him. I wondered why the Demon Brothers failed in killing the bridge builder, and I can see why. Actually, that's me and my teammates doing, Naruto spoke up as he too got to his feet and was getting in position to protect his client. Sasuke had joined him and Sakura was slower to do so, shaking in fear of their enemy. I have to say though, isn't hiring one of the 7 swordsmen, not including the Demon Brothers, a little bit of overkill, or does your employer just have a lot of money to spend? The tall man chuckled in amusement, scaring Sakura even further as she felt the lick of a gathering mist encroaching around them. You're right, kid, and I can only assume that with Kakashi Ataki as your sensei you are nothing to scoff at. I would be inclined to agree with you. Naruto gave a grin and brought his hands into a hand sign, and brought up a dozen clones to blend in too. I have to say, this fight would be better since you have less clothing than the other two. Naruto, Kakashi interrupted, pulling up his headband and revealing a Sharingan that briefly spun wildly. You, Sasuke, and Sakura will protect the bridge builder. If it looks like I may die, you all will run away as fast as you can and hide to make your way back to Konoha. Am I understood? Not at all. Naruto shook his head and he and his clones ran around wildly while creating more clones, all shouting, "No can do, Kakashi-sensei." Before everyone knew it, there were nearly 100 clones up and down the road, jumping into the trees overhead, and running into the bushes and foliage. It all confused even Kakashi, who had tried to keep up with where the blonde was. He is cunning, I'll give him that. Zabuza looked around to see that he was surrounded by a lot of clones, and by even the briefest glance he can tell they were more than just a simple illusion clone, shadow clones, very impressive from a genin. Sadly, that will not be enough for you to survive. He swung his arm in a wide arc, tearing through a few clones as he cut the one that was approaching him from behind, and gave a bloodthirsty grin that caused the mist to thicken and obscure everyone's vision even further. Here's a little lesson for you, Genin. Everyone except Naruto looked around trying to find the man through the chakra-laced mist, but Naruto was paying attention to the man's attacks as his clones were killed one after the other. His clones were all trying to fight whenever they briefly saw the man, but his speed was incredible and he blended in the fog as soon as he killed a clone or two that none were able to get skin contact so he can mark the man. Every Konohagakure shinobi is trained to use this technique. He began speaking again through the fog. The silent killing technique developed to imitate the island of Kiri where the mist is the thickest and we train our assassination skills. The 7 swordsmen used this to even greater effect. Naruto substituted with a clone just in time to avoid the massive blade that would have surely taken him out. Aha, almost got you. Almost isn't good enough. Various Narutos called out to the man as they all substituted with each other to confuse the man a little more. I thought a trained shinobi such as you would know that. Laughter chilled everyone's spines as they felt it was demonic, but Kakashi and the Narutos were able to suppress it to a better extent. I like you more than others. How about coming and being my apprentice? I can always use another. Naruto hummed as he counted more of his clones dying to the man. I would accept such an offer, but I cannot leave my team or my village. And I'm paid to do a mission. What little honor I have dictates I must see it through. I am sorry. Silence greeted everyone, but they heard the deaths of more clones dying in the fog, which set them on edge even further. Then I will get rid of the obstacle and ask you again. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt the deaths of the clones that surrounded the bridge builder. He's going straight for them. He quickly substituted himself with a clone, and what he saw made him accept that it was the worst moment to do so. There you are. Zabuza chuckled sinisterly as he was face to face with the blonde. No, there you are. Zabuza whipped around as he felt numerous clones jump on him with a brief moment that he was stopped, and it took him a few more seconds to realize that foreign chakra was invading his skin. He yanked a few off and killed the others, looking at his body to see a few swirls grafted onto his skin with chakra ink. What is this? Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Mark, Naruto told the man with a grin. Complete. Zabuza watched as the boy held the ram sign, and before he could do anything, his body immediately felt like it was on fire and he was forced to his knees and dropped his sword. Black-purple chains of pure chakra wrapped around him from the seals and held him to the ground tightly so that he was unable to move. Unlike other techniques, it was restricting his use of movement and chakra, so he was unable to break out of the confinement, and as such the mist was dissipating without his chakra to feed it. Uzumaki marked Fuinjutsu, Chains of the Void, Naruto clarified as he grabbed the sword and stabbed it into the ground next to the man. That was close. You almost had me. Zabuza looked around, the clones unsummoning themselves, and saw that he was defeated, and if he was honest he wasn't even upset about it. The blonde had a smart plan, no matter how improvised it was, and he had used a unique Fuinjutsu to defeat him. Congrats, kid, you win. I know, Naruto chuckled in response, turning to his sensei. What should we do, sensei? My Fuinjutsu works until I decide it doesn't. If it were to be removed without my permission, Momochi-san would die. I think that we can bring him with us, and when we finish our mission and kill Gato we can let him go and he will have no obligation to kill us. Keep me like this that whole time and I will want to kill you just for that, Zabuza growled out to the blonde. I think it would be a good bargaining chip in case there are other missing nin, Sasuke spoke up, crossing his arms at his sensei. I also think that Zabuza can give us valuable information. Kakashi hummed to himself as he contemplated his students' desires, no matter how much he wanted to tell them no. But before he could answer he felt a new presence appear near them and he turned to see a Konohagakure hunter nin. They were short and because of the warm, baggy clothing, the only thing he could tell was that they were female. Thank you for capturing the missing nin known as Zabuza Momochi, they said as they approached the group, pulling out a few Sanbon, which was met with Sasuke and Naruto pulling out their kunai. Do not worry, I am just here to kill and return him to the village. Naruto narrowed his eyes and walked around the demon of the mist, noting how the man did not struggle but just watched the interaction, and he stopped in front of the hunter nin. He grabbed her hand suddenly, noting how she only tensed and sharply inhaled through her nose. Naruto, Sakura growled from behind him. Don't be acting like a pervert or I swear to Kami. Naruto just ignored her and rolled his thumb over the hunter nin's knuckles and fingers, noting the very few calluses that were there as opposed to his or even Kakashi's. I would assume that your lack of marks and calluses on your hands is because you handle Sanbon instead of kunai. It is indeed, Konoha-san, she nodded her head. Why would my hands matter? Because a ninja such as yourself would have marks to show your experience in your battles, as the cleaner a hand is the less refined they are and the more likely such a person is a fraud or conspirator. Naruto left the suggestion in the air and traced his fingers lightly over the palm of the girl, smirking when she shivered at his touch. But I guess I'm satisfied and am happy to let you take him from our hands. After getting her hand back, she bowed before him and gave her thanks before approaching the captured man and stabbing her two senbon into specific places of the man's neck. She paused when she saw that the Fuinjutsu was still in effect and turned to look at Naruto. I would appreciate it if you deactivate your seals, please. And I need to prepare for the ritual beheading, so I would also like for you all to leave. Naruto waved his hand, stopping his technique from working, and gave a small smirk before turning to his sensei. I guess we should continue on. Kakashi nodded his head in agreement. Yes, let's. The rest of the walk to the village was peaceful, thankfully, as it seems Gato thought hiring 3 missing nin would be enough to kill the bridge builder. It wasn't until they neared Tizuna's house that Naruto decided to speak up to his sensei and teammates. Zabuza Momochi is still alive. What? Naruto raised an eyebrow as he looked at his female teammate who screamed in horror with their client, but he was glad she was out of the rut that she found herself in. Maybe she can finally find it in herself to take this more seriously, or critically think about quitting as a kunoichi. You heard me correctly. But we saw Dash. We saw him get taken by a kunoichi of Konohagakure, who happened to have tracked us just in time for when we were finding out what to do with him. Naruto interrupted Sakura before she could say any more of her assumption. It's not hard to kill for or even steal the headband of a village, especially one that you were formerly a part of. And that kunoichi seemed a little young to be a Hanunin, and her chakra wasn't even on the same level of young prodigies like our sensei or even Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke twitched at the mention of his brother, but said nothing and scowled to himself. He's right, Kakashi nodded, almost proud of his student's observation. I actually wondered if any of you realized it or not. I may be blonde, but I'm not blind. Naruto gave a blank glare to the white-haired man. But there was senbon sticking out of his neck, Sakura told them with a weak voice, looking ready to faint. There are certain parts in that area of the body that can put someone into a death-like state, Kakashi told her, rubbing his chin in thought. It is extremely difficult to do and requires immense accuracy, so whoever is working with Zabuza is clearly trained as a kunoichi. And a chunin or jonin level 1 at that, Naruto affirmed with a nod. That and when I was feeling Zabuza's accomplice I was able to feel her chakra, and it was very much not to the standards of an elite shinobi like Hanunin are claimed to be. I just knew that with how exhausted we were and how unknown they were to us that it was not smart to attack them. Why didn't you use your overpowered burning seal? Sasuke asked, speaking the thought everyone else had at that moment. Naruto was quiet, but by the smirk on his face and the distant look he had at the forest, it wasn't something he was willing to share. Let's say that my motives are my own for why I didn't just kill her. TCH, you really are a pervert, Sasuke huffed with a shake of his head. Naruto ignored the comment, neither denying nor affirming the claim, which only infuriated Sakura, but she took a few calming breaths. How much time do you think we have until Zabuza comes after us again? Sasuke asked Kakashi the million Ryo question that was on everyone's minds at that point. Kakashi hummed again as he pulled out his book to begin reading. I give him 3 weeks. That should be enough time for him to recover to satisfactory strength to come for Tizuna-san. That will be enough time to start training and stake out Gato's forces. If it's alright with you, Sensei, I'm going to go for a walk around the perimeter. If Zabuza knew our route into the village, I'm not putting it past him to have any other accomplices in hiding to strike us with our guard down, Naruto told his team leader, getting a nod from the man. Okay, don't wander too far off. Naruto waved the man's concerns off as he walked away, believing that anyone who worked for the Demon of the Mist wouldn't be as strong as him. However, he also needed the time to talk with the fox again as he wanted to ensure he was ready to use a tale or two for what he was planning to do. After clearing a small area next to a creek, he created 5 clones and ordered them to continue with the perimeter sweep. With them gone, he took off his pants and shirt, setting them to the side, before making his way to a small rock in the middle of the stream with only his boxers on. It was partially submerged in the cold water, which served Naruto's preferences nicely. Sitting down with a shiver at the water's temperature, he made the seal of confrontation and closed his eyes before reaching within himself. Like always, he noticed 2 oceans of chakra within himself, but to compare them would also be like comparing a lake to an ocean. His is a large amount as it is, but compared to the Kyuubi, the strongest of all Biju, it was hard to call himself an equal in sheer quantity. The Kyuubi's chakra felt like Konoha's forest during a particularly sweltering summer day, feeling warm to the touch, and he almost recoiled at the sudden feeling. Nonetheless, he grabbed hold of the chakra and felt it envelop his own chakra, letting a leak through the dam to allow a sufficient amount into his system without eliciting the one-tailed transformation. Drip. It's been a while, brat, Kurama greeted as he sat back. How's it going, Kurama? Naruto greeted with a small bow, giving his fox companion some respect. I felt that this conversation would be better for us to have face-to-face rather than just exchanging thoughts. Understandable. Kurama nodded his head and sat next to the young blonde. What is it you wish to discuss, kid? How much of your chakra do you think I'm ready to handle? Kurama blinked his eyes at the sudden question, but instead of questioning the young boy's motives or reasons for asking, he looked down and thought. Depends on your willpower and control, to be frank, kid. There's a reason why none of my containers before you have been able to utilize my chakra efficiently, other than thinking of me as a mindless beast, of course. Naruto shook his head in amusement at the grumbled afterthought, as he knew that Kyuubi felt sour after all these years that Naruto's mother and Mito looked down on him to the end. But I believe you are coming along nicely and would be able to utilize a single tail effectively. The problem with trying to control more, which we will have to do eventually to get you to use more, is intent. My chakra is a very emotional one, unlike the other Biju. So it's not normal for Jinchuriki to go on rampages using their Biju's chakra? Kurama shook his head instantly. It is, and that's because a Jinchuriki is not establishing trust between them and their Biju, so this allows the Biju to filter only negative emotions into the transformation, such as frustration, anger, and bloodlust. Those who are able to work with their Biju, such as the Hachibi Jinchuriki and Kumo last I heard, are able to completely transform into their Biju and not lose themselves. Why are you so different? Because I am the strongest, Kyuubi boasted and smirked down playfully at the chuckling blonde. I jest, but it is true. Even the Hachibi, with 8 tails of power, does not hold a flame to me. But I am specifically embodying the negativity of the world. Every malicious thought, every selfish kill, every bad deed. So when you tap into my power, you feel my emotions, my anger, sadness, rage, and despair. Kurama paused as he decided on his next words. He hasn't talked to a mortal like this in his thousands of years of life, and it was jarring for him. But he felt something pressing against him, and he looked to see Naruto resting a hand on his front leg with a small reassuring smile. Kurama was grateful for the kid. But for someone like you, who is a mortal, an Uzumaki mortal granted but a mortal nonetheless, it is overwhelming to feel thousands of years of negativity. Compared to me, who has had the time to see it and process it as it happened. Then what can I do to control it? Remember what you are fighting for, Kurama answered with a serious stare. He raised a paw and pointed a claw at Naruto's chest. Do not lose this. Remember why you want to be strong. Remember those you care about, those you want to protect. Latch onto that with every aching fiber you have, because it will bring you back from the edge. Lose that and you will lose yourself, and I can't guarantee you will come back. Naruto was stunned silent and mulled over Kyuubi's words. Don't forget what I'm fighting for. With a determined nod, Naruto got to his feet and hugged the leg of the large fox, getting a surprised look. Thank you, Kurama, for everything. Kurama's face relaxed with a small sad smile, and he leaned forward for his head to be next to the young child. Even with all the responsibilities he has given himself, returning his fallen clan, finding the family he has left, and preparing for those who would threaten him, he was still a 13-year-old child with no family to call his own. And through everything they had been through together, Kurama can say that Naruto is the only one he has ever been able to raise and call his own. A friend. A son. I know why the distance between your sons hurt you so much now, father. You are welcome, kid. After a few more intimate minutes, Naruto left his mind and found himself back in the creek, but this time he was surrounded by thick steam. Knowing that it was because of the raised body temperature when encountering the aura and chakra of the Kyuubi, he didn't pay any mind other than a small grumble of how humid it was. Seriously, he was used to shaded, moist forests, not this. Getting to his feet, he made his way to where he left his clothes and slowly started redressing. However, he felt a new presence in the clearing and he paused in buckling his belt, but finished doing so in case there was going to be a fight. This individual he could sense is powerful, easily as powerful as Kakashi, and someone like that isn't just in a small land like Wave. I know you're there, Naruto decided to say after not feeling the figure approach for a bit. Come on out if you're not here to hurt me, or if you were just get it over with and make the first move. The chakra seemed to crumble like a rock in angst before settling back down, and they began their approach once more. Not completely lowering his guard, Naruto picked up his shirt and finished dressing before turning to see who had approached him. What he found gave him pause, and he had to fully take in the stranger's appearance. She has short black hair and black eyes, fair skin with no blemishes, and a small frown on her face. She wore a red shirt under a brown flak jacket, fishnet tights under a red skirt, and brown sandals. She has the headband for a Wagakure, which confused Naruto further as to his knowledge IWA was not allowed to operate in any of the Land of Fire's lands or territory. That included Wave. What's your name? Naruto blinked at the girl's demand and raised an eyebrow. Last I checked, you are the one operating in Firelands, so it is I who should be asking you to state your name and business. TCH, the girl shifted into a more combat-ready stance as she regarded the blonde. I am Kuratsuchi Kamizuru, Shunin of Owagakure. What is an Owagakure Kunoichi doing in Wave? I am here on a mission. Someone who slighted my village is hiding here. Assassination mission then, Naruto hummed to himself in thought but noticed Kuratsuchi looking at him expectantly. Forgive me, I did not introduce myself despite you doing so. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Konohagakure. I am here on an escort mission that escalated from C to a rank. Kuratsuchi raised her eyebrow in surprise. It was not unheard of for missions to escalate and rating his parameters often changed, but what did surprise her was that this Konohagakure team decided to stick with a mission that was very well out of their expertise. But considering how many Kekkei Genkai the village boasted, and that this blonde carried himself with enough poise to warrant her caution meant that they weren't some green grunt team. What bothered her was his uncanny appearance to the one man that made IWA shake in fear. A man who should be dead. Now while it is a problem to find an unallied shinobi in our territory, I believe we can benefit from each other. Naruto interrupted her thoughts with a kind smile. My personal mission is to help this village with their problem, who happens to be a very greedy entrepreneur by the name of Gato. Me killing him will cause many problems in the wider world politics as he keeps plenty of influential people in his pocket, and I may find quite a few of them against me, but I believe that it is the price to pay to help these people. Kuratsuchi nodded her head in understanding as she would do the same if the village was as bad as it sounded. Undue suffering made her upset and oftentimes, very violent against the perpetrators. Now, my team ran into Kirigakure missing Nin, and I believe that if you are looking for a shinobi then it is probable that they are hired by Gato if they are here. Kuratsuchi indeed was looking for a shinobi from her village. Someone who had been excommunicated following evidence that he was selling secrets to their neighbors. And you propose? Naruto chuckled and waved his hand off. Oh, while you are beautiful Kamizuru-chan, I am much too young to be getting married. Her face lit up like a cherry and she began angrily sputtering. Ha, I am just joking, Kamizuru-chan. Naruto laughed lightly, which seemed to make the girl angrier. What I propose is that we work together in scoping out the forces of Gato and plan out our offensive and taking down our respective targets. I help you and you help me, so to speak. Kuratsuchi stared at the blonde for a few moments, but a few warning bells were sounding in her head. There's more to your offer. Naruto's smile widened and he chuckled with a nod. Indeed. I want you to spare 2 of the ninjas hired by Gato. Zabuza Momochi and an accomplice working under him. They should be unable to do anything for 3 weeks after my team's fight with him, so we have time to plan and make our move. Kuratsuchi pursed her lips in thought. Being able to kill the demon of the mist and secure his sword for her village would bring her honor and plenty of prestige, but decided that out of respect for her temporary partner she would agree. Done. Awesome. Do you have anywhere to stay, or would you like to stay outside the building where my team is residing? I would rather the rest of your team not know I am here, Kuratsuchi suggested, prepared to be denied. It was much to ask a shinobi to keep details from their compatriots. Alright, Naruto drawled with a hesitant look. So long as no one sees you and questions me about you, I will keep our meetings private. It is appreciated, Uzumaki-san. Naruto nodded and looked into the sky. It is getting dark. I should go meet back with my team. We can meet back here tomorrow, Kamizuru-chan, and if I can't slip from my team I will send a clone in my stead to let you know about a change in times. Despite her embarrassment at his choice of an affectionate honorific, she nodded her head in understanding. Okay, have a good night, Uzumaki-san. Naruto whistled as he approached Tazuna's house, gaining the memories of his patrol clone slowly until he knew of every nook and cranny within 100 or so yards of the client's family. It's mostly wooded, but closer to the shore of the ocean is a small fisherman's cabin that is currently uninhabited. It'll be a good place to get some fish with the supplies, and Naruto considered himself a pretty decent harpoon fisher, and since a lot of the wave inhabitants seemed to be starving he planned on making a lot of fish soup for them to eat. It's not a lot, but Naruto planned to rob one of the food warehouses owned by Gato to give to the people as well. If asked about it he will just say it's to test the response of his hired thugs or something like that. It's not a complete lie, but it's never going to be the sole reason. And if any approach him aggressively while handing out food, well, let's say that self-defense due to reasonable evaluation of a threat to one's life is a very legal act. And if the problem is ever brought up to the Hokage or Fire Daimyo, they will side with their shinobi over a few bandit deaths. Approaching the house, Naruto saw that Kakashi was waiting outside on a chair while reading his porn. You gotta admit, it's decent literature. Naruto shook his head and rolled his eyes at the comment of Kurama. Of course, you would think so. Kakashi looked up at Naruto and lowered his book. The area is secured, and I didn't get back earlier because I had a conversation with the old fox. Kakashi nodded his head but seemed to watch Naruto as if expecting more. Anything else interesting? What do you mean? Naruto prodded as he wasn't completely sure if his sensei was asking what he thinks he was asking. Me anyone? Like another shinobi? Naruto nodded his head in understanding. How would you tell that someone is trained? Could have just been someone born gifted. Naruto, Kakashi interrupted the boy with an exasperated stare. Give me some credit and be honest. I can't tell you everything, but they're not hostile, and as far as I have learned their objective aligns with ours. Naruto looked back at his sensei. Trust me, Kakashi-sensei. If anything happens, I will take full consequences. They do not know where we are, and I will make sure they don't find out. Kakashi just sighed. Why did he trust the blonde so much? Looking at the tattoo on the blonde's arm, a horned dragon head with the Uzumaki spiral above it with 10 connecting lines, he remembered the kid's trump card. His family's companions. Good morning, Kemizuru-chan. Naruto greeted the kunoichi with a bright smile. Hello, Uzumaki-san. She greeted back neutrally, already having gotten used to the boy's use of affection over the last week. What is our plan for today? Oh, you know, since it's our 4th date, I believe a nice relaxing walk to one of Gado's storehouses will be fun, Naruto nonchalantly teased with a crooked grin, making the IWA kunoichi's cheeks flush pink. Then I was thinking that we kill all of his hired thugs as a warning and watch how they respond to a form of blatant aggression with some snacks and a blanket to keep ourselves warm as we cuddle. Ignoring all of his teasing comments with a blush, Kuratsuchi was able to piece together their mission for the day and nodded her head in understanding. Understood. She didn't feel at ease with his crooked grin still in place, but it wasn't a feeling of danger or foreboding that bothered her, but the butterflies and flips that were happening in her stomach every time the young Konoha shinobi flirted with her. It was harmless, as she was sure it was just his personality when he was comfortable, but it was also very new to her as back in her village everyone saw her as the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, so no one was brave enough to speak to her so casually or with any romantic feelings. She did not get around to finding out if the blonde is the child of her village's dead rival, partly because she was also afraid to find out. She wasn't sure what she would do if it turned out that the boy that treated her normally, despite their village's tensions with each other, put her in a difficult spot. On one hand, she does nothing and let the offspring of a one-man army grow up and become as much of a problem as his father, but she is able to act ignorantly unaware and find out where her feelings actually stood. The other hand, however, had her betray the mutual trust they developed to capture him and bring him to her village to either torture him for information and execute him as a show of revenge and strength or indoctrinate him as an IWA weapon, which will make it impossible for her to be close to him since he will be nothing more than a kunai in human form. Nonetheless, she would not admit it to the blonde, but she was greatly enjoying her time with him and their collaboration together. They even took a step in a temporary alliance to share their goals for the future and their ideas on their strongest attributes. For goals, she found out that he is aware of his ancestral clan and wished to reform and rebuild not only his clan's island but his clan as well. He wished to have a family since he grew up as an orphan and was lonely for most of his life, which made her sympathetic and approaching the topic of his father even harder. But their abilities and skills are something they have in common, and that's their prodigious skill in ninjutsu. Naruto admitted he used seals in combat more often than ninjutsu, as he also admitted his struggle in maintaining proper chakra control because of his insanely large reserves at a young age, which made it impractical to use destructive ninjutsu if he could accidentally overpower it and cause more harm to his allies. Despite that, they were able to share their preferred elements, she with fire and earth while he with wind and fire, and she was even more surprised by his intense study into advanced chakra theory and elemental manipulation. She also had a feeling that he had the scorch element as he had alluded to it, but it could be possible he is keeping a few skills in his back pocket. While it did strangely hurt her that he would keep something hidden from her, she had no room to criticize as she was keeping her own lava element hidden as well. But it still hurt. Stupid emotions and stupid boy for making her feel mentioned emotions. Kuratsuchi blinked her eyes owlishly when she noticed Naruto looking at her with a small kind smile as he patiently waited for her. I am sorry, Uzumaki-san. I must have spaced out for a bit. What did you say? I didn't say anything. I just like looking at the cute faces you make when you're thinking hard about something, the blonde answered flippantly with a larger smile that made her stomach do more flips. Stop teasing me. She quietly whined as she rubbed her face as it was practically burning to the touch. Don't lie and say I'm cute. Naruto frowned for a split second before his smile returned. I was not lying, but if you truly don't like it then I will stop if that is what you wish. Kami, why is he doing this to me? Kuratsuchi could only groan in desperation and defeat, her dark eyes looking at the blonde with a small frown. She loved his compliments and teasing, even if she wanted him to think otherwise, but now she was stuck. She sticks with her refusal and he stops teasing her, or she cracks and admits that he is breaking her down little by little with every teasing grin and innocent compliment. "I'm not telling you what to do. It's not like I'm your wife or mother or anything," she finally muttered, hoping the idiot would accept her statement. "It seems Cammy had other plans. But you did propose to me when we first met, so that does make you my fiancé." Naruto grinned before turning around to walk towards their objective for the day. "And what kind of husband to be would I be if I did not compliment my woman? Why must you do this?" Naruto turned to look at the kunoichi and raised an eyebrow at her outburst, but before he could get a question in she had stomped up to him and grabbed him by the collar. She is surprisingly strong and sturdy, something that went through his mind when she had actually slightly raised him off the ground to bring his face to hers until their noses were touching, his feet only barely scraping the ground by the toes. He was always a bit on the short side in comparison to others his age, but Hiruzen always chuckled and told him he was going to hit a later growth spurt. She breathed deeply and quickly as she looked into his eyes. "Kikemazuru-chan, I'm sorry if I upset you." "Shut up now." She bit out each word and he flinched and nodded his head without meeting her eyes. "All of your teasing, your innocent compliments, and the way you look as we work together. It drives me mad. What do you have to say?" Why are you so cute?" Naruto flinched and it took him a few moments before his brain processed what his ears heard, and his eyes widened before looking up at the foreign kunoichi in surprise. Her dark eyes were narrowed, but he could see and feel the emotion burning underneath. Love. A burning desire. For him. "I do not understand, Kimazuru-chan." Kuratsuchi growled in the back of her throat and a look of frustration crossed her face before she yanked him up, and with a yelp the blonde had his lips against hers and she held him close to her body. Her fists left his collar and traveled to his neck that gently grasped his neck with the slightest bit of pressure. But that did not stop her fierce kiss as she leaned forward to follow him when he was let down to fully stand on his own. He gasped suddenly when she used a fingernail to lightly scratch his sensitive cheek, and she capitalized that moment to slip her tongue into his. He never had a kiss before, let alone something this intense, and his inexperience caused a bit of drool to travel down the side of his mouth before she pulled away slightly to take deep breaths. "I hate how much you wormed your way into my heart, Uzumaki-sa." Naruto-kun, Kuratsuchi breathed in his scent, nuzzling her face against his as she gently traced a fingernail across his whispered face. "Forbidden love, almost as if it was written by your village's perverted scion, but you make me feel normal. I feel like a genuine woman with you, and it hurts that it comes from someone in a rival village." Naruto gasped and moaned when he felt her hand squeeze just a tad bit more on his neck, and she hovered her other hand against his body with faster breaths. "You are mine, and while you made it clear you will take multiple partners for the rebirth of your clan, I just ask that you let me know whenever you decide to take another love or wife. Understood?" A gentle squeeze around his neck was all it took to make Naruto nod his head. "You understood, Kimazuru-chan." She smiled deviously before letting go of the young boy, a coy expression making Naruto's own stomach do a couple of somersaults. "Then let us continue on our date, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded his head and followed the confident girl to their date location, not knowing there was a proud and amused individual watching and hearing the entire situation. "Oh, sensei, you would be proud of the Casanova your son is today. And the granddaughter of your biggest rival among the Kage. This will certainly spell disaster later. And if only I could make a deal with God, I'd make him swap our places." Naruto quietly sang to himself as he followed the IWA kunoichi towards one of the many buildings operated by Gado's thugs. "You know, the whole point of scouting is to not be found." "I know," Naruto answered and continued humming to the song in his head. "That means you should stop singing. We use flashy and bright jutsu to kill our enemies. I think my light humming is the least of our worries to be spotted." Naruto shrugged and glanced at the raven-haired girl. "Unless you want to do something to make me stop." Kuratsuchi gave a pointed stare at the blonde, knowing the intention of his statement by the smirk on his lips and the mischievous gleam in his eyes. "I will not play into your hand, Naruto, but if you keep teasing and being a nuisance I will make sure you get your punishment later." "Ooh," Naruto mocked with an even bigger grin. "I'm so scared, Kimazuru-chan." Naruto yelped as he rubbed his rear and winced at the pain that would surely cause trouble sitting. He looked at Kuratsuchi and saw her wearing a smirk of her own, and her eyes glinted dangerously in the sun as she stared at him. Her hand, the one that must have smacked his rear, was held behind her back and not bothering to hide the smirk that she gave him. "Behave or I will do that again," Kuratsuchi threatened before continuing her walk. Naruto winced and nodded his head, all the while blushing in embarrassment due to the girl's own smirk and Kurama's laughter inside his head. What have I gotten myself into? With that question, he noticed Kuratsuchi slow to a stop, and he followed where she was looking and was horrified at what he saw. A small outlying grove with a small cabin that must have been a small farm at one point is now burning with the crop destroyed. However, it is the mutilated bodies of an old man and woman outside the broken front door that upset Naruto's stomach. Despite his unease, he slowly approached the building with careful steps as he looked around for anything else. He saw nothing up until he reached the bodies, and he just gazed at them with a blank expression, but he could feel his eyes tearing up at the sight. Looking up, he moved around the corpses and into the house, where he found it in complete disaster. Overturned furniture and shelving, broken picture frames, and shattered glass over the floor. It looked to have been looted for anything valuable not nailed to the ground. A blood trail led further into the house, and he followed it, not hearing or noticing Kuratsuchi slowly following from behind. She had a pained expression on her face as she took in what happened, but her attention followed her blonde companion in worry about how he may react. He reached a bedroom that seemed to be a kid and adult's room if the small and large beds were anything to guess, but what grabbed hold of his attention is what is at the end of the blood trail. A man in his mid-20s, bleeding heavily with multiple slash and stab wounds, but still barely breathing despite the wounds. His eyes slowly tried focusing on us as he approached, and a few gasps came out with his breathing. Naruto crouched next to the man and looked over the wounds with a small grimace. He won't survive even if his wounds were treated. Who are you? The man gasped out with shudders. Shinobi of Konohagakure, hired by Tazuna. Who did this? So Tazuna wasn't just talking out his ass. The man gave a weak and shuddering laugh. Gado's men came. We wouldn't sell the farm. Killed my parents, left me for dead. They stole my wife and daughter. Please. Naruto nodded his head at the small pleading word, putting his hand on the man's shoulder. I promise. Where did they take them? Compound south of here. Thank you, Shinobi-sama. Naruto Uzumaki will be fine, Naruto said softly, and the man smiled. His breathing soon stopped, and Naruto stayed there for a few moments just staring at the man's small smile. The man believed that Naruto would save the last of his family, and died with a relieved conscience. He picked the man's body up and brought him outside, passing Kuratsuchi with just a small hurting glance. Setting him down next to his parents, he called out, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones popped into existence and looked over the bodies with the same blank expression. The original looked into the sky as he spoke. Bury them properly, headstone and all. Understood. Naruto let his clones get to work before turning to Kuratsuchi, but what shocked the girl was that instead of the beautiful blue eyes she grew used to, now only scarlet red eyes like that of a demon looked at her. Despite the rage she can see bubbling beneath the eyes, she knew that it was still her Naruto that was there in front of her. Naruto. They're all going to die. She understood the sentiment and nodded her head. Agreed. With the agreement, Naruto launched himself in the direction of the compound, with Kuratsuchi following a bit behind. They knew the exact compound the dying man had directed them to. It was the barracks for Gado's out-of-town operations in Sidewave, and it is also one of the places on Naruto's list to destroy. Naruto stopped on a branch as soon as he reached the tree line at the edge of a clearing. He looked over the area, finding various laughing thugs outside a rundown building with broken windows and defaced walls. There seemed to be a few fighting rings where some chickens and dogs and even various wild animals were pitted against each other. What sickened Naruto, though, is the abused condition the women are in, with bruises and torn clothing being the shared description between them. Shut that kid up. Naruto's eyes snapped to the man who was walking outside the building, roughly shaking his head. It must be the kid that was kidnapped from the farm. There are a lot of bandits here. Kuratsuchi mused silently as she scanned the area. A little over 20 men outside, and more inside. Even if they're bandits, their numbers will overwhelm us in a frontal assault. Naruto scowled before unzipping his jacket, tossing it to the ground below while making sure he knew where it was when he was finished here. One thing you need to know about me, Kuratsuchi-chan, is that I am never overwhelmed by numbers. Without a second glance, Naruto dropped below while creating multiple shadow clones, before using the headhunter jutsu to submerge into the ground. Kakashi felt the spike in chakra. A faint feeling so familiar to one of the most traumatic experiences in his life caused his muscles to lock up, and a shudder racked his body like a full speeding train. The hatred and utter loathing that was felt within the calming depth he associated with his student had him immediately concerned, and it took all of his willpower to get to his feet. Sasuke and Sakura looked at their sensei questioningly, confused by him getting to his feet and the look on his face. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked with a tilt of her head, taking the time away from her earth chakra manipulation training. Go inside and watch after Tazuna and his family until I get back, Kakashi ordered his students without looking at them. Do not leave and do not follow me, am I understood? Hearing the seriousness in Kakashi's voice, Sakura and Sasuke nodded their heads, although the Uchiha was a little more hesitant. What about Naruto? Sasuke asked while getting to his feet. He's still out there. I'll return with him, now do as I said. Kakashi took off into the trees without another word. Kakashi was thanking the heavens that wave isn't as large as the ruined islands of Uzushio, as it would have been even more likely for his independent blonde student to have wandered off further than he is now. As it is, his student was only a few minutes away at his top speed, and his heart pounded as he felt that malevolent chakra seemed to grow into a blazing inferno. Landing at a clearing with his body in prime position to react to anything, he was surprised to see what can only be described as a massacre. Dead bodies were laid around with no sense of care, and the damage done only made the sight more gruesome. As he walked forward, noting the small rivers of blood that run along the dirt like a murky swamp, he came to the rundown building where he could hear voices inside. Looking inside, he not only found even more dead bodies, but cowering half-clothed women of various ages. They didn't even acknowledge his presence as they were too struck by the sight of one of the individuals in the room. It was Naruto, who was on top of a grown man beating his face in without stopping. Naruto-kun, please stop. Kakashi looked to see who spoke, and he found a kunoichi within a Wagakure uniform hugging his student from behind with a quivering voice. It slowed Naruto's movement to a stop, but judging by the blood and bone it was useless to think the man was alive. I was too late. Hearing the broken voice of his student, Kakashi decided to slowly enter the room and approach the blonde. He was shaking with clenched fists, gripping his head even as the unknown kunoichi whispered words into his ear. He sobbed finally, and that one noise was enough to break a dam. Ah! His scream is full of pain and anger, arching his body as if he was ready to go to the heavens, only breaking Kakashi's heart even more as he was sobbing and sniffling through it all. I was too late to save them. I failed in my promise. I failed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. I'm sorry. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore, and he used a reality genjutsu that would be able to put everyone in the room to sleep. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto shot up with a wide gaze, looking around the room he was in with lightning-fast analysis before relaxing when he realized that it was his shared room with Sasuke and Kakashi. He doesn't know how long he had been asleep, but it was bright out, so it is either only an hour or it is an entire day. It was weird for him to be asleep with no ability to contact Kurama or to influence his dreams as he usually could. The door opened and Kakashi walked in, his long knife finding Naruto's. There seemed to be a big weight released from his posture, and he moved inside and sat down near the blonde Jinchuriki. It was silent as neither looked at the other, but thankfully it was Kakashi that broke the silence. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto glanced to see Kakashi now looking at him with a soft and understanding gaze. He just shrugged, leaning his head back against the wall. I'm over it now. There's nothing I can change anymore. That may be true, but it is still good to talk about these things. What would you like me to say? I wish I could have been there faster, that I was stronger, that I knew some dark jutsu that can reverse the innocent deaths that I could not prevent. Naruto scoffed and looked at his sensei without moving his head from the wall. I'm not insane or gullible. I understand that this is our world, that no matter how strong I can be it would not matter as I cannot save everyone. I'm not the Rikudo Sennin. I'm not a godlike being. Kakashi nodded his head and leaned his head back with closed eyes, feeling his duty as sensei to get his student to open up about the experience. Explain the train of events to me. Whose promise did you fail? Naruto grimaced, but knew that Kakashi won't let him go until he was satisfied, so with a sigh he decided to answer the man. My partner Dash. He stopped immediately as he realized that Kuratsuchi was with him when his sensei found them. The kunoichi is fine. She's resting in Sakura's room, Kakashi informed him. Naruto sighed in relief with a grateful nod. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. As I was saying, my partner and I were going to scout out a food warehouse and possibly steal it all to give to the starving villagers, after interrogating any mercenaries we captured. However, we came across a small outlying farm and we found it burning with 3 dead bodies, an older couple, and the lone survivor, a husband and father. Naruto gave a shaky sigh as he ran a hand through his hair, looking down at the floorboard. His wife and daughter were taken by the thugs, and he died after he asked for me to save them, and I accepted. When we arrived, I thought that we had enough time to save them. Kakashi noticed the pause and looked at his student to see him squeezing his eyes shut and clenching his fists against his pants. What did you see? They butchered the little girl, Naruto growled, and a few tears fell down his cheeks before he wiped his face angrily. The woman was beaten so badly as they raped her that she couldn't recognize the world around her. She was broken, sensei, and no amount of medical jutsu would fix her. What do you do for her then? Naruto slammed his fist into the wall, creating a hole to reveal the outside from his strength. I lost it, Kakashi. I've been learning how to control Kyuubi's power, to manage my rage and hatred so I don't lose myself to the power. But seeing that little girl and her mother like that, I couldn't hold myself back. I butchered them like animals. Kakashi nodded his head so far. His student is working through the emotions, and it meant living through his actions posthumously no matter how tragic it was. Minato was there for him when he was in Naruto's situation, and he will return the kindness in turn. What did you do? I didn't even let them die quickly, Naruto said without hesitation, his blue eyes now orange as he seemed to grin at the memories of what he did. It quickly turned to a scowl as he remembered why he did it. No death was merciful, sensei. I made sure that each bastard lived through what I did. I cut off their dicks. I cut them open like lab rats, and pulled out their entrails. I made a guy eat another man's heart, sensei. The last man I wanted to finish especially painfully, Naruto spoke slowly and deeply as if he was living the moment again. I used my kunai to pin him to the floor by his palms before straddling him and then snapped every single finger. I made sure that everything he felt is real and so much more than anything he could have done to that woman. I enjoyed his screams and his pleas for me to have mercy on him. I enjoyed it as he cried and begged for any of the women he raped and assaulted to help him, and I especially enjoyed it as I beat his head in. Naruto turned quiet as he leaned his head back against the wall and his orange eyes looked at the ceiling. I didn't stop even when he was no longer begging for mercy. I sure as hell didn't stop when he was no longer breathing. I kept going. Every punch got easier. Every punch just made this noise as the mush that was his head couldn't even be recognized as human anymore. I heard Kuratsuchi-chan towards the end, but it didn't register until she was crying and holding me. Naruto breathed slowly and closed his eyes as a few more tears fell down his cheeks. I pride myself on upholding my promises, sensei. If I am to be anything, I want people to know me as someone who keeps to his word. Without that, I am nothing as a shinobi or a person. He met Kakashi's eyes, and he seemed to be begging for assurance from the older man. I am a man of my word, and I couldn't do that for a dying man, sensei. I had failed my first promise, and it was for someone who deserved it the most. He deserved to go through heaven knowing he trusted the right person. I couldn't fulfill that. Kakashi was silent as he watched his student cry over something others would find an inconsequential mistake. For most shinobi, failing a promise, especially a promise to a dead or dying person, is merely a minor inconvenience, but it wasn't something they lost themselves to. But for Naruto, his word meant everything because he had grown up with everyone doubting him and his potential until he one day let loose that he is the Yandame's son. I can understand how you feel, Naruto, he started quietly but loud enough for him to hear. I can't understand exactly what you went through or how you feel, but I know your type of pain and regret. I've made many of those in my life. To my comrades and to those I was to protect. But you have to understand that this is only the first of many mistakes and it sure won't be the last. What you can do is learn from this, as everyone else does. You know this is how our world is, that we are at the front of seeing how truly cruel our world can be. What any of us can do is better prepare for the future. Naruto nodded his head as he stared at the floor, lost in his own thoughts. Kakashi sighed but knew his student needed some time to think, so he got up and headed to leave. He stopped at the door, however, and turned to the blonde. Oh, also, I'm not going to tell you who you make friends with or who you fall in love with, but I can only caution certain villages or individuals who would kill you due to your father's deeds in the Third Shinobi War. Naruto glanced up at his teacher in confusion, but the man was already closing the door. He didn't understand why his sensei was getting at him with his statement, but he wanted to see Kuratsuchi and apologize for her seeing him like that. I hope she isn't afraid of me now. Naruto knocked on the door before entering, finding Kuratsuchi laying on a cot that must have been Sakura's before they arrived with Kakashi. She was still asleep it seemed, so he slowly walked over and sat down beside her. He slowly stroked her short black hair and focused on her peaceful face now instead of her cries from yesterday. I'm sorry you had to see me like that, Kimizuru-chan, Naruto said to himself since she was still asleep. There's nothing to be sorry for. Kuratsuchi opened her eyes and looked up at Naruto with a sad smile. She grabbed his hand that stopped stroking her head as he seemed too surprised to do anything, and she brought his hand to her lips and gave a kiss to his knuckles. I understand that you were upset, and I'm not afraid of you for it. I'm sorry that you had to experience something as horrible as that. I would have been better prepared if I knew. I thought you already had experienced some things due to how you acted on our patrols, and I'm sorry for not being able to help you. Naruto laid down and he rested his head in her embrace, wrapping his arms around her and holding her close as she stroked her fingers through his hair. They were quiet as they just held each other, but Naruto could feel a slight tension in her body as if she were prepared for anyone to attack her. You can trust my team, Kuro-chan. My sensei is tolerant of you resting here, but I'm sure he's keeping a watch since you are a kunoichi of an unallied nation. Kuratsuchi scoffed lightly to herself, but she held Naruto closer as if she would be forced away at any moment. As if I would leave you after that. Naruto chuckled into her neck and gave her a kiss before looking into her eyes. I appreciate it, Kuro-chan. Kuratsuchi hummed with a small smile before she slowly began to frown and her eyes unfocused from his own. He tilted his head in confusion before sitting up in concern and was about to ask if she was okay when she spoke. Who are your parents, Naruto-kun? Naruto paused as he looked back at her and he hesitated to tell her, fearing what she will do when she learns what his heritage is. He's not an idiot. He knows that the current Tsuchikage is of the Kamizura clan and that he had a particular dislike for his father's singular brutal act in the Third Shinobi War. He's also not justifying Minato's actions, as it was an atrocious massacre of life whether they are an enemy or not, but it was also a very smart move to save the life of those he fought with. It also is that singular brutal act that made Iwagakure pull out of the war, allowing Konoha to focus on their lines against Kumogakure. A brutal act that would later save the lives of many allies. Naruto sighed and slumped his shoulders, giving Kuratsuchi time to sit up on her knees. Uzumaki is my mother's last name, my mother being Kushina Uzumaki, also known as the Red Blade of the Swirling Leaves. She is an S-rank kunoichi who was feared during the Third Shinobi War for her assassination skills with her katana that gave her the alias. Naruto paused and looked up at Kuratsuchi and he felt his eyes tear up in anxiety and fear of what is to happen next. My father is Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash and the Fourth Hokage. The man who was made famous for his use of a teleporting technique, a man who caused the turning point in the Third Shinobi War at Canopy Bridge, and the one man most hated by Iwagakure. Naruto clenched his eyes shut and lowered his head, crushed at looking at the horrified look on Kuratsuchi's face, and forced his tears to not fall. I also know that you are the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, a man who called for the death of anyone related to my father, but I had hoped that we could connect without the influence of our family and villages. I understand if you do not agree. Naruto did not move. He barely breathed, as he waited for the kunoichi to do something, anything, that would let him know where she stood. It was quiet, extremely so that he almost thought he was alone now, but that ended when he heard the slightest movement. A shuffle closer, and he could feel her moving closer to him, and his instincts were telling him to protect himself, to move away, but he just stayed there. Arms encircled him, her head pressed into his shoulder, and her body shook as if she was crying. He opened his eyes and he could only see her black hair as she held him close. Thank you for telling me, she whispered quietly, and she clutched tighter around him. My feelings do not change. I fell in love with who you are. I didn't take the time to share things about myself just to get you close to benefit my village or my family. I love you, Naruto, whether you are Uzumaki or Namikaze. Naruto held her close, and now tears fell from the relief that he felt. Thank you, Kuro-chan. I love you too. I know it'll be hard, but no matter what I will take care of you and protect you. And you never go back on your promise. Kuratsuchi chuckled as she remembered how much the blonde went on about his ninja way. I'll hold you to that promise, Naru-kun. As the two held each other, Kakashi's clone was leaning against the door while trying to read his book, a small smile on his face as he overheard everything inside. He let his hand limply lay against his chest, no longer trying to act like he was reading, and he exhaled a deep breath that he wasn't sure he was holding. Your boy sure is something, Sensei. I can feel that he is going to make a lot of good changes in the near future. With that, the clone silently exploded in a puff of smoke to allow the original the knowledge of what happened there. Where are you off to, Naruto? Kakashi asked from the chair next to the front door. Naruto smiled at the clone of his sensei and shrugged. Just going on a walk, meditate somewhere most likely. I'll be back for dinner, hopefully. Kakashi nodded his head and waved his hand for the boy to get going. Ma, then don't let me keep you too long. Just flare your chakra if you ever need assistance. Be careful, though, it is close to the time. That's standard procedure, Sensei. Naruto grinned with a wave of his hand. See ya, Sensei. Naruto would usually be going out on patrol with Kuratsuchi, but 2 days ago, she got a messenger hawk that told her that her target was found working in Sunagakure and that she was to head back to her village for debriefing. She left, but not without saying goodbye, and it was a surprise to his teammates when she strolled up to the house and asked for him. It's not every day that a rival village's kunoichi comes asking for another. Their reaction was even funnier when they saw the two of them kiss and embrace before she left, promising to write to him. Kakashi had stood with a wide grin and a leer in his eye that made Naruto shiver at the perverted thoughts going on in that man's head. However, it was explained that Kuratsuchi wasn't a threat to them and their mission, so there was no reason to capture or kill her. Instead, Naruto has been training his self-control of Kyuubi's chakra and trying to balance the extreme power. More than once he almost dried out the lake and burned down the nearby forest. It was even funnier when Sakura came running back to the house trying to tell Kakashi that there was some kind of battle or disaster where he was training. When they all went to see what she was talking about, Kakashi's pointed stare was hilarious to the blonde. It only made his teammates warier when he was asked if he was responsible, and he answered honestly. Sasuke looks at him with even more envy and a small amount of respect, while Sakura looked at him with caution and fear as if he was some kind of dangerous animal. With the transformation, you are technically an animal. Naruto rolled his eyes. You said I look normal. For a Jinchuriki, yes, you were as normal as they come. Naruto shook his head at the Biju's cackle and grumbled about mean old beasts and the reinforcement of a certain nickname. Naruto stopped in the clearing, pulled from his musings when he caught the scent of something new in his area. It's feminine, a flowery herbal smell that is mixed with a sweet underlying scent of a human female. Considering Sakura did not smell of flowers and herbs, and that she will no longer come around this area ever since she found it last time, and Kuratsuchi smelled of earth and ash and had left for Wagakure, he was on guard immediately. He crept forward toward the smell, keeping his footsteps and movement as quiet as possible, and as he got closer he could hear Flora being pulled. As he reached the clearing, he found a young woman with long black hair hunched over a patch and pulling some of them into a basket. She wore a pink and white kimono, her hair let down straight like a midnight waterfall, and as he got closer he noticed black painted nails. Wait! Holding up the rabbit hand seal, he called out, Uzumaki marked Fuinjutsu, freeze. Immediately, the woman froze in place and there was a startling noise coming from her. The blonde couldn't hold it. He began laughing out loud at the absurdity of this encounter. Oh my Kami, no way the chances of this happening had actually come. Reveal yourself. At the familiar voice, Naruto walked around while avoiding the herb patch and crouched in front of the unmasked fake Hunter Nin. A beautiful face befitting the lithe but strong figure of the female Kunoichi, hazel eyes staring back in open surprise. Hello again, Hunter-chan. The girl groaned and closed her eyes to not look at him. I thought I would be able to avoid you. I hate my luck. Naruto chuckled and sat down. Really? 'Cause I love my luck. What brings you here, Hunter-chan? She took a deep breath before exhaling roughly. You know why I'm here. I am gathering medicine for my master. Ah, Zabuza-san. How is he recovering? Well, I hope. Naruto spoke honestly, shocking the girl. Just because we fought doesn't make us eternal enemies or anything like that. We're just hired by two different opposing people, so there are no hard feelings about this. Unless he rapes people like others under Gado's employ, then we do have a problem. The girl is surprised by the venom in the boy's tone, but she doesn't know how to describe it, but her heart felt light that the blonde genin cared for such despicable acts. Zabuza-sama would never fall so low as to do something as heinous as that. We are paid to kill, yes, but we would never do that. Naruto smiled a toothy grin that made the raven blush. Good. I'm getting tired of expecting the worst of others. The girl then felt control of her body return, and the black swirl disappeared again from her skin after retracting from its constriction. She leaned back and stared at the blonde boy as he just looked down at the ground with a faraway look. You've seen the warehouses. It wasn't a question, and Naruto gave no indication other than an eye twitch that he heard her, but he nodded after a second of hesitation. I've raided every single known location owned by Gado. Most are just warehouses of things he's taken, food, and possessions. The others are disgusting dens of horrible activities. She silently nodded, having heard Zabuza laughing when Gado had complained about losing his warehouses to a singular person. She did not feel sorry. If anything, she and her master were glad they were taken out and dismantled. I'm glad you did. It made working for the man unbearable knowing what he allowed to happen, and until we got paid there was nothing we could do. No offense, but he won't be paying you, Naruto said. Getting a questioning look, he continued. What I mean is that he doesn't have a good record of paying people that he owes, and even if he did the moment I find him, he's a dead man. Haku stared into his determined eyes and tilted her head in curiosity. Deciding to test the boy for her own interest, she asked, What do you get strong for, Naruto? Is it for yourself? Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly in confusion. I guess in part one do it for myself. I do it out of my own desire to protect myself and those I love. Despite Aji-chan not telling me of my parents, I can understand that people make stupid decisions out of fear for the safety of those they love. So if anything, I appreciate that he would lie to the entire village to protect me no matter how horribly wrong it went. I haven't fully forgiven him yet, but he is doing his best to make it up to me. I am also getting strong to be respected and as a good role model. Aji-chan has a grandson, and even though we didn't get along at first, I want him to look up to me in a good light, as someone to follow and to strive to become. Naruto noticed a small smile on Haku's face, so he decided to tell her more of his desires. Don't think that I'm some saint or some shit like that. I am a shinobi and a killer, and for that, I am not perfect. I desire revenge against those who desire for my clan to be snuffed out of history like the Senju and Uchiha. I desire to rebuild my clan, even if it means over the bodies of those who threaten my future, even if those people are surviving clan members. I will do whatever it takes to make sure my clan and home come back to prosperity. Haku now looked with a small frown at what she has heard, but she understood the sentiment. Long ago, when she was first trained by Zabuza and she found the love of a father, she desires to protect him with her life, and she still does. She will protect the man who trained her and raised her, and it warmed her heart because he has also said much the same over the years. So despite the aggressive nature of the younger's desires, she found herself approving it. I can't say I completely agree with your sentiments, but I agree with your desire to protect your loved ones. I believe that one can only be truly strong when they have someone to protect, like you with your Aji-chan, and Zabuza is that one for me. I love him like the father I wish I was born from, and despite how he seems, he cares a lot for me and his former village. Naruto now was interested as well. I thought he had tried to murder his former Mizukage. Haku nodded her head. He did, but the reason he tried to was because of the new doctrines that were put into place. The Mizukage slowly saw the Kekkei Genkai clans within Konohagakure as a danger to the nation, so he started what would become the Blood Purge. Essentially, anyone who has any type of Kekkei Genkai was killed or imprisoned, but after the Second Shinobi World War, Kiri had a large population of Kekkei Genkai. As such, this caused a civil war, and while Zabuza-sama was one of the Jonin swordsmen who were hunting Kekkei Genkai, he met a woman that changed his mind. Then he found me. So he wanted to save future for us, and he tried to kill our Mizukage. It didn't work, she told him, sarcasm in her voice. Clearly it didn't, because Konohagakure is still in a civil war and we are now rogue ninjas finding work to supply the Kekkei Genkai rebels. That's why we are working for someone like Gato currently. He is offering as much money as it dwarfs our last 5 jobs put together, which means we will bring back enough money to fund the rebels' operations for nearly half a year. So we feel pressured into this, as you are by your village to stop us. Naruto was quiet as she finished speaking, fidgeting with her fingers without looking at him. I understand, I really do. My clan and their village were destroyed out of fear of the hidden villages during the Second Shinobi War. So I do understand, even if it's second-hand. But I guess if Zabuza was willing to actually talk out a deal, there could be something beneficial for all of us. Haku cocked her head to the side and looked up at him, her eyes knitted together. What I mean to say is that I am rebuilding my home island, an archipelago a few dozen or so miles off the coast of Fire Country. The only people currently there are a few retainer families loyal to my clan, and a few refugees who have moved there with the retainers. I'm saying that if Zabuza could ask the rebels if they want a place where their civilians and injured can rest until you can win the civil war in Kiri, or after, if an agreement for permanent friendship is arranged, then I would be willing. What do you get out of this? Haku asked cautiously. I do this out of kindness mostly, but there is one thing I do want in exchange, Naruto admitted lightly with a shrug of his shoulders. I just ask that the civilians help with what my retainers need, within reason of course, and in return, you will have a place to live and food to eat. The island is already self-sustaining, with cattle and crop farms already set up from the beginning, so some work will be needed in return. I am not asking for a slave force, as I have no need for that, but a no is always on the table if you are moved there then find it not to your liking. How do you know we won't try to take over your island for ourselves? Haku asked a brutal question on why you would trust them so willingly. What she got was a chuckling laughter from the blonde and a toothy grin that sent goosebumps up and down her arms. I have pity for anyone who would try to attack my island again. The elders won't take kindly to a second invasion attempted on their summoners. Haku's eyes snapped to the tattoo she noticed early on in their conversation. A crest of a dragon's head with bull horns under a swirl with 10 lines like a sun. I don't like the sound of that. Kakashi-sensei, where's Naruto? The masked man looked up at his lone female student and tilted his head in thought of her question before waving his hand dismissively, causing both of his students awake to clench their jaws in frustration. It seems Naruto-kun had overexerted himself last night and requires more rest. Sadly, even when I tried to politely wake him up, he was unresponsive and I believe it best that he rests a bit more today. Sasuke grunted and started walking ahead of his sensei and teammate. Kakashi smiled at the walking Avenger, but inside he sighed and trying not to rub his temples in irritation. Ever since Naruto slowly revealed how dangerous he actually was compared to his teammates, which only escalated with them witnessing a fraction of the power the Kyuubi can emit while Naruto is in control. The lone loyal Uchiha shinobi has been becoming drastically more broody and nearly uncontrollable. The boy hated that what he was taught by his father and civilians thereafter has been shattered beyond any type of repair, and it is making him more and more aggravated. The boy had been taught from a young age that his clan had been as powerful as the Senju clan and had founded Konohagakure. With them being the sole surviving clan since the Senju have nearly died out with the exception of Tsunade, he thought that he was royalty in terms of ninja clans and social standing. However, he did not take Naruto's claim of being from an extremely old and powerful clan seriously, and he is now witnessing the true reality of the world. Even with the blonde surviving off of minimal knowledge of his clan and their capabilities, he is more powerful than most Genin or Chunin even if he graduated at 15 like the rest of them. Come, Sakura, Kakashi sighed and waved to Tsunami as she watched them leave. However, as he walked, he gained a feeling in his stomach that he had when things were going to go terribly wrong. This feeling was a common occurrence in the Umbu, so he almost naturally fell into position to scout out the area once more. But the moment he realized that he was no longer in the Special Operations Unit, he had to stop at the end of the bridge. He realized too late that the area is covered in moderately dense fog, but he can see some bodies lying on the stone surface. There was no blood that he could see, but each body had a sunbon in their necks, the same style as the fake Hunter. Kami, why did I choose today of all days to let you rest? Kakashi grumbled to himself at the thought of his blonde student as he watched as two figures slowly revealed themselves in the fog. It is good to see you again, Hatake. Zabuza greeted the man, but his eyes scanned around him. Where's the blonde kid? Kakashi tilted his head in mock confusion. I don't know what you mean. What blonde? Zabuza laughed deeply and held his stomach. You know who I am talking about, Kakashi. My apprentice says they saw him in the forest and that he is doing well. So I know he is alive. All I want to know is where he is. He does not strike me as one who would miss a fight. Naruto, Kakashi groaned as he glanced at the masked apprentice. Of course, the blonde would meet and not capture the young girl, and he knew that the blonde knew who she would be because he is not that stupid. I sent him back to Konoha for reinforcements. Zabuza slapped his face in frustration. I can see I won't get a straight answer from you, so that means that my apprentice will just have to amuse himself with your other students. Before anything else could happen, there was a bright flash that blinded the entire bridge even though the origin of the light was nowhere near their location. It took a moment before it died down, but almost immediately the ground had rumbled and a mile away there was an explosion. That's in the direction of Gato's compound, Haku said aloud to her master. Indeed it is. I wonder what could have caused that. Zabuza cupped his chin in thought, but shrugged and grasped his sword handle over his right shoulder. We will worry about that later. Let's focus on making sure we get paid. Hopefully, that blonde shows up before we finish. Haku nodded, but something deep down told her that he will be there soon. Naruto opened his eyes as he suddenly felt his teammates were no longer nearby. He was in his mind trying to heal some internal wounds he had sustained from training in Kyuubi's second tail form. These wounds are minor, mostly bruising, but left untreated can permanently damage him if he enters the second tail again. He did not want to be a cripple due to carelessness, so he slept in to do a bit of healing. Sitting up, the blonde felt a few pops under his shoulder blades and his back as he stretched before he got to his feet and rolled up his temporary bed. As he slipped on his sandals to leave through the window, he heard a crash downstairs and a scream from Tsunami. He felt for any chakra, but he didn't feel anything except for civilians, so that ruled out Zabuza or Haku trying anything while his team was away. Opening the window, he crept on the roof to where the front is and silently dropped down. Two men, Ronin, stood in the doorway. One held Tsunami to her knees by her hair, a manic grin on his face as he watched his partner approach Inari with his katana out. Now that won't do. Naruto flashed forward, easily burying a kunai into the neck of the Ronin that held Tsunami, before he moved forward again and slammed his shoulder into the last. The man had his katana raised to end Inari's life, so he didn't trust killing the man in time, so he settled with separating them. They tumbled a bit through the living room, but Naruto recovered after landing against the couch while the man bashed his head into the small end table. Inari ran to his mom, who held him protectively while crying as the fear subsided, but the boy watched as the team shinobi rose to his feet with a small glance at them. Are you okay? Naruto asked before approaching the man that had yet to move. We are now, Tsunami whimpered while holding her son tighter. Thank you. None needed, Naruto answered before stabbing the man at the base of his skull where his spine met. I do suggest finding somewhere else to stay until I handle Gato. Tsunami nodded her head and got up to lead her son away, but he refused to budge. Both she and Naruto looked at him to see him shaking and fighting back tears, but his face contorted into a pained expression. I am sorry for doubting you. I'm sorry for being mean. Even after all of what I have said, you still saved me. Naruto smiled softly and approached the boy that is now wiping his face of the tears that now continuously fell. He wiped his hand of the blood before ruffling the child's hair with affection. It's okay, Inari. I know what loss and pain can do to a person. I will still give my life for your and your village's safety. But right now, I need to go make sure Gato doesn't do this again. With that, Naruto left and jumped into the trees, and began running for the last and most guarded compound in Wave. It is also the main hub for all of Gato's shady dealings in this area, and the blonde avoided it in favor of giving the man a headache by dismantling his various operations. But after this cowardly attack, the blonde has no hesitation about what he is about to do. As he neared the area, he dropped into a clearing he found while scouting the area 2 months ago, and when he sensed he was alone, he cut his finger and ran a trail through the tattoo on his arm. Uzumaki summoning contract, ancient beasts, Betelgeuse. With a flash of light and a new scorching temperature, the summoning smoke cleared to reveal the creature. With a bulky upper body and covered in thick, metallic-like scales with a bronze sheen, this creature is unlike anything else seen around the world. Its underside is lined with protruding scales that are orange and white from the superheated temperature they exuded. With a 15-foot wingspan, it is about 25 meters in size and towered over the blonde. I have been summoned, Betelgeuse hummed deeply, looking down at his summoner with a fiery stare. What do you need, Guardian? Destruction, the blonde answered, pointing in the direction of the compound that can be seen. I want that place reduced to rubble with no survivors. Betelgeuse grinned and leaned towards his summoner, breathing a gray smoke as he did, before saying, "It will be done," and then took flight. The explosion that resulted in subsequent minor ones that nonetheless shook the ground is what Naruto's team, Zabuza and Haku, felt in their standoff, and it would be a few moments later when Naruto gained the prize he wanted. Naruto had entered the compound, killing any survivors that were being burned alive, as he made his way for the safe room his target would be hiding in. He scouted this area plenty of times, and Gato spared no expense on expensive safety features on his personal home. The feature unique to this estate is that the moment there is any type of breach, whether done by explosive or by chakra, the room in which the short mogul did his business would be sealed tighter than a shaman's vagina. However, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu was capable of such things. Reaching a steel door with no handle, he felt the surrounding wall to sense the same metal protecting the rest of the room's surface. Taking out a small pot of ink and a brush, the blonde went on with his meticulous work without looking away even as Betelgeuse approached from behind. If he had looked, it would have been amusing to see the large beast casually destroying the corridor as he approached. The blonde finished the seal before pressing his hand to the center and channeling some chakra into it. It flashed purple before, with a muffled explosion, the steel door that is covered in seals crumbles to the ground as if a dirt wall. The blonde brushed his hands together as he entered, finding the man alone and cowering behind his desk. It seems that he was alone when he was unexpectedly locked inside. It's like opening a present. Naruto grinned as he slowly approached the side of the room so the short man could get a good look at Betelgeuse from the doorway. You messed up when you sent your 2 Ronin after my client's family, Gato. If you hadn't, I would have watched you betraying Zabuza passively if only to turn the man to my side. You would have still died, but at least you would have lived longer. But we all choose our end and how we go, so I guess I can't fault you for trying to fight to the bitter end. Whatever you're being paid, I'll double it. The short man tried to put on a confident face as he glanced at Betelgeuse and then back at the blonde. No, triple. Kill Zabuza and his apprentice and I will pay you to leave. Naruto sighed as he dropped a bottle of expensive liquor after looking at it, turning around without care that he just made a mess of the floor. His face went from a frown to a grin and he chuckled as he approached the man. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Your death is not my revenge, anyway. The man cowered before the world went blank when the blonde demon was at arm's length from him. Both Kakashi and Zabuza gasped for air as they stood away from each other, each of them sporting wounds from their aggressive fight that left them both exhausted. Zabuza had already lost feeling in his left arm again from pushing himself too far in his fight, even though he hasn't fully recovered yet. Kakashi can no longer use his Sharingan as it has drained him of his chakra to the point of nearly passing out, and he is bleeding under his flak jacket from a nasty cut he got from Kubikura Bocho. This is the fight I was looking forward to in the beginning, Zabuza chuckled breathily as he hunched forward on his sword. Only thing more concerning than either of our deaths is the fact that the explosions have stopped for a bit now. Zabuza huffed and leaned one arm on his knee to hold himself up, keeping his eye on the missing nin, but he had to admit he was concerned as well. In the beginning, he had no time to sense to see if Naruto was alright before engaging in the fight, and now he is too tired to even try such a thing no matter how concerned he is. He can only hope that his student is alright and will arrive soon to help them. Kakashi chuckled as he leaned his head forward, getting a confused glance from the man. Don't mind me, just feeling horrible that I'm thinking about how much I could use my student's help right now. Zabuza chuckled before coughing violently. Your student sure is something. And to think I had hope about your Uchiha being just as good. Sure enough, both men looked to see Sasuke on his knees fighting to stay in the fight against Haku. He is outmatched in speed and experience, and he had been unable to make a single dent into any of the ice mirrors that prevented his escape. Haku had grown bored of him since the beginning, disappointed that the blonde was not there to fight, and had since only attacked the raven-haired teen when he tried to fight her. So long as he stayed down, she did not hurt him, but he was stubborn like the rest of his family. Except for his older sister and cousin Shui. You guys couldn't wait an hour before tearing into each other. Everyone turned to see the blonde arrive down the path to the bridge, an amused smile on his lips which only grew into an open laugh when he saw Sasuke's predicament. Ah! Since when did we get a porcupine? Ignoring the indignant shout from the Uchiha male, he looked at Zabuza before pulling out a bag from one of his seals and tossing it toward the man. The moment it landed, money poured from the opening and glistened on the wet stone ground. There's the amount Gato promised you, and then some. The rest were given back to the village. The man stared at the coins and picked one up that landed near his feet and looked it over for any traps or any possibility it may be fake. It wasn't. He looked back at the blonde. How did you get this? Naruto grinned and brought his fingers to his lips before letting out a sharp whistle. Betelgeuse. A roar shouted before the heat could be felt by everyone, and shortly after a creature unseen by anyone landed near the blonde. Tied to his back is Gato, sweating and screaming despite the gag in his mouth. He is sweating profusely from the heat Betelgeuse produces, and to those who can barely see him it almost looks like a pig in human clothing squirming as if it is about to be put to the slaughter. Naruto patted Betelgeuse on one of the scales under his body as he untied Gato from the beast, pulling him forward and tossing him to the ground. I already told Haku what I planned to do, and I did it when this bastard sent 2 of his Ronin after Tazuna's family. He saw the anger for Gato in Tazuna's eyes get washed over with concern for his family, and he raised his hand to calm the man. They are safe. I killed them both before any true harm could come to them. Tsunami is scared, though, so I had her find somewhere to stay until everything is over. The man visibly relaxed and began thanking Naruto for everything. Don't worry about it, old man. Naruto flashed a grin before turning back to Zabuza and Haku. I don't know if Haku had shared what I said with you, but there was an offer on the table if you wish to hear me out. The man glanced when he saw the ice mirrors fall to the ground and saw her walking toward him. He sighed and nodded his head. All right. You have my attention, brat. Naruto grinned even more, his eyes glinting dangerously in the mist. Excellent. The preceding festival after the village was able to get their revenge, a brutal public beating not unlike what was done against Inari's stepfather, was a massive and rowdy one if Naruto had to say for himself. Everyone had come to some agreement that he was their hero for the extra deeds he did while protecting Tazuna, even taking the responsibility to kill the man so that none of them could be targeted for it. There was a lot of booze, dancing, music, and plenty of food. The younger people were even going to secluded areas to have sex. To shorten it, it was a madhouse. And Naruto enjoyed it as it brought smiles to the people's faces. It was during the celebrations that he was approached by a familiar figure. Naruto. Naruto turned and was greeted by the sight of a red-haired man with brown eyes, and 3 claw marks over his left eye that had not blinded him. He is tall, about 6 feet and 6 inches, and towered over many people as he made his way forward. He wears a black overcoat, a white shirt with half the buttons undone to expose a muscled chest, as well as pants that end at the knee. He carries a long katana with a blue scabbard on his right side, hanging in a red sash that is barely covered by the white shirt. This is his distant cousin, Shanks. A former pirate raiding other continents across the Kaizoku and Kanashii seas, but is now captain of one of 2 Uzumaki ships. Not like a navy is needed for people capable of walking on water or with seals able to instantly transport individuals over long distances, but the valuable asset to devastate shore villages before approaching was quite an unignorable benefit. Shanks, what are you doing here? Naruto handed a bottle of alcohol to the man as he continued sipping his own cup. Not happy to see me. Shanks laughed as he accepted the bottle. You know it's not like that. Naruto chuckled with a shake of his head. I just wasn't expecting to hear from anyone until I got back to Konoha, or somewhere more private to talk. Shanks shrugged and leaned on the table as he drank from the bottle. I decided to stop by since I heard about how a blonde had freed a nation from a greedy bastard. Naruto laughed and shook his head, watching as Zabuza was slowly finding himself swarmed with drunk women who no longer feared him. He couldn't find Haku. It's good to see you. How is home? Prospering, Shanks answered. With that Phantom Hive boy setting up the factories for production, we've been easily making plenty of income to do what we need to do. A few people came looking to take advantage of us, thinking we were just a small community, so we gave them a warm Uzushio welcome. Naruto laughed at that. Up until now, Naruto had been having his home rebuilt quietly and slowly letting themselves be known, because if any of their enemies got a sniff of what they were doing, it could spell disaster, and he wasn't going to risk that. But if production is already going well under the diligent eye of that feminine boy and his half-demon butler, they may end up revealing themselves earlier than planned. Maybe in the next year, but if more people come to them, it is likely that it will be earlier than that. Good to know we are making a profit already, Naruto said with a sip of his drink, already thinking of his next move. We may end up having some civilian and injured shinobi being brought to the island. Inform Grandpa Genrei about it and tell him that I will let him know any other information as soon as I myself figure it out. Alright, Shanks ruffled his cousin's head with a smile. Hope to see you again. I'll tell Luffy you said hi. Naruto thought about his cousin's adopted brother with a smile. That boy was always fun to be around. Even if his crew took things a bit more seriously than him, it was always refreshing to see them. Okay, Shanks, see ya. With that, he was alone again with his drink, although he did give a smile whenever the kids saw him and came to say hi and thank him. Who was that? Naruto turned his head to see Haku in a beautiful pink kimono with white lily patterns, her hands grasped nervously behind her as she refused to catch his eye. She is beautiful, he had to admit, and it took a bit to not blush and even more effort when Kyuubi began whistling in approval. He gave a smile and motioned for the spot next to him before answering. That was a relative of mine. He was passing by and came to say hi. I didn't see you for a while. I thought you weren't here. Haku giggled softly before looking at Zabuza, who is still currently awkwardly navigating from one drunk woman to another in an effort to get away. I couldn't leave my father alone to fend for himself, but even I was getting overwhelmed near all of them. Naruto laughed and nodded his head as he looked back at the swordsman. Yeah, I can see he isn't very adept in navigating social gatherings. That, or he is easily flustered around a woman. More of the first one with a bit of loving someone already, Haku hummed as she watched the blonde watch the festival. He is at ease as he watches everyone enjoy the celebration, gently rubbing a finger around the glass cup that is only half filled now, and his eyes are soft as he watches even kids run around with laughter. She didn't realize how long she was staring until he turned to look at her, and those soft eyes looked into hers, and she felt her breath hitch, a shock running up and down her spine. She fumbled with her fingers, looking away, before chastising herself in her head. I'm acting like a little girl with a crush. I'm 18 and he's 16. We are adults in every way of our profession, but why do I feel so much freer when he looks at me? Naruto placed his hand on hers, stopping her thoughts immediately, and she looked up to see the smile he was giving her. You're beautiful in that dress, by the way. Not just with your body, but the way it lights up your eyes and face. It's like looking at a goddess. But even then, it would be giving a goddess too much credit. Ba-bump. She blushed as her heart beat faster and harder. Naruto yawned as he stretched his aching muscles, sitting up to let the comfortable blanket fall down to his lap, and blinked away the sleep to take in the room. With the alcohol filtered out of his system, he is slowly remembering the previous night from where his most detailed memory left off. It was easy, with Kyuubi and Uzumaki genes blending to get rid of his intoxication with only a minor headache. He spent last night talking and joking with Haku, watching after Zabuza as he tried to avoid the village women after him. His only solace came in the form of Tsunami, who took pity on the man and took him for a walk through the village. Haku had smiled softly, remarking that she trusted he was in safe hands, before the night continued on together. Naruto shared a bit more than he intended about his home and of his family and the retainer clans. He shared how every clan loyal to him is, in some way or another, related to him through various marriages, as his ancestors wanted to show trust and devotion to those who pledged themselves to the clan and islands. The closest retainer clan he is close to is the Kuchiki clan, with Grandpa Genrei being a survivor of Uzushio as well as a childhood friend of Naruto's grandfather. He shared his desire to bring his family back to prominence, but it was basically repeating what he had told her a few nights ago in the forest while she gathered herbs. Looking back, he is confused that she isn't disgusted or concerned that he is going to take multiple wives, and that so far he already had 2 women that he cared for. It escalated dramatically from there, both of them going to his room in Tsunami's house where Naruto tensed when he felt something shift at his side, and he slowly looked to take in the sleeping face of the girl he spent most of his night with. She had a small smile even in her sleep, and he was quiet as he got out of his bed and backed up to the wall. Oh boy, Naruto thought while biting his finger anxiously. Should I be happy, or dread the outcome? Ah, Zabuza is going to kill you. QB guffawed deeply and loudly, irritating his blonde host. Helpful comments only please, Naruto growled as he rubbed his temples. Run, QB snickered. Naruto slapped his head and wondered if he was going to have to deal with QB's teasing any longer. The door opening to reveal his sensei and Zabuza was his answer, one looking amused while the other looked absolutely livid. You get one chance to guess who is which. So as I was saying, QB spoke to Naruto loudly despite there being a reigning silence in the room. Run, bitch, run! Naruto, Kakashi said his name full of amusement as Zabuza shook in anger. I'm guessing you had a good night? Naruto pointed to the missing Nin accusingly. Zabuza fucked Tsunami. I will not be judged by him. You son of a dash. Finish that, I dare you. Naruto and Zabuza were now sharing a glaring match, but their yelling woke up Haku, who was still tired from the previous night. And sore. Kemi, was she sore? Morning, Haku-san, Kakashi said cheerfully, even if her awakening did not prevent the man and teen from glaring at each other. You can take that blanket to my room to get changed. I don't think Naruto-kun or Zabuza-san will be moving from their task anytime soon. Haku blushed a deep red, even her freckled chest turning red from how embarrassed she is, before nodding and hastily grabbing her clothes before leaving. Kakashi sighed and looked at the two men. Alright you two, that's enough. You're not a child, Zabuza, and Naruto you aren't one much either. I'm 16, Naruto argued with a frown, crossing his arms with a slight pout. I'm not that bad that Haku being with me is the end of the world. Zabuza pinched the bridge of his nose and fought the instinct to wring the blonde's neck purple. Listen, kid, she's like a daughter to me. She showed no interest in boys, more in girls, but that's beside the point. I care for her, and I like you much more than others that she could have fallen in love with, but it is something I was not prepared for waking up this morning. Naruto nodded his head with bright eyes. I get it. If I want to have sex with Haku, I just have to get you laid too, and then you won't care. Fuck holding himself back. He's gonna strangle this kid. Come here, Zabuza shouted, lunging for the boy's neck. Naruto, Kakashi pinched his own nose before leaving the two men to sort themselves out. He tried his best, so he can't be blamed for whatever shape they come down in. He will just make his student clean and fix any damages. It had taken the two a while, with quite a few shouts and destroyed property, before either of them calmed down enough to actually sit down with the rest of the household. Kakashi had Haku come sit with his team and Tizuna's family until her father and lover finished their dispute, but he took his chance to do some harmless teasing without pushing it too far. By the time the two came down, breakfast was finished being made and everyone was sitting at the dining room table. Are you two done? Kakashi asked without looking up from his book. Yes. Both men grumbled, but they elbowed each other like kids until they sat down at the table. Haku had a laugh from the two, but she was happy that Zabuza didn't kill the blonde. She likes him, so she would like to keep him breathing as long as possible. Of course, over the course of the breakfast, the topic of their departure came up from Tizuna, who is surprisingly very sober. Are you sure you have to leave tomorrow? You can't stay for a few more days? Kakashi shook his head with a small smile. We have to get back to Konoha to debrief the mission. It is also getting close to the exams. While the other two seemed a bit confused, Naruto was not, as he was hoping that they could participate in the exams. They're fresh out of the academy for the most part, so it was unlikely they would be approved, but if he pushed Hiruzen enough he might cave and make an exception. He also heard that this will be one of the first exams in nearly a decade where all large shinobi villages will participate. That is sad, but we understand, Tizuna sighed before reaching into a sack on the ground and handing it to Naruto. You never brought it up, so I assumed you had forgotten, but this is what my friend left. It's sealed from what I could tell, so I have not seen what's inside, but I believe it is a weapon. Naruto took it with a nod and placed it in his pack as he was in no rush to look at what was inside. Appreciate it, old man. So, while on the topic of leaving, Kakashi started before looking at Zabuza. Where will you be going? The kid offered us a place on his island. Zabuza answered before Naruto could stop him. The blonde looked up at the swordsman with a look that basically just said fuck it all before he looked at his sensei's confused stare. Sakura looked confused, but did not vocalize it while Sasuke rolled his eyes without believing anything. Zabuza smirked and acted shocked. Was that a secret? Naruto sighed and shook his head. I would have liked to have more time to explain, but thanks for speeding up the process. No problem, kid, Zabuza chuckled. This is why you have no eyebrows. The man twitched and looked ready to fight Naruto again, but was held back by Haku. Naruto smirked in triumph before turning to his sensei. Yeah, I offered them a place on a large archipelago. Who would give you an island? Sasuke scoffed. It's called inheriting it from my dead clan, Naruto bit back, giving a glare to his moody teammate. Go eat chocolate while on your period, bastard. Enough, Kakashi sighed before his students could go any further. Naruto, that island is in ruins. No, it's not, Naruto answered immediately. I have been rebuilding it. Aji-sama knows that I've been funding something big, he just doesn't know everything going on. Although, now that you know, and I'm sure you will include it in your debriefing how our former enemy is now living on my island, I will have to share the rest of what I have been doing with him. The man shook his head and decided to tackle that news when it came up next. Preferably, with the Hokage around. Be careful. Protection is not a foreign concept to me, Kakashi-sensei. I just choose when to acknowledge it. Naruto gave a not-so-subtle wink to Haku before laughing at her blush and the swordsman's twitching. I'm gonna kill you, Zabuza roared, which only made Naruto laugh louder. Naruto walked on a trail through the forest before coming to a familiar clearing, the farm, with the house now completely burned down. The blonde followed the trail to an oak tree that stood tall, finding 5 graves. The headstones didn't have any names or anything, but he knew who they were for all the same. Kneeling down, Naruto cleared a few fallen twigs and leaves from the graves, brushing off the headstones as well. He just looked at them, his eyes going back to the middle one as tears started forming. I'm going to be leaving today. My team and I completed our mission. The village is finally free. Naruto took a shaky breath as he wiped his eyes. I want you to know I made the bastards suffer. I finished off Gato and everyone can have peace. Again, everyone but you. The blonde hung his head as he cried now, his body shaking as he fought the sobs from escaping. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold on to my promise. I really tried, but it wasn't enough. I don't know if you forgive me or if you are cursing me, but I deserve nothing less than your judgment. Naruto bowed his head to the graves, his fingers clenching through the dark dirt. I applied seals to your graves so that they won't decay, and no one can disturb your rest for any reason. I hope that is enough. Naruto gave one last bow before standing and leaving to meet his team at the bridge. So after that, Tazuna had more help and the bridge finished quickly after that. We stayed for the festival and left the day after that morning. Hiruzen blew on his pipe, setting it aside to ask, and what of the missing Nin, Zabuza Momochi, and his apprentice? Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was looking out the window. You may want to speak to this one here. Privately, if possible, Hokage Jiji. Naruto glanced at his 2 teammates, who were barely paying attention. What I share is private clan business, I'm sure you understand. Hiruzen nodded his head and waved his hand. Your team is dismissed, Kakashi, they may leave. You and Naruto will stay, however. Kakashi nodded his head and led his students out of the room, both of them torn from being grateful that they don't have to stand there anymore and curious of why Naruto was staying. Nonetheless, they followed their sensei and Hokage's orders and left without much fuss, even if they wanted to. Now, Naruto-kun, please explain. Hiruzen waved his hand. Zabuza and Haku, his apprentice, were given an offer on behalf of myself as head of my clan, which is not stationed inside of Konoha. As such, I did not need to consult with my sensei about my decision, and when they accepted I gave them a location to go to so that they will be taken care of. Hiruzen listened silently. Where's your clan situated? You and I both know that your clan, at most, is scattered to the wind, and your old home was destroyed just as long ago. For the last 7 or so years I had come in contact with retainers of my old clan, and they found that I am the closest related to the previous royal family prince. As such, they pledged themselves to me and do as I say. I respect the old man of the clan, as he was alive and the childhood friend of my great-grandfather, and he survived the Uzushio massacre. Naruto pulled out a scroll that he was handed as soon as he got to the village from one of his shinobi. This scroll is the latest update from them. I already looked it over and found it safe to share without revealing any private information. Hiruzen took the scroll and read the contents of the scroll, his eyes the only thing to show emotion as he found his eyebrows rising. I see, so this is where your funds have been going. Naruto grinned as he accepted the scroll back. I have, and now I am self-sufficient. I have no plans to leave Konohagakure or anything, but my loyalties do not solely reside here. I am sure you understand, due to the laws of the first summit. Hiruzen nodded, but his aide, Irika, was confused by this as he refrained from looking at the scroll and had been writing out payments to teams that have completed missions. A shinobi cannot have any loyalties to any other village, rival, or ally. It causes a conflict of interest. For the most part that would be true, sensei, but during the first summit, it was deemed necessary for clans to maintain a bit of autonomy or there would be difficult to keep them loyal to the village. During those times, clans did not want to be told how to handle their finances, training, or traditions, so the summit gave a few protections to clans. To those who have many branches, they have much more freedom, but if they are deemed too much trouble, they can be dismissed from the village and therefore are not given the support of the village. The only stipulation is that a clan cannot give village secrets to any other village, and if their branch clan does so, they must be excommunicated or be faced with punishment for such a hazard. My clan, the Uzumaki, are not a Konoha clan, and they never pledged themselves as, and as such, it was by alliance and marriage that Uzumaki lived here. We had our own nation of sorts, off the coast of Fire Country, and we had our own military and culture. As such, Uzumaki are loyal to themselves with their main line as rulers, and therefore cannot pledge to foreign powers under any circumstances. Hiruzen nodded his head to show that it was true. It's old, and because many villages have built up trust and loyalty over the many wars, there hasn't been a need for the first summit to be revisited, but it is very much still a valid law that must be internationally accepted and followed. What if someone doesn't? Irika asked. Then the village will find a curse affecting them, Naruto chuckled. Old Fuinjutsu is tied to those who sign the agreement to the laws of the summit, and should one village choose to ignore it, then there will be various natural or supernatural disasters targeting them. The Uzumaki helped make that specific seal, and it was used on their official contracts to prevent anyone from backing out or taking advantage of them. Irika gulped, nervously glancing at the others. Did I ever tell you how scary your clan is, Naruto? No, but that's alright because I already knew that, Naruto grinned back. Now, if that's all, I have a few meetings I must attend today and also avoid a horny snake woman that has likely heard I am back in the village. Take care, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen gave his farewell as the door closed and he turned to Kakashi. I'm sure you still want to talk about the exams. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha towards the interrogation and torture office to see a bookie about the picture, making sure to keep a watch out for a purple-haired woman that will surely find out that his team had finally arrived. He wanted the game of cat and mouse to go on a bit longer, if only because he wanted to see what lengths the woman would go through to get to him, but also because he wanted to get the important stuff out of the way before he had some fun. It wouldn't do for him to forget his duties and goals as Uzumaki. Ah, you're back, Naruto heard from his left and turned to see the man he was just about to look for. Ibiki is in his trademark bandana and trench coat, but he sat at an outside dining table with a scroll in his hands and a cup of tea, and a plate of pastries. He looked normal rather than the grizzled chief interrogator that has been the scariest man alive to anyone that had the misfortune to enter his care. But Naruto understood better than anyone that you can't be who you need to be all the time, so he can appreciate meeting a man like this instead. Hello, Marino-san, mind if I join you? Not at all. Ibiki motioned to the chair across from him before turning back to his scroll. You took longer than you said you would. I almost thought you were never coming back. Naruto laughed and gave a smile to the man. The mission went from C to A so quickly that we had to be even more careful. Thankfully, everything went well and we came back in time for the exams. I've noticed quite a few foreign shinobi walking around. Ibiki nodded with a sigh. The necessary patrols and watch to make sure nothing happens has been giving me a headache. Already detained a foreign shinobi because he got in a fight with one of our civilians. Naruto shook his head with a frown. I can't understand some people. Anyway, I know you're busy, so I will cut to the point for you. Did you find out anything about that picture I gave you? A name or location could help immensely. Ibiki nodded and reached into his pouch and pulled out a small scroll and handed it to the young blonde. This came about 3 hours ago from the daimyo's head scientist. When Naruto took it, he continued. The basic explanation is that it is a research facility looking into creating its own summonable creatures. She is the lead detaining personnel that is meant to stop anything from going awry. Her name is Anoka, no last name, but due to some irregularities I think she is related to you. Irregularities how? Naruto asked while pocketing the scroll after taking a brief look through it. Enhanced chakra, a sensor, and a natural with Fuinjutsu, Ibiki answered and gave a look at Naruto. I have no need to know why you wanted to know about her and the island, as I am sure it is something simple like finding your lost family. For that, and my respect for you, I will not ask anything about your reasons and such. I appreciate it, Marino-san. Naruto bowed briefly before standing up. Before I leave, have you seen or know where Anko is? She will be getting off her shift soon, Ibiki answered without looking from his scroll. Understood, Naruto smiled before walking off. Anoka is likely related to me, and she is on a remote island between Konohagakure and the mainland. The island is protected by the Fire Daimyo. If we do anything wrong or show any type of aggression, we may very well be inciting a war with the royal family. Good thing we will have the Whirling Tide unit to handle it. The Whirling Tide is a nickname for a branch in the Uzumaki shinobi forces since centuries before the formation of hidden villages, and they specialized in kidnapping and small group rescues in hostile territory. They were especially invaluable during the First Shinobi World War when many villages and foreign powers wanted the Uzumaki blood for their own. Many women had been kidnapped and forcefully raped, and most of them had been rescued and taken back home, where they either gave birth and created a branch line, a separate clan, or aborted the fetus. The people that could not be saved were few, and that is mostly because their names had been changed and hidden, causing difficulties to launch a rescue operation, as they did not want to risk getting the wrong people. One family thought to be a descendant of such Uzumaki blood is the Terumi clan in Konohagakure. Just before the Second Shinobi War, they suddenly had an entire generation with unique Kekia Genkai, lava, boil, sensors, you name it, they started gaining it. Uzumaki blood can be the only explanation. Deciding he will use the sealed message book to contact Jinrei, he put the thought to the side as he reached his next location, the bounty office of Konohagakure. It was controversial to have this organization inside Konoha. As a shinobi village, it created problems, as many shinobi in the ranks have high bounties on their heads for some reason or another from other nations. However, to operate in the village, they cannot issue or accept the bounties of native shinobi unless they are missing nin, and even then they are having to notify the Hokage offices whenever a bounty has been cashed in. Because of the stipulations, it isn't the most popular in terms of bounty offices compared to those around the continent, but they are still pretty busy most of the time. The store is run by 5 individuals, but is particularly owned by one of Naruto's cousin clan's descendants, Paul Greyrat, the son of a surviving Uzumaki retainer, a bounty hunter who is one of the only non-shinobi to have reached S rank, and a master of 3 sword styles. He has 3 children and 2 wives. The other 5 who staff the bounty office are his previous traveling companions, altogether being A rank or S rank people. One is Paul's first wife, Zenith Greyrat, who is skilled in old ways of healing that were lost to time upon the advent of chakra thousands of years ago. The only place that trains these mystical arts are in the unexplored regions far east beyond Water Country, where the only place even remotely explored is Sky Country. Zenith is from a further nation called Demon Country. The mother of 2 of Paul's children, with the oldest, Rudius, being a good kid around Naruto's age, and her youngest Norn, an adorable girl 10 years younger than her older brother, and Naruto, also has a crush on the blonde. The second is Ghislaine Dodoldia, a half-human half-feline woman from Claw Country, which borders Sky to the east. She is an experienced swordswoman, but her thirst for action and testing her abilities makes her restless at the simple life, and she often goes on bounties herself to sate the desire. She is an aggressive and impassive individual, which causes Paul to refer to her as a meathead, but it is a considerable improvement from what Naruto heard. Hearing that she was a very violent person who bullied a brother she has no longer seen in nearly 20 or so years, which is also the cause for why she left her village and was found by Paul. Next is the short-bearded man named Talhand, a rugged man from a village on one of the tallest mountains in Iron Country, with a penchant for not conforming to what people think he should act. He used wind and water magics, which ostracized him from his village, as they saw it as useless for a village of miners whose main export are metals and jewels. Add to the fact that he was exiled from his village for being homosexual, another choice that his village didn't accept, and he left without a single glance back due to his stubborn nature. The man is a fun person to be around, and when around alcohol he is even more outgoing, which Naruto greatly enjoyed witnessing. The final person is a female warrior from Honey Country, Elinalized Dragon Road. With long pointed ears and beautiful hazel eyes, her youthful appearance is deceiving, as her specific line can live nearly as long as an Uzumaki, with her being 75 years old currently. She is cursed as well to always seek out sexual pleasure, a weird curse to Naruto, as he found it an excuse to seek acting out his more lustful daily thoughts, and as such she is also very popular among the Red District women as a regular client. She is skilled with a sword, not the best, but enough that she is considered an A-rank threat to the average shinobi. But she is also carefree in personality and lives her life as such despite the curse. "Hold on, I'll be right with you," a voice called when Naruto entered and rang the hanging doorbell. "Good to see you again, Tal." Naruto smirked as he saw a few scrolls fall from the shelf. "Fucking bugger," a shout could be heard before footsteps approached and the short man came into view from the back. The man gained a large grin as he approached, after confirming his ears weren't tricking him. "Lad, how you been?" Naruto laughed and grasped the man's hand and pulled him into a hug. "I'm doing well. How are you? Any interesting bounties coming in?" "I'm doing excellent, lad, and there have been a few interesting ones." Talhand nodded his head as he led the young man to the back. "Paul is home today with Zenith and Lilia to enjoy some alone time. They had Rudius take out Norn and Aisha so they don't have to worry about being quiet." Naruto laughed as he nodded his head, knowing that sounded just like Paul, as the man was very lustful despite being a dangerous individual. Seems to be a trend, being sexually active as well as dangerous. "Well, I came to see what bounties you have on Kirigakure missing nin." Didn't think you would pick up bounty hunting, lad, Talhand remarked, but led the boy to the shelf labeled water. We have a few. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, Meizu and Gozu, the demon brothers, Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of the mist, Raiga Kurasuki, the thunder of the mist, and we have Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the six tails. I want the one on Raiga Kurasuki. Naruto and Talhand looked back to see a young woman standing at the threshold between the front and back, with long red hair and dark eyes. She is relatively short and only reached up to Naruto's chin. Naruto recognized this woman from studying the dangerous ninja from other villages as Amiri Ringo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, but she was declared dead by her village nearly 5 years ago. It's rude to interrupt, you know. The woman flashed a sharp-teethed smile at him before turning back to Talhand. I insist on taking that bounty on Raiga. When Talhand looked at Naruto, seeing as he was the first one to come to look at the bounties, the blonde shrugged and let the man walk forward with the scroll for Raiga. All right, girl, I need you to fill out this paperwork. The paperwork is simple: the name of the bounty hunter who is taking the mission, a blood fingerprint, as well as any other person that will be splitting the reward for the bounty. No identification is ever taken, as many bounty hunters are former shinobi and want to remain anonymous, so pseudonyms were used most of the time, and some bounty hunters are also missing name with bounties as well. Naruto watched the process, keeping his eye on the supposedly dead woman. From what he could remember, she is the previous owner of the Kiba swords that are now in the possession of Raiga, which most likely explains why she wants to go after him. But she is also a very bloodthirsty woman, which is not surprising considering she graduated around the same time as Zabuza Momochi, and their graduation ceremony was a literal death match. She is known for dragging out fights to prolong suffering and sate her bloodthirst, which only makes her even more dangerous to those around her. It is the reason why for the 5 years she was part of the swordsmen she never had a partner, as the time she did they always ended up dead at some point. Just a quick question, Ringo-san, Naruto said before the woman could grab the scroll with mission notes. Can I just confirm, but are you trying to regain the Kiba swords that previously belonged to you? The woman paused to get a good look at the blonde and nodded her head. That bastard kept what is not his, and if he can take those weapons because he feels like he deserves them, then I think that they should belong to me. Unlike that bastard, I remained loyal to that traitorous village. With that, the woman turned to leave. But before the woman could open the door and leave, Naruto stated one last time, if you ever need a place to settle down and do your business, whatever it may be, seek me out here again and I will give you an offer too good to refuse. At the woman turning to look at him, he flashed a bright smile that spoke of no deceit before she grinned and turned to leave without a second glance. Talhand chuckled at the blonde. Now that the Missy is gone, is there anything else needed? Just turning in the bounty for the demon brothers, Naruto said as he pulled the scroll from his pouch that he took from Kakashi to cash in. Split it 4 ways, my team and I took them down together. The short man nodded and went to do as needed to confirm their identities and divvy out the payments. Just one moment, lad. Knowing that he will be waiting for half an hour at most, Naruto went to sit in the small lounge area. He had just sat down when the door opened. Uncle Tal. Naruto laughed as he heard the young girls' voices, and just as he expected, Aisha and Norn came rushing in. Girls! Look how big you are! The girls gasped and ran at Naruto just as Rudius walked inside, tackling the sitting Uzumaki with a squeal. Naruto! Ha ha ha! Naruto laughed as he hugged the girls that were strewn over him. It's good to see you! How have you been? Staying in trouble, I hope. You mean out of trouble, Rudius corrected with a grin. I meant what I said. Naruto smirked at the boy. How have you been, Rudy? Still learning with Mom, but hopefully I will be able to go traveling soon. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. You'll get there, don't worry. You're headstrong. Naruto, don't ignore us. Naruto laughed at the young girls' pouts and hugged them more. I could never ignore you, girls. Good! They shouted with proud grins. Naruto shook his head in amusement and listened to the girls tell him all about what they've been up to lately, mostly small things like learning the basics of magic and being a maid in Aisha's case, and he listened attentively while also asking Rudius about him. He is more simple, as he is being trained by his father to wield a sword in one of the styles while his mother taught him more magic. All set, lad, Talhand said as he came to the front but stopped when he saw Paul's children. Kids, what are you doing here? We came to visit you. Aisha giggled as she and Norn approached the man to give him a hug, getting a small one in return as he still held the 4 bags of money. Here, lad, Talhand said as he handed the gold over. Thank you, Tal. Stay safe, girls. Rudy, Naruto waved before leaving. Naruto took the time to walk to each of his teammates' places to give them their gold. He gave Sakura's father the money as he was the one to open the door. However, looking for his male teammate quickly got annoying as the Uchiha district is a ghost town and he couldn't find the Uchiha at the main house or any of the nearby houses. It was clear the boy wasn't there. He decided to leave the money and a seal on the door to the main house that seemed the most use that would activate upon opening and triggering the seal parameters. He wasn't going to go on a manhunt for his emotional teammate and made his way to Kakashi's place, which resided in the middle of the southeast district, close to Anko. I wonder if she will see me by then. Naruto chuckled to himself at the thought of being found by the woman. He had heard Kyuubi chuckle rather mischievously before he felt a few pairs of eyes on him. While that is not much for concern, as many villagers still stared at him with that awe they gave Sasuke after the Uchiha massacre that sickens his stomach, what does concern him is the amount of killing intent he can sense directed at him. Interesting to feel hate for you specifically after so long. Indeed, the last time we felt this kind of intent was before I revealed my heritage. Naruto decided to let this play out and continue his trek for his sensei's home. He was a block away before he felt their chakra flare slightly and he jumped to the side to avoid the shuriken aimed at him. He moved again to avoid a water bullet and backflipped to avoid an earth-binding technique. He looked up to see 3 individuals on the roof of the building opposite him. They held no village insignia, but from their uniform, he can tell they are from Konohagakure. You know, discarding your headbands just to fight me does not prevent us from knowing who you are. Shut it, bastard. One of them shouted before moving forward to engage Naruto in taijutsu. Naruto blocked a few strikes before grabbing the man by his jacket and pulling him to the side, using him as a shield to block the kunai sent by his second teammate. He tossed him back and made the hand seal for horse tiger monkey ram tiger snake. Fire style, final dawn. Naruto breathed in deeply before exhaling crimson flakes that spread like wildfire and lit anything it touched on fire. The shinobi that took the brunt of the attack screamed as he felt his clothes and his skin start burning to ash, and he fought to get rid of the flames, falling to the ground to writhe in pain. Coincidentally, this is the sole fire-style ninjutsu that he knew, as he found that he had a hard time learning that specific nature. It made sense when he realized that he had affinities for earth, lightning, and water natures. Turning to the side, Naruto grabbed a shuriken and tossed it at the third and most frozen teammate of the trio, using the mass shadow technique to make the single shuriken turn into a few dozen. The shinobi had realized the attack just in time to avoid death, but his right leg was not so lucky and 4 kunai stuck out of the limb. He landed with a yelp of pain next to his teammate, making the young man look at him in worry before facing the Uzumaki once more. You'll pay for Soro's death. You didn't have to do this. You made it a fight to the death when you attacked me unprovoked. I sensed you 15 minutes ago following me. I gave you the chance to walk away. I am no longer responsible for your health. You can't lie to us. We know you're the bastard spawn of the Yellow Flash. My parents were actually married. Thank you very much, Naruto stated, causing the man to get angrier. You don't deny it. If we kill you, our village will praise our names even if we die after. We will have done what could not be done to your father. You're not threatening anyone. Naruto gave a deadpan stare at the bravado displayed. I killed one of your teammates, injured the other, and there is only you. Do you really think that you can kill me when you are outnumbered? Outnumbered? Are you blind? There's 1.5 of you. Naruto trailed off and looked around at the building rooftops. And about 30 of us. That's when the IWA shinobi realized his mistakes. During their shouting, they missed the element of surprise, and any shinobi in this district will have felt and heard their attack. Looking around, he gulped as he looked at the Umbu and Jonin that now stared down at them, prepared to make a move if they did anything. Why, you coward? You waited for help to come. No, I let you drone on about your honor and reward if you were to defeat me, Naruto shrugged. You let yourselves get caught. Now that I don't have to worry about you anymore, enjoy the tea department and make sure to ask for Anko. She'll treat you nicely. Naruto is finally home after a long day of dealing with the fiasco that was the attack on his life by 3 IWA genin. He had to give a report to the Umbu that approached him as the surviving shinobi were detained, and Kakashi had also arrived among the Jonin and Umbu. He was proud of his student's thinking, as there was already some possible backlash for killing a foreign shinobi, but the fact that he let the other 2 live and be apprehended allowed for deterrence of any call for compensation. He gave his sensei his share of the bounty before bidding farewell, saying he was tired and wanted to rest in his home. The man had agreed that he should get some rest and bid him farewell. When he finally made it home, he took a much-needed hot shower and dressed in comfortable sleeping robes before entering his workroom. The room held a few shelves of books and scrolls that he took interest in learning, whether it was skill or notes from previous Uzumaki princes, as well as a desk that held the communication scroll and the sealed book. The communication scroll is straightforward. It is a scroll that is littered with seals on the back that allow for it to communicate with a single paired scroll. It allows for easy communication between two individuals, which Naruto used to keep in contact with Jinrei for any important matters and relay orders while he stayed in Konoha. They can't use it as their main source of information, as what they write doesn't disappear or anything, so they have a limited amount of space before they would have to make another one. It is certainly handy and an Uzushio secret. The sealed book is a book containing 350 pages of Uzumaki clan secret techniques, fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu. Many are created by various generations and cataloged for future learning, but there are also dangerous techniques that are deemed dangerous to public knowledge. While many are pretty standard for clan secrets, like the Hyuga with their clan taijutsu and fighting techniques, the Uzumaki were fighters of the mind, and as such many of their fuinjutsu is their scariest techniques. One of the most unique and dangerous techniques that Naruto had read from the book is an Uzumaki clan's secret fuinjutsu seal, the special transference seal. While it sounds harmless, what it does is anything but that. Two seals are applied to two individuals' bodies, the giver and the receiver. Once activated by a third person, the seal transfers the genetic mutation of the giver and gives it to the receiver, applying that to the existing genes of the receiver. This came at the cost of the giver's life, killing them. The Uzumaki developed this to see if special abilities like Kekkei Genkai, Kekkei Mora, and even Dojutsu could be transferred between lineages. They succeeded, but because the giver ended up dying, they deemed it a failure and locked the technique away so it wouldn't be abused. Naruto thought of the repercussions if such a technique were to get into the wrong hands. The Hyuga incident would have gone a lot differently if they had this in their hands. Sighing, Naruto finished relaying his orders to Jinrei to send a whirling tide unit to approach Anoka. He set the brush aside and looked at the paper to his right that had the words in bold Chunin exam application. According to the paper, he had to sign the paper, and once received by the Hokage he would be entered into the exams. However, under the stipulations, they must be in teams of 3, and they will not be accepted if all 3 are not in attendance. That's where his concern now lies. Sakura has been a little quiet since the mission to Wave. While not like when it first happened, she is still horrified by the deaths of Meizu and goes it even if she denies it. So whether she will attend the exams or get cold feet remains to be seen, but if he's honest he would be pissed if she ruined this for him. To be Chunin gives him some freedoms and liberties that he doesn't otherwise have as a genin, and he needed that to continue on the next step of restoring his clan. Deciding to leave it for tomorrow when they would hand in their applications, he turned off the light in the workroom and walked to his bedroom to get some much-needed sleep. "Big bro!" Naruto smiled and turned around to see Konohamaru running to him with his 2 friends, Udon and Moegi, on his heels. The young boy skidded to a stop in front of the blonde and grinned, his friends not looking as enthusiastic but were nonetheless happy to see the older boy. He was, after all, like an older brother to them, and they looked up to him in such high regard despite their Jonin instructor having lesser opinions of him. "How are you doing?" Naruto asked them with a smile as he patted each of their heads. "Staying in trouble, I hope." They all nodded their heads, Konohamaru shouting, "In trouble but never caught." "Just like you said." Naruto grinned at that, as it is one of the things he always teaches to kids that he ends up meeting and making an impression on. "That's what I like to hear. Are you just passing by, or are you up to coming to have some Ichiraka ramen with me?" "It's my treat." "Yeah!" They shouted with a fist pumped to the air. Naruto laughed as he led the 3 kids to his favorite food stand and watched as they ran ahead and took the shortcut through the alley. However, as soon as Konohamaru took the turn there was a sound of impact and a shout. "Watch it, kid!" Naruto began walking faster as he saw Udon and Moegi cowering just outside the alley. He didn't like people who scared kids, no matter their reason, and he approached the threshold to see 2 individuals. One is a man in a black outfit with makeup on his face who grabbed Konohamaru by the neck of his shirt, and the other is a blonde girl with a large fan on her back. "Put him down, Kankuro. He looks like he's gonna piss himself." The girl tried to sound condescending, but there was an amused twitch dancing along her lips. "Hold on, Tamari, let me teach him a lesson real quick." Kankuro, the boy, answered as he cocked his fist back. "Do that, and you'll no longer have an arm," Naruto threatened as he walked forward to stand 10 feet away. "It won't do well to have foreign shinobi acting out against our civilians." "And who are you?" Naruto cocked his head to the side, eyeing the hand that still held Konohamaru up. He wasn't going to ask again, and he gave a warning. "I said dash." He flashed forward and grabbed the man's wrist with one hand and gripped his neck with the other, making him drop Konohamaru and pushed him away. Naruto squeezed until he could feel the strong muscles and veins in Kankuro's neck, watching his face turn a bright reddish-purple color. "I said to let him go, now look what you made me do. I hope you apologize for antagonizing me." Naruto grinned as his fingernails became claw-like and his eyes shifted red with a slit pupil. When he saw the boy's eyes rolling back, he dropped him to the ground and took a few steps back to watch as he gasped for breath and held his bruising neck. He chuckled at the fearful look on Temari's face, but otherwise did nothing more. "Who the fuck are you? Do you know who we are? We're the Dash. You're the current Kazakage's children. Your names prove that," Naruto supplied, getting a wary look from Temari and a surprised look from Kankuro. "However, if you think your status will protect you, let me tell you that the boy you were about to hit is the grandson of our current Hokage. If you were to act out on your aggression and I was not here to stop you, well, let's just say wars have been started over less." The duo paled, but it wasn't entirely to what he had said, but because halfway through a new presence entered the area, and this one radiated a lot of bloodlust. Looking over, Naruto saw the final child of the Kazakage, with red hair, sea-green eyes, and a sand gourd on his back. He could feel the Biju he contained rolling off of him in waves. "That's a warning to you as well," Naruto stated as the redhead dropped down to stand by his siblings. Kankuro, the redhead, spoke deeply but without emotion, turning to his brother with a dead stare. "Stop embarrassing us before I decide to kill you." Sorry, Gaara," Kankuro stuttered quietly and looked down to avoid his younger brother's eyes. "Now while family discourse is fun to watch and all," Naruto said sarcastically, he motioned to the 3 kids behind him who were hiding from the scary redhead. "We were on our way to eat. Now, if you will excuse us." The redhead stared at the blonde and noted his eyes are back to blue, and he moved to the side to allow the 4 of them passage. He watched as Naruto guided the 3 out of the alley, and just as they were leaving he said, "I'll see you in the exams, Kyubi." "The name's Naruto, damn it," Naruto muttered to himself and continued walking with the kids. "We're 2 separate people, you schizophrenic murderous ginger." The 3 kids stared at Naruto with wide eyes as he continued muttering about stupid redheads, unstable Jinchuriki, and bastard foreigners. He had finally calmed down when they reached the ramen stand and entered, being greeted by a duo already there. The first is Kakashi, not reading his porn book, and the second is a white-haired man with a kabuki outfit that Naruto knew as Jiraiya of the Sannin, his often-absent godfather. "Ah, Naruto, I was wondering if you would be here for dinner," Kakashi greeted with an eye smile. "And you have the knucklehead trio." "I offered them ramen on my tab. We got sidetracked by the children of the Kazakage," Naruto answered as he sat down next to his sensei. "No problems, I hope," Jiraiya commented as he continued eating from his bowl. "Other than a warning, it was fine," Naruto said and gave a stare at Konohamaru before he could say anything. Just reminded them of the expectations of them as foreign ninjas. "After yesterday with those IWA shinobi, I would have thought you'd keep your head down," Kakashi chuckled, but he did send a glance at the blonde. "Why should I?" Naruto asked before Tsuchi approached. "How are you doing, old man Tsuchi?" "I'm doing just fine, Naruto." The man laughed as he loved seeing his favorite customer come by. "What'll it be for you for?" "A bowl of beef ramen for me," Konohamaru ordered. "Miso, please," Moegi blushed. "I'll have miso too," Udon shrugged, laying his head on the table. "3 bowls of chicken and vegetables for me." Naruto grinned before the man nodded his head and set to work. "As I was saying, why should I have to tiptoe in my own village?" "You know why, Naruto." Kakashi looked at him. "This is the first time in 17 years where all of the major ninja villages are in attendance, as well as many minor ones," Jiraiya stated, eating a few noodles before continuing, "and there are also a few Jinchuriki in the exams this time around." "Yeah, I ran into one," Naruto muttered as he thought of the unstable redhead. "He's lucky his red hair is his redeeming quality, the bastard." Ignoring the boy's muttering, Jiraiya continued. "He's not the only one, that's just the one tail. There's also the 2-tail from Kumo. Sister Matatabi," Kyubi hummed to himself. He and Matatabi never really got along because she wanted to help humans and he would rather be left alone. "The 7-tail from Taki. Little bro Chome," Kyubi now seemed pleased. He liked most of his younger siblings with the exception of Shikaku because he was always complaining and Koko because she always worried so much. "And the 8-tail will be in attendance as the Jonin instructor for the Kumo team containing the 2-tail. Haha, knowing Gyuki's container will be funny." Naruto smirked in amusement at Kurama's musings but did it the best he could from the Sannin. "Nevertheless, there should be no problem with the added security. Considering I am participating in the exams, I can't avoid the other Jinchuriki forever." Tsuchi dropped off the bowls ordered and Naruto and the kids thanked him before eating. As he broke apart his chopsticks, he saw Jiraiya give Kakashi an annoyed stare. "I'm guessing you didn't know that, and judging from your expression you don't approve." "No, I think it is stupid to have you on display to the other villages," Jiraiya stated. "It's bad enough IWA is on edge because everyone knows you're Minato's kid. We don't need them looking at you for the 9-tail. Hokage-sama already approved, Kakashi said in an effort to throw the Sanin's attitude away from him. He said he trusted Naruto to keep himself under control and that he had no desire to hold him back. Unless it's in your opinion that Jinchuriki shouldn't hold places of power and authority, Naruto stated coldly while looking at his father's sensei out of the corner of his eye. That's not what I mean, brat, and you know it. TCH. Naruto ignored the man after even as he continued to rant to Kakashi about his participation. He never forgave the man for leaving him alone for 8 years in the village, even if it's not like the man sought forgiveness. He always had an excuse that he lost someone who was practically a son to him, that he had to maintain his spy network, and that he wanted to protect him from other villages. Naruto didn't buy any of that shit, and because of that he always kept the man at arm's length, not letting him get too close to try to rebuild a broken relationship, which to Naruto was non-existent. Brushing aside the anger and settling on annoyance, he continued eating while talking a bit to the kids. They decided to leave shortly after finishing eating because they had early morning training with Ebisu the next day and they didn't want to be too tired. He bid them farewell and gave each of them hugs before they left. Now that the kids are gone, I can bring up what I originally intended to talk about, Jiraiya stated after Naruto turned around to continue eating. Whether I choose to answer will depend on the question, Naruto shrugged, ignoring the annoyed stare his godfather gave him. I think it best that you do because I have stumbled upon something very interesting. I was visiting one of the eastern ports to make my way into water when I heard some interesting rumors. Apparently, ships have been delivering cargo from an island east of Fire, and the company delivering it is called Phantom Hive. Naruto turned to look at the man, still slurping up noodles with a raised eyebrow. And? Kakashi had now brought out his book and was purposefully ignoring the conversation. He desired to stay out of this conversation as much as possible. It had nothing to do with him, and as far as he was concerned the Hokage did not care and even supported whatever his blonde student had been doing. If the Hokage trusted him then he had no problem with it, but he was not one to speak out against the Toad Sannin. The rumors also state that the island they come from can only be the haunted Whirlpool Island that nobody goes near. Jiraiya stared into his godson's eyes. Uzumaki. I got that. Naruto slurped up a few more noodles without breaking eye contact. Where's the question? Jiraiya's eye twitched at the stubborn nature of the blonde. Are you responsible? Well, I'm clearly no Phantom Hive, so no, I am not responsible for the new trade you have seen, Naruto answered with a smirk, dodging the question that he knew the man meant. Are you rebuilding Uzumaki? It's now quiet after Jiraiya shouted and slammed a hand on the table, having lost all patience for the blonde's tricks. Tsuchi now stood still without moving away from the table, in the middle of wiping his hands after washing them. Kakashi buried his head further in his book and was blatantly ignoring the tension he is between. Naruto, however, now stared into Jiraiya's eyes with a dead serious glare tinting his expression. Why does it matter to you? Naruto asked with a bit of venom in his voice. It's not your ancestral island, so what's it to you? It's not like you've been putting in the effort to learn and care for the process that it takes to rebuild a destroyed country or to learn the history that was lost due to fear. So I ask once more. What's it to you? Jiraiya clenched his hands as he stared down at his student's son. You act like he means nothing to you. Naruto sat back in his seat when he heard the man whisper, his glare withering slightly. Be specific, pervy toad. Minato died for you and you care more for a dead clan than you do your father. Naruto just turned away to continue eating, his glare now focused on his third bowl. That's not true. He and my mother mean everything to me. I would love to have both of my parents here over trying to rebuild a scattered clan. I sleep with a picture of my parents every night, and I think about what it would be like to wake up to a proud father and a loving mother. To have trained and enjoyed training with them as they would do their best to show me what they knew. That I can learn the Rasengan from the man that created it, to be proud to have mastered it. If you would rather I dwell on the past as you or sensei do rather than try to live my life for something they can be proud of me for, then I'm sorry, but I won't waste my life like that. Their sacrifice does not deserve to be tarnished because I was stuck in what could have been and the never-ending cycles of what-ifs. I will not be like you. Naruto stood up, ignoring the hurt and angered expression on his godfather's face, and tossed down more than the sufficient amount of cash on the counter before turning to leave. I don't want to see you until your next visit in a year or so, Jiraiya. Jiraiya watched his godson walk away until he turned a corner out of sight before sitting back in his seat. He ran a hand through his hair before looking to see Kakashi looking at him from over one of his books. Don't look at me like that. You know as well as I the danger he would be in if it was found out the Uzumaki clan are re-establishing their former home island. I didn't say I disagree with your opinion, Kakashi sighed and set his book down. But you could have handled that a bit better. You exploded on him and accused him of ignoring the sacrifice of his father. I'm surprised you're still standing, but I guess that's just Naruto's way of ignoring a problem. Jiraiya grunted and paid for his food. I'm going to go talk to Sensei about this when I get the chance. Kakashi nodded his head and continued eating his food, quietly. Foxy-kun. Naruto was so lost in his emotions that he didn't sense the purple bullet speeding for him from 5 blocks away until he heard the shout and had to brace himself for the incoming tackle. He skidded on his feet as the woman latched onto him like a boa constrictor and squeezed him for everything he had, which was a lot, and it was still impressive to him despite knowing how strong she was. He cracked a smile as he hugged the woman back only to be lifted off the ground and be carried away. What are you doing, Anko? I caught you. I win. I want a prize. The woman chuckled deviously as her grip tightened in case he decided to try to escape. Ah, was his intelligent reply as he just stared at her like a child with her she held him. Your place? That's where my toys are. The woman grinned evilly. Good thing the exams aren't for another 2 days. Enough time for my fun. Woof. Shut up. This is my fun, not yours. Morning, Naruto greeted his teammates as he walked up to Sasuke and Sakura while they waited outside the examination location. The first task of the exams is taking place at the west wing of the Konoha Academy, typically used for study halls and taijutsu training while a ninja hopeful. Naruto didn't use the taijutsu rings as much as the study halls where he ruined plenty of classrooms while practicing seals that ended up a bit exploding when not done completely correctly. Fuinjutsu is considered a dangerous art for a reason, and that is why the average shinobi does not learn it until Jonin, and even then it is limited. One time, the academy had to be cancelled for nearly a week because one smoke tag that Naruto was experimenting on ended up creating a tear gas that sent nearby classrooms into coughing fits. They ran as far as they could, and when Umbu came to investigate while thinking it was an attack from some kind of hostile force, they found Naruto passed out. He's lucky he didn't get permanently injured, and the Hokage had yelled for an hour at how irresponsible he was and how much paperwork he now had to go through. Naruto continued working on seals, but this time he did it after thoroughly learning an area containment array that would prevent any gas or explosion from causing excessive damage. We already have to deal with Kakashi-sensei's tardiness. Don't you dare start picking it up as well. Naruto laughed at the girls shouting and followed her inside where a large group gathered in front of a classroom door. A kid in a green jumpsuit with a Konoha band around his waist and orange leg warmers over his shins was just punched by 2 Konoha genin that he did not recognize. Landing a bit away and in front of the large group, he rubbed his scuffed chin and stared in frustration at the guarding genin. A girl in a white and red top, and red loose pants that he can vaguely see bandages around her thighs and hips, approached the two as she pleaded, "Please, just let us through." As Naruto and his team approached past the group that was too scared to approach to act out their own frustrations, he saw the genin on the left grit his teeth, but smirk. The boy on the right scoffed before asking, "Why should we?" Naruto dashed forward, grabbing the man by his arm just as he was about to hit the girl like he did the green-wearing boy before he noticed his friend about to come for him, and he sent a kick to the man's knee. While the older man crumbled to the ground in pain, he twisted the man he had grabbed and slammed him into the wall before tossing him into his friend. It's not nice to bully, you know. Naruto walked up to the 2 guys and got a good look at them, but now they were different. It seems that they were hinged into 2 nondescript individuals, and now he can see 2 Chunin that he recognized as Kotetsu and Izumo. The 2 of them are C-rank Chunin, but because they are childhood friends they work so well together that they have taken down Jonin together. But because of their individual skills, they haven't been promoted to Jonin just yet. God damn it, Naruto, you kick hard. Izumo nursed his pained shin without getting to his feet. If we were actual genin they would have been in the infirmary already, Kotetsu commented as he stood up. And you know that this isn't the exam room. This is one of the rooms you destroyed in your final year. Naruto laughed as the genjutsu washed away, revealing Study Hall 201, which still had scorch marks exploding from the cracks of the door. This particular room fell victim to an uncontrollable explosion that caused the low-level containment seal he was using to fail. It did bring a smile to his face when he thought back to the horrified screams from students that thought he was a zombie when he exited the room. Yeah, I know, but the group you had held up was in the way. There is plenty of room. Izumo shouted in motion to the 5-feet gap between the large group of genin hopefuls and the stairs to the 3rd floor where the actual examination room is. Stop showing off. Well, Naruto trailed off with a smile, but he chuckled at the annoyed huff from the Chunin. It was nice seeing you guys. Hope the rest of your day is better. With a wave, Naruto began walking off in the direction of the stairs as the 2 Chunin body flickered away. He looked at the boy and girl and flashed a smile with a nod and said see you before leaving. Wait! Naruto stopped, stepping aside to let the chatting group pass by, and looked to see who yelled for him to find it being a Hyuga who called out for him. Specifically, it is Hinata's cousin Neji staring at him. Behind him is the boy and girl that were at the front of the group who must be his teammates. Yeah, what do you need, Hyuga-san? Don't fail the exams too early, he said before a smirk crept on his face. I want to fight you. Naruto just raised his eyebrows in surprise and confusion. That's it? If it's a fight you want, you could have asked at any point before this, but sure, same to you, I guess. Is that all? Who are you? Sasuke asked, annoyed that the two were having some kind of moment that he was being held back from. Sasuke, I'm hurt. Naruto mocked hurt as he grabbed a bit of his shirt over his heart. After all this time you don't remember me, dash. Not you, idiot. Sasuke turned back to Neji. What's your name? It is usually proper for you to give your name first, Neji answered as the smirk fell away. Sasuke Uchiha. Neji Hyuga. Naruto put a hand over his face at the cocky smirk on his teammate's face. Alright, you can ask your crush on a date later, Sasuke, let's go. Shut it, Dobe. Oh, there's a lot of you, Naruto said as he looked around to see nearly double the crowd that he and his team came up to. Konoha, obviously, dash, Suna, Iwa, Kiri, Kumo, Aim, Taki, Kusa, don't know that one, or that one. That's when he noticed something towards the back. Hey! Treat village property with respect. We are shinobi, not children. Everyone turned to see who he was looking at, and they could see a girl with purple hair and an onion-like bun and green eyes. Under her bangs, the headband for Amigakure can be seen. The girl looked up, startled, before putting away her kunai from drawing a cloud on the desk. Thank you, Naruto gave a charming smile, putting everyone off at the range of emotions he possessed. Sasuke-kun. Naruto glanced over to see Ino jump on Sasuke's back, staggering the teen in surprise, and Sakura growled in jealousy and anger. Get off of him, Ino pig! Naruto sighed as he saw Shikamaru and Choji coming up, one bored and the other happily munching on some barbecue chips. Hey Shika, Choji, good to see you. Not like I had a choice, Shikamaru sighed and put his hands behind his head. My mother made me come. She can be such a drag. Don't let her hear you, Naruto chuckled at the boy's attitude despite how tense the room's atmosphere is. Hey, guys! And everyone is here, Naruto commented on seeing Kiba, who shouted, as well as Hinata and Shino. Hinata finally had the jacket that she usually wore off and around her waist, seeing as it was hellishly hot out, and her loose top revealed her womanly body for everyone to see. Her eyes, however, found Naruto's and she gave a bright smile. Naruto-kun. Hi, Hina, Naruto smiled and gave the girl a kiss on the cheek. Good to see you and your team decided to come to the exams. Hey, Shino. Hello, Naruto, Shino nodded back, glad to see the blonde around. Out of everyone from the academy, he's the only one to interact with him and includes him in conversations and activities. Seems like a crowded exam this year. Naruto nodded his head, motioning to the others in the room. If you can't tell, everyone in here are all village rivals of some kind, and they all look ready to murder someone. No chill, I tell ya. It's a wonder why a bunch of them have to repeat the examination. I would be careful if I were you. A white-haired Konoha shinobi walked over. My name is Kabuto, and with all your yelling you would think you're on a picnic. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to you? Sasuke grunted at Kabuto. Look behind you. Everyone turned to see many of the genin giving them glares from their seats. Iwa, particularly, is glaring at Naruto, which amused him a lot since word must have traveled about what happened to the team that tried to attack him a few days ago. However, he did notice a Kumo team, a Taki team, and an AIM team were looking at him as well. The Kumo team is a trio of one boy and two girls. The Soul Boy is dark-skinned with spiky white hair and dark brown eyes. He has a dark mountain gray, long-waisted hooded shirt with red bandages around his forearms and shins, as well as black pants and an enjado on his back. The first girl is dark-skinned as well with long red hair and amber eyes, wearing a similar outfit to her male teammate except her sleeves are ripped off and she isn't wearing the red bandages on her arms or legs. She has mesh stockings under her lower robe and boots, her headband has a bandana that partially covers her head, and an enjado on her back. The final teammate is the only light-skinned member of the team with blonde hair and an asymmetrical bob haircut and blue eyes. She wears a low-cut shirt that is opened slightly to accentuate her large cleavage and the mesh armor underneath the shirt, as well as a darker skirt with shin-high boots. While her teammates wore the standard lightweight flak jacket worn by most Kumo ninjas, hers is modified to only over her stomach, but considering the size of her chest, he doesn't blame her. The Taki team is uninteresting for the most part, with the exception of the sole female member who stood out like a sore thumb. The girl is tan-skinned with a slightly darker shade than Naruto's own with green hair that has an orange clip on the right side and orange eyes. Her outfit is a short sleeveless white shirt that stops under her chest, a mesh undershirt going a bit lower than that, but he can still see her toned stomach clearly. She has white detached sleeves that match her shirt and a skirt that can barely cover her private areas if not for the underwear and mesh shorts she wore. On her back, she carried a red-wrapped cylinder that he could not outright distinguish the purpose of, but considering how she has it with her, it has some kind of use in battle. The AIM team is the trio that includes the kunoichi who he yelled at for using a kunai to draw on the desk. Other than the girl who still looked chastised, her two teammates are also kunoichi. The first girl has long black hair that covers the left side of her face with dark magenta eyes that look at him lazily. She wears a violet long-sleeved dress with dark purple pants, a lighter shade type of cloak that goes over her right shoulder as well as a yellow choker. The next girl has long green hair with a headband bandana and pink-colored eyes. Her face is mostly covered by a black mask much like Kakashi, with a poncho worn over a dark blue kimono dress that has a rusty orange sash around her waist. Bandages are wrapped around her arms and hands, and Naruto can vaguely see two umbrellas under her cloak. As you can see, everyone is on edge with the exams. Kabuto continued as if everyone were quiet because they were intimidated. I can't blame you for how you act because you are still green compared to the rest of us. It almost reminds me of how I used to be when I first started taking these exams. Is this your second time? Kabuto shook his head at Sakura's question and held up two hands with 7 fingers up. My 7th time, and I'm hoping it will be my last. It's held twice a year, and I've taken them each time for the last 4 years. I took an apprenticeship in the recon division, and because of what I learned there, I feel more prepared this time around. Naruto raised his eyebrow at that and watched as he pulled out a pack of cards. It was hard to get an apprenticeship as a genin, and Naruto was only given one because he was very good at taking care of Mizuki before Jonin came. These are info cards. Each one contains information on nearly all genin from the participating villages. That is not something you share. Naruto shouted in his head, resisting the need to pull his hair. Who the fuck shares that? I get we are from the same village, but look at these guys. They're looking at the cards like they'll guarantee them immortality to Sage's sake. Kabuto began twirling the card as he channeled chakra into them, and soon after, a map of the continent with every hidden village on it appeared. However, on the card are also a bunch of bars in varying sizes with a number over it inside each region. This card tells me how many teams of each village are participating. Most are coming from Konoha, of course, but there's a surprising amount of teams from IWA and Kumo this time around. The info on a ninja is not perfect, I'll admit, but they're better than going in blind. Give me someone and I'll show you something about them. Kabuto of Konohagakure, Naruto said jokingly, and the man chuckled at him. Don't be rude. He's willing to show us something on other teams. Naruto leaned his head away from Sakura and rolled his eyes. Relax, it was a joke. Show me what you have on Gaara of Sunagakure and Niji Hyuga. Kabuto looked at Sasuke in bemusement before shuffling his cards a bit. That's no fun, you already know their names. Oh well, first is Niji Hyuga. A member of the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure, he is considered a prodigy from the clan's branch family. He is a taijutsu specialist with average levels of ninjutsu and genjutsu. His teammates are Rock Lee and Tenten Hayabusa. His mission history is 27 completed D rank and 15 completed C rank. He pulled out the next card and revealed it. Next is Gaara of the Desert. As the son of the current Kazekage, and due to Suna tradition, his family has dropped their last name and are only known as of the Desert. I do not have much on him as a foreign shinobi, but from what I can gather he is a formidable shinobi, but that should be expected as the son of the Kazekage. His teammates are his siblings, Kankuro and Temari. His mission history is 18 completed C rank and 3 completed B rank. He has returned from each mission without a scratch. Considering Shikaku's innate control of sand, and where he is from, it is no surprise. Naruto nodded his head, but it seems the man did not know about Gaara's Jinchuriki status. I'm interested now. What do you have on me? Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto raised his eyebrows in surprise and hesitantly began shuffling his cards before pulling one out. Naruto Namikaze, son of the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, as well as Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Blade of the Swirling Leaves. He goes by Naruto Uzumaki. Having failed the graduation exam of the academy despite above-average grades, he had exposed a traitor among the Chunin force and had captured and interrogated them. Their name was blacked out by the time I got to it, but it was this that got him a brief apprenticeship in the interrogation division of Konoha's Jonin force under Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi. His teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Completed mission history is 12 D rank, 1 C rank that had escalated to A rank, and 1 B rank. No information on my clan or my summoning contract. That's good. That means nothing from what happened in Wave has been released. Kabuto put that card down as a card flew from the deck, and he exposed this one as a second info card on him. A second card? Oh. According to information gathered recently this week, it seems that Naruto Uzumaki is the prince of a reorganization of Konohagakure, an island destroyed during the Second Ninja War. He also holds a summoning contract with a flying animal of some type, but not much has been gathered. Naruto chuckled to himself, realizing he spoke too soon. I really need to ask where you get your information from so I can pay them a visit about sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. I am sorry. My cards are linked to my department so it can update on the spot. Kabuto seemed genuinely concerned about what he just read. Can I just ask, is it true? Which part? All of it? Naruto moved his head around vaguely. That is for you to find out. Ah, well, Kabuto breathed out when he realized he wasn't getting a straight answer to his question. You're part of the norm. That's the average for many shinobi that enter the exams. They're the best genin villages have to offer, and because of that, these examinations are brutal for even someone like me. If you end up failing, don't let it get you down. The only one I wouldn't be concerned about is Konohagakure. They formed just last year, so there isn't much to gather, but an upstart village like theirs isn't anything to fear compared to the others. Then he saw movement. They moved through the crowd in different directions, but he caught their headband, a musical note. It seems they took Kabuto's comment personally. We already acted like a hero to that Hyuga's team. Can we sit this one out? I'm tired. Ha ha ha. You're always tired, old man. I'm sorry, I'm over a few millennia old. I'll keep this conversation in mind when you reach your first century. Naruto began laughing out loud just as Kabuto and the three sound shinobi clashed. Kabuto made the mistake of looking over when he heard the blonde laughing suddenly, almost thinking he knew what was happening, but that thought quickly scattered when he had to dodge a few kunai. Almost immediately after, he had to duck under the hunchback's punch before crossing his arms over his chest to block the next one. He is not holding back the foreign shinobi, who applied as much pressure as he could to force him back. He smirked tauntingly. As I said, upstarts. There was a scowl under the man's bandages before he chuckled and flicked a finger into his forearm brace. It had numerous small holes inside, which didn't threaten the durability of it surprisingly, and a light sound came from it. Kabuto raised an eyebrow before he felt it. Nausea and a high-pitched ringing that caused him pain that trumps any migraine he has ever had. He staggered back and fell on his ass, grabbing his ears to try to ease the pain, but gagged at the nausea he still felt. It is horrible. What's wrong, Konoha-kin? The hunched man taunted as his teammates approached with their own smirks. I didn't hurt you too bad, did I? The rookie genin just stared in surprise, but it was Sakura who said, I thought he blocked the attack. What happened? Naruto hummed to himself in thought before looking at the Oto trio. You're from the Hidden Sound Village? Yeah, and you better stay out of our way, the spiky-haired teammate of the hunchback threatened cockily. So that's the trick then, Naruto chuckled, getting looks from quite a few people, especially his fellow rookies. Sound. Well, I don't know if it's all of them. Hunchback over there used a sound-based attack, and that's why Kabuto was hurt. Quite a few onlookers either already deduced the same thing or seemed to gain a thoughtful look. Naruto, however, turned to the trio and shook his head. You know, if this is how you act and show the inner workings of your attacks, then you won't get far in the exams. That was a very good trump card for later, but now everyone knows and will make adjustments to properly counter your jutsu. Before the three-sound ninja could retort, a smoke explosion sounded from the opposite side of the room, interrupting them. Everyone tensed as the smoke slowly disappeared to reveal 30 Chunin proctors in gray jumpsuits with varying smirks and grins on their faces. The man in front of them is Ibiki Marino, who looked over the group, even sending a glare at Naruto, and the blonde suddenly felt targeted. Knowing the man, he will be exceptionally tough on him as his on and off mentor. Alright, you shits better listen well. My name is Ibiki Marino, Shonen of Konohagakure, and until this exam is over your asses are mine. The room is dead quiet as the man shouted, bringing everyone into swift attention at the commanding presence he gave. I want each of you to find a seat, but, Sage is my witness. If I see any of you little brats next to your friends from the same village, I will have you thrown out this window before you can cry mommy you got it. Naruto chuckled softly as the room slowly spread out so they were not next to each other, but at least in the row in front or behind an allied ninja. When Ibiki was satisfied, making seat placement adjustments as he felt necessary, he motioned to his proctor assistants to hand out the sheets of paper they held. As they did so, he began explaining the exam. This exam will test your knowledge. I'm sure a bunch of you hotheads think all it takes to be a great shinobi is power and jutsu, but the truth is that to command cells takes intelligence and wisdom. You need to know strategy, geography, traditions, customs, and everything it takes to blend into wherever your missions take you. I won't pass a single one of you if you can't tell the difference between a kunai from IWA and a shuriken from Kumo. The packet handed to you is 3 double-sided pages split into 2 parts. The first part is 10 questions on geography and location names, the second part is 5 general knowledge questions, and the third part is 2 questions about a random country that you must give a 2-paragraph response to. Hey, what's with this blank page? Did I say you can speak, mutt? Naruto laughed at the sour look on Kiba's face from being yelled at. Another outburst like that and your entire team is disqualified. Do you understand that your dog breath shit stain? At the boy's shaky nod, he gave a last sneer before returning to his explanation. The final page is blank because, after an hour of answering the 3 parts, we will give you the final answer. However, in anticipation for some of you resourceful brats, we have some rules laid out for you. If you are caught cheating, you are deducted 2 points. If you are seen communicating with anyone near you, you are deducted 1 point. Everyone individually starts with 5 points, and if you reach 0, you and your team fail even if they were not seen cheating. Ignoring the soft chatter of disbelief, he continued on. The proctors with me will be watching each of you for any cheating. They will not let you know when or if you lose a point, but only tell you when you are disqualified. At this, everyone glanced to the sides where the proctors were sitting with smirks on their faces. There was some jeering coming from them to the genin, but Ibiki held up a hand to silence them before pulling out a timer from his coat. He cranked it to 60 before setting it down. Start. Knowing Ibiki, his rules are blatantly clear. Upon looking at his paper, he understood why the man said if they were caught cheating. He expects us to cheat. These questions are too difficult for the average genin to answer. Question 1. Demon's country is a nation from a different continent. It is bordered by what other nation given below? A. Sky. B. Bear. C. Marsh. D. Iron. Considering Naruto learned about the locations of many lands, especially Demon because of the Grey Rats, he knows the correct answer is Marsh. Although Sky might trip many people up because it is on the same continent across the Kaizoku Sea, it is closer to Moon than Demons. Good question, though. Question 2. What 2 islands are known for its great shrine race? A. Negi and Kiko. B. Jiro and Yuzu. C. Yuzu and Ozu. D. Negi and Ozu. Knowing 2 and 3 are wrong since his island did not have a shrine race, it left 1 and 4. Kiko was nowhere near Negi, unlike Ozu, so he deduced it was option 4. Question 3. Which major hidden village has the largest population? A. Kirigakure. B. Konohagakure. C. Iwagakure. D. Kumogakure. That depends. Are civilians included? Naruto raised an eyebrow. How so? Konoha has a large civilian population, making it larger than any other hidden village. But in terms of shinobi, I believe IWA or Kumo have the larger shinobi populations. My unsealing and resealing crippled Konoha and only just made up the shinobi they lost, while the others have been able to bolster without such issues. Naruto tapped his chin with his pencil and thought, understanding the fox's reasoning. We should leave that one blank then. If we have to, we will just pick Konoha under the reasoning they didn't specify. Question 4. What country was unable to be conquered by fire or earth countries during the Second Ninja War? A. Grass. B. Waterfall. C. Rivers. D. None of the above. This should be easily answered by both Konoha and IWA shinobi alike. Not only is it during this war that the Sannin were given their name, but it gave smaller villages the confidence to oppose the larger villages, as Hanzo had defeated an entire platoon of Konoha shinobi alone. And the fact even IWA were decimated, it made countries like Grass and Waterfall become the battleground for the 2 countries. Naruto nodded his head, knowing this from his personal studying for the wars with the help of Jinrei, who survived the Second Ninja War and the Uzushio Massacre. Genin number 45B, you are disqualified. You and your team leave. Akiri man jumped in his seat and his head whipped around to find who caught him cheating. I wasn't cheating. Bullshit! Leave now, the proctor to the far right repeated. 3 Chunin stood to their feet this time, each one staring at the man in case he decided to fight them on this. The man grit his teeth before storming through his row and towards the door, his 2 teammates soon following soon after when they noticed Ibiki and a few proctors looking right at them. This opened some kind of floodgate as seat locations were starting to be called one after the other, and most grumbled or cried about unfairness, but in the end, they left without any incidents. After a while, things quieted down, but everything remained tense as no one knew if they were going to be called next or not. Kakashi is sitting in the teacher's lounge in the academy, mostly reading his book, but he is also listening to the television that is monitoring the examination classroom. So far, his team is not disqualified, but there is still half an hour for them to make a mistake. Considering these chunin are the most observant of their rank that has been gathered by Ibiki to monitor the genin, he is silently thinking that one of his students would be caught and failed in the first part. Deep down, he just reminded himself that his team had varying strengths that, if used correctly, will get them through the written portion of the exam. Sakura is probably the most intelligent of the trio since she studies the most over physical training, which makes her likely to benefit from some type of medical training. Sasuke has his Sharingan Dojutsu, which can copy movements, a base attribute of the legendary that even in the current infancy he currently had will still be enough for him to copy the answers from someone else. Naruto, on the other hand, is every bit both his father and his mother and should have no problems figuring out how to cheat like his mother or outright get the answers like his father. "How is it so far?" Asuma asked as he entered the room from his smoke break with Kurenai trailing behind him. Even as a jonin, they had to follow the no smoking inside rule or else the superintendent will get mad, and that was a woman who no one had the balls to mess with. There is a reason she is known as the demon instructor of Konoha. "Your teams are still in," Kakashi answered while flipping a page and giggling perversely. "Oh, Sora, you sly dog. That's good. How's your team?" Kurenai asked as she sat down next to Asuma. "Doing well. They haven't been disqualified yet," Kakashi shrugged as more people were dismissed over the television. "Ibiki is sure not going easy. Damn, I can't believe he agreed to be the overseer of the first part of the exam." Asuma breathed out while looking at the television with worry. "I'm sorry, Ibiki?" Kakashi and Asuma looked at Kurenai's confused expression and realized that she didn't know. Ibiki Marino is a jonin in the interrogation division directly under the Hokage, Asuma told her, motioning to the man who stood at the front of the room. "He is damn good at his job. During the Third Shinobi War, he had single-handedly secured vital intelligence of ambushes and operations that our enemies were going to go through. He saved many lives, and he did so without a drop of blood." "Without a drop of blood," Kurenai repeated with a narrow daze of thought. "He does not physically torture his prisoners," Kakashi answered this time, still reading the book. "His specialty is psychological warfare. He is so good with the mind that even Inoichi Yamanaka is scared of the workings in his head. The fact that he is the overseer, it means that the 12 teams already disqualified is just the start." Kurenai nodded her head slowly. "Didn't your student, Naruto, do a brief apprenticeship under him?" "He still does occasionally," Kakashi shrugged in response. "He does it when he can, and I see no problem as I think it will be a good skill to have in the future." Naruto just continued the paper without a care as he had been able to answer all of the questions, even the ones dealing with mathematics involving circumference, weight, and trajectory. His father also aced the chunin and jonin written exams while he went through them, so it seems that his father's intellect somehow passed onto him despite having his mother's stubborn and impatient nature. However, he had to say that he got annoyed when he was asked what year the Great Oak religion started in Forest Country, as, if not for Retsu's lessons on history inside and outside the main shinobi continent, he would have surely failed that question. It's not like he believed in that religion. He, like many other ninja, followed the sage as he is thought to be the progenitor of all chakra. Considering the reasoning that Uzumaki found the number 10 as both taboo and an omen of good or bad is because of the great sage, as it held significance of the 10th and mysterious Biju. Sighing, Naruto just flipped his packet over when he was finished and put his head down on the desk so he can't be accused of cheating. C13F. Keep your head up for the duration of the examinations or you will be disqualified. Naruto slowly lifted his head and looked at the man that called out his seat and saw the slightly sickly man looking at him. "How about you propose to that girlfriend of yours, then I will." There were a few chuckles from a few Konoha nin, even a few foreign ninja who thought the comment was funny, but it didn't reach that high of a decibel to warrant the proctor's calling out. The man, Hey Gecko, blushed a bit and fought the smirk that was threatening to tug at his lips. "Why don't you worry about your own love life before you speak on someone else's, Mr. Uzumaki?" Naruto nodded his head with a proud smirk. He can't even be mad at that comment, and the chuckles of more people seem to agree with that sentiment. "You know what? Fair enough, sir. I'll sit up now." "Good." Hey chuckled in triumph before returning to monitoring the genin. Ibiki turned off the alarm. "All right, pencils down now. I will now reveal the last question, but first I will explain some new rules." When he saw no one about to jump up and question his statement, he continued. "Before you take this question, you must decide whether to stay and take it or not." "What?" A few shouts could be heard from the remaining genin. "You heard me. What happens if we decide not to?" Tamari shouted from her seat. "Points will automatically be reduced to 0, and you will be failed from the chunin exams along with your teammates." "What? How is that fair? If that's the case, then why would we not take it?" At the genin's shouts, Ibiki just continued on. The other rule is that if you decide to stay and take the final question, the stipulation is that if you get it wrong you will be barred from taking the exams ever again. In other words, you will forfeit all right to ever move on to the rank of Chunin. What kind of stupid fucking rule is that? Kiba stood and slammed his hands on the desk. What about the people who've taken the exams before? That Karuko guy took the exam 7 times already. Naruto began laughing as Kiba pointed at Kabuto while completely fucking up his name, and the boy looked really livid at that. They were lucky they didn't get me before. Ibiki looked at the Inuzuka boy with disdain. You, however, are unfortunate to have gotten me for the first time. It's quiet as people looked around uneasily. The looks on the assistant proctors did not help as they looked on in amusement with smirks and grins on their faces. I can't. I'm sorry guys. I won't stay at Genin forever. I'm out. Fuck this. Next time. More and more people began leaving. Nearly half the teams that were remaining from before the 10th question has dropped out, but there were still a few hesitant people. Naruto looked over at Hinata to see her looking on with wary disinterest, and she glanced at him when she felt his eyes on her before blowing a kiss at him with a smirk. Later, she mouthed with clear intent that sent an excited shiver up his spine. Awooga. Awooga, indeed. Kyubi laughed at the boy's spike in lust and desire. No more, Ibiki asked with one more glance out of the room. Then you all passed. The atmosphere exploded from the sudden break of tension and there were multiple shouts of what? Calm down! Ibiki barked out and looked around at the Genin. What do you mean we pass? What about the last question? That was the final question, you dolts. Naruto rolled his eyes when multiple people looked at him in offense and question. The final question was whether you will see your objective through to the end. It's easy to see if you were paying attention. Everyone began talking amongst themselves, but most looked unsure of the blonde's reasoning. Ibiki nodded his head, however. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. I'm glad at least some of you came to the correct conclusion. He's correct. The whole point of the written exam is not only to test your knowledge, but to also see how well you can gather intelligence. Hence, why we had you cheat. You said not to, Kiba pointed out in frustration. No, I said you will be deducted points for if you were caught. This gave you chances to cheat successfully while being monitored, and we penalized you if you weren't subtle about it. That's unfair, a Genin from Sonogakure shouted before pointing at Hinata behind him. Your village has people who cheat easily. What kind of bullshit is that? Then evolve a Kekia Genkai, loser, Naruto taunted with a smirk, a chuckle shared with Hinata who was unbothered by the clan. What did you say, bastard? Calm down before I disqualify you, Ibiki warned the Sunanin. It is true some have the ability to cheat better than others. That's just their luck and why they will likely specialize in intelligence and reconnaissance. However, not everyone who has been successful intel gatherers has a Kekia Genkai. Ibiki grabbed his bandana and pulled it off his head, revealing the scars he got when he was caught in Amigakure when trying to capture a rogue shinobi. It was the first lesson he gave Naruto when he was taken under his wing. The repercussions for being caught or careless, whether it's you or your allies. This is what happens when you get caught trying to cheat in the line of duty. You and those with you get tortured, and when they are done they will dispose of you. I was the lucky one of my detachment. It was quiet as everyone reflected on the man's words. A few, mostly the rookie of Konoha and those of other villages, are realizing just how dangerous their line of duty is. Crash! Flunk flunk! Naruto felt something tackle him to the floor as the window to his left exploded in a shower of glass, scaring the proctor who threw himself to the floor in a fright. As he looked up after getting rid of the nausea from the sudden movement, he found Anko grinning like a Cheshire cat down at him. Hiya, Foxy-kun. Get off unless you're gonna ride me, Naruto bluntly told the woman, earning wide-eyed stares from surrounding Genin. Hiya, Hina-chan. Hinata laughed at the woman as she jumped to her feet and looked at the remaining Genin teams with her fists on her hips. Ibiki, you're losing your touch. There's too many teams. Shut it, lecherous brat. They were at the Forest of Death, but were allowed a bit of leisure time to talk to their sensei if they came or to, as Anko said, contemplate life and write their will. This got a few people antsy and many were now fidgeting as they talked with their sensei, but many Konoha teams were left to fend for themselves. This included the rookies. However, Naruto is laying on the ground with his head in Hinata's lap as she plays with his hair. She made a pair of braids to frame his face with one longer one at the back of his head. He let her do her thing and just had his eyes closed to enjoy the sun. PSSST. His ears twitched. PSSSST. Just ignore it, Naruto. They'll go away eventually. What? Naruto leaned up and glared to his left to see who was disturbing his relaxation and was surprised to see a red-headed girl with a Kusa headband. She is wearing glasses over red eyes and is wearing a purple zip-up turtleneck jacket with nothing underneath, black biker shorts, thigh-high stockings and black sandals. She suddenly turned bashful when he yelled at her, blushing as she adjusted her glasses. "I'm sorry for disturbing you with your girlfriend, but I wanted to ask you if you really are an Uzumaki? I heard the proctor from the first exam call you by that name." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the question. "Can I ask you or before I answer that?" "Oh." Her eyes lit up at not being immediately rejected or yelled at. "My name is Karen Uzumaki." Naruto remembered that from the scroll he got before the wave mission. Well, this just makes it one less person to search for. "Yes, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My hair is blonde due to my father, Minato Namikaze, but my mother is Kushina Uzumaki, the red blade of the swirling leaves." Naruto chuckled at the girl's sudden enthusiasm and nodded his head. "Yeah, that's her." He then glanced around for her teammates, but with how it looks they are not around currently, so he leaned forward and whispered in her ear. "I am rebuilding our clan. I want to know if you are interested in bringing back the Uzumaki clan." As he leaned back, he was not prepared for the slap he received and he had to hold up a hand to stop Hinata from attacking her. Karen's face is in a deep blush that matches her hair and she is stuttering. "We just met. I didn't mean it like that." Naruto hissed out, making the girl blink. "I mean, I am bringing the family back together. I am looking for Uzumaki and seeing if they will come back and rebuild what our clan used to be." Karen opened her mouth in realization and bowed her head in embarrassment. "I am sorry. I thought you meant sexually." Naruto rolled his eyes but chuckled. "No, I just met you and I'm not getting with anyone just for the sake of it. I'm not that desperate." "So, about the offer?" The girl paused to think to herself, her eyes seeming to drift in the direction that her team is in. She doesn't need to know the repercussions for the possibility if she refuses. Otherwise, it would be a false loyalty. QB nodded his head in agreement with his container's choice. "We need to know she really wants to be a clan again and won't waver." "I'm worried about my team," Karen finally said slowly, hesitantly looking back at him as she instinctively gripped her left arm. "They in my village won't be happy if I leave." Naruto immediately looked down at her arm and he calmed himself before he asked an important question. "And depending on what she shows will affect whether she'll have a team to worry about." "Let me see your arm, Karen-chan." The girl jumped and Hinata, who has been watching quietly with an analyzing gaze, looked down at her arm with her Byakugan activated. What she saw made her suck in a quick breath before she could stop herself. "How bad, Hina?" She whined out hesitantly as her answer, causing Naruto to tense. He softly grasped Karen's hand, making her tense and bite her lip, before rolling up her sleeve a few centimeters before he already felt he would be justified in any punishment he would end up giving her teammates. Deep bites that looked to have once caused bleeding can be seen and some were pretty fresh. Those bastards. The Uzumaki chakra healing ability did not need you to gnaw at the arm like a steak. You put your mouth over the hand or limb and would be healed when the Uzumaki channeled the chakra into that area. What these Kusanin are doing is abuse. Naruto moved to get to his feet, but Karen immediately latched onto him to keep him on the ground with her. "Please don't! They can't know that I've been sharing secrets with you. I am the prince of the Uzumaki clan, and you are related to me," Naruto hissed out but stopped when he saw tears welling up in her eyes. He sighed. "Fine, I will refrain from killing or severely harming your teammates for now. But know this, if I run across you and your team I will kill your teammates and have your village believe you are dead." Karen nodded, knowing that answer would be the best she got. "Thank you. Answer me, are you interested in joining the Uzumaki clan again?" She nodded this time as she wiped her eyes. "Then be prepared to be moved to Uzushio by the end of this exam." She was going to ask why the island since it was in ruins, but a whistle blew through the area. "Alright, brats, line up for the second part of your exam." Anko watched with a grin as the sensei left and the genin gathered before her. Her eyes found the delicious fox walking away from Hinata to his team and she grinned even wider when his eyes caught hers. She felt the desire to chase him as soon as he playfully rolled his eyes at her. She loved that stubborn playfulness. "Alright, everyone, I have some announcements to make. I hope all of you signed the waiver we sent out when you got here because the entire team will have to sign it to be able to participate in the next part. The area behind me is the Forest of Death, more commonly known as Restricted Training Grounds number 44, and this is where we will have a bit of a survival exercise. Your team will be sent in with one of two scrolls, Heaven or Earth. Your objective is to get the other that you do not have before you need to reach the building at the center of the forest. However, you cannot, under any circumstances, open your scrolls until you reach the middle with both scrolls. If you do, there can be dire consequences. Like death. Isn't that fun?" Everyone was immediately on edge as Anko broke out into deranged giggling that, for all intents and purposes, must be exaggerated to mess with the genin psychologically. However, for Naruto, who knew her more than many people can say, knew that this was not an act and that she meant every word she said. This will likely actually kill them. You have 5 days to reach the center with both a heaven and an earth scroll. If you don't, you fail. Whether that also leads to death depends, as we will not be going out there to retrieve you. People began chatting in concern to the threat of being abandoned during the exam. Oh, calm down, it's a joke. Probably. Anyway, the stipulation is that there is no limit to what it takes to get the other scroll. Go crazy! What do you mean? Sakura had raised her hand as she asked the question. Kill each other, Anko grinned at the girl. Kill, maim, incapacitate, anything you want. You need to do what it takes to get the other scroll. So that means that no matter what, half the team's minimum will fail, Sasuke said aloud in thought, causing many people to break out in more whispers. Naruto looked around, and the 3 teams that were looking at him from the previous exam seemed unfazed by this. If anything, they expected that and were willing to act on it. Exactly. For each team that passes, that means one team has been beaten or killed for their scroll. But, the forest is very large, so it is possible to not find a team in time to pass. Anko looked around with a smirk and motioned to the tent that had been set up. When you are ready, one team at a time will go in to get a random scroll given by an assistant proctor. Be quick, I want to see the bloodshed get started as soon as possible. What's the plan, Sasuke-kun? Yeah, Sasuke-kun, Naruto mocked while he fluttered his eyes at the Uchiha. What's the plan in that beautiful head of yours? Baka. Naruto leaned back to easily dodge the girl's poor attempt to hit him, and he chuckled at her flustered expression while Sasuke just looked annoyed. Whatever, I prefer women anyway. Talk to me again when you start wearing a skirt and growing your hair out. Naruto grinned at the twitch of the Uchiha's lips that couldn't decide whether to give in and smile at the joke or to frown at the implication he will do drag. Shut up, idiot. The plan is that we travel as far and as fast as we can into the forest. There are a total of 28 teams left. Do you know the exact size of the grounds? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the question. I believe it is about 60 square kilometers. About 15 species of carnivorous insects, 17 carnivorous animals, and 4 species of poisonous plants. Sasuke was surprised by the blonde's information and his knowledge of a restricted training grounds. At the look on his face, Naruto shrugged. I got Okage to let me train here while I'm at the academy. Sasuke decided that he won't question why an academy student would be allowed here under any circumstances and instead continued on with continuing his plan. Alright, we will travel at least an hour into the forest or until we find another team. Rinse and repeat until we get a heaven scroll. Why not just go to the center and ambush an exhausted team as they go to turn in their scrolls? Sasuke looked at the blonde. Considering the monsters I've noticed of the other teams, I feel like they are dangerous even if they are exhausted. That redhead, Gaara, is especially dangerous. I would be able to handle him, Naruto assured his teammate. The reason he seems strong is because he is like me. A Jinchuriki. He has a Biju? Sasuke growled that he is only just now learning this. He's from Suna. What Biju do they have? One tail, the weakest one, Naruto answered. However, the thing that makes him dangerous is that the Ichibi allows his host complete control of any sand he mixes his chakra into. That's why he carries that sand gourd. It's his main weapon. Sasuke nodded his head. I don't know any water jutsu. I do. As I said, I can handle him since I'm technically his older brother in terms of strength. But, if you truly do not want to, I won't pressure you to follow my plan. Sasuke was quiet before the buzzer sounded and the gate started opening. We will go with my plan, and if the first team we run into doesn't have the scroll we need, then we will do what you said. I want you to take point since you know the forest. I will cover the rear while Sakura stays in the middle. With a nod from Naruto and Sakura, the 3 of them burst up into the branches and into the forest. Knock knock knock. Come on, Hiruzen called as he finished adjusting a commission from a civilian merchant. Jiraiya walked inside and approached the Hokage's desk, surprising the aged man that his former student didn't enter through his window again. Seeing the serious expression on the Sanin's face, however, made him put aside any other paperwork to give his entire attention. Jiraiya, what's wrong? Naruto is rebuilding Uzumaki. He's gathered former retainers and their families, the merchant families, and civilians from around the nations and from afar. He's done it, and I find out that you knew. Why didn't you tell me? Hiruzen widened his eyes as he heard his student speak. I didn't think he would actually do it, not to this degree, but I should have known when he made that promise that he would follow through all the way. He told me when he arrived from Wave that he had done some things, but it seems he didn't share everything. Hiruzen was upset that his relationship with the blonde is still so strained, but he understood that it was to be expected. He simply reminded himself to be there for the boy and to support him as much as he can through his actions and choices. He owed it to Minato and Kushina for all his mistakes and hasty decisions that had hurt the boy and stunted his growth. Why didn't you stop him? It's not my place to make that call, nor is it yours. Hiruzen gave a hard stare when he answered, and his tone was deathly calm. If Naruto wishes to do what Kushina had no care to, then that is his business. I set up the transactions for out-of-village payments that were sent to a port he named to me. Each monthly transaction was sent with an umbu of my choice, and they were met with a young boy by the name of Lord Phantom Hive and his servant Sebastian. The umbu he used to send was Atami Uchiha when she was still in his employ, then it fell to Yugao and Yamato whenever one or the other was not on a mission. They were sworn to secrecy to not speak on what they see or learn, as it is considered clan business which, if shared, is punishable with imprisonment. While he never knew for sure how far Naruto was going or where he was in terms of gathering those once loyal to his clan, he trusted the boy as he was intelligent and capable. He would not make a bad move and risk the progress he has made thus far. Phantom Hive is the merchant fleet that is selling candy, toys, cosmetics, and theater equipment. They are a supplier of movie companies, providing much of the equipment to the Princess Gale movies. Jiraiya paused as he looked at his sensei and his eyes narrowed. From what I found, he has gathered the surviving retainer clans, what's left of them, and he has been some prince for the last 5 years. They have an influence on the other continent across the Kaizoku Sea, and have some outlying villages at Sky and Demon. That's good. Hiruzen surprised his student with a nod. That means they're growing steadily and are strong enough to not have to remain stuck on their island anymore. This is wrong, sensei, Jiraiya shouted, causing Hiruzen to activate the office's privacy seal array. He is a genin of Konohagakure, and he hasn't held that rank for more than a year. He cannot have loyalties to any other village but our own. The Uzumaki are not a Konoha clan. Hiruzen slammed a fist on his desk, cracking it a bit. The Uzumaki have always been independent. I wouldn't think you would forget my lessons about my time during the Second Ninja War. The Uzumaki will never swear allegiance to any village but their own. We gave Kushina sanctuary as the next Jinchuriki to carry the burden that we cannot. Mito married the first and her family supported us. That is why we have the Yuzu swirl on our vests to this day. We commemorate their support and sacrifice to make sure we survived. Hiruzen stood to his feet during his shouting and now stared at his student with such anger that he caused the man to step back a bit. You are Konoha's spymaster, and your loyalties are to the village without question. That means you listen to me and you do not question my decisions. What I decided on Naruto reviving his clan and rebuilding his home village is not of your concern. When Naruto reaches Chunin after these exams, as I know he will pass even if I have to promote him myself, he will have the ability to move to Uzushiogakure if he decides to. That is for me to discuss, and you will not question any outcome we decide. Am I clear, Jiraiya? You do not have the authority to make any decisions as you are lucky. I didn't take away your right as a godparent to have any legal presence in Naruto's life. You are gone for 2 years and you come back to me with your concerns about Naruto? I should throttle you like when you were an impudent child nearly 50 years ago. He is not Minato. The sooner you stop trying to make Naruto like him, the sooner your heart can heal. You look at him and you can only see Minato and you only cause Naruto to push you away. As I said, I have no doubt he will pass the Chunin exams, whether you make the choice to watch him succeed or not. I, for one, cannot wait for the moment he actually wins this entire exam. But if you ruin any sense of joy and pride in this event, I will relieve you of your duties. The two men are quiet as they just stare at each other before Jiraiya slumped slightly, a defeated aura around him. Hiruzen deactivated the seal and slowly sat back down in his chair, taking more puffs from his tobacco pipe as he silently stared at his former student. Are we understood, Jiraiya? Yes, Hokage-sama. Good, you are dismissed. Idiot, you said your family are sensus, right? Naruto stopped on a branch and looked at Sasuke as he landed to his left while Sakura stopped on his left. The last time I brought that up was in the academy. I'm surprised you even remember what I said that day. So you can sense chuckers as well, Sasuke said as he ignored the surprised statement. Can you sense anyone nearby? Naruto narrowed his eyes as he focused on sensing out into the forest for any considerable chakra signatures. As he expanded his search, he could feel Hinata's chakra, Shikamaru's chakra, and he could even feel the Kumo team's chakra. They were all far away, so he settled on the team that was about 300 yards away. 300 yards northeast, they're alone and not moving anywhere. Naruto pointed in the direction. I think they're bunkering down. Good, then we will have the surprise. Sasuke nodded his head. So long as they don't have a sensor as well, we should be able to catch them without them being aware. Naruto nodded his head in understanding and said, "Follow me," before he jumped in the direction of the team. It wasn't long until they neared the team Naruto sensed, and they stopped on a tree a bit away so as to scout first. They found 3 shinobi from Konohagakure setting up traps around the ground floor of the small clearing they were in. One of them is setting up bags inside the roots of the large tree, and while unpacking he set aside a white heaven scroll before putting it in another bag. "That's the scroll we need," Sasuke muttered as he watched with his Sharingan activated. "They look average, and I don't sense anything extraordinary about them," Naruto told the raven with closed eyes. "One of them has earth chakra, and the other 2 have water. Those 2 may be a problem for me," Sasuke admitted, as even a low or moderately skilled water jutsu can cancel out his fire jutsu. Until he learned lightning jutsu, he was screwed. "I can handle that earth user more than anything." "I'm proud, Sasuke. You're admitting your faults and thinking for what's best of the team," Naruto teased. "Shut up, idiot. Let's get this over with fast. I wonder if we can set a record for how fast we finish." Naruto snickered quietly as the cocky teammate was back, and he looked back at Sakura with a smile. "Keep the scroll safe, Sakura-chan." She nodded, but the feeling of how useless she was came up and bubbled in her throat like a bad heartburn. Kemi, why didn't she do what her dad said and sign up and learn the elective courses in the academy? At least the medical classes, so that she can patch up her teammates after a fight. She's just a glorified cheerleader. Naruto motioned to the Earth Chakra Shinobi for Sasuke to go to and quietly jumped to a tree closer to his own target. The Kirk Shinobi he is near is a little older than him, maybe Haku's age, with dark brown hair and green eyes. He is wearing bandages around his head and his neck, a black headband loosely hanging around his neck. "Oi, Hikari, who's gonna go hunt for some food? I'm starving." The teen rolled his eyes at his teammate in the tree roots shouting about hunger while he and the third teammate are setting up traps. He just shouted over his shoulder, "If you're so hungry, why don't you be useful and go get it yourself?" Naruto chose that moment to drop on the boy, only making a subtle amount of noise from the impact, and stabbed a kunai through his neck. He used his body weight to push the boy's face in the ground so he wouldn't be hurt, carefully watching to see if either of the others heard. Sasuke used his ninja wire to wrap it around his target's neck and immediately pull him further up into the trees to not alert the one in the roots. "Fuck you, Saruko, I pull my weight." Naruto quickly dragged his target's body into the bushes, just in time to avoid being found as the last teammate crawled out of the root tunnel. He looked around in confusion, slowly standing up and dusting off his pants. "Guys?" He walked towards while moving his head around. "Come on, guys, this isn't funny." "I think it is." Naruto stabbed his kunai into the boy's neck before he could scream for too long, cradling his body as he carefully set him on the ground. He pulled the kunai out and wiped the blood on the light blue vest that his second target wore as Sasuke and Sakura dropped into the clearing. "That wasn't nice, Naruto," Sakura told the blonde with a frown. "You didn't have to do that when you were going to kill him." Naruto shrugged as he pocketed his kunai and Sasuke went to retrieve the heaven scroll. "I thought it was funny. You weren't laughing. I was on the inside." Naruto cracked a smirk at the girl. "Cheer up, Sakura, it's the Chunin exams. Have a bit of fun." "Easy for you to say. You can protect yourself." Sakura frowned to herself. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. "Okay, fair enough. At least you know you are not up to par, so that allows you the chance to correct that. You can take the time to train yourself in what you want to be." "What do you want to be?" Sakura struggled with speaking as she looked at the dead nin's body. "I want to be a medic nin like Tsunade was in the Second Ninja War. It used to be my dream when first entering the academy." "What changed?" Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who was looking over the kunai and shuriken native to Kiri from the corpses, and Naruto knew what she meant, but she told him anyway. "I used to be friends with Ino. We shared a similar dream to be strong kunoichi, and she was the only one to not make fun of me for having a large forehead as a kid. But then we had a crush on the same boy and we became rivals and focused solely on being pretty for something like that. I forgot what I joined the academy for." Naruto just listened to his teammate and waited until she was finished. "You still can do what you want to do. It is never too late to change." "Ah, isn't that adorable?" Naruto turned around while unsealing a kunai from his pouch, Sasuke jumping up from what he was doing with his Sharingan activating. Sakura was horrified that they didn't hear the team approaching and just stared at the 3 new enemies. 2 were boys and 1 girl. Naruto recognized Karen hiding to the side, and judging by how shaky she was and how disheveled her teammates are, he knew immediately she had just healed them with her chakra. His grip tightened in anger, and his eyes focused on the 2 cocky teens. "We're sorry for interrupting such a heartwarming moment," the same boy with the bandana headband mocked, "but we need your heaven scroll." "How about no?" Naruto and Sasuke answered together, causing the two foreign boys to glare at them. It wasn't a question. The Kusanine with a regular headband shouted before going through hand seals. Fire style, flame bullet. Wind style, wind slicer technique. The headband shinobi shouted as well. Naruto chuckled and went through a few hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground with pulsing earth and water chakra. With style, northern shield wall. Rapidly, a smooth wooden wall rose from the ground and easily took the brunt of the supercharged fire attack that had blended with the wind technique. The front of the wall facing the two Kusanine is decorated with rounded shields of foreign origin with a spherical center jutting out of each wooden shield. They are painted already with dual-colored schemes ranging from black-blue, red-purple, and green-orange. Sasuke seized the surprise of their two enemies and went through his own hand seals before jumping above the wooden wall. Fire style, great fireball technique. A gigantic ball of fire, about 10 feet in diameter, raced at the team. Karen had run to hide as soon as she saw her teammates go through hand seals, so she was able to watch as the fire consumed them with an infernal scream. As the fire slowly went away, she saw nothing left of them after the attack, and it scared her how easily the raven-haired boy's technique had killed them. What did they train these Konohagakure in? Naruto took his hands out of the ground, his technique crumbling into splinters without the stream of chakra keeping it together, and he whistled. Nice job, Sasuke-kun. I don't think they're getting up from that. Sasuke grunted, taking the compliment for what it was instead of getting annoyed with the boys' teasing jokes. He turned to Karen, his Sharingan eyes easily taking in her shaking figure. Are you holding onto their scroll? Karen shook her hand with her hands up. And no, Kasu-san had it. He insisted. Sasuke grunted and turned away, no longer having a need to talk to the girl. Be nice to girls, Sasuke, Naruto lightly admonished his teammate with a smirk. Karen-chan is my cousin. Sasuke gave a glance to the girl, making her blush at the red and black eyes peering at her over his shoulder. No wonder looking at her gives me the same headache I get while around you. Naruto blew a raspberry at the boy before approaching Karen, glancing over the arm she still held onto before looking into her red eyes. I can send you home if you want to leave and rest now. With your team dead, no one would doubt you died with them, so you won't have to worry about Uzumaki coming for you. There's no reason to stay here if you don't want to. Karen nodded, but didn't look up to meet his sight. I don't want to go to Uzushio alone. I have a seal in my home you can go to. Just stay there, do not leave, but feel free to eat what you find and take a shower. Naruto looked over the girl's body to see she was dirty and bruised. I will let Okage know about you as soon as my team and I reach the center so he doesn't think someone broke into my home. You don't plan on leaving after I get you out, will you? Karen looked up at the blonde and saw his eyes staring down at her seriously, no longer bright as if he was joking anymore, and she knew then and there that she truly had nowhere to go but with him. She nodded slowly, hugging her legs to her chest. I won't leave. Naruto nodded and pulled out his seal ink and set out to write the small transportation spell. It was a circular array that was large enough to encompass a single person and only lasted for one use before the seal would fade. But the receiving destination seal was like the flying thunder god seal and would not fade. The seal in his home is at the front door at the landing of his stairs. When he was done, he brought her into the circle, making sure she didn't scuff the seal, and then gave a smile. Goodbye, Karen-chan. He activated the seal and she was gone. Alright, let's go already, Sasuke said out loud to get his team's attention. We have our 2 scrolls. We can make it to the center easily if we head there without stopping. Yes, Naruto and Sakura nodded their heads and were prepared to jump into the trees. Suddenly, a large gust of wind knocked everyone off their feet and sent them flying. Naruto was blown away from his team by the wind and he had to raise his hands to protect his face from the whipping leaves and branches he would hit in his uncontrollable course. Meanwhile, Hokage-sama, an Umbu appeared in front of Hiruzen with a bow. There is something you have to see immediately. Hiruzen noticed the urgency in the operative's voice and nodded his head, getting to his feet as the Umbu appeared behind him to put their hand on his shoulder. They disappeared in a swirl of leaves, and when his vision returned to normal he noticed they were now in a clearing near the Forest of Death, the location of the second part of the exams. He noticed 5 other Umbu operatives standing nearby with cloaks on, and near them were Anko and Ibiki. I'm telling you, this is him. He is the only one who can do this. Calm down, Mitarashi-san, Hiruzen called out as he approached them. What is the matter? This! Anko thrust her hand out to the other side. Hiruzen walked up and looked down where she pointed and noted the 3 Kusanine bodies laying haphazardly in the hole. They were deformed, almost as if they were dehydrated of their bones and muscles, yet not a single physical mark marred them. He understood now what had Anko all upset and shouting, as this is the work of Orochimaru's body-mimicking technique. It sapped the data contained inside the muscles of the victim and killed them for it to perfectly transform the individual to the point it can be seen as a more advanced ninjutsu. We have no confirmation that it is Orochimaru or someone that works for him, but Ibiki paused as he stared at the bodies with an analyzing stare. This team is confirmed to be in the forest currently. Hiruzen thought of why his student would risk being found. He had no doubt that his student wants to kill him, so why would he be in the forest if he did not properly dispose of the bodies? Shing! Everyone heard the sound of sliding metal and turned to find a barrier rising inside the forest. Light blue in color of chakra, it is capped with a red swirl that can be seen on Konoha ninja vests, the symbol of Uzumaki. Hiruzen's eyes widened and turned to shout at his Umbu. Get to that barrier now. I want everyone on alert. Ibiki, notify the Jonin and Umbu commander. I want this area on lockdown immediately. When he got everyone to confirm his orders, he took off into the forest ahead of his Umbu. Even as he ran faster than them, his body felt stiff from age and constant office work. But his grandson is in danger. He will not fail him. I'm coming, Naruto. Hold on. Shortly before. Lightning style, Heavenly Dragon Thunderbolt. Naruto quickly gathered an immense amount of chakra into his right hand before thrusting it forwards, and a bolt of condensed lightning shot out and struck the gigantic snake that tried to eat him. The bolt left a sizzling black hole through its mouth and head, and the animal fell to the ground dead. And much to his surprise, but also unsurprised as at this point he can't expect anything else anymore, it exploded in the trademark desummoning smoke, which confirmed that he and his team were indeed attacked by an enemy and not some unnatural wind gust. I have to find them before something happens. Naruto jumped into the trees and followed the faint chakra he recognized as Sasuke. A snake summon is the trademark of Orochimaru. You have to be careful, Kit. He is not a joke, and if you overestimate yourself you will be killed. I know that, Kurama, but I can't just leave them to fend for themselves if it truly is that bastard. They may be annoying, but they are still my teammates, and I will protect them no matter what. I know, Kit. Kurama has spoken in just above a whisper that Naruto didn't really hear him with his heart beating so loudly in his chest. He is concerned for his team as they flared occasionally, signaling them either attacking or defending themselves, but considering it is Orochimaru that had somehow gotten in these exams, he knew it was the latter. But the man that he sensed was just toying with them, barely making a ripple of energy in whatever he was doing. Just wait. I'm almost there. Mass shadow clone technique. Over 100 clones spawned mid-jump, and they all continued on without hesitation, and with their numbers they swarmed the clearing they sensed their teammate in. He landed in front of Sasuke and Sakura, the boy being looked over by the pinkette, and he stared at the Sannin in front of him. Parts of the Sannin's skin is a waxy, burnt casing that did not match the pale color of the man's skin tone underneath, and Naruto was pretty sure it is whatever disguise he was using to not be detected by any of the proctors. He still wore the Kusa outfit, which is accented by a purple rope obi that matched the similar makeup he wore. Naruto-kun, Orochimaru grinned creepily as he took in the blonde teen. It's good to see you finally. You look so much like your father. What are you doing here, Orochimaru? Naruto asked. He would not rise to whatever games the man wanted to play. Why are you attacking us? I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I want Sasuke and, well, you were in the way. He paused to look beyond and into the scared Sharingan that hesitantly watched the interaction. If you will be so kind as to move out of the way, I will finish what I came to do. Naruto just watched the man before glancing back to look at the shaking Uchiha and bit his lip. Kyuubi? Kid? I need to go, Third Tail. The silence was all he got, but he soon felt the chakra flooding his system. This will be a first for them, as he had begun maintaining constant rational thought while in the second tail form about a week ago. He knew there was no way with how he was currently that he would be able to even keep the Snake Sannin's attention for long without something else boosting his power. The second tail would be beneficial as he would be able to control himself much better, but the third tail gave a considerable boost as Kurama's chakra had boosts in threes. The third, sixth, and ninth tails will hold the most considerable power spikes, with the others just granting extra occasional abilities. Sasuke. He got the boy's attention through his strained breathing. Run as far as you can. As soon as he said that, he shot off at the Snake Sannin, his body covered in a blood-orange cloak of Kurama's chakra. His skin began peeling, mixing his blood with the chakra, and it slowly blended into a red hue. It was horrifying to the Uchiha and Sakura as they just watched their teammate disappear forward and punch Orochimaru with a gigantic chakra fist. Do not look back and run, is all they heard as the blonde and Sannin disappeared into the thick forest. The chakra cloak is practically solid as Naruto's fist didn't have to touch the Sannin whenever he struck the man continuously, not taking a single moment until he was sure they were far enough away from Sasuke and Sakura. He could barely match the man with this tail number, but the experience gap and his inability to properly control himself will be what hold him back. But he doesn't need to beat the man. He just needs to prevent him from getting to Sasuke and Sakura, even if it means burning himself out in this form. Naruto followed after the Sanin's body that was punched to the ground below, but while the Sannin landed with a crater-sized impact, the blonde landed on his hands and feet only 20 yards away. He took the moment to charge forward, his right hand extended to his right as it began collecting and rapidly spinning chakra inside the cloak until an orb formed in his palm. Purple from the black orb being tainted by Kurama's red chakra, the spinning orb has 3 rapidly rotating white discs around it like Saturn's rings. Raisin Ringu. Naruto slammed his hand into the center of the crater without any hesitation or confirmation that the man would be there, and the impact of his modified jutsu caused a massive black explosion to expand the crater nearly triple. Multiple trees were knocked over with their roots completely jetting out from the power of the jutsu used. He jumped back and used the sliver of rational control he had and stomped his heel into the dirt before he intoned, "Grand Scheme Seal Array." Black seal markings rapidly expanded, and within a fraction of a second, 100 yards around Naruto in a circular ring was covered in the connecting seals. A blue chakra barrier shot up through the trees, bisecting any branch it came into contact with before it capped itself to prevent any exit from over the surrounding barrier. It shimmered and an explosion came from his left, letting him know that he made the barrier just in time to prevent the Sannin from escaping. However, before he could run after the man, he lurched forward and began coughing and gasping for air until, with a rough cough, he let out a clump of red viscous blood that had gathered in his chest. He didn't have long now until he could no longer maintain the 3-tail form and he would pass out from extreme pain and fatigue. Why do this to yourself? Naruto looked up and saw Orochimaru looking at him with annoyance and disappointment, which is a weird sight as he is covered in scorch marks and his clothes are tattered from trying to escape the seal array. He chuckled, however, and forced himself to stand straight to look the man in the eye. "Because I won't let you get away with whatever you came here to do. If I can make you waste your time more," he began hacking more blood, "prevent you from doing anything at all, then I did my duty as a shinobi of Konohagakure. Then you will die as just another puppet of the village." Naruto held up the rabbit hand seal as the man jumped to attack him. Grand Scheme Array, E.T. Tuesday. Orochimaru struck his hand through Naruto's chest, glaring down at the boy with a sneer as the seals surrounding them began burning orange. He did not feel any success or satisfaction at this. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He thought the boy would not be a problem, not because he wasn't strong, but because he showed to not be a naive child that blindly followed others. He was resourceful and confident, and he would think over an order given and maybe even refuse it if he did not feel it was right. That kind of independent thinking is what Orochimaru valued, and he did not find that in any others with the exception of the Sound Four whom he personally trained. He is startled as, instead of a look of pain or shock, Naruto looked at him with a smile on his face. A damn smile! The boy grabbed his sleeve weakly before his arm fell to the side as he lost all strength. However, as Orochimaru watched the chakra cloak fade and red eyes turn to faded blue, he felt a weird pain in his chest. Not that occasional chest pain one gained out of the blue, but genuine pain. Looking down at where he felt the pain originating, he found a large red spot under his clothes in the same spot as where he pierced the Uzumaki. What did you dash? He gasped out as blood trickled down his mouth, his hand sliding out of the lifeless blonde as he fell back with a dull thud. He landed on the ground with barely a whisper, his mouth moving as he tried to speak and formulate some kind of rationale for what just happened to him. No matter what, he could not understand anything. He did not understand any of the seals, any of the goals in mind when sacrificing himself in a losing battle. A battle that they both knew he would not win. As the seal barrier began crumbling, there were only 2 bodies left in the devastated clearing in the forest. Neither moved. Neither breathed. All fell quiet. "Sir, stop!" Hiruzen looked back when he was grabbed by Cat, preventing him from charging the barrier. "What? Cat? Sir?" She grabbed a rock and tossed it at the barrier only for it to cause a small explosion and get launched to the side. "We can't enter until we get the barrier down. This is an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu technique. There is nothing we have currently without looking into the first wife's notes." Before they could continue, they felt a large number of presences coming to their spot from various areas around the Forest of Death. Shortly, Jin and teams were arriving one after the other and were looking at the Hokage and his Umbu with interest. Most of the foreign teams looked on with varying degrees of suspicion, assuming possible sabotage by the village, but none would outright call that out. The Konohanin, however, were concerned. "Hokage-sama, what are you doing here?" Hinata asked as she arrived with her team. Hiruzen looked around at the gathered foreign shinobi, especially the teams with their village's Jinchuriki. There is an emergency happening in the exam. I want the teams who have collected both scrolls to approach my Umbu rat, and they will take down your names, and you will be moved on to the next part of the exam. However, for those who have yet to do so, I want you to approach Spider, and she will take you to the center where we will hold a new second part for you to get the chance to enter the next part of the exam. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen stopped when he heard Sakura's voice, turning to see her running from the forest to the right along the barrier. She is holding Sasuke, who is limping and scared with wide Sharingan eyes. But Naruto was not there. Where is Naruto? He stayed back. He is facing Orochimaru by himself. How dash? He activated the third tail, Sasuke whispered out loud. He activated the third tail and is fighting Orochimaru. He told us to run. Why did he do that? Why did he protect us? Hiruzen eyed the boy as he whispered to himself, nodding to Cat to approach them. Cat will take you to the center to patch you up. And Sasuke. Naruto still cares for you and Sakura. He protected you because he cared. Sir! Hiruzen turned when he heard the shout from Cat and he saw the barriers starting to crack and shatter before ultimately failing. I'm going! Deer and Horse followed after their Hokage as the only Umbu not having to take care of the gathered genin. They ran for the center of the barrier where they could feel a withering chakra signature, one that Hiruzen recognized as his former student. But he didn't feel Naruto's. Landing in the clearing, they were surprised by the shape it was left in, but for Hiruzen that ended when he saw the two bodies. Naruto! The old Hokage sprinted to the blonde teen's side, and he gasped when he found the boy pale and bloodied from the hole in his chest. His eyes stared up lifelessly, bright blue now a pale steel with a glossy sheen. However, along his torso and neck are burning red swirls similar to the Uzumaki symbol. Looking around, Hiruzen noted that while the barrier had broken apart, the seal array is still activated and glowing a dark orange. The blood on the ground is slowly being absorbed into the seal. Sir? Quiet! Hiruzen shouted at his Umbu before looking over the blonde. To still be feeding the array means he still has to be alive, or at least able to be resurrected to life. But why is he like this? Looking over at his student, he noted the surprise and identical hole in his own chest. A suicide seal? Is that why their fatalities are the same? The Grand Scheme Array, an aged voice spoke, spooking the Umbu and Hokage. The three men turned to face the new presence and are surprised to see an aged man walking toward them with three white skeletonized figures of varying forms. The old man had long gray hair with a bushy mustache over his top lip, and dark eyes watching them with a narrowed gaze. He wears a long black robe with a slightly shorter haori with black designs along the bottom, and a white scarf around his neck. A white sash is around his waist with a katana jutting out from underneath. Who are you and why are you here? Hiruzen questioned while preparing his aged body for a fight. My name is Jinrei Kichiki, captain of the 1st Division of Uzumaki, specializing in the protection of the Uzumaki prince and his family estate in the capital, the man answered as he continued to approach until he was 15 feet away. I am here to assist the call of help from our prince, which should be done in a timely manner before the seal runs out of blood to function. Hiruzen looked at the seal before looking back at the man. Just you, not your companions. Jinrei nodded his head and motioned to the three figures before approaching. He kneeled in front of the boy he considered another grandson and searched over the swirl markings. The ET2, an advanced form of the array. ET2? What does it do? In an ancient language, ET2 translates into in you, and it is the name given to the array because of its function. Any person to have taken a hostile action against the seal user will ultimately face the same injury. The death of the user will also lead to the death of the enemy. Jinrei looked over at Orochimaru. It is effective, but a special seal had been incorporated into the array for the Enforcer Division's base to be alerted whenever it was used. This was for the purpose that if someone had to use the array, it was because they were in danger in the first place and needed help. And we can teleport to that seal on the array. Hiruzen is quiet as he watched the man pull out his katana and walk over to Orochimaru's body. He held his hand up to the Umbu when he heard them pull out their ninjato. The only way to bring back Naruto is to disrupt any single seal in the array. But to make sure you do not do more than that, or the seal will fail and the space-time bubble will fade, and this will be a permanent outcome. If done correctly, it will reverse the attacks given when the array was activated for both victims. Jinrei glanced when he saw one of his companions approach a seal near the snake Sannin with their own katana out. Now, the skeletal man ran his foot over a seal and everyone watched as the seal slowly faded, and with it so did the wounds affecting Naruto and Orochimaru. The blonde began breathing but began seizing nearly immediately, his eyes rolling back. Naruto, Hiruzen dropped to hold the boy through the seizure. Jinrei watched as the Sannin's eyes snapped open and he shot up, but he had his katana in full motion already, and with a fluid swing he had cut the head off of the man's shoulders. The head dropped and the body slumped forward, sitting upright. Jinrei turned and approached Naruto as he slowly stopped shaking, his eyes still straining as far back as possible, and crouched down. He will be fine. He will need to rest as the Biju transformation has injured him heavily. Hiruzen held the boy close, tears running down his aged face. This is my fault. I should have known Orochimaru would try something during this exam. It is perfect for him with all of the village Jinchuriki here. Not even you can be all-knowing, Hokage-san. Jinrei stood up and looked around. Naruto had a lot of control, surprisingly, for activating the Biju's transformation that would normally make any person fall into a battle lust of destruction. It truly stood to tell that the blonde had something to focus on, and it was very important if he didn't slip once. It is a miracle, as it is likely the only reason they were able to get Orochimaru without the destruction of the forest and those within. He's progressing very well, Jinrei commented to himself. 4 days later. Where am I? Is this limbo? Surely can't be heaven. Just enjoy the relaxation, kid. You deserve it. Kurama, is that you? No, it's Santa Claus. Ha ha ha, funny. But where are we? Your consciousness is damaged due to the strain of being in the third tail form and the death state from the grand scheme array. Because of all of that, you don't have a metaphysical realm to go to, so you are in nothing where you can heal without feeling the pain. Oh, how long have I been out? I'm guessing that because I can think again, Jinrei Gigi or Anohana-san came? Whoever came, they helped you out of the ET2 and are recovering. I don't know how long it's been. A rumble shook Naruto even though he floated in the air, and he felt his vision slowly come back. Seems that someone is getting impatient and are waking you up. Naruto's eyes opened slowly to see Kurama looking at him. He is floating at head level for the Biju, and other than the darkness below and the light above, he had no orientation for where he was. He tried to open his mouth to speak but couldn't utter a sound. Continue speaking from your mind, kid. You're not completely healed yet. Naruto nodded his head and rubbed his throat. I hope I didn't damage anything. It would suck being unable to speak anymore. Why is someone waking me up? Because they think you are healed externally and therefore should handle waking up. Kyuubi's eyes burned orange as the world tumbled again, and he sighed. Mortals believe they know when things are the correct time, even if it means damaging someone further. Any possibility to ignore them? Sadly not. Soon you will awaken and you will feel like shit. Naruto seemed to have sighed, but without there being any noise in this place it was hard to tell. Thank you for doing what you could so far. I will take it easier if I can. I'm not sure if we passed the exam or not, but at this point, I faced a sanding through surprise and tricks. I feel good no matter what. There was a final rumble that shook them both, and Kurama watched as Naruto began fading from the immaterial world. They were unable to give their goodbyes before the boy finally disappeared, leaving Kurama alone. See you later, kid. Naruto opened his eyes, but quickly closed them at how bright the room he is in is, almost as if he was surrounded by white. Almost immediately, he felt a headache begin building in his temples, and he exhaled slowly to relax. You're finally awake. I swear to the sage that I will kill them if they continue talking. That is not how you should act, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto's eyes opened and tried to find the woman that spoke through the overwhelmingly white world. He found her. The only thing he can make out is the black robe and black hair tied in a loose braid in front of her body. This woman is one of his tutors, specifically on the customs and traditions of every country around the world. Retsu Unohana. When did you get here, Retsubazan? Arrived with Kuchiki-san when we noticed the grand scheme seal go off. She responded and sat in the chair next to the blonde's bed after waving the medignine away. You had us worried when the ET2 sub-seal was also activated. I was worried about who I was facing, Naruto muttered as he slowly adjusted to the world. Where is Jinrei-san? Talking to your Hokage, and meeting the new Uzumaki girl in your home. Just Kuchiki-san and I have been screened by your Hokage to stay, but we sent the 1st Division visored back home. Until we return, Division 3 Captain Kairaku-san will be handling affairs for the day. Ah, Naruto nodded his head. Division 1 guards him and his family, as well as his estate in the capital, and is led by Captain Jinrei Kuchiki and Lieutenant Rita Unohana. Division 3, however, manages foreign visitors and ambassadors and maintains the hospitality and safety of both the civilians and the visiting people. It is led by Captain Shunsui Kairaku and Lieutenant Nanao Ise, Kairaku's niece. Drink some water, Uzumaki-sama. Retsu held out a cup of water as she noticed the discomfort the young adult was in. Thank you. Naruto accepted the cup and took small gulps. Good to see you up, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto looked up to see Jinrei and Hiruzen walk into the room, leaving 3 Umbu stationed outside the door. Jinrei looked calm, and by his posture, Naruto could see that so long as he was in Konoha he will be strictly professional. Hiruzen, however, looked relieved and was giving the blonde a hug as soon as he was within reach. I'm so relieved you're fine now, Hiruzen told him before pulling away. You've been out for 4 days. Did I pass the exam? And what happened to Orochimaru? Your team had both scrolls by the time I established a new second exam, so you passed. Hiruzen answered the first question before looking at Jinrei for the man to answer the next one. I arrived with 3 visored and we secured your body. We deactivated the seal and finished off Orochimaru before he could escape. Jinrei looked into Naruto's eyes with a fraction of a narrowed gaze. Do not do something risky like that again. Do you understand, Uzumaki-sama? Naruto gulped and nodded his head in the affirmative. He may technically be the prince of Uzumaki, but he had a healthy amount of respect and fear for Jinrei and Retsu. I understand. I would not have used it if it wasn't necessary. Going against Orochimaru of the Sannin does count as necessary, Hiruzen pointed out before looking at Naruto. But next time you exhaust all means of getting away before you put your life at risk like that, or I will keep you as a genin for the entirety of your tenure as a Konohagakure shinobi. Naruto grumbled as, with a glance, he noticed all 3 older men and woman looking at him intently. Alright, I get it. If I was out for 4 days, what happens now? What about the 3rd exam? Hiruzen nodded his head. Quite a few teams had survived and passed the 2nd exam, which is unsurprising since it was cut short due to Orochimaru arriving. There will be a preliminary exam being taken tomorrow morning, which you must attend if you wish to continue the Chunin exams. I'll be fine, Naruto answered hastily at the look he was getting. Kurama is doing what he can, but I'm sure that after tonight we will be fine. Not entirely. They don't need to know that. Welcome to the preliminary tournament of the Chunin exams, Hiruzen greeted the assembled genin and their sensei. I would like to start with why these exams are held. I'm sure a lot of you have heard this before, whether you agree with it or not. But the exams are held as an alternative to war. Large-scale battles of countless deaths are foregone for a few deaths while showing off the skills produced by a village. When we get to the finals, you will show your skills to very influential people from around the world who may look to your village for a mission if they are impressed with your skill. This brings prestige and honor to you, as well as funding for your village. You fight to show you have what it takes to fight stronger enemies as well as lead your own teams. Hiruzen paused to look around, and he was both proud and surprised to see the rookie genin cells in attendance not as observers but as participants. It spoke highly of their year, and the years to come if it truly is the academic education that has got them here. However, he is hesitant about all the village Jinchuriki also making it through and the one Jonin sensei from Kumo. This preliminary will be overseen by Hayate, but before I give him command I want to warn everyone here. There is a no-kill rule currently in effect for this part. If the rule is broken, there are laws in place to have you executed for not following. At any point, a winner will be called by the proctor if he feels the need. With a nod to the Jonin, Hiruzen stepped back for the man to walk forward with a few sickly coughs. I apologize for the cough. I'm still getting over a case of strep throat. If you look above the seal of challenge behind me, you will see a board. That board will shuffle through 2 names at random, and those 2 will be fighting each other. If you win, you will have to stay for a second round so we can cut the number of participants to a reasonable amount. Understood? Various nods went through the line before the lights on the board came to life and slowly cycled around before settling on 2 names. Kiba Inuzuka and Dosa Kinyuta, you both will stay and the rest of you will go to your Jonin and wait your turn. Naruto had walked slightly behind his teammates to the right side of the large arena but slowed when he felt someone staring and he turned his head around slightly to see the blonde girl with braided hair from Konohagakure looking at him with narrowed eyes. She holds Matatabi Mutosen. Good or bad? Naruto turned back around to walk up the stairs. Think of my relationship with her like your friendship with Sasuke. Tumultuous? Precisely. Naruto chuckled quietly to himself as the rules were reiterated for Kiba and Dosu. Since he understood what the bracer on Dosu's arm did, it would be a good counter against Kiba as long as he avoided the dog boy's attacks. He could use his sound jutsu to knock the boy out. However, Naruto idly wondered if Kiba even remembered Naruto explaining how the bracer's jutsu worked. If the Otonin is competent, he should be able to defeat Inuzuka without a problem. The uncontrollable nature of the Inuzuka clan's attacks should be easy enough to dodge, and his sound attacks don't need to actually land to have their effect. You ready to lose, hunchbacked freak? Dosa tilted his head, his long eyes staring at the dark-haired boy blankly. I wouldn't be calling anyone a freak when you come from a line who normalized bestiality as a clan trait. Kiba grit his teeth and Akamaru growls aloud. What did you say, you bastard? Are the participants ready? Hayate asked with a small eye twitch as he looked between the 2 genin. When hearing neither say anything else, he cut his hand forward. Start. Akamaru jumped out of Kiba's jacket and barked a few times. Don't worry, bud. I'll end this quickly. That Kabuto guy must have just been weak. You're pretty cocky, Dosa muttered out before jumping back a few dozen yards. Kiba held up a quick hand seal before crouching low, gaining a blue chakra cloak like Kurama's, but not as malicious. It had a similar effect to Naruto entering second and third tail transformations, with his nails extending out into claws and his face becoming more animal-like. He even growled like a dog, his teeth growing canines as he grinned. That's the secret beast technique unique to the Inuzuka. Developed in the Warring States era long before the creation of hidden villages, it allowed the clan to fight with their domesticated wolf companions. They were devastating during the early periods, but many clans developed counters to that clan. The Uchiha developed aerial genjutsu while the Senju developed body-strengthening techniques to take the attacks head-on. Kiba dashed forward with greater speed than he is normally capable of, and he sent an elbow into the stomach of the Otonin. Without giving any respite, he followed up with a clawed swipe into Dosa's cloak and ripped it away. Underneath, everyone saw the rest of his body is covered in bandages, but the reason for his hunched form is now out in the open. A large protective dome is strapped over his shoulders with small cables going through his shirt and bandages and into the resonator. But one of the things Naruto noticed are the larger holes on the metal shoulder piece, much like the resonator on his arm. They seem to be for a similar purpose as the resonator on his arm, but how would he be able to activate it in such an awkward location? Unless... Look what you did, Dosa spoke lightly as he glanced at his ruined cloak. You ruined my favorite cloak. That was a gift. What is that on your back? Dosa glanced from the Inuzuka boy into the large resonator in his back. It's a resonator. You're not too bright, are you? Why you dash? I'll just end this now since I need to get a new cloak. Kiba growled deeply before dashing forward with a fist raised. Too slow. Dosa had grabbed a kunai and tapped the metal on the forearm resonator. However, Naruto caught the shift in the cloak on the resonator and he immediately covered his ears. All at once, Kiba dropped to the floor screaming and many genin and jonin were wincing and covering their ears in pain. Kiba, however, being so close had started bleeding from his ears and his nose. Akamaru was passed out on the ground from his sensitive hearing, catching the sound attack from the other end of the arena. Hate was wincing and groaning through his coughs as he tried to regain his senses. I win, Proctor, Dosa said before beginning to walk off to his team. Hate glanced at the Inuzuka on the ground and nodded his head in acknowledgement and raised his arm to Dosa's side of the arena. Dosa Kinyuta wins. He passed to the next round. Wow, Sakura gasped out. Those sound guys might actually be really tough. You should never underestimate your opponent, even if they're from a smaller or newer village, Kakashi told his student without looking up from his book. He was just overconfident, Sasuke muttered in the thought of Kiba. Pay attention, Sasuke, you might learn something, Naruto whispered into his teammate's ear. The boy blushed and swatted at the blonde. Stop whispering things in my ear. Naruto laughed as he simply held his arm up to defend himself against the slaps of his male teammate. Ah, is that blush for me, Sasuke-kun? Enough you two, Kakashi warned with a small look over his book. Be respectful to the other participants. Tell the bastard to stop being weird. You're the only one finding it weird. Naruto chuckled more before he decided to listen to his sensei and leave the teasing for later. The next participants are... Hate paused as the screen dinged and two names came up, Kabuto Yakushi and Gaara of the Desert. Naruto winced at the luck of the white-haired boy and looked over to see a bit of fear cross his face. No shame in forfeiting to an unstable Jinchuriki. I forfeit, Proctor. Kabuto raised his hand while his other gripped the railing tightly. Noted. Gaara continues to the next round by forfeit. Hate coughed as he watched the board cycle through more names. Kenkuro and Omoi, come forward. Naruto looked over to the Kumo team. The newest addition is a tall dark-skinned man with 8 swords on his back. He is a mountain of muscle and very imposing just from sight, but it seemed put off by his more relaxed demeanor. However, it is the secondary power sense within the man that made Naruto more cautious of the team. Gyuki. Naruto nodded in agreement as they already distinguished Matatabi being in the genin girl with braided hair, so the only other Biju they had is the Hachibi. But the blonde girl was looking at him again, ignoring the argument between her two darker-skinned teammates. She had a stern but blank expression that he still couldn't read, but having any potential opponent staring at him left a bad feeling in his stomach. Secret admirer, Naruto-kun? Naruto glanced to his left and found Hinata leaning forward on the fence with a teasing smirk on her lips. She now wore a purple shirt over a mesh undershirt and black tight pants. His eyes drifted into the slightly exposed valley in her chest. You're staring again. I'm just admiring her beautiful heart. Naruto held back the blush with a chuckle, scratching his cheek slightly. I can see why you think that, but I can tell you I don't know why she stares at me. Maybe she hates my hair being brighter than hers. Hinata lifted her lips with an amused laugh and nodded her head. Maybe, or maybe she's attracted to you. Naruto wanted to make a face when there was an hysterical scream. I don't know what is in that bundle. I forfeit. He has a super weapon that will destroy me if I fight him any longer. Naruto blinked with surprise as he looked down to see the dark-skinned boy from Kumo moving away from Kankuro and sheathing his katana. Kankuro looked just as confused as he stood there, but he was reaching for the bundle on his back. Kankuro wins by forfeit, Hate said slowly as he just watched the Kumonin walk up to his team while breathing in relief. I didn't even use him yet, Kankuro muttered as he walked to his own team. Sighing, Hate looked up at the board as it picked two more names. Hino Yamanaka and Yujito Ni. Oh, this won't be good. Naruto looked at Kakashi to see he also put his book down to look into the arena. Kakashi-sensei. Nothing we can do about it, Kakashi sighed. I'll notify to have Inoichi on standby to help her after. What? What's going on? Sakura looks between Naruto and Kakashi. Nothing to worry about. Kakashi waved his hand as he created a clone to go do what was needed. Naruto shook his head at the man's way to avoid a question. Granted, telling them that Ino is going to encounter a Biju's power inside the mind of an opponent isn't something you can share. That, and the possible mental scarring that comes with interacting with the minds of Jinchuriki and Biju. Don't think I'm going to forget about our conversation too easily. Hinata laid her hand on his and rubbed her thumb along his knuckles. You never did answer my question before you left for your first mission out of the village. You want me to answer that now? Naruto blushed deeply at the girl's smirk and nod. I guess I don't have a problem with it if you're still okay with everything that comes with it. What about your father and clan? Would they approve? Father will do anything for me, Hinata said lightly but stopped rubbing his knuckles as her eyes narrowed. As for the elders, they know that once I take my father's position in 3 years when he wants to retire they will no longer have the power to question my decisions. So anything they do until then only serves me in the end as father will want nothing more to do with them. Lovely family, Naruto said, but he understood that Hinata is more annoyed with the situation than she lets on. You always have a place in my estate no matter what. I know, Naruto-kun, Hinata kissed his cheek. Yujito wins. Naruto turned to see Ino passed out and spasming. Her entire body shook as her eyes rolled back. Eventually, a scream broke through her mouth and Asuma and Shushin next to her. What happened? Naruto looked at Sakura and Sasuke looking at him and he sighed. That's what happens when you look into someone's mind and find something so much more dangerous than you. There are select individuals and beasts that Yamanaka have been barred from ever looking into. But what could cause that? Someone like me, Naruto whispered quietly as his eyes followed the blonde girl to her team. Even while being congratulated by her teammate and the other Kumo team on her easy win, she kept looking guiltily over to Ino as she is carried away by Medic Nin. At least she has a conscience. She looks concerned. The next two are Naruto Uzumaki and Zaku Abomi. Naruto blinked as he recognized the other boy of the Oto team walking down the stairs into the arena. Good luck, Hinata kissed his cheek. I'm an Uzumaki. I have all the luck in the world. Naruto grinned before dropping down into the arena. Ready? Hade looked between the two genin and got a nod. Begin. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid the air blast from Zaku's palm. Hey, wanna see something cool? He jumped away again as he asked excitedly. Wanna see a seal that was made nearly 2 centuries ago? Stop running! This time while jumping away from the attack, he created 25 clones and all of them pulled out large black poles with white seals drawn on. Naruto created 20 more clones and they all rushed the boy before he could have the smart idea of attacking the clones running around the outskirts of the field. Zaku dodged a few clones but was still being hit at least twice for each one he dodged. His attacks this close would end up hurting him, but after the 12th attack he threw all hesitation away and blew up the first clone he aimed at. His hand vibrates with the attack, shooting pins and needles through his arm. However, in his fight, he was not watching the clones with the rods slam them into the ground and a Fuinjutsu array began forming on the ground. 2 circles formed in the center that the two genin were fighting back and forth between. Turning to another and blowing that one up as well, but the explosion from the clone caused a bunch of gas to surround him and his eyes began to tear. Stop being a coward! Using experiments from a snake is also being a coward. Naruto sent a strong haymaker into Zaku's jaw. Now how about that seal? Naruto pulled out a pot from a seal of miscellaneous items he kept on hand and set it into the center of the array. It is mostly a ring of different seals surrounding the arena, but multiple lines stretched towards the center where 2 simple circles are drawn across from each other. Naruto is outside of the one with the pot and a dazed Zaku is laying in the other. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Sky Emperor's personal containment method. Zaku screamed as his body stretched and is sucked into the top of the vase until he is completely gone. The arena fell silent as they watched everything with rapt attention, although the AIM team and Kumo teams were watching with a bit more interest. When everything ended, everyone was blinking in surprise. Zaku is gone, and only the blonde stood there with a grin as he stared at the pot. Uzumaki Naruto, you were told there was no killing, Hate warned with a stern stare. I will have to disqualify you and arrest you. He's not dead, Naruto pointed out. Then where is he? In the vase. I thought that was evident. A living person cannot be sealed. Actually, a living person can be sealed into an alternate space, Naruto told him, but noticed a confused stare. It's a time-space seal. It creates a small area inside of an object where it keeps an individual or individuals. The vase is filled with wine. Or is it goat milk? I forget. But anyway, he should be stranded in what seems to be an endless ocean of one of those liquids. This is a variant of a seal that was used by Genkei Uzumaki in the Warring States era to seal an entire clan into a steel box of sand and scorpions, Naruto informed the man before he rocked the vase a bit. And now I just affected his sealed dimension. I wonder if he will survive the large waves. Please release him before I count to 3. Yes, Dad, Naruto groaned before picking up the vase and throwing it onto the ground. As soon as the vase shattered, a large wave of white milk came forth and slammed into the side of the arena. It slowly washed away to reveal Zaku, coughing and heaving for breath. So it was the milk, Naruto hummed and thought with a chuckle. I guess I win. Hate simply checked the pulse of the Otonin and nodded his head. Naruto wins. Quite unorthodox. Uzumaki style Fuinjutsu. I never thought I would see that again. I thought we burned that knowledge. Naruto's eyes snapped to the one who muttered that last one, and his eyes met that of one of Hiruzen's advisors, the one-eyed old man known as Danzo Shimura. The shadow orchestrator for numerous kidnappings of loyal civilians and shinobi, the owner of a secret Black Ops shinobi, and a real pain in everyone's ass. No one liked him, but he was still an advisor only because of his experience and expertise in handling the other villages that would see Konohagakure destroyed. Even those he was meant to protect meant nothing to him. The man stared back, almost daring him to do anything, but Naruto just grinned and pointed to his left eye. If there was one thing Jinrei wanted him to learn the best, it was patience and having one up on your enemy. He had the secrets of the old Warhawk and the proof for it. Especially the procedure to implant all of that stuff on him. Your time will come. Don't worry. We are going to be taking a brief intermission to sort out the arena. Hei gave a pointed stare at the blonde Uzumaki. Please converse among yourselves, but do not cause any problems or you may be disqualified. Naruto chuckled as he leaned forward on the railing and just watched as some people came in to clean and fix the arena. He wasn't expecting a tap on his shoulder, and he turned to see the Kunoichi from AIM looking at him. Hello, Naruto greeted slowly and looked over the girl's shoulder to see the purple-haired woman. She wore a long black cloak with white clouds. My name is Ajisai and I wanted to ask who your parents are. Naruto raised his eyebrows at this as he was sure plenty of people knew at least his father. I have no problem with that, but what I do get in return? Ajisai stared back without reacting, despite hearing Sakura call the blonde a lecher. I guess it is only fair that you ask something in return. Naruto chuckled and waved his hand. Don't be so serious, it takes the fun out of things. My father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose surname I did not take for reasons that I will explain after. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, whose clan's red hair I did not inherit, and after learning of my clan and my inheritance as the descendant of the main line I kept the Uzumaki name. Ajisai nodded as she tucked away that knowledge to give to her sensei, who sent her over here. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. Anything for a beautiful girl such as yourself. Naruto smiled kindly back before turning back to the arena. He ignored the muttering of Sakura and glanced at the purple-haired AIM Jonin out of the corner of his eye. He had a weird feeling about her stare and he wasn't sure if it was uncomfortable or exciting. Not the sexual kind of excited, no, but more of that excited tingle you get before a battle or a very good report. The girl didn't care about my name, but it seems the sensei does. Maybe the Uzumaki name means something to her. Whether it's because she is an enemy or an ally remains to be seen. Until then, stay on guard, kid. Agreed. Naruto nodded to the old fox and sighed. I wonder how Jinrei Igigi is doing. I am doing quite fine, thank you. Naruto snapped around to find the man standing at one of the entrances to the arena, his hands grasping behind his back as he looked at the young prince with twinkling mischievous eyes. He didn't have any guards, at the request of Hiruzen to prevent any problems with the other Jonin and Genin, but he was allowed to witness and support his prince. Jinrei Igigi, what are you doing here? I thought you left. Naruto stepped forward to give the man a hug, which he received in return. I won't miss your examinations. I think it best you have someone here to root for you. Jinrei smiled and looked up to see the looks he received from the Konoha Genin and Jonin. Who is this? Naruto. Naruto turned around from Kakashi's question and motioned to the old man. This is Lord Jinrei Kuchiki, a friend of my grandfather and one of my mentors. He is from my home where he watches over my interests. Kakashi noticed the tension in the word home and nodded his head. It is good to meet you, Kuchiki-sama. I am Kakashi Hatake and the sensei of Naruto. I know of you, Hatake-san. Naruto shares a lot of what happens to him in the village. Jinrei gave a nod before glancing at the two other members of Team 7. The Uchiha used to be good rivals. I hope he is a challenge for you, Naruto-sama. A little. His attitude could use some work though. Naruto sent a teasing grin at the Uchiha boy. He acts all flustered around me. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a crush on me. I'll kill you, Sasuke hissed out, but the tips of his ears burned slightly. Naruto laughed at the threat and waved his hand. Don't worry, Sasuke. If you're nice to me I might return your feelings. Kakashi immediately grasped at the back of Sasuke's shirt to stop him from trying to attack Naruto, which only caused the blonde to laugh even more. Naruto, please behave. Kakashi sighed as he let go of Sasuke once the boy stopped trying to attack the blonde. I don't want to have to worry about you two killing each other all the time. It gets tiring. Maybe when Sasuke accepts his sexuality he will stop getting defensive. Naruto chuckled, but at the look from his sensei and the amused but expecting look from Jinrei made him sigh and pout. Fine, I'll stop. You guys are no fun. I am. Hayate walked out on the fixed arena and cleared his throat to gain everyone's attention. The intermission is over. We will be choosing the next two genin. Everyone looked to the screen that burst to life once more and it blinked a few times before two names were chosen. Hinata Hyuga and Swearin of Amigakure. Please enter the field. Hinata gave Naruto a kiss and leaned into his ear to whisper, what do I get if I win? Naruto blushed and glanced around to see the amused looks he got from Kakashi and Jinrei, while Sakura and Sasuke looked uninterested. He leaned in to whisper in her ear, if you win both rounds, you can get anything you want. Anything. Hinata's grin grew 10 times larger and a mischievous purple haze seemed to glaze over her colorless pupils. She launched off of the stands and into the arena, a few dozen feet away from Swearin. The Aim is the teammate of Ajisai and she has an umbrella under her poncho, and her eyes seemed uninterested in the fight. Whether that was because she is confident or because she doesn't really care about the exams remains to be seen. Ready? Hayate looked between the two kunoichi before slicing his arm forward. Start. Hinata slid into the gentle fist with ease, her posture fluid in contrast to the strict intense forms of her clansmen, and her Byakugan activated. Swearin jumped back and pulled out her umbrella, but formed a familiar hand seal form, and rain started to lightly fall into the arena. This is the water style, hiding and drizzle technique, which is popular with Aimnin due to it being an invaluable technique during 2 shinobi world wars to protect their nation. Sure enough, her form dissipated into the drizzling rain. However, the Byakugan isn't considered one of the legendary 3 eyes for nothing. Hinata moved forward with all of the grace of a ballerina dancer, her palm intercepting an unseen force to many people's untrained eyes. For the jonin that have trained to fight these types of techniques, like Kakashi, Jinrei, and a few foreign ninjas, they knew what to look for and were lightly impressed with the calming ease of which the young heiress handled the situation. Not many, even Hyuga, were confident in this type of situation as it completely relied on the vague outline of their opponent, and if they are fast then it makes landing a solid strike nearly impossible. For Hinata against Swearin, however, saw a one-sided battle. Hinata moved to the side and backward, avoiding unseen attacks, but her eyes moved around in front of her with calculating ease. Her eyes moved up and everyone can now see an umbrella in the air that began spinning. Sunban shower. Naruto heard the voice. Most likely Swearin, speak up the technique just before an onslaught of Sunban with poison began raining down. Hinata, however, slid into a familiar form and began weaving her chakra into a protective dome that blocked all of the Sunban from reaching her. Like with her gentle fist, her 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is much more fluid and almost beautiful in the way she weaved her chakra. Sometimes, having a naturally strong water affinity improves many techniques. Hinata slowly stopped her rotation as the umbrella ran out of Sunban, and her eyes seemed to light up in smug amusement at the opponent only she could see. Slowly, the rain stopped and the previously invisible girl appeared. She is holding her arm as it hung limply at the side, likely affected by the attacks from Hinata. Swearin sighed and raised her good arm slightly. I give up, Proctor. Hayate nodded his head and raised his arm that is closest to Hinata. Hinata Hyuga wins. Naruto clapped for her, watching as she bowed respectively to her prior opponent before making her way toward him with an excited grin on her face. She jumped up to his side, dropping down next to him with crossed arms, which he laughed at and leaned forward to give a quick kiss on her cheek. Good job, Hina-chan. One more fight. She nodded with a light blush, but didn't push any further. She knew she would get what she wants when she inevitably wins her next fight. She just had to be patient and ignore the disappointed stare her sensei was giving her. Naruto noticed Hinata roll her eyes, but decided to not press her for the reason, instead turning to the screen to see the next fight. He saw Shikamaru and someone named Keigan appears, which he was not interested in observing, so he turned to Jinrei and motioned for the man's attention. I'm going to the restroom. I will be right back. The man nodded before turning his attention back to observing the fight. Naruto chuckled before walking away. Meanwhile, you wasted your opportunity, Orochimaru-san. HSSSS, don't talk to me in that tone. The snake Sannin hissed through a scowl as he had more serpent features than before thanks to his rebirth through one of his seals. Sadly, the host had died from his sudden revivification, but it couldn't be helped. He was more upset that he didn't get to mark the Uchiha like planned, but just from what he saw in their encounter, the young Avenger had a wavering loyalty to the village. If he could use the boy's desire for power against him, the plan can still continue as before. But Naruto was becoming an even bigger problem than before. He knew that the boy was training in his family techniques, but the knowledge of what those techniques are were unsubstantiated assumptions. He was only a 16-year-old boy with but a year of experience in the shinobi forces, but his control of his Biju had tipped the fight against him. The rogue Sannin will have to tread more carefully next time, and when the time came for the invasion he will have to be more decisive in his actions. The fact that he could summon some type of flying beast also concerns him to a large degree, as he had read the reports of what happened in Wave, thanks to his little mole Kabuto. Do not forget who is helping you, Orochimaru, or you will find yourself without it. Then there is that man. Someone who approached him with an offer he couldn't refuse no matter how much he desired to kill him on the spot. But he is very powerful in techniques unique to that accursed clan the blonde boy is so proud of. His katana, when fully unleashed, can tear apart his soul to the point that he would not be able to come back from one of the demon seals, and the fact that there is a numerous amount of individuals with this power loyal to the young child infuriates and scares him. Standing at 6'1" with chestnut brown hair and dark brown eyes, he wore a long black robe with a white haori. On the back of the haori is the kanji for fourth captain. He is not wearing his glasses, instead having them somewhere in his robe, and he has a katana inside his white sash. This man is the captain of the 4th Division of the Uzumaki Whirlpool Enforcers, who maintain control over and the strategies of expansion through new territory for the redeveloping clan. The nephew of one of the retainers for the Uzumaki before their destruction, but unlike his uncle and fellow retainers, he holds no love for the new prince. Instead, he desires for his own control over the country and more. You are the one who came to me, Aizen, Orochimaru sneered at the man. I do not require your help. Aizen nodded his head after a moment of silence and grabbed his glasses from his robe. Then I will leave you to your plans. Good day. Aizen activated a seal on the ground and disappeared in a brief flash, leaving the defeated Sannin to his frustrated thoughts. What did I miss? Naruto asked as he arrived back at Jinrei and Hinata's side. Sasuke fought someone named Yoroi, who could siphon someone's chakra, and won. Sakura lost to Tenten, a bit of a skill difference, but it is to be expected. Naruto noticed Sakura slump a bit at that, but he knew it was true, so he didn't comment. Shino won against Choji because the bugs disgusted him. Oh, Shikamaru fought the Takinin Keigan and won, but he did it in a ridiculous way. Niji beat that other Aimnin, so there is only one of them left. And now Lee beat Misumi. Naruto watched as Rock Lee used some kind of taijutsu technique that sent the last teammate of Kabuto's straight into the ground. It caused a crater to form from the explosive impact, sending chunks or earth scattering around. That looked like it hurt. Haid motioned for Medic Nin to arrive and raised his arm towards Lee. Rock Lee wins. As the injured man was taken out of the arena, the board cycled through the last of the names. Kintsuchi versus Ajisai of Amigakure. May the two contestants come down, Hayata announced and waited as the two made their way down. Kintsuchi and Ajisai met each other a few yards apart and stared at each other, waiting for the moment the match officially started. Hayate just glanced between the two girls and motioned. Start. Kin threw a kunai at the same time as Ajisai pulled a storage seal slip from her pouch and aimed it at her opponent. Kin's singular kunai got lost in the flurry of shuriken that were expelled from the seal, and she barely jumped to the side in time to avoid being injured. She did notice, however, this is a similar type of fighting as that Konoha Kunoichi that beat that weak pink-haired one. Seeing Ajisai pull out another seal, she went through some hand seals before inhaling deeply. She exhaled a gusty breath in time to stop the barrage that would have impaled her, but the aim Kunoichi was not idle in seeing this. She dashed forward and made her own hand seals. Ajisa channeled wind chakra into her right hand to create a blade, and as her opponent finished her wind-style technique, she had her wind blade positioned to pierce her abdomen. Kin's eyes widened in fear and prepared to dash backward, but it seemed that in her haste her foot had lost grip and slipped, and she was now falling backward with the blade following her. She closed her eyes, feeling that her clumsy actions just cost her her life. However, Kin felt nothing even a few moments after landing on the ground, and she instead heard a shout, "Ajisai of Amigakure wins." Kin opened her eyes to see the wind blade stopped and positioned above her chest, but Ajisai showed restraint in preventing her death. Her eyes looked at her with concern, but she was just glad she still lived. Naruto nodded his head to the sides as he noted the control the aim kunoichi displayed, even in the heat of a fight. He glanced to see a small nod given by Jinrei as well, having the same thoughts if his pleased and relaxed expression was anything to understand. The old man had always had a small tension when watching inexperienced youngsters fight to such extremes with the possibility of someone dying. "You looked pleased, Kuchiki-san." Kakashi smiled at the man as he turned his attention from his book for a moment. "I appreciate a person's control, and their ability to properly gauge a situation," Jinrei answered shortly. "It is good to see it in the shinobi forces so young. Sage knows we don't need half-cocked chunin running around." Naruto chuckled at his teacher's nod but confused stare at the last comment, but decided not to comment on it. He returned to his book as the next contestants were called. "Tamari of the Desert and Samui of Kumogakure, please come down." Naruto took notice not because one of the contestants is the Kazekage's only daughter, but because the blonde kunoichi from Kumo is participating in this fight. She kept staring at him, which in of itself is creepy, but he was also interested in her skill as the genin of the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. He had high hopes for what she could do, but also to find out how dangerous she could be if her staring is because of something sinister. "Oh, Sage, he's becoming paranoid. Begin." Tamari jumped backward while pulling out her fan, but her eyes widened when she saw that in her place is a boulder-sized crater from a simple punch delivered by her opponent. If she had been a second later, she would have become crushed by that single attack alone. From the looks of the small amount of lightning chakra running over her body, Samui used it to enhance her body to be able to move faster, but that means she still has the natural raw strength to cause that much damage. Tamari opened her fan and channeled chakra through it to release a strong gust of wind at Samui with the hope of pushing the girl back. It did not work. Instead, the Kumo kunoichi dashed forward through the technique and raised her fist for another attack. Her knuckles crackled with electricity as she charged her chakra into her fist. "Chakra body enhancement, very nice," Jinrei commented with a small chuckle. "Unless Tamari-san can find a way to properly counter Samui-san's aggression, she will fail. She seems to rely on her fan for all wind techniques." Naruto leaned forward on the railing. "I doubt she has proper taijutsu techniques unless that fan is for weapon fighting as well." "I doubt it," Jinrei responded and chuckled when a single punch delivered by the Kumo girl snapped the fan in half. As I was about to say, it did not look sturdy enough to be used for close combat. Samui smirked slightly as she watched the war fan crumble into a small heap from a single punch. She grabbed the girl's light jacket and tossed her into the wall they are closest to, making the stone wall crack from the impact. Blood dribbled from the corner of the Sunakunoichi's mouth and dropped to the ground unceremoniously when she was let go. Still, Tamari tried to get up but collapsed when she got to her knees. "Stop!" Hei jumped forward to stand in front of Samui. "Samui of Kumogakure wins." "Medic!" Naruto nodded his head as he was hoping the match would be called after that. There was no way that Tamari would be able to recover from such a brutal attack, especially if she happened to get to her feet and tried to continue fighting desperately. She did her best, and it is just sad that she had to face an opponent that countered her fan techniques. "This is why I have you trained enough in everything." Jinrei laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder as he watched the Sunakunoichi be taken away by Medic Nin. Naruto understood this as the old man's way of assuring himself that he prepared the prince as much as he could. He appreciated the man's concern and flashed a grin at the man. "Don't worry, Jinrei Ajisen. I plan on winning this so you have no reason to worry about me. I will use your and Anohano-Basin's teachings well." Jinrei nodded his head curtly, but there was a proud shine in his eyes as he regarded his prince. He remembered the image of the young brat at 8 years old with an intense expression and a silence that spoke of the abuse he suffered mentally and emotionally, but he had the drive to be something more than he was given and forced to live with. He strove for something greater with the willpower that his grandfather held and a thirst for learning that every Uzumaki has possessed. He and his family traveled with Retsu and her adopted daughters, and when they found young Naruto, even under all the grime and the malnourished body, they could see the potential he could. A proper prince to remake the clan they lost because of the fears of the world, and his Uzumaki blood burned brighter than his mother who had no desire to gather her wandering retainers. Naruto did all of that and more, and he, with his and Retsu's guidance, is set to emerge back into the world as strong as before. But now the ancients have agreed to have a larger presence in the clan to better protect and strengthen their guardians. The elder beasts have made a point to test the heir of the clan, and the tattoo is their approval of the blonde, the latest summoner of the Uzumaki ancients. Behemoth and Nergigant both got along with the blonde the most, having found and respected the darker side of the happy blonde. Those two have been itching for a fight ever since the blonde's grandfather died fighting for Konohagakure. They wanted payback and rivers of blood from their enemies. Kakashi had watched the entire interaction with a sad expression, feeling that he was not truly Naruto's teacher any more than Hiruzen was Minato's. There was a bit of a relationship there, but it wasn't the same. It just made him feel even worse about what little he has done for the blonde, and he glanced at his other two students, noting that Sakura seemed to look at two with a small smile while Sasuke avoided any sight of the blonde. It seems he was still embarrassed by Naruto's teasing earlier. We have our winners of the first round. Kakashi turned in surprise at the announcement, not realizing he had spaced out the rest of the fights. They must have gone by fast. We would normally allow another intermission to get yourselves prepared and a quick breather, but the Hokage has seen it fit to continue on without such a break so as to simulate the intense missions you will face as Chunin. Hayate looked around as he said the announcement. The first round will be starting immediately after the choosing. He looked up as the board lit up and chose two names, which will be Sasuke Uchiha and Fu of Takegakure. Wait. Naruto held up his hand to his teammate to stop him from walking away. Please listen to me when I say this. Be careful. You may think they're ashamed of forfeiting, but what you're never told is the valuable resource of retreating to fight another day. Your opponent is not a regular shinobi, okay? So you need to understand that you may be at a disadvantage. What are you talking about, idiot? Sasuke scoffed and pushed his teammate to the side. I'm going to win this fight. Don't stand in my way. Naruto just watched his teammate walk towards the stairs, a small glint of disappointment in his eyes at his rival's comment, but he hid that shortly after the feeling came. He tried. Why did you try to stop him? Sakura asked with a small voice as she approached the blonde. Because his opponent is a beast of a different caliber and he won't be able to beat her if she takes him seriously. Naruto sighed and shook his head. I tried to tell him, but it is his choice in the end whether he listens to me or not. Hopefully, the girl doesn't hurt him too much. Are you ready? Sasuke stared down the green-haired girl with a glare and activated his Sharingan. She just smiled back and nodded her head to the proctor. Begin. Sasuke moved to enter his clan taijutsu stance, but was blown back by an unseen force, skidding along the ground before colliding with the spectator walls. He gasped in pain and gripped his chest with a hand while looking up to see what happened. From the pain it took to breathe, he assumed that he had a broken rib or two. Even with the Sharingan, he did not see what had attacked him. Opening his eyes and looking up at his opponent, he saw her shaking her left hand with a grin before dusting off her knuckles. Oh man, my bad. I got excited to face the last loyal Uchiha, and when you activated the Sharingan I took this seriously and punched you a bit too hard there. It's not my fault, though, as your sister is a prodigy among prodigies, and I just assumed you were the same. I guess not. Sasuke's Sharingan spun angrily at the jab of comparing him to his traitor sister, and the teasing smirk made his blood boil, and he dashed forward with all the speed he could muster. He sent a few jabs at the girl, but none of them hit, so he dropped to the ground and went to sweep her feet. His dojutsu caught sight of the arm in the nick of time, and he abandoned his move to roll to the side and gain some distance. The girl didn't stop her attack, however, despite knowing he was not there, and the ground exploded as soon as her fist connected with the arena floor. Chunks of earth and rock exploded out and into the spectators, forcing them to shield themselves briefly. A dust cloud formed to her knees, but she dashed forward through it and aimed another punch for her opponent's head. Sasuke's eyes widened at the speed and the way she seemed to flutter over through the air as if a moth in flight. He rolled back to dodge again, but not without leaving a few exploding tags to possibly catch her off guard. As the tags exploded, consuming the girl, he went through a few hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Mustering all of his frustration into this singular attack, he created a ball of fire nearly 12 feet in diameter. It blazed like a weaker miniature sun as it hurtled for the last location he saw the girl in. It collided in a larger explosion than the tags, and he watched with deep breaths hoping that it was enough, his Sharingan looking for the tiniest sign of movement. The fire raged almost uncontrollably, but he couldn't see a silhouette of his opponent, and he breathed in relief, smirking as he realized he proved the blonde wrong. Wow! You almost got me there. Sasuke twirled with the kunai in hand, but gasped when a hand gripped his throat and lifted him up, causing him to drop his weapon. He looked down at the small smile of the girl that held him up like he was the size and weight of a puppy, and her eyes shined bright through the settling dust. But there was an unnatural air about her that reminded him of his blonde teammate. I'm still disappointed. I didn't have to even try really hard to beat you. I would have preferred fighting your teammate. Sasuke gasped when her grip tightened and he moved to kick her in the chest. However, he felt relief when the grip on his throat left and he fell to the ground with a weak grunt. I believe I have one, Proctor. I could have killed him there if there were no rules forbidding it. Fu waved her hand as she made her way back to her team. Sasuke tried to get to his feet, but he collapsed and the medic Nin had to come to get him. I tried to tell him, Naruto repeated quietly as he watched his teammate be brought away with a little concern. The next fight is NaruHarem and Rock Lee. Naruto grimaced at that poor matchup. Shino would not be able to do much since his bugs would not be able to keep up with Lee's taijutsu. This is also bad because the boy is not trained by a jonin with taijutsu experience, but by a genjutsu mistress. I forfeit the match, Proctor. Shino raised his hand as he called out monotonously. Seems he agrees too, Naruto thought as he glanced in the boy's direction. Understood. Lee continues on. The next match will be Naruto Uzumaki and Dosa Kinyuta. Naruto sighed at the boring match he will face. Let's end this quickly. Ready? Naruto and Dosu nodded to the man. Start. Naruto jumped back just as Dosu had tapped his arm resonator, avoiding the sound technique easily. You'll be tough to beat, Dosu commented as he took off his cloak and connected the two resonators. I remember you said that our techniques would be easy to beat if prepared. I did say that and I stand by it, Naruto answered. Your techniques are short range and cannot travel far. I am guessing to do more it would require more chakra which you cannot currently produce or it is just not possible. Either way, Naruto continued and raised his hands. I do not plan to entertain this fight for long. Rabbit. Boar. Snake. Monkey. Naruto clenched his right fist as numerous electrical currents danced all over his body and outwards around him. He appeared almost like a god of thunder and it was only enforced when he produced a spear of electricity in his clenched fists. It is about 6 feet in length. Try to dodge this. Naruto ground out through the electrical sounds. He threw the spear forward. Dosu's eyes widened as he saw the path of destruction created by the single technique and he jumped to the side to avoid its trajectory. However, the lightning spear twirled around immediately and followed him. It almost connected with Dosu but he had substituted himself with a piece of rubble at the last moment. The stone exploded in a shower of electricity. Ha ha ha, that was close. Naruto laughed before creating another. But that was just one. Let's spice this up. Naruto proceeded to toss and produce 9 more electrical spears, throwing them in the air to arc down and find their target. He was surprised that Dosa didn't take that moment to attack him, but with the amount of lightning charged around him, he would think twice about doing so too. However, that just means he will go down without a struggle. You know, Kinuta-san, Naruto said as he watched the boy dodge and run for his life. My family possesses many treasures, some mundane objects that they have passed down like a statue of the sage or the 5 teachings created by the sage. But many others we have protected away from the use of the world, too powerful to risk falling into the wrong hands, and it is a testament to their desires for peace that they didn't use it in defense of their home in the Second World War. Dosu was not listening as his entire focus is on the 4 spears left chasing him, but the spectators were listening with rapt attention. For the Kumonin it was because they knew of what their grandparents have done and also because the rumors of the power held by the Uzumaki survive to this day in their village. They tried kidnapping Kushina Uzumaki decades ago to be able to obtain those secret treasures, not for the Biju like the Konoha Council claimed it to be. They did not care for that, but they wanted a line of strong shinobi to rival the first hidden village. They wanted a seat in the sun, and they were willing to do anything to achieve that a long time ago. The Aimnin listened in interest, especially the blue-haired sensei, for different reasons. For the students, they had briefly learned about the Uzumaki clan as one of the only world powers to talk amicably with Hanzo the Salamander during the Second World War and were taught to respect the old clan that took the combined might of 3 shinobi villages to be defeated. For the sensei, however, it was a name that belonged to a friend and leader. A desire to learn more to share to him when she returned to her village. The Suna siblings did not care, but for Gaara, he listened to the person he wished to kill for his mother and to prove his existence greater than his. To learn more of the strengths of his target will only allow him more preparation in the future. To the Konoha forces, the genin did not know much of the dead clan, and for those outside of Naruto's class that had heard his declaration many years ago, they were interested to know what the last of the clan knew. To hear that the clan had treasures of untold power as well as relics of the holiest figure in many clan religions is even more surprising. The fantasy of the Uzumaki was painted as holy warrior monks who protected objects of a long-gone era, but for some, they thought of the Uzumaki as greedy thieves who coveted the world's possessions for themselves. For one lone warhawk, however, he gripped his cane tightly as the objects of his desire were talked about so openly by a child no less. He knew of the first's wife and how she taught in the academy, sharing tales of the old clan she hailed from, but even back then the young Shimura saw the idea of such a powerful clan not loyal to the village but being so involved as dangerous. He did not trust the clan, and when he tried sharing his thoughts in private with some classmates, he was thrown to the wolves by the cowards. Even with the death of the clan, he could not find these objects of power to bring them back to Konoha. All of the time he took after the end of the Second Shinobi War was wasted scouring the ruins of the village. It was there that he lost his arm to the beasts that inhabit the island's volcano. I want to show you one of my family's treasures, Naruto continued as he unsealed a black scroll from his jacket. He bit his finger and let a few drops fall onto the blue swirl seal, whispering a few words so quietly no one in the room could hear, and the effect was nearly instantaneous and threw everything into a quiet form of chaos. As a burst of pure white chakra is unleashed from the seal, whirling dirt and dust around in a violent tempest, a light enveloped the scroll in Naruto's hands. A feeling that everyone collectively understood as divinity as pure as nothing ever felt or seen enveloped the area of the arena. For Dosu, he had finally dodged the last of the lightning technique only to feel himself be forced to be at ease. It is almost as if he is charmed, placed under a genjutsu that ensnared his senses and will with something he could never hope to dispel. He has been forced to give up his will to fight, collapsing to his knees as his eyes widened and stared at the object presented in the blonde's hands that no one else can see. Even Danzo, for all his experiences and abilities, could not see what is presented in the light. But from the feeling it was powerful and a god item that very few have seen or known of. But any will to attack the blonde vanished as soon as he felt it, and he was placed into a platonic state of being where all of his worries just washed away. This is one of the 10 items of 6. Naruto smiled at the effect of Dosu. It prevents any negative feelings or desires of violence from being felt or acted in the immediate vicinity. A useful item that is held in the scroll only opened by Uzumaki blood and a special incantation. You should forfeit. Dosu's eyes drifted from the item to the blonde's face and he swallowed thickly. I forfeit. Naruto nodded and he clasped his hand over the open seal and allowed his chakra to rebuild it, and soon the light and divine feeling faded away. Everyone gained their original composure but were now whispering among themselves, all about the powerful object that is possessed by the genin. While hate called Naruto's win, everything stopped when a new voice spoke loudly. How do you have such a powerful object in your hands? Everyone turned to Danzo when he asked his question, a narrowed gaze looking down at the blonde prince. His hand clenched his cane. Danzo. Naruto glanced at Hiruzen as the man gave a warning look to his advisor. As I mentioned before, it has been a clan possession for a long time before the hidden villages have been formed. Now, if you'll excuse me, we are holding up the next fight. Danzo worked his mouth, but he glanced around the room quickly before snapping his mouth shut. Excuse me. Hiruzen watched his former friend walk away and breathed an exhausted sigh before pulling out his smoke pipe and began packing it with tobacco. So much for not smoking during the exams. Naruto felt bad for the old man as he walked back to his team and the next duo was chosen. Samui of Konohagakure and Kankuro of the desert. Naruto hoped that this time he got to see what was in that strange wrapped bundle, but he felt a hand on his shoulder after he leaned forward. He turned around to see Jinrei looking at him with a calm stare. Come with me for a second, Uzumaki-sama, he said before turning to lead him away. Naruto sighed and realized he wouldn't get to see this fight and followed the man away, waving his hand to tell Kakashi that he would be back. The two walked for a while before they entered an empty room, Jinrei moving to the side to let him in first. He entered and leaned against one of the desks in the room, looking at the elder with a confused look. What's up, Jinrei IGG? I think something is going to happen in these exams, the older man said without hesitation and not dodging the point. The Jinchuriki are all looking around at those in attendance except for the team or the sound team. More than once have I seen the Gyuki Jinchuriki talk to the Matatabi girl despite not being her sensei. I can't tell who he is looking at when he speaks, but the genin is not as subtle and she looks at you each time. Her focus trains on you and analyzes you for a few moments before shaking or nodding her head. Naruto hummed and cupped his chin in thought. It was a valid reason to be concerned, but even the teams from Konoha looked at him at times as well. Especially after the milk vase incident. However, they were Jinchuriki and it wasn't a reunion with a sibling of a similar burden they were looking for. That is a bit uncomfortable news, Naruto admitted softly. Anyone else like Gaara's siblings, or maybe that other Kumo Kunoichi, I would have waved it off as not that big of a problem. It doesn't help that even the AIM Jonin has taken interest in me. Jinrei nodded as he knew that too, but he was more focused on the Jinchuriki. What do you suggest? Naruto was quiet as he thought of his answer before he looked up. Go contact some of the Whirling Tide and have them scout the borders of Hinokuni as well as visit the participating villages. If there is anything they find out of the normal at either of them, then we know that there will be danger. What of the sound team? Naruto met the man's gaze and smirked. Let me handle that. None of them made it through, and their sensei is mysteriously absent. I wonder why. Jinrei nodded his head and made his way for the door. I will try to be back before the end of the exam, but if I'm not, then I will arrive at your home with the news. Naruto nodded and watched the man leave and waited for a few moments before making his way to the arena. Would someone actually try to invade the village when the examinations are happening? Nearly all of our shinobi are in the village during this time, so it would be a catastrophic failure. You know what makes people confident in a fight like that? It isn't the first time it would have happened. Naruto slowed to a stop as the Biju spoke and his eyes widened in realization. It's more than one village. If Kumo is working with another village, the amount of damage from 2 rampaging Jinchuriki is insurmountable. Nothing short of the elder ancient beasts fighting with me would stop such a thing. We will need to be careful. If we accuse them wrongly, then we will look bad to an international degree. But if we ignore it or slip up, then the consequences will be devastating. Naruto hated how right the old fox was. Sometimes, he hated the responsibility that came with being a prince and an ally. Yujitoni wins. Naruto blinked as he walked back into the arena to see Shikamaru laying on the ground while holding his abdomen, wincing in pain. It seems he had the misfortune of facing off against the Matatabi Jinchuriki. He almost felt bad if it wasn't that the boy is just too lazy to begin with, so he likely didn't take the fight seriously at all. So it was deserved. Probably. Was this the only fight I missed? He asked Hinata as he walked back to the spot beside her. No, Tenten and Karui fought, but it ended pretty quickly. That Kunoichi is actually very skilled with her sword. Hinata sounded impressed, but that was because Tenten had thrown everything she had at Karui, but everything was blocked by the red-haired Kimonin. Where did you go? You could have missed my fight. Naruto chuckled at the small pout from the girl and patted her head affectionately. I'm here now, and I'm glad I didn't. I still need to see you fight and make sure you deserve your reward. The girl beamed happily at the affection and the prize she is trying to win. Gara of the Desert and Ajisai of Amigakure, please come forward. Naruto winced at that and looked to see Ajisai talking to her sensei. A few words were exchanged before the young Kunoichi dropped down into the arena and made her way to her opponent. There is no way she can win. Are we ready? Ajisai gave a nod and Gara gave no recognition. Start! Ajisai tried to run away, but sand moved to envelop her foot, then her leg, before yanking her down and slamming her into the ground. The sand yanked her into the air before slamming her back down again. Blood leaked from the sand that wrapped around her leg. Stop! Hayate moved to stop the boy, but he was tossed back. Mother demands blood. Naruto went through rapid, four-in-hand seals before slamming his hands on the ground. Lions and seals rapidly raced toward the boy and crawled over the boy and his clothes. It began burning a sickly yellow before the redhead began screaming. No! No! What are you doing to Mother? The Suna team was on edge immediately, but Kakashi got onto the other side of his student to protect him. He didn't know what he was doing either, but he trusted his student to not do something hasty. I'm silencing your Biju until you are calm. Naruto swiped his hand to the right, and in a flash of red, the seals disappeared, but the boy collapsed into the limp sand that he no longer had control of. Naruto had silenced and cut the connection he had to his Biju for a temporary solution, not trusting anyone let alone himself from fighting an enraged Jinchuriki without provoking them into their tailed form. Baki-san, Hiruzen called out with a chilling voice, a stern gaze on the man from under his hat as he exuded an immense amount of killing intent. You should be thanking Naruto-kun for preventing your student from doing anything rash, as if he didn't the boy would have been detained and disposed of without releasing it. Baki swallowed thickly as he glanced from the Hokage to the young Uzumaki before nodding his head stiffly. Understood. I will allow your student the ability to continue to the next part, but if he acts out of line at all from hereafter. Hiruzen paused as he let the suspense sink into not just the Suna team but to everyone else. As you can tell, even some genin under my employ are capable of rendering your ultimate weapon useless. I hope we have come to an understanding, and this goes for everyone that is within my village. Looking around, the man glanced at everyone before looking at the red-haired boy sobbing on the ground. The medics may take care of him, but I will have him under surveillance until further notice. With a snap of his fingers, two Umbu appeared near the boy cat and bore masks, before taking him away to be taken care of. Hayate winced as he sat up, breathing heavily as he tried to get his sickness under control. The next fight is... The board flashed on with the last two names. Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga. Both of them blinked at the announcement and looked at the screen to see that the names for sure were there. They were. Even after all that happened with Gaara, the fact that two members of the same clan from two branches fighting each other caught everyone's attention. The Kumo teams tried to stay uninterested because of some history that they still haven't been able to recover from politically. Niji, Hinata whispered and glanced down to see the brunette boy already entering the arena. "You okay, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked as he leaned forward into her. Hinata turned to Naruto and gave a smile, but even he could tell it was forced. "I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Don't worry. I'll win this fight easily." Hinata walked away and walked down the stairs into the arena, her serious eyes finding the amused eyes of her cousin. "What's wrong, cousin? Scared?" "Nothing to be scared of." Hinata smirked in a show of confidence. "It's only you I am facing." Niji's smirk and amusement went away immediately and he slipped into the gentle fist, Hinata doing the same as she accepted that the jabs were no longer necessary. "Ready?" Hei glanced between the two Hyuga. Why must the clans of this village be so unstable and weird? "Start!" Niji dashed forward with his Byakugan activated. Hinata stepped to the side and weaved her attack around her cousins, striking him in the rib, and she jumped back to gain some distance between them. She slipped back into the proper taijutsu stance, but this time her hands and arms glowed with a faint blue haze of chakra. Niji gripped the side that he was hit and winced and breathed in pain. He turned back to his younger cousin and scowled at the blank look on her face. "Even losers have a bit of luck. Cousin, this fight could be over with a simple hand seal if I truly wanted to cause you pain. But I feel the need to hit you for all the pain you've put Hanabi-chan through." Niji started laughing at that statement. "Don't act as if you care for your sister. When you become the clan head, she will become just like my father. An outcast, branded with a seal to keep her in line like all the others. I will never let that happen to her," Hinata hissed, but did not give in to attack too early. "You can wallow in your self-pity for as long as you want, but I will make sure you know the consequences of hurting someone close to me." Niji entered the gentle fist with a grin on his face, but a dark look in his eyes. "Then show me what you can do, cousin." Niji dashed forward. Hinata expanded the chakra flowing through her arms, and the aura around her hands grew two spikes resembling horns before she slipped around the rigid attack of her cousin and sent a single palm forward into his stomach. A blast of air and chakra burst from Niji's back and he coughed blood as he crumbled to the floor. "For all your talk of fate and how you are so much better than the rest of the clan," Hinata began speaking as she lowered her arms to her sides. "This position fits you, cousin. You don't deserve to walk with your head high like Uncle did. You don't get that luxury. You're the reason dash. I was 5. Hinata sent a palm strike into Niji's back, disabling his spine. "I was 5 and kidnapped by Konohagakure. I could not protect myself. Do you know who did? Naruto-kun. Do you know who died for me? My uncle." Hinata kicked her cousin over on his back so he could look her in the eye as she lashed out at him. "For all these years I ignored the way you glared at me and my family. How you went back against every teaching Uncle gave. You are undeserving of the Hyuga's eyes. If it was not for my love for my family, which included you, Father would have had your eyes sealed the moment he had learned that you harassed Hanabi-chan." Niji just stared at the ceiling as she spoke, but the moment she said his eyes would have been sealed away or taken had him look at her and see how serious she was. He saw no lie in her eyes, and he felt a chill run up and down his spine, unsure if it was the pain or the prospect that he would lose everything if not for her. "Let this fight be the final warning, cousin. If you do anything else against the family, main or branch does not matter, I will have Father go through with it. You will lose everything. You will lose everything that makes you better." Hinata began walking away. Hinata Hyuga wins. Medic! The champions all stood in the arena, minus Gaara, and faced the Hokage and his advisors. "I congratulate all of you on your performance." Hiruzen nodded his head at them. "You have shown that you shine among your peers and you are ready to be evaluated among an audience. For that, we will be choosing the fights right now through a lottery." Everyone glanced at the bowl filled with folded plastic squares. Ibiki walked forward to the first genin, Fu, and allowed her to pick one of the folded squares before continuing on. As he did this, Hiruzen spoke. "In a moment, you will open up the block and you will be given a number that will be shared with one other person. From there, that will be your one and only opponent in the third exam. It will be held in a month, allowing you time to train and prepare as well as give time for our audience to arrive." Naruto grabbed a block as he listened to the Hokage. "Maybe I can fill the seats with some of my people and make it so that if they decide to attack during the exams that we will have less civilians to worry about." But he did not want to risk his people for something that was not their fight. They had no fight in this, only him due to his emotional ties to the old man and the people he connected with. It wouldn't be right for him to have rebuilt his home only for them to have to protect a foreign village, one that is possibly tied to the failure in defenses so long ago. He opened the block and looked at the red 2. Second fight, maybe? I am going to ask for a show of hands to see who has the number I call, Ibiki announced as he took out a pencil and paper. Who has number 1? Lee bounced up and down with his hand in the air, a grin on his face, and Samui did the same but much more reserved. Rock Lee and Samui of Konohagakure. Ibiki nodded as he wrote down the names. Now, number 2? Naruto was the only one to raise his hand, and everyone glanced around. So that means Naruto, Uzumaki, and Gaara of the desert, Ibiki said after a second and wrote it down. Number 3? Yujito and Fu raised their hands, giving each other a stare, a grin in Fu's case. Yujito Ni and Fu of Takigakure, Ibiki wrote it down. And lastly, number 4. Karui and Hinata raised their hands. Karui of Konohagakure and Hinata Hyuga. Hiruzen nodded his head. That will be all for today. I can't wait to see you in a month's time. Naruto nodded his head and began walking to the exit, noticing Karina grab Hinata's attention, and chuckled at the exasperated look on the poor girl's face. He sighed to himself as he planned the possible ways he can beat the redhead while making it at least interesting. The audience will want to see some action, so ending the fight with the Uzumaki Mark Fuinjutsu or any of the erase sub-seals are out of the equation. Of course, he didn't want to just throw ninjutsu he was not confident in that will penetrate the defensive sand. Excuse me, can I talk to you? Naruto looked to the side and noticed the AIM team approaching him, the sensei being the one to talk to him. He nodded his head. Of course. I wanted to thank you for saving my student's life. The woman moved Ajisai to her side. If not for your actions, she would not be here right now. Naruto waved his hand with a smile. Just enforcing my Hokage's rule, and it wouldn't be good for Ajisai-chan to die when she bravely faced someone like Gaara. Still, she insisted. If there is anything we can do, just ask. Naruto noted the tone of the woman and looked at her for a few seconds before humming. Okay, I think I know something. I wanted to visit Amigakure at some point, but lately, they have had very strict border control, and when I tried to have my grandfather figure visit, he was turned away without a single chance. If you can give me the ability to enter, I would appreciate it. The woman pursed her lips before giving a nod. I can do that. It won't be until after the exams, as I will have to talk to our village leader. Naruto nodded his head with a smile. I appreciate that. Can I get your name? My name is Conan, she answered. Naruto Uzumaki, but you knew that. Naruto chuckled before waving. By Conan-chan, Sueren-chan, Fu-chan, Ajisai-chan. With a wink to the last girl, he used a quick seal to teleport to his home before a reaction could be given. Naruto. The blonde looked up as he took a bite of a sugar cookie I am baked and delivered to him, blinking as he saw Jinrei approach him. The older man sat across from him and accepted a cup and the iced lemonade pitcher brought by a clone. How did it go, Gigi? Only the borders have been scouted so far and it doesn't look good, but it is certainly better than we thought. Jinrei answered before taking a sip and setting the cup down. The Sound Village is from the land of rice paddies, now the land of sound, and the new leader is Orochimaru as he made a deal with the daimyo to make a hidden village. While fire does not share a border with wind, we had found the village was mobilizing a lot of its forces and the Kazekage is also preparing a separate envoy to head here during the third exam. IWA has been quiet due to none of their teams making it through and they haven't mobilized as soon as so it is very likely that they aren't going to do anything. Naruto nodded his head. What of Kumo and Kiri? Kiri is still in a civil war, hence why they did not send many teams for the exams this time, so they are very likely not in a position to support any attack on Konoha without leaving their village open for the rebels to attack. Naruto remembered at that moment that he offered for his home to be used as a sanctuary for the rebels. How are they situated in Uzushio? Any issues? Other than that Terumi woman, there hasn't been any issues, Jinrei answered before noticing the look his prince was giving him. Many of the older retainer clans and those who have a long loyal history to your family have been on edge with the woman. I believe it was Aizen who believed the woman should be detained and find out if she has Uzumaki blood or not. Naruto sighed at that, shaking his head in amusement at one of his most aggressive captains. Aizen is one of his biggest supporters, taking the captain position of the division that handles Uzushio expansion and influence without a second thought. He wanted their country to be a superpower and able to prevent any future attacks from happening again. However, it is also because of his love for the Uzumaki in Uzushio that causes the man to question why Naruto stays in Konoha or helps them. He doesn't understand it, and while the man has not brought it up again, his eyes always narrowed angrily whenever Konoha was brought up. I can understand his concern for my blood being used by another village, but if it was truly a concern then it should be brought to my attention. Naruto sighed and rubbed his head. Anything happen after that? No, Kairaku-san was able to defuse the rebels before anything could happen after that. Retsu and I had a conversation with Aizen to bring it up to you as you are the prince and should handle any familial issues. Jinrei drank more of the lemonade with a sigh. You should come, however, before another issue happens. Division 4 is especially on edge after Aizen decided that he would be better off patrolling the areas that the rebels have settled on. I agree that if the Terumi truly are related to us, then it should be brought to the woman's attention. We cannot allow such powerful blood to continue without monitoring. Naruto understood the man's concern and nodded. Let me ask Hiruzenjiji about going to Uzushio to handle this. I think that the only way I can leave, however, is with a team, as leaving alone would raise too many questions by the village. Jinrei nodded. Then we should handle that as quickly as possible. Naruto created a few clones to handle the cleanup before he and Jinrei began making their way to the Hokage Tower. With many of the other villages' teams leaving to either train or continue on with their genin cells that failed, the Leaf Village returned to normal, with many of their shinobi returning to their missions until the third exam started. It's a relief, if Naruto was honest, as he wasn't sure what would happen if 5 of 9 Jinchuriki stayed inside the same village for such an extended period of time. I wanted to ask, but how did it go with the sound team? Naruto immediately activated the privacy seal he kept etched into his headband. Captured them, and I have them sitting in one of the space-time scrolls after I interrogated them. Only Dosu and Kin seem to be cooperative, as Zaku seems fanatically loyal to the snake. Jinrei nodded. There's always going to be one. From what I learned, however, the snake is alive due to the seals he puts on those he considers the most promising. The same seal on Enko-chan, but these are much more advanced, but still not complete. The seal he gives contains a fragment of himself and his chakra, and upon any type of death, the seal activates and revives him while consuming the life force of what the seal is attached to. That is concerning, Jinrei hummed in thought. But if the seal requires the host to be alive for him to be brought back from death, then if the seal cannot be gotten rid of, we can at least transfer it to an inanimate object so that it will never activate. Naruto finished with a nod of his head. I already have plans to look at the incomplete one on Enko-chan before looking into one of the newer ones, but there are only 10 people with that seal, all within his so-called village. I will see about getting a whirling tide unit into that area, Jinrei said as they entered the Hokage Tower. Naruto deactivated the seal and walked past the secretary, flashing his ninja identification at the woman as proof of who he was. It didn't take long to make it to Hiruzen's door and be allowed inside. Naruto-kun, Jinrei-san, Hiruzen greeted the two with a small smile, setting his pen down and sliding the paper to the side. What brings you here? I need to head to Uzushio, Naruto told his grandfather figure. I am willing to pay for a mission to be escorted there and back as well, but I have some things I must take care of personally. Hiruzen nodded and snapped his finger, a parrot-masked Umbu dropping down. Give me a mission log. The Umbu nodded and disappeared for a few moments before returning with a large book nearly 700 pages thick. An escort mission that will take you to the coast of fire, and through international waters that are filled with merchant hunters. Hiruzen began writing in his book about the details of what a mission would take. It's at least half a week trek there, another back, and then at least one more week for what you need. No more than a month, as you need to be back for the third exam. Not even, Hokage-jiji. I do have the seals to the island, so I and the team will not need to take that long of a trip. Naruto smiled. Hiruzen paused and then chuckled with a shake of his head as he crossed out the travel time. Of course, Naruto-kun. Either way, this is a C-rank mission of B-rank importance, and assuming that they will be in Uzushio with you, it will be a classified mission? I would like it to be, but I don't think it is necessary anymore, Naruto stated the last part with a look at Jinrei. No longer. We are strong enough currently to fend off any would-be aggressor. Hiruzen nodded his head. I will authorize for a 2-cell mission of C-rank, which will come out to a base cost of 20,000 with 2,000 per genin and 15,000 per jonin. That's a total of 62,000 ryo. Naruto pulled out a slip of paper and wrote out the check for the Hokage. If possible, I would like to choose the teams if they are available. I can see about it if they are available, but if not, I will be choosing the teams. Hiruzen nodded his head and began looking over his book. I would like Asuma's team and my team, as Hinata-chan has to train for the third exam. Hiruzen looked through his book that had each team and their activity recorded and found the 2 teams. Both teams are available, yours being a given as they are incomplete, so I will organize for their departure. Where should they meet you? At my compound. Kakashi-sensei should know the location. Kakashi entered the office of the Hokage with 2 of his students in tow. Sasuke has been very quiet lately after his loss against Fu, and not the broody quiet type of silence. He had been docile, for lack of better words. He doesn't demand training anymore, simply asking for a yes or no before leaving. Sakura, on the other hand, has taken up getting medical training from the Shinobi Hospital. She is learning Iriya-Jitsu as well as field surgery techniques. From what the man has heard, she is a natural and many of the doctors are thinking of offering her an apprenticeship under them once she reaches Chunin. He couldn't have been more proud of her taking her profession more seriously, but he wonders what happened to cause her to switch. Maybe it was facing Orochimaru? Good to see you make it, Kakashi-kun. Hiruzen smiled and motioned to Asuma and his team. I have an assignment for you all. You've been requested personally by the client. The genin all perked up at this. Personally requested, huh? Asuma asked with a bit of surprise. Yes, but it is a C-rank escort mission, likely to stay that way, Hiruzen said with an amused glance at Kakashi. But the gist is you will escort the client to his home so he can handle his business for a week or two, then you will come back with him. Here is the parameters scroll. Kakashi took the scroll and opened it. His eyes scanned the scroll until he found the client's name and his one eye widened. Hokage-sama? You know where he is. Hiruzen waved his hand. Now go, you are dismissed. Kakashi continued to read the scroll as he and Asuma's teams left the room and stood in the hall. He was quiet as he read it, getting the genin's attention. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? He looked at his student and shook his head, rolling up the scroll before waving at everyone to follow him. Nothing is wrong, Sakura, just surprised is all. But there is no need to pack for this mission. How so? Asuma asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm sure everything will be taken care of by our client, Kakashi chuckled. But here is the mission. We are escorting Naruto-kun to Uzushio for reasons I assume, as it wouldn't be smart to have a Jinchuriki let alone the genin travel alone. We will be there for a week or two. Uzushio, why does that name sound familiar? Asuma asked himself. It's the island of the Uzumaki, Sasuke answered without looking back at the man. Their village was known as Uzushio-gakure. Oh right, Asuma said as he remembered the times his father would tell him about the Uzumaki clan being allies and all. But why are we going there if it's a bunch of ruins? Because it's not, Team 7 answered at the same time. Kakashi chuckled and gave an eye smile as he approached the gate to the Uzumaki compound. We will let Naruto-kun explain further. Naruto. A moment of silence stretched out before the door opened to reveal Jinrei. You've arrived. Good, the seal is almost done. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow but entered without questioning what he meant. He was sure the answer would come naturally. I will not let a single seal made by him come near me, Sasuke muttered as he heard what happened to Zaku. You do not have a choice, Uchiha-san, as it is the way we are taking to get to Uzushio faster. Excuse me, Ino raised her hand, gaining the elder's gaze on her. What kind of seal can be able to cross such large distances? Even Yondaime-sama's seals didn't go that far. Because the Yondaime's formula that gave him his fame was incomplete, even to the standards of the original formula developed by Tobirama in his notes, Naruto answered as they entered a large barren room set aside for the group transportation seal. The Uzumaki have developed and perfected more seal types and formulas than the rest of the elemental nations combined. We have thousands of years of progress. Not like it accounted for anything, Sasuke muttered with his arms crossed, but avoiding his teammates' line of sight. Takes one to know one, Sasuke-chan? Naruto teased with a smirk. Anyways, the formula is finished, so please stand in the center circle and we will be able to get going. I'm sure Okage-jiji explained to you what I am paying you for, but as a more personal note, please don't do anything stupid. You will be the only people who are stepping foot on Uzushio with the exception of what makes me have to take this trip in the first place. You will be monitored by the 3rd Division while you are on your mission, and this isn't because I don't trust you but because my people don't trust you. I'm sure you can understand, the whole being betrayed and killed to near extinction thing, so be on your best behavior. But if you see something you are curious about or want to learn more about, feel free to ask me or any of the division captains or lieutenants if you see one. Understood, Kakashi spoke for the group. Meanwhile, more than half of the Biju in one place, this is too good to be true. It is quite a unique opportunity, but it also makes it too dangerous in such a high-profile area, Itachi drawled. What's wrong, Itachi? Are you scared of a little risk? Kisame began laughing as he teased his partner. She's right, Sasori sighed. And while 4 of the Jinchuriki are genin, the 5th is a veteran of the 3rd Shinobi War and is a skilled combatant. If we were to try and capture all of them, we would need to all be there. Orochimaru is planning an invasion with the help of Suna, Zetsu informed the silhouette of their leader. That would be a good time. The man hummed in thought. I also got news that the Kyuubi will be leaving the village. Black Zetsu spoke up with a gritty voice. If we can take him out, Konoha will be crippled and too focused on handling the invasion to notice us getting inside and capturing the other Biju. Where is he going? To Uzushio, Zetsu answered this time. We don't know why. Itachi, Kisame, the purple Rinnegan eyes turned to them. You will get access to the island and you will capture the QB. Am I understood? Yes, Leader Sama. The two Ronin nodded their heads before disappearing. Our plans will soon be in motion. We will not afford failure now. The Rinnegan eyes swirled. Welcome to Uzushio. Teams 7 and 10 just stared with wide eyes at the scene around them. The first thought that came to mind is that they entered a utopia that would be untouched by war, a paradise beyond mortal thinking. If not for the armed duos that walked through the village with black outfits and long katana at the hip, you would be none the wiser. Even the small rivers that cut through the village only added to the beauty. The buildings and homes were not like those found around the elemental nations. These are a mixture of polished stone and brick, a foreign architecture that seemed more advanced than what the teams are used to, but very beautiful. But from the halls and rooms that they passed while exiting the building, the dry and boring exteriors of the buildings deceived the well-decorated interiors. Even outside the village was beautiful as the walls were surrounded by large trees. While a few palm trees dotted inside the village, the ones outside were a mix of birch and yew. However, in the distance, the Konohagakure can see a large active volcano smoking. Naruto, is it safe to be here? Naruto glanced at Ino before looking up at the volcano. Oh, that's Mount Yuzu. Don't worry, it's always like that and it hasn't erupted in about 300 years. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he stuck his hands in his pockets. At least the clouds are in clear view. I know you'll fall in love with the nighttime, Shika, Naruto teased with a grin before noticing a small group arriving. Oh, and it looks like you will be meeting the enforcers earlier than expected. Uzumaki-sama, Aizen bowed first, but his eyes drifted to the Konoha shinobi. And guests. The group noticed the man's cold voice as he spoke to them and knew immediately that they were not liked. Aizen, it's good to see you again, Naruto gave a smile. But let me introduce you all to each other. Everyone, these are my escorts for my visit here. My sensei Kakashi Ataki, my teammates Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, Jonin sensei of Sumasaru Tobi and his students Shikamaru Nara, Shoji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. Hello, everyone greeted as the two older men bowed. They knew that by rank they were equals, but because they are technically in foreign soil, they had to treat them with respect. Now, you guys know Jinrei Kuchiki. He's the captain of the 1st Division and he and the 1st Division lieutenant are always with me. The lieutenant is Retsu Unohana. Greetings, she bowed respectively with a calm smile. The 2nd Division is led by Captain Kiryu Ikefune and Lieutenant Hiyori Saragaki. They will rarely be in the village as their duties require them elsewhere. Greetings, the tall and busty woman greeted. Hi, the younger girl said with a glance at them. And the 3rd Division is the ones you will be interacting with the most. For your stay here, they will monitor you and check up on you throughout the day if you are not with me. Captain Shunsui Kairaku and his niece Lieutenant Nanao Ise. Please respect them and their authority for your stay here. Nice to meet you, the older man smiled while tipping his straw hat. Hello, the girl said, eyeing them behind her glasses. And lastly, the 4th Division. They are not usually here as they are spread out beyond the islands, but they will be here for most if not all of my stay. Captain Sosuke Aizen and Lieutenant Jin Ikamaru. Sosuke gave a nod while Jin just kept his smirk in place. Alright, Naruto said as he looked at Shunsui. Let's head to the hall and discuss what's been happening. Please also send for Lord Phantom Hive and Lady Belsarion. As you wish, Uzumaki-sama. Shunsui nodded and walked off to do as he was commanded. The rest of you may meet me at the hall. I will be answering some of my escort's questions and such before I come. Everyone but 4th Division nodded their heads and began walking away, striking up their own conversations. However, Sosuke and Jin stayed in their spots while keeping an eye on the foreign ninja. Is there an issue, Aizen? Ikamaru? The two men looked at their prince when he asked the question, Sosuke taking the moment to answer. I do not trust them alone in the village, let alone with you, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto sighed, not noticing the confused and offended looks from the teams behind him. I understand your concern, but do not worry. If you don't trust them, that's fine, but at least trust me as your leader. I do not lead a rebuilding nation just by name, correct? I would never doubt your abilities, Aizen said after a few moments of silence. Jin nodded in agreement, but his eyes never left the foreign teams. Then know that I would be able to handle myself if anything happens. The village is patrolled by countless enforcers and shinobi and spellswords and mages. It will be hard for someone to not notice their prince in trouble, don't you think? Naruto gave a grin at the taller man, gaining a sigh of resignation and a nod. I will trust you, my prince, but if they do anything or I sense something off, I will handle it. Naruto just watched as the two men walked away, calling out a brief farewell until the meeting. Well, he sure doesn't like us, Choji said while fidgeting with a bag of chips to get it open. And the others seemed alright with us, Sakura pointed out quietly. You will find that no one here will trust you so long as they know you are active and loyal Konoha shinobi, Naruto answered truthfully as he turned to them. The reason is actually because of what caused the downfall of our people decades ago. Why would we be hated for something committed by 3 enemy nations? Sasuke questioned as he crossed his arms. Seems stupid to me. Do you know how the combined forces of IWA, Kiri, and Kumo got here? Naruto looked between everyone when he asked that question, having even the 2 Jonin stumped. Prior to now, the Uzumaki maintained an isolationist policy in regards to the world. That is because of their distrust of the greed for power among many clans, mostly the Uchiha and Hyuga, who were arrogant of their specialized back during the Warring States era. The Uzumaki barely communicated with the Senju due to their ongoing war with the Uchiha, finding them just as violent and untrustworthy as others if only slightly better. We had collected a manner of skills and objects that can bring complete destruction to many clans during the time, so we tried to keep our location as unknown as possible. Then why did they help create the hidden villages? Ino asked, completely interested in this. Because they saw Hashirama and Madara's desire for peace as true and not a farce, so they sought to give them the foundations of a safe place to settle down a cooperative society. It went well for a while, and a bit of trust was given to Hashirama since he had married the prince's sister, Mito Uzumaki. What they gave was a seal formula that acted as a key through our defense array. Wait, a defense array? Around an entire island chain? Asuma repeated with a questioning gaze and got a nod. That would require so much power and maintenance. Even the sensor barrier around fire is maintained by 10 hubs that control specific sectors. How can something like that exist? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man. Seal experts. Uzumaki are seal masters, and we have perfected the art over a multitude of generations. With a sigh, he continued. Jinrei told me that they were surrounded by dozens of ships designed by Kiri, but none of them approached the whirlpools. A message had been sent to Konoha to ask Tobirama to send support. A denial was sent as a response, claiming to have their hands full. We were struggling in the war, Ino tried to justify with the Academy textbook answer. No, Konoha wasn't. Compared to Suna, who was facing a famine, and IWA, who had a lot of their agriculture burned, Konoha and Fire was doing very well in the war. The fact that most of Konoha's death was due to improper training of their Chunin and the rate of unjustified promotions to leading positions. Either way, the dismissal of aid was a stab in the back to the Uzumaki and retainer clans that had given support during the First and Second Wars. So they blame us for the destruction because we didn't help? Shikamaru asked. No, that would have been forgotten and we would have moved on from that. But it was on the 3rd day of being cut off by the Kiri ships that our sealing array was taken down. Not dismantled or due to failure, but temporarily taken down from a key seal. That was when my people felt the feeling of betrayal at their throats like the cold blade of a kunai. Because only Hashirama had been given the key seal formula, then only Konoha could have betrayed us. Naruto let it sink in for all of them. That has stayed for a lot of the clans, and while they seem friendly, they do it for my sake since I still have faith in the village. But do not be fooled, you will be watched closely at every minute of the day. Then why is Aizen-san acting outright? Kakashi brought up the man that treated them with open suspicion. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. That's how he is, but I trust him. You'll have to get used to it. So you're okay with them treating us like some kind of illness? Asuma asked. As I said, the only reason you are not on house arrest is because of me, so you will have to deal with a few stares and being watched. Naruto answered with a stare at the man. You are being paid for a monitored vacation. I do not need you as actual escorts, but because I am seen as Konoha's ultimate weapon and I would not be allowed to leave alone. You are here to fulfill that requirement. That's it. Naruto looked at the time before sighing. I have to go do this meeting. If you do follow me, you will be seated in the back of the room and you will keep your mouth shut. If not, you can go explore, but if I find out you had caused trouble and were arrested, then I will personally contact Sarutobi Gigi to have you replaced with a different squad. Naruto turned around and began walking away, leaving a stunned group lagging behind. He just got here and he's acting full of himself, Ino growled in frustration. He is the leader of a village. He must act in their best interests. Choji tried to defend while eating chips. I actually appreciate that he trusts us enough to let us see his village. I saw a restaurant back there that I want to try. Of course you would think about food, Shikamaru sighed as he put his hands behind his head and leaned back. This is troublesome, but at least it gets me away from my mother. I think the village is beautiful, Sakura said as she continued to look around. Certainly not like Konoha, but it's oddly majestic. Sasuke grunted and looked to his left. A group of the black uniformed people were watching them passively, but a small glare made it to their eyes. I already hate this place. Well, that's not very nice. All we've done is stare at you with suspicion. The group looked around for the voice, even Naruto stopping to turn back, but the ninja couldn't find who spoke to them. The voice is deep and clearly masculine, but it sounded so close the person would have had to be next to them. Wow, if this is what Konohagakure are reduced to, then I am concerned for Naruto-kun. A black cat jumped down from the canopy of a shop to the group's right before walking to the middle of their path, but staying far enough away. She's an average-sized cat with pure black hair and yellow eyes that stared at them with intelligence. Yoruchi-chan, Naruto smiled and crouched down when he got the cat's attention. Come here. I've been gone for so long, and the first time you see me you take the time to tease my escorts instead. I'm hurt. The cat trotted over and brushed her head against his hand. You seem to be the one who misses me the most. Yeah, whatever, Naruto chuckled before taking Yoruchi in his arms, getting a small yowl. Come, we have a meeting that I'm sure you would be trying to avoid. The cat grumbled and buried her head in his arm. What kind of person names a male cat a female name? Shikamaru asked more to himself, but was heard by Yoruchi. I wouldn't be commenting on my name when your head looks like a pineapple, she responded loudly. Naruto chuckled but scratched Yoruchi's ear. Hush. Okay, I've arrived. Naruto entered the room into the front. The room is a barren room with an oval table in the middle, at one of the ends being a large chair for the prince while at the other end is empty. A row of chairs lined the wall opposite of the door they entered from, which teams 7 and 10 took their seats in. In the room are another 13 individuals. 8 of them known to the Konohagakure as the captains and lieutenants of the enforcers. The first is Suifong, the supreme commander of the Amatsukido. She is a young woman with gray eyes and black hair that she wears short with 2 long braids bound with white cloth, and ends in a golden ring. She wears a similar uniform as the captains and lieutenants of the enforcers, even though it is clear she is not part of the same organization. The next is a voluptuous woman with scarlet hair and dark red eyes. This is Irene Belsirian, the Archmagus of the Chaos Academy that teaches magic and chaos. Her black top has a diamond-shaped opening, exposing a portion of her breasts, and a heart-shaped pattern around the borders. It extends down to her navel. She also wears a long black loincloth with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan emblazoned on its front, having white borders on its edges and being connected to another cloth piece with the same heart-shaped design. Next is the youngest of the large group, a teenage boy no older than Naruto with gray-blue hair and a light blue eye with the other hidden by an eye patch, as well as a very feminine appearance. This is Seal Phantom Hive, the Lord of House Phantom Hive and the owner of the largest mercantile company known as Phantom Corporation. He just leaned on his hand as if bored of being there, but straightened up when he noticed Naruto enter the room. Next is an older man with spiky black hair and green eyes. This is Kain Shiba, the cousin of Ichigo Kurosaki and the head of the Shiba clan. The Shiba clan is the main family with the brother clan being the Kurosaki, which is led by Ichigo's father. He is a visored of the first division, which is shown by the enforcer outfit he is wearing. Lastly is a man who looked out of place among the uniformed individuals, with blonde hair and gray eyes. A bit of facial stubble is growing on his chin making him look like a homeless man. But this is Kasuke Urahara, the closest related non-Uzumaki to the royal family as his family were only 4 generations loyal to Uzushio. He is also one of the most dangerous individuals not inside one of the military organizations, as well as his assistant that is not there. Ah, sorry I'm late. A dark-skinned beautiful woman walked in with a relaxed smile, her dark purple hair in a ponytail revealing a familiar set of yellow eyes. Had to get decent after traveling earlier. Good thing too. I don't think Prince Sama's heart would be able to take you flashing a meeting once more. Shunsui teased with a small smile pointed at Naruto. Right, Naruto interrupted with a small shake of the head. Before we descend into teasing at my expense, can I please hear what's going on first? And don't worry about my escorts. They're going to remain quiet. Hopefully, I don't think Sasuke has an off switch anywhere, and trust me I've checked. Fruitless. Before Sasuke could say anything, a hand made it to his shoulder from Kakashi with a warning stare. Okay, first, how is Kirin-chan and Anoka-san adjusting? Any issues? Kirin-san has no issues with her living conditions in the royal palace, having built a garden in an unused area in the back. Jinrei responded smoothly. Anoka-san, however, is an issue. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. Continue? She refuses the authority of anyone claiming to lead a dead clan, Retsu answered with a small sigh and frown. The woman remains loyal to the Fire Daimyo, claiming him as the new lord of any Uzushio remnant after the royal family died during the Second Shinobi War. She says this as it was her father who had taught her to be loyal to the Daimyo. Is her father an Uzumaki? No, her mother was an Uzumaki branch member and married after escaping Uzushio. She died during childbirth, and Anoka-san had no idea of her lineage until we told her. Has a blood test confirmed her heritage? Jinrei nodded at Kiryo's question. She does have Uzumaki blood, hence her understanding of Fuinjutsu, but that seems to be the only ability she has inherited. Is she violent? Suifeng asked, being the supreme commander of the internal military enforcement. No more than any other Uzumaki. She just stays in the house given to her. Naruto hummed before glancing at his team as they watched with interest. I will talk to her. We can decide what happens after that. Wait, you're going to keep that woman hostage here? Naruto looked up at Ino with a frown, and the other individuals turned to look at the blonde. This is a clan matter, Yamanaka-san. I would not have dishonored your family by having an outburst when among your clan. Do not let that happen again. Ino gaped at the cold, professional tone the happy blonde gave before turning to her sensei for support. He just stared at Naruto and put a hand on her shoulder. If that is all about them, then I will move on about the maintenance of Mount Yuzu. Goody, Kiryo smiled brightly. The alternate realm array is working phenomenally with very little issue. Only a few hiccups with tectonic shifts and Mount Yuzu just being more active again. The elders also seem content with what is happening inside, and from what Betelgeuse has told them they are excited for more. Naruto chuckled and nodded his head. There will be more in the coming month if what Jinrei has shared with me is true. Okay, now, the main issue of what I came here for. The rebels. 3 and 4? Sosuke looked to Shunsui for him to start, since his division handled the care for foreign visitors. The refugees seem to be doing alright, and we have began using their labor for reasonable tasks that wouldn't jeopardize our safety or security. The ninja, however, are wary of us and treat us with disdain and suspicion. The worst is the Terumi woman and her inner circle of advisors and commanders. The woman is fine, understanding of our caution and that their stay, while being generous and peaceful, is not for free and must contribute for the resources used. She, however, took great offense when it was brought up about her possible ties to stolen Uzumaki blood. Was it actually worded as stolen blood, or are you speaking that in confidence? Naruto asked with a small narrowed stare. Just in confidence, the exact wording being the blood of Uzumaki taken to breed exceptional shinobi by a foreign nation. Not much better, but it's hard to be worded carefully for such a subject, Shunsui answered back with a small sigh. True, Naruto nodded his head. Her advisors and commanders, especially that one-eyed man with the uniform of a Hunter-nin, had tried to convince her that we are trying to make them loyal to us in hopes of stealing their country after they finished fighting. The only reason there hasn't been any violence is because Zabuza-san and Haku-san came to your defense. Naruto noticed the ending of the report and turned to Aizen. Anything to add? Other than there having been multiple fights, Kairaku-san shared everything. Aizen noticed a look for him to elaborate, so he continued. I've dispersed 3 rising encounters between Uzushio civilians and Kirigakure shinobi. I've arrested 15 individuals for public fights that are instigated by both sides. Terumi wants our civilians punished, but because the fault is from both sides, we have just fined the individuals involved and let them go. How is Terumi and her officers handling the aggression of those under her command? Not much that we know, but other than her throwing a few threats around, none of her officers feel like their people are doing any wrong. The older ones know about their involvement in our destruction and have grown up vilifying us. Naruto just rapped his knuckles on the table and thought, this is a big issue. He knew that it wouldn't be so easy that there would be no issues. That is a fever dream, not taking into account the different cultures and different sides they have grown up on. But to think there would be such aggression and tension that he will have to sort out is simply ridiculous. I will talk to Terumi-san tomorrow. If Zabuza is still here, please let him know I am here and that he can find me at my home in the morning. Naruto told Shunsui and got a nod in understanding. Good. Now that those issues have been worked out for now. Suifeng, how is the security of Uzushio? No issues in any of our islands, and it seems that many surrounding territories still see us as a cursed island, Suifeng informed her prince. I will receive the next report in about 3 hours and will update you when I read it. Naruto nodded his head. That's good. That means we don't have much to worry about immediate threats. Now, we will move on to the civilian sectors. Belsarian-san? The Chaos Academy is doing well. We have a current graduating class of 33 with a new projected year of 50 promising students, Irene answered with a smile. Our most promising students are Kajinu-san and Midgar-chan. Naruto nodded. That sounded very good. It would be good to have individuals who can use a different energy source than chakra. Anything else to add? You still haven't answered my proposal to marry my daughter. Naruto blushed and glared at Yoruichi as the woman snickered, and sent an exasperated look at Retsu when she began hiding a giggle behind her sleeve. That is something for Scarlet-chan to bring up to me if she wants to. Please let her decide on her own life herself. Irene sighed lightly but nodded with a knowing smile. That will be all, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto nodded and turned to the twink young lord. Seal-chan, anything to say? Factories are working at full capacity, and our ships are reaching up around into the land of snow, Seal answered with a small glance up at the prince for the feminine honorific. Thanks to Shanks and Luffy, we are the only ships left undisturbed from their piracy. Although, Luffy is more just traveling around picking fights and trying to recruit people to Uzushio. Naruto chuckled at that, knowing it is something the boy would do. Good to know we have unrestricted access to the seas. How goes setting up trades into Gaul? Very little progress. The continent and their inhabitants don't trust us with the exception of Demon Country, largely in part to our representative working to earn the graces of a priestess named Scion. She is the only political figure of the region. Naruto nodded and thought more about that. I'm sorry, but excuse me? Naruto looked up at Sakura to see her with her hand raised and a confused look on her face. Yes, Sakura. What is Gaul? Naruto blinked before realizing that his yearmates had no understanding of that name. Ah, sorry. The name Gaul is the name given to the continent beyond water and moon. While much of the eastern continents are much like ours, but with different governments and different understanding of chakra and chaos, the farther west you go the more different they are. So when I speak of Gaul, I mean the entire continent and would elaborate on the region if I need to. Sakura nodded her head in acceptance of the answer. Keep me updated, Naruto told Seal and got a nod from the boy. Turning to the last three, they are the advisors. Kain is the lord of the Shiba clan who speaks as the ethical voice for all matters. Kasuke is a strong and wise person that is also pretty laid back, while Yoruichi was the previous supreme commander of the Amatsukido before stepping down to relax more as Lady Shihoin. They're the three whose opinions he takes into account the most outside of the divisions. How are the civilians and overall happiness of Uzushio? A loaded question, one taken easily by the trio. Other than the excitement of you coming home, Kasuke asked with a chuckle. Everyone has been happy with how things are going, but that seems to have been kicked into overdrive the moment they heard you would be coming to visit. Kain smiled in amusement as even his cousin was excited. Your arrival seems to wash away any growing animosity with the foreigners. Yoruichi smirked at the young adult. And it seems that more than a few girls are also excited of your arrival. Naruto blushed and coughed into his hand. Yes, that's good. For the citizens, I mean, Naruto clarified with a glance at Yoruichi when the woman began chuckling. I guess if that is all, I think that I should be a good host and offer to answer any questions my escorts have for me. With this, Naruto turned his attention to his and Asuma's teams. They all blinked at the sudden attention, and Naruto almost chuckled when he saw Sasuke shudder slightly under the extra analyzing stares of everyone at the table. It seems, you have been hiding a lot, Asuma started as he felt put on the spot when everyone was extremely quiet for a few moments. How did this all start? We found him emotionally and physically deprived, Retsu answered with a stare out of the corner of her eye. She is still upset with the condition she found Naruto in, and while he may forgive the village, she will only tolerate them. He was thrown out of the orphanage with no knowledge of his parents' sacrifice and nothing but a stipend from Yokage and a rundown apartment. We didn't even approach him at first, but it turned out that he had contacted Kyuubi while in a coma after passing out in his apartment due to the extreme freezing temperatures. Everyone tried not to be surprised, but from their looks it seems that his abuse had gone unnoticed to even the two Jonin. Who is we? Sakura asked with a small whisper. Anohana-san and I traveled together after meeting up 2 years after Uzushio's destruction, Jinrei answered this time. I had my son with me and together we traveled for a long time, making sure no one would know of our loyalty. Our group would grow when my son married and later had children and Retsu found her 2 daughters and adopted them. We had some belongings, history books, and important Uzumaki scrolls, and when Naruto approached us we gave it to him. Since then, we would visit for 1 week every month. At 8 years old, I told them I wanted to rebuild my home, Naruto continued, gaining their attention. It was a few years before the time when I told my entire class what I knew. Jinrei Ajijizan and Retsubazan went around the world to find the rest of the survivors and retainer clans and brought them here. They also went around and brought civilians in villages that were neglected by their local lords or in need of a proper home. Nearly a third of the civilians who live here are from Gaul, where Irene was a respected protector. Irene grinned at that as she was very proud of her contribution to keeping people safe even after her home had been destroyed with no hope of going back. At first, I was planning to leave the village to be here and lead my people properly as it had gotten very annoying at being called Namike-sama even when I wanted to continue having my mother's name. It was also very annoying that everyone acted like they didn't traumatize me throughout my adolescence and stripped me of any possibility of a childhood. Take Sasuke, for instance. Naruto threw his hand up at his raven-haired teammate. The moment his clan was killed by Itachi, everyone treated him like a walking demigod. They forgot all the awful shit they said about his clan, slandering them to the ground despite being the military police of our village. Sasuke frowned at that, having forgotten his childhood where his mother and father shielded him from the rest of the village. He thought they were just careful of his well-being or thinking that he would not ever amount to his sister, but this made much more sense when he thought about it. It actually made him question what else he has been told. You forget the rumors of the Kyuubi attacking the village and having Sharingan eyes, Asuma informed the blonde, since this was now declassified information but not publicly talked about since it is considered taboo to slander the dead. There was fear of someone in the clan causing the attack, and considering how it has affected you most of all, I did not expect you to be defending them. You don't know me, Sarutobi-san, Naruto said lowly with narrowed eyes. I do not condemn people based on rumors. I remember the civilians also saying I was Kurama in human form, weakened by my father. Do you believe that rumor as well? That they were valid in their assessment? Answer carefully. At that, Asuma looked around the room to see the tension set in everyone's posture. He recognized this as the ability to spring into action within a fraction of a moment, even being seen in the young Lord Phantom Hive even though he seemed the least battle-capable. He slowly realized his mistake and raised his hands to backpedal. I didn't mean it like that. I meant that since we did not know for sure, that it was caution that served as the best strategy. Naruto is silent as he stares at the man, realizing his rising temper might cause the table to fight his escorts, and decides to take a few breaths. Right. Either way, if it was not for Hokage Jijizan being repentant for his neglect and actually desiring to make it up to me, I would have left by the age of 12. I would not have turned back and no one would have known where I was until I decided to reveal myself to the world. And so, I have just bided my time and had my former home built and supplied money from my Konoha accounts to pay for everything. I still plan to move here and be an allied shinobi of the village, but that is something Hokage Jijizan and I still have to work out. Naruto looked at the time and realized it was getting close to nighttime and decided to end it there. That's all we have for today. You can ask my captains and lieutenants any questions you have, but for now I am going to go see Aisang-chan. Farewell. Meanwhile, shit, these bastards can take a hit, Kisame hissed as he yanked the blade out of his stomach. Even now, Uzumaki are still producing scary shinobi, Itachi spoke quietly as she walked up to her partner's side. Around them, for Swirl Master Uzushio shinobi laid on the ground. They had caught the two beaching their boat and moved to intercept them. While many Umbu teams would not be an issue for the S-rank missing Nin, these individuals were much more properly trained. They were also more varied in skills, including combat fuinjutsu that goes beyond storage seals and explosive tags. At least they had enough chakra to feed Samahata. Kisame petted his sword affectionately. At least this trip will be worth it, there are plenty of strong people here. What one of them did not realize while the other chose to ignore, a fifth kunoichi was watching and listening before disappearing in a consuming darkness. Bang! 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 Naruto's eyes snapped open when he realized that his door was being knocked on aggressively. Aisang also sat up next to him, hugging the covers to hide her body. Uzumaki-sama. Naruto got out of bed when he heard Suifon's voice from behind the door. He slipped on his discarded pants before opening the door. What's wrong, Suifon-san? Bodies of our shinobi were found on the shores of the island. Aizen-san thinks it's your escorts and has them on house arrest. He sent Jin to contain the Kiri rebels. Naruto widened his eyes at this and nodded his head. Wait for me at the door. I'll get dressed and we will leave to handle this. The woman nodded and turned to walk away as the blonde shut the door and walked over to his wardrobe closet. I'll get dressed too, Aisang said as she started getting dressed in her enforcer uniform. Naruto smiled and got dressed in a red kimono shirt with loose black hakama pants. A simple black swirl representing the Uzumaki is on the back of the shirt, but he covers it with a long black aori with sleeves reaching to his elbow. He grabbed the scroll containing his clan's collection of ancient weapons. He turned to see Aisang sliding her katana into the uniform sash. He walked over and gave a kiss to her cheek. Ready? She nodded. He opened the door and led the way downstairs into his front door, finding Suifon with Yoruchi and two Onmatsukido officers. Okay, first let's go to Aizen and get my escort. I doubt they would do something so stupid, and if Kaiaraka-san has 3rd Division Visor watching them since arriving, then they could not have had the time to do this. Naruto did not want to pick anyone over any of his captains, but he also did not want something to happen that would put himself in a precarious spot with Hiruzen. And the death of his team and Asuma's would look very bad. He was regretting not leaving a clone to cover his departure, but they don't stay alive forever and he wanted to enjoy his time in his home. The housing given to his escorts was not far from his compound, and when he arrived he found a few dozen 4th Division Visored and a bit less of the 3rd Division forces surrounding the area. Sosuke stood out in front with a calm but annoyed expression on his face, but that turned into utter reverence when he saw him approaching. With a bow, the brunette man greeted his prince. "I'm sorry you had to be awoken so late at night, Uzumaki-sama. It is the duty of the prince to handle every matter that threatens his people," Naruto said with a hand raised to indicate the man to stand properly. "I heard you think it is my escorts that committed the murders. I cannot say that I believe it only them, so I had sent Ikamaru-san to watch over the other foreigners." Aizen nodded his head. "They have been under the watchful gaze of the 3rd Division," Yoruichi told the man as Naruto just looked around. "Do you really think they could get past unnoticed? And why go to the shore just to kill a few of our shinobi? Whether they did or did not is not the problem. But if they did and we left them loose, I am not risking our prince's safety on ifs," Aizen told the woman sharply. "If they did not do it, then this will blow over, but dash." "Aizen," Naruto interrupted calmly and his eyes caught the gaze of the captain. "I appreciate your concern, but I trust in the capabilities of the visor to know if my escorts left to do this. Let them out. We will inspect the bodies together to determine the type of attack before we ruin any relations to our only possible ally." Aizen is silent as he stared at his leader before he scowled and turned to the closest visored. "Let them out." "Thank you, Aizen-san." Naruto smiled at the man, but he just got a curt, unsure nod. "Naruto." He turned to look at his approaching team with Asuma and his students lagging behind. "What is going on?" Kakashi asked as he looked at the large force surrounding them. "Why were we locked in our building without explanation?" Asuma asked much more aggressively. "Watch your tone," Aizen warned the smoking man. "Enough," Naruto bit out before he sighed and pinched his nose. "You are found under suspicion because a patrol group had been found murdered at the shore of our island. Because this has happened the very day I arrived with all of you, my captain is being safer than sorry. We have been watched the entire day, and I'm sure since we got settled for the night." Asuma threw his hands up at the visor with the kanji for 3rd Division. "How the hell could we have done that?" "Think of this as your excuse of how the Uchiha were treated," Naruto told the man with a glare. "We are being safe than sorry since we don't know for sure. That was your reasoning, right?" The man just stared in shock at the blonde using that reasoning against him. "You are jonin, experienced ones at that," Naruto explained shortly as a more thought-out explanation to the group. "While I may stand up for you, do not think that I do not know your capabilities. For that I will side with the caution of my captain and we will go to my murdered people to find out what truly happened. If you resist, then I will allow Aizen-san to have you detained." The group is silent in shock. "Naruto, you wouldn't do that to your comrades," Ino tried to reason. "Currently, I am not a genin of Konohagakure, but the prince of Uzumaki and clan head of the Uzumaki. I will place the safety of my island and my people first, even if it means going against you." The entire group stared back with shock and mortification of how different the blonde is acting ever since they arrived in Uzushio. To Asuma and Ino, it seemed like the power of being the leader of a dead and, in their opinion, barely rebuilt nation is going to his head. But for Kakashi, he saw how conflicted his student is even as he put up a calm and serious front. Sakura just nervously looked between her teammate and sensei, hoping the situation could be defused before anything bad happens. It didn't help that all of the armed guards were watching them carefully, some already morphing their bodies into more skeletal appearances. It would have scared her if it was not already seen by their watchers earlier after their questions with the captains. It didn't help that even she, with her little power-sensing abilities, could feel the increase in power. The feeling felt like death, as if the cold hand of the Shinigami was reaching out to take her soul. It was unpleasant, and even knowing the feeling of Ki, this was unlike it, and she felt that this is what dying felt like. Sasuke, unlike everyone, is the most unsurprised as he had been paying attention to the blonde the most since arriving on the island. His rival is handling his position as leader perfectly, and while they are used to him acting as a shinobi of Konoha, this is not that type of situation. He cannot appear as siding with them or else his men will lose respect and confidence in him, demoralizing any authority. It's funny, really, how a bubble of confidence is working its way into his chest, but the Uchiha just pushed it down aggressively. He will confront his teammate eventually on this. "Let's go," Naruto told them and turned to motion for Suifeng to lead the way. Meanwhile, Mei heard the commotion all the way from the officers' community apartment that was set aside by the Uzushio captains. She had dressed and left immediately, her two closest bodyguards Chojuro and Ao following after her when they woke up to the noise. As they got closer to the origin of the commotion, they found a growing amount of comrades filling the entrance of their temporary district. They are about 2 miles outside the actual village proper, but even from here they could see the walls of the village. However, that is not what is getting everyone's attention. As Mei got closer, her eyes narrowed as she noticed that familiar mischievous smirk on a young man with white hair. He wore the Uzushio Enforcer's officer uniform with a Hayori that says 4th Division Lieutenant. She recognized him as Jin Ichimura, the right-hand man of Captain Aizen. The same man that wanted to arrest her on some baseless accusation of her heritage. Seeing the enforcers blocking off the entrance to their district made something in her snap, and she began shoving her way forward to confront the lieutenant personally. What is the meaning of this? Mei-chan, Zabuza greeted seriously when he turned to address her. Haku stood to his right and seemed to be thinking about something. Zabuza, what is going on? You are being put on lockdown, Jin answered smoothly with the same smirk on his face. There has been an incident, and until Prince Sama has investigated the issue, we have decided that for everyone's safety they are to stay in their houses. You have no power over us, Mei hissed at the man, but it seems her anger only made Jin more amused. You agreed to follow our rules while here. Do not forget that it is because of the mercy of Prince Sama that you have a place to rest without fear of being found by your Mizukichi. Jin let the statement hang in the air for a while. If you proceed to try to go against us, we will have no choice but to detain you and place you in your homes forcefully. Zabuza put a hand on Mei's shoulder and leaned forward to whisper in her ear. We are not in Kiri anymore. We must follow a different set of laws if it means having a place for our people to relax. Do not forget that Naruto is here to talk to us personally. Wait until then. Mei nodded curtly and, after a quick glare at Jin, she turned around to get her people's attention. Listen, everyone. The Uzumaki have a serious situation that they are investigating, and we must stay inside our homes. I am told it is for our and their safety as they look into the issue. Go to your homes and go to sleep. It took a bit, but people started leaving back to their homes with a few grumbles or snide comments against the enforcers. Mei was about to leave when she heard Jin's amused voice behind her. I appreciate your cooperation. If only you were like this when we wanted to draw blood tests. Naruto landed next to the 4 bodies that lay mangled and bloody. 5 other Onitsukido were guarding the area when they arrived and stepped aside for him to look over the bodies. The 4 bodies held the swirl mask of the Whirling Tide Shinobi unit, and just the fact that 4 were defeated meant that it was a group that did this or a few exceptionally strong individuals. 2 bodies seemed to have been shredded in many parts of their bodies. It wasn't a normal weapon that did this, certainly nothing Konoha has ever used, so that ruled out his escorts doing this. But the fact that a weapon was thick enough to create large gashes like this without sacrificing a sharp edge was what stumped him. The other 2 bodies held the least amount of wounds. A single stab to the chest. No marks of struggle or fighting back. This meant that someone was trusted? No, then the need to beat the other 2 so severely would not have been necessary. A genjutsu, then. What do you think? Yoruichi asked as she stopped by his side. Definitely nothing a weapon from Konoha could accomplish, he answered softly while taking a breath of the area. His nose caught a faint smell of lilies and one of fish, but it was faint by about a few hours. For a while the old fox has been modifying Naruto's senses so he can smell better and hear farther. It is something Kurama could do to his host since he was the form of an animal, but it was long and exhausting, so he has been asleep to recover. I smell 2 people, Naruto announced and turned to the large group. It wasn't my escorts, and it doesn't seem to be any of the rebels. These 2 snuck onto the island and were caught. Shinobi, since one used genjutsu. Who would force their way into the island? Naruto shrugged his shoulders at Kakashi's question. Whoever they are, they know what they are looking for. They killed the 4 Whirling Tide and continued on, so they are professionals. The Gold and Silver brothers would come looking for some relics, Suifeng suggested, as those 2 are notorious for stealing Kumogakure's sage relics after abandoning the village. These 2 had differing smells. One smells of lilies and the other of fish. One is a weapon user while the other used genjutsu to trap both before finishing them with a single attack. Naruto sniffed the air more as Yoruichi, Aizen, and Suifeng talked to each other. He could sense where the scent traveled, and it headed for Uzumaki. That confused him, since they had just come from that direction and he or his commanders didn't catch anyone nearby. They're already in the village, Naruto told them with a small amount of surprise. They'd been in the village since making it onto the island. Could it be Hanunin from Kiri coming to kill the leaders of the rebels? Naruto turned when he heard Yoruichi's question. Maybe they learned of them being here? Possibly, but they made their way straight to the village instead of the refugee camp outside, Naruto said softly. Let's go back. I can track their scent. Interesting ability, Asuma commented under his breath, but was ignored by the Uzushio group while Kakashi gave him a sideways glare. What? Stop provoking them, Kakashi warned his fellow jonin. Naruto jumped into the trees and began following the scent. He is lucky he has this particular ability because he could not see any sign that someone had come this way. They simply vanished after killing the 4 Whirling Tide, and they would have had a hard time tracking them by sight alone. As they neared the village, the scent veered to the left along the walls towards the clan districts, but the only one as far as the scent traveled was his compound. His eyes widened at that. Karen-chan! Naruto now sped off faster than before, willing his body to go with all its might to get to his compound. He didn't look back to see if the group was still following him, but he could feel Aizen hot on his heels. He could feel the small release of power that came with unsheathing his Zanpakuto, and he knew the man could feel his master's distress. The first sign of the two invaders coming this way is the dead body of a 1st Division Vizard, but they had the wounds from the weapon user. Then another. More just kept passing as Naruto landed in the compound and followed the trail of death to where his targets will ultimately be. Both Orochi and Suifeng fled their chakra to alarm the others nearby to make their way over if possible. Naruto barely registered the answering flares of chakra when he came upon the scene. 2 people wearing black cloaks with red clouds stood with 3 dead bodies nearby and many others injured but in partial visor transformation. They looked to be trying to hold the 2 aggressors back, but why they were outmatched confused Naruto. The visored boosts were nothing to scoff at, so these individuals had to be extremely dangerous. Prince Sama. The visored were relieved to see their prince and commanders. Itachi. Naruto turned his head to stare at Sasuke, who was being held back by Kakashi so he didn't charge forward, and then turned back to see the woman with familiar Sharingan eyes. Never thought this would be how we meet again, all these years later. Naruto had never believed the answer given of why Itachi killed her clan for a second. If she was testing her strength and succeeded, she had no reason to keep her brother alive beyond tormenting him. But from the look of her, no one would have assumed anything but apathy as she regarded her brother's shout. But Naruto's 6th sense granted by Kurama gave him feelings of shock and sadness. Not just sadness, but a great feeling of despair and regret. Hey, Itachi, I thought you killed your entire clan. The fishman hefted the large, bandaged weapon over his shoulder with a predator grin. It seems you missed one. It is no one but my weak brother, Itachi answered monotonously. He was pathetic back then, and I expect nothing more from him now. While it is amusing to everyone the ongoing drama of a nearly extinct clan, coming from one to another, Naruto interrupted when Sasuke seemed to be ready to burst. I believe you made the mistake of attacking my people. Submit yourself and we will show mercy. Ha ha ha, the fishman started laughing raucously. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has some balls, doesn't it? Even after seeing what we did to these guys, it still thinks it could beat us. Naruto's right eye twitched. I don't think, I know. I will not repeat myself. Stand down. Or what? He goaded. Naruto sighed and tapped his foot on the ground, creating the familiar grand schema raid that rapidly trapped everyone in the immediate area. Just as the 2 invaders were preparing to attack, he slipped his other foot to the left, channeling a new seal into the array. This one, a very special seal developed by Uzumaki, and the screams from both Sasuke and Itachi let him know it worked. What did you do, idiot? Sharingan Disruption Seal, Naruto answered his teammate. You cannot use your dojutsu while inside this area, and if you do it will cause a lot of pain to your eyes and head. You couldn't have warned him? Ino shouted as she fussed over her crush. He needed the element of surprise for Itachi, Kakashi said as he moved his hand that had moved to reveal his own Sharingan eye. Naruto did not say anything else as he took the opportunity to add the sub-seal to the array. Grand scheme, fiendish reflection. The ground near Itachi and her partner seemed to bubble and a large black goo rose up and began fluidly taking shape, rippling like water when tossing a rock in. Slowly, the goo formed exact replicas of the 2 and even had their weapons, even mocking the large bandaged sword carried by Kisame. They now faced off against each other, unmoving as if calculating each other's power. Not only are you outnumbered and outmatched, you now have to face yourselves, Naruto told them before creating 4 clones. And these aren't shades or illusions. The array gives them active data on you and it learns from your actions. So, the longer you fight the better your fiends know how to counter you. Naruto then snapped his finger, and the fiends launched forward to attack. Kisame dodged an attack from his doppelganger, swiping his sword to cleave the hood in half, but he was blocked by the fiend's own sword. Then he was shoved back from a strong shoulder into his chest and he had to use Samahata to block a thrust from replica Samahata. His head hurt with how annoying this Fuinjutsu was becoming and he gave a roar as he kicked his replica back. Itachi ducked under a punch sent by her fiend, thrusting a kunai forward, but it swiped her hand to the side and sent a sharp kick to her stomach. She staggered back but was able to dodge another attack before grabbing its arm and tossing it into the ground. She prepared to snap its arm, but her legs was kicked from under her and she landed on her back with a grunt. Naruto's clones moved towards the injured Vizard and began healing their wounds with the area jutsu that he knew. The Vizard were thanking him, even saying that he should conserve his strength in case he needed to run, but just kept healing them and saying that it's the least he could do for those that were willing to risk their life for their village. The original Naruto watched the fight that continued on before motioning to Orochi to come forward. Take a few visored and prepare the containment seal. The woman nodded and moved to do as she was told. Meanwhile, hey, sensei. Hiruzen looked up as Jiraiya greeted him casually as he entered through the window. Ah, Jiraiya-kun, what brings you back so early? My raven wasn't crowing as usual, the Sannin answered cryptically. Hiruzen understood the message, though, and activated the privacy quickly. What happened? I moved to the usual information drop location, but there was nothing from Itachi, Jiraiya said as he sighed. This isn't usual for her. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and sat back. What was the last information drop about? Just that they were still gathering funds through bounty hunting, and they had another meeting with their leader coming up. She did mention something about their leader keeping an eye on Biju locations. Hiruzen's eyes widened this time and he burst forward in his chair. What? Why wasn't this part of your report last month? Jiraiya raised his hands in defense. It wasn't anything concrete yet, and it wasn't like Naruto wasn't in the village at the time. But he isn't now. Jiraiya balked at that and began panicking. What do you mean he isn't now? Where did he go? He paid for a mission to his home island for a month. This is why you need to share everything with me, you idiot. Now his life is in danger. Why would you send him there? It's not my fault. Jiraiya moved for the window this time before turning back to his sensei. I'm going there now. I'll bring him back. Before Hiruzen could tell him to wait, the man left. Shit! Back with Naruto. Uzushio containment seal. Trap. Kisame and Itachi froze in place, the former with Samahata raised over his head while the latter was ducking forward under an attack. Their eyes widened as they realized their body froze up from an unseen force constricting over them. Uzushio containment seal. Contain. 2 large pots with a seal cloth over the top are set before them, and their bodies begin to be sucked into the top. As their bodies finally disappeared, the kanji for contain was marked over the top of the cloth where they were sucked into. Naruto sighed at the success of the containment Fuinjutsu and motioned for a group of visored to grab the pots. Lock them in the prison. Give a small meal, as well. The group nodded and moved to do as told, while Naruto just turned to his left when he heard a tiny bit of movement. However, a large toad hopped out of a bush. Croak! Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw the throat and stomach of the toad begin to expand before its mouth opened. First came an arm, then a head, and finally the rest of the body of a familiar man. He pinched his nose as the man crawled the rest of the way out of the road and got to his knees, all while everyone loyal to Uzushio pulled out their weapons and pointed them at the man. What are you doing here, Jiraiya? I'm here to take you back to Konoha, the man said as he tried to ignore the vicious swords pointed at him. The Akatsuki sent a team here to kidnap you, so I need to bring you back to the safety of the village. Naruto blinked at the man owlishly before beginning to laugh, holding his stomach. Ha ha ha. You're too late for that, pervert. We have already captured the 2 invaders and have them imprisoned currently. Jiraiya blinked at that and looked around, finally noting the destruction of a recent battle. The point still remains. I am here to bring you all back to the village. We don't know if they had or will send another team to complete the job. Naruto sighed at the man. Listen, I'm not going back until I'm done with what I want to do here. I pay for this mission, and even if I didn't I would come straight back here the moment I was out of sight. So do us a favor and go tell Hokage Jijizan that I'm fine now. Naruto dash. The blonde slammed his foot on the ground, creating a transportation seal without a destination. It would drop the man anywhere in the world, but if he was able to use a toad to get into his island he can use one to get back to Konoha. Now that he thought about it, Naruto threw a kunai at the toad, piercing through its body and killing it instantly. Naruto, why did you do that to the toad? So the pervert gets the point that I don't want him back on my island, Naruto told Ino with a glare. Now that the excitement is done, I want all of you to go back to your home. We will have a ceremony for the dead then, but for now we all deserve sleep. Understood, Prince Sama. The visored and commanders bowed respectfully. Thank you, Naruto told them with a kind and true smile. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've worked up quite a bit of energy in this excitement, so I'm gonna go have some fun. Naruto quickly grabbed Isane's hand and the two disappeared in a flash. Sakura and Ino blushed as it dawned what he meant by fun, and Kakashi giggled like a lunatic as if he was reading his perverted books. Shikamaru and Sasuke, surprisingly, shared a similar thought of troublesome. Asuma could care less, finding his time on this island tiring him beyond belief, and Choji snorted in amusement before eating more of his snacks. Naruto sat in his chair and looked over the paperwork on his desk, Isane sitting on a couch to his right as she was stationed by Jinrei to act as his personal guard for a while. A lot of explanations had to be given for what happened the previous night, which Naruto gave a full public statement in the morning. While no one spoke out publicly, he could tell that hushed accusations of the Kiri rebels and Konoha escort being to blame were being shared. Sighing, the blonde looked up at the clock to see the time nearing 1 in the afternoon. The meeting with Terumi and her officers will be happening soon, which he hoped included Zabuza. He needed that man in there so he didn't deal with an entire room of people that expected his generosity and hospitality. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Naruto said immediately while signing a paper asking for authorization to plow more fields for corn on a separate island. The door opened and Jinri stepped inside to hold the door. The first to enter after him is a woman with long rust-red hair, a beautiful blue kimono, and a very womanly body. She is also relatively tall, but is still shorter than Jinri and Isane. Terumi-san and her officers have come for the meeting, Jinri announced as 2 more shinobi entered before Zabuza finished the line of guests. Your guards will remain outside. Thank you, Kuchiki-san. Naruto smiled and nodded his head to excuse the man. Please, have a seat everyone. Mei took the seat directly opposite his table while her officers and advisors spread out in the other chairs. You look very young to be a village leader. I thought Zabuza-kun was lying when he described you. I'll take that as a compliment, Terumi-san, Naruto said with a smile as he finished signing some more papers. Excuse me as I finish these papers, you are 10 minutes earlier than expected. But while I do this, I would like to bring up some topics of discussion if that is alright with you. The woman nodded her head. Before that, do you want to dismiss your guard? I'm sure this is a private discussion. Naruto paused and glanced up at Mei before turning to look at Isane, who laid on the couch and watched them. No, I will not dismiss her. She will stay. That didn't sit well with the rebel officers at how easily Naruto dismissed the redhead's suggestion. While Mei seemed unbothered, just giving a nod, Naruto can see now that it is the advisors that are causing the problems. Minus Zabuza, of course, as the man just watched with a grin. Anyway, the first topic is something that seems to be causing my people problems, which in turn is bad for me, Naruto started on, leaving no room for arguments. It seems that your shinobi and officers do not like foreign authority. Whether the reason be it is from Uzumaki or not I do not presume to know, which causes problems for my divisions and requires the involvement of my Onitsukido on numerous occasions. Mei pursed her lips in distaste. I have heard the side of those involved and have justified it as the fault of your enforcers and shinobi. Your people instigate us because of where we come from. I'm sure it's more than that, and by those involved I'm sure you only heard the excuses of your own people. Naruto looked up at the woman. I did not offer you a place for your people to cause problems. If it is an issue, I will send you back to Konohagakure. Mei's temper seemed to flare at the obvious threat, making Naruto see a familiar clan anger. You should be careful acting almighty just because you command a village, one that is still recovering from decades of being destroyed. You are not a golden standard of people. Naruto sighed and set the pen down. I see this will be hard for you to understand, so I will make it very clear to you, Terumi-san. You are on Uzumaki soil. If I find that anyone is causing problems from your group or my village, I will be having them arrested and will decide punishments from there. If you or any of your group get in the way, they will be treated as a hostile enemy and will be dispatched as such. I will not be playing these games of who has a bigger stick to hit with because I warn you mine is incomparable. Are we at an understanding, Terumi-san? It was quiet as the woman stared back, eyes darkened with frustration and anger. Her advisors are even less composed, with the exception of Zabuza. Understood. Good. Naruto sat back and looked at the woman. I do not wish to be an aggressor or as someone who seems unreasonable, but I find all this tension and issues to be ridiculous. It is these problems that has caused my people's destruction in the first place, and I would rather try to make friends than enemies if it is possible. But I will also protect my people first. You and me both, the woman muttered under her breath, but seemed to share his feelings. Naruto let his words sink in for a second before continuing. Secondly, I want you to submit for blood testing. Why? To find out if you are some descendant of Uzumaki blood, Naruto answered truthfully. There were practices early in Hidden Village formation that had them stealing members of strong or unique clans and raping them to create loyal bloodlines. I will not accuse you, but I hope you understand that to have my family's blood under foreign influence is a danger to security. How so? Mei asked with genuine curiosity, her anger and offense no longer visible. Uzumaki have many different secrets within our DNA, Naruto stated simply with a stare. Terumi-sama, the elderly man with an eye patch, leaned forward to speak to his leader. You cannot possibly be entertaining this? I find Ao-san's words true. Why should I give my blood? Mei asked. As former ninjas of your former village, I'm sure you've learned laws to do with the Kage summits? Naruto asked and looked at everyone in the room. Well, you only need to know the first summit meeting and the international laws that were described there. As the summit that described clan rights and international cooperation, it also allowed for protection of bloodlines. If you were found to have blood from the Uzumaki, which is an elder clan above the sovereignty of the Terumi. It puts you under my name. Because the Uzumaki are not loyal to any clan but their own, that means you are the product of bloodline theft. Judging the pale face of a few advisors, he knew they understood the implications of what would happen if it was found they were guilty of such a crime. See, while the continuation of clans are welcomed at every moment in every village, the stealing of active bloodlines is seen as the greatest dishonor that could befall any village and clan. And considering some of them are old enough to have parents or grandparents in active duty during this time would bring shame to most of them. It also helped that no one could ever possibly trust a village that actively stole bloodlines. Especially if said village is now purging all bloodlines that could have been stolen in the past. What would happen if you find us to share blood? May asked quietly, but trying to show no distress. That would depend on how much of a problem I find you and your people. Naruto shrugged, but noticed it was not a good response judging by their expressions. Let me elaborate. The blood of Uzumaki is much more special than any clan alive, and my family has monitored its spread for many years now. I have the names of many who have my blood, and we have approached them and laid out the options clearly. First option you have is that you swear loyalty to the clan above all, and you are to follow your prince. You dedicate your life to the rebuilding of the village and our power. You will never bow to another outside power. And the other? Naruto just stared at the woman, and she slowly understood. Strays are put down before they grow to cause problems. This was explained clearly to Anoka by Naruto himself, and he made sure that he explained as much as possible to her before getting to that point. Surprisingly, his calm and disarming tone and posture had made her more understanding of the predicament not only he was in but she as well. He did not want to threaten family, but he will do what he can to maintain peace for the clan and nation. You threaten the life of not only us but our leader. Ao had now spoken and narrowed his singular eye. Why should we even stay if this is how we are to be treated? I offered. I didn't force you to come here, Naruto answered the man. You are free to leave if you wish. No, Mei said and sent a glare at the elderly man. If you speak out again, I will kill you. Naruto snorted at the woman's threat of her own advisor. Your answer? I'll do it. Good. Naruto nodded and wrote something down on a notepad. I'll have someone contact you about it later today. Is there anything you wanted to bring up? I heard your announcement this morning. Is it true you fought and captured Kisame Hashigaki? Naruto nodded his head. He and his partner had killed a patrol when infiltrating this island, and we caught him. I won't share all of the details, but he is confined in a sealed prison as we try to get information from him and his partner. Did he have a sword with him? Bandaged up most likely, the young blue-haired shinobi suddenly asked before yelping and bowing to Mei. My apologies, Mei-sama. Naruto glanced at the young man and then Zabuza before turning his attention to Mei. If I did, we would like it returned. It is one of the 7 swords belonging to Kiri, Mei answered honestly. Zabuza-san has Kubikura Bocho and Chojuro has Hiramakiri. That's only 3 of 7. Where are the others? Naruto knew where the Kiba are, and the woman had finally returned to Konoha and asked for him. He received the news this morning from Tall Hand. Samahata had been stolen by Kisame and Kiba had been taken by Raiga. The rest had been lost after their first owners had been defeated in the Third Shinobi War. Zabuza answered him. Samahata, that's its name, Naruto mused as he rubbed his chin. Are the swords sentient by any chance? Zabuza nodded. They choose their wielder most of the time. Interesting. Well, I do have it, but until I find out what to do with Kisame, I will hold onto it as I don't want it falling into hands that will cause more problems. Anything else? Prince Sama, the guards bowed their heads to their leader. I'll be interrogating the prisoner for a bit, Naruto told the man and bit his finger to activate the prison seal. Notify me if someone comes. Without a second glance, Naruto was pulled into the seal network developed a few hundred years ago to hold powerful prisoners. The seal would contain the prisoner and put restraints on their chakra so they would be unable to access it. This nullified most dangers while the inside of the seal would confine their body in order to keep them restrained. The seal only failed once in its 220 years of use, and it was due to holding a Jinchuriki. The seals aren't made to hold that amount of raw power when unleashed. Good morning, Itachi-san, Naruto greeted the missing Nin Kunoichi. I thought it was still night, the woman responded from her bed without getting up. Could have fooled me, Naruto-kun. Ah, I apologize. We are still working out the kinks of the time management seal. Naruto honestly apologized and excused the mistake, glancing at the darkness outside the cell window. The room they are in is as large as a main hall, with steel and cement walls and iron bars dividing the two. A single window that had indestructible glass faced an outside where it showed some kind of scenery familiar to an indescribable forest and mountains. A large ceiling light hung above Naruto to light his room and exit while a smaller lamp lighted the cell. The lamp could be turned on and off by the prisoner, allowing a bit of luxury. As for all the Uzumaki violent tendencies, they still treated people with respect. There was no need for fear of the prisoner killing themselves, and the seal maintained a safe environment that prevented any death. It is a loop, much like a sub-seal of the grand scheme array, that would go back in time once the possibility of death is sensed. I will have one of the seal masters come take a look, but until then, Naruto brought a seat forward a bit and sat a respectable distance from the cell bars with a notepad. I want to know a few things. Why did you come here? To throw a surprise birthday party, Itachi sarcastically responded, but her tone sounded as if she was telling the truth. You were our target. By our, you mean you and Kisame? Itachi nodded her head without looking over. Why? For the Biju inside you. Naruto wasn't sure if it was the truth seals that were working very well, but usually there was more struggle when getting answers. Why do you need the Biju? Who hired you? This time it took much longer to get a response, as it seemed she was fighting back. The Akatsuki are gathering the Jinchuriki to extract the Biju. Biju extraction? Naruto repeated the statement softly. It isn't the first time people have done this, but it is very difficult, and any type of forceful removal of a Biju is usually detrimental to the health of the current Jinchuriki. So you came to kidnap me for Kyuubi, Naruto said, and he got a nod. Where's the Akatsuki base? Itachi tensed and she was clutching her pillow tightly. Mega Kure. Amigakure, Naruto whispered as he thought of the sensei with the dark cloak and white clouds. A similar look to the cloak Itachi and Kisame were wearing. How long have you worked for Akatsuki? Ever since leaving Konoha. Naruto watched the tense breathing from Itachi and he pulled his chair forward a bit. Why did you kill your clan, Itachi-chan? The woman turned her head to look at him and her eyes sparkled in unshed tears as she knew she couldn't prevent herself from answering the question. I was ordered to kill them to prevent civil war. Naruto watched as a few tears dropped and she wiped her eyes. Ordered by who? Danzo. This came out as a snarl as the woman seemed to accept that she couldn't fight back the answers, and she sat up in her bed. It was Danzo and the Hokage's advisors who told me that if I didn't do it they would find someone who will. I told them I would do it so long as they spared my little brother. I murdered my family, to do my duty as a kunoichi. Naruto quietly looked at the woman with a frown on his face. He was sad, but he was also disappointed. You betrayed your clan, because a conniving bastard told you to do it, or else. Was it authorized by the Hokage? Was the operation given by him? Naruto needed to know if it was a sanctioned order or not. He didn't want to believe the old man would do it, but he knew how much the man loved his village. If push came to shove. No. He did not approve, but I already made my decision, Itachi answered. I would take the chance to kill my clan and infiltrate Akatsuki to find out how much of a problem they will be in the future. Naruto nodded his head and looked at his notepad only to realize he didn't write anything beyond her answer to the second question. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I will see about your release so long as you do not cause problems. You will be under constant surveillance with a chakra restraint seal placed on you. I will also put aside time for you to explain everything to Sasuke. Naruto stood up and pulled the chair back to where it originally was, and walked to the exit seal before stopping. He turned to Itachi and cracked a small smirk on his face. One last question. Do you remember the last thing you said to me? Itachi's face showed confusion for a long moment before her eyes widened and a light blush dusted her cheeks. Do you still want to marry me, Itachi-chan? Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto wiped the blood away from the stab wound in his leg, an injury from a foreign bastard that started drunkenly spewing nonsense about revenge. He kicked the man in the balls and stomped on his face for good measure without taking the blade out before making his way to his home's backyard to take care of the stab. I'm fine, Kro-chan, he answered smoothly as he used the wet towel to clean more of the blood before putting gauze on the clean wound. I'm used to cleaning these types of things, you know. The Umbu walked over and sat on her knees in front of him, watching his practiced movements. She is a few years to half a decade older than him, but she is already a member of the most elite shinobi force in the village and part of his personal monitoring guard. Although, with how few are willing to watch after him, really being only 3 cat, dog, and crow, he is left with gaps of being alone. He understood this as due to the 3 being part of the main Umbu roster still and had to go out on their own missions. This is fine with him as it gives him time to hide what he is doing with Jinryajijin and Retsubazan to make his family island livable. Soon he can leave the village and go live there and be safe. I'm sorry for not coming back in time. Naruto continued to wrap his leg with the cotton bandage, but looked up into the masked face of his guard. He sighed. It's not your fault that the village is a bunch of maniacs. I knew you would protect me if you could, Kro-chan. It was silent as Naruto finished bandaging himself before trying to stand to his feet. He winced and hissed as his leg gave out from having too much pressure placed on the wound, but as soon as he began to fall to the side, he was caught by his bodyguard. He blushed as he realized his head rested on the older teen's chest, and he could feel the softness even through her vest. She rested her chin on his head, and he felt himself lulled side to side while she hummed an unfamiliar tune. In the future I will take you as my husband, that we will be by my side all the time, and I will protect you at every breathing moment. Naruto smiled softly at the heartfelt promise and hugged the older teen. Even if it's just one or two people, he will survive to make them proud. One day later. Why are we here, Naruto-kun? Kakashi asked as he looked around the simple corridor with seals on either side. This place gives me the creeps, Ino muttered. You do not need to know what this area is. The one we need is up ahead. Naruto was not overly sharing at the moment. Please, be quiet while we reach our destination. Touchy, Shikamaru muttered with an exaggerated sigh. Naruto did not respond as he and the group arrived to a steel door with seals drawn around the frame. Two guards stood on the sides of the door, greeting the blonde with Prince Sama and a bow of the head. Naruto touched a few seals in random order to the group before a hiss unlocked the door and he pushed it open. Leave your weapons with the guards. Knowing that whatever the blonde said went while the two guards watched them expectantly, the group gave all of their weapons a few proddings from Naruto, making sure they kept nothing dangerous on their body before he walked inside. The room is well lit with a glass window on the other side of the room with seal-enforced bars preventing any escape. A large table is in the middle with about 15 chairs, one of which is already occupied. Good to see the clothes fit, Itachi-chan, Naruto greeted with a smile. Itachi smiled with a small blush as she moved a strand of hair behind her ear. She's wearing a red kimono shirt with the Uzumaki swirl on the back, black loose pants, and black sandals. This is the typical clothing design for the Uzumaki clan and their family members. Sasuke Otudo, Itachi greeted her younger brother even though he gave a glare. Why is she allowed out? Sasuke demanded from Naruto. Naruto sighed and motioned to the open chairs. Please sit. Everyone did so reluctantly, watching between Itachi and Naruto, and the blonde went over to lather his blood on the locking seal. He heard the clank and nodded his head before walking to the table. I have you here to share a few things, mostly to clear up clan drama. By the last part, Naruto gave a stare at Sasuke and Itachi. He reopened the wound on his finger that was used to lock the door and swiped it across the table, exposing a seal network that flashed a brief purple before dying down. What I just activated is a special seal used for interrogation. You are not allowed to leave the chair until I end the seal, and you are unable to tell a lie. He looked around to see a few unbelieving looks and sighed. Ino, what was your nickname in the academy? Gossip Queen, Ino said before her eyes widened. Wait, what? Sasuke, until what age did you wet the bed? 11, hey! Sasuke glared at his blonde teammate. Asuma, you have a secret relationship. Who is it with? Karina Uesunovich. The man tried to stop the answer, but sighed when it was out in the open. Naruto laughed as he killed all doubt with a few questions, getting his own blackmail and enjoyment at the same time, before nodding his head. Now that I cleared that up, what will be discussed here is already being brought up to Hokage Jijizen. Itachi-chan is also going to be pardoned for all crimes and given the option to join back into the Konoha forces. Naruto knew, however, that she won't join again as she wanted to retire from active forces. And he was pretty sure she will be moving into Uzushio to be with him. How could Okage-sama agree to that? Itachi was ordered to kill her clan by an authority figure in the village. Naruto interrupted Ino before she could continue. What do you mean? Choji asked, confused. I was ordered by Danzo Shimura to kill my clan because there was growing tension between my clan and village, Itachi answered, but her eyes kept looking at her little brother. The thought of civil war was on everyone's mind, and if my clan would do it or not was not fully known to even me, but some did not want to take the chance. Hokage-sama would never order such a thing. Sakura tried to defend her leader. He abhorred the order, and was going to order me to stand down, but I knew that Danzo would find another way to kill the clan if I did not do it. However, I made sure that one of my family would be spared, the one I loved the most. Sasuke was unmoving as he listened to the truth come from his sister. His hands clawed at the table and he didn't look anyone in the eyes. I can't believe it. I told Hokage-sama that I will join a growing organization and send him updates through Jiraiya, as I would be declared a missing nin. Itachi continued speaking with a small sigh. We were ordered to come here to kidnap Naruto and bring him back so we can extract his Biju, but I knew deep down that I would never be able to do that to him. During our return I would have done something to allow him to escape without exposing myself. Naruto smiled as that was not shared before. Good to know you still love me, Itachi-chan. Of course. She smiled with a blush even as she made sure that was all that was shared with the rest of the table. I hate this truth seal because it is ready to make me share more than is good for other ears. Naruto shrugged and gave a smirk. Try to fight it then. Itachi shook her head before turning her attention back to Sasuke. Please speak, Otudo. Why did you do that to me then? He began to say before a flood of anger and sadness made it to his eyes. Why did you torment me in the genjutsu? Why, Onizen? Itachi sagged in despair and regret at her little brother's shouting. Emotional and mental anguish is what unlocks our dojutsu. I wanted you to be powerful enough to protect yourself from those who would wish to control you. The more extreme the trauma, the more powerful the release. She looked up this time and her eyes welled with tears. You may not understand it, but even in the adolescent form of having Tsutomu, your dojutsu is stronger than others in that stage. Not a moment had gone by that I did not regret what I did to you. But until now, I had always planned to die by your hand to unlock the final transformation to your Sharingan. Good thing we don't gotta do that now, Naruto said with a pointed stare at the two Uchiha. Judging by the look on Sasuke's face, the boy didn't want to do it either. What happens from here? Kakashi asked as it seemed the most of the roller coaster of emotions was done. Sasuke-chan gets his sister back, and becomes less of a prick. Naruto joked and laughed when his teammates sent him a glare, but it didn't have nearly the amount of animosity it had before. Seriously, though, it just means that Itachi no longer needs to be on the run, and this allows Hokage Jujutsu to finally put Danzo in the ground. That bastard had been after my family's secrets for too long. What kind of secrets does your village have? Asuma quickly asked, seeing a moment to get some information out of the blonde while the truth seal is in effect. Naruto hastily cut his finger to put on the table's seals, but couldn't stop a bit from coming out. My clan knows how to recreate that. I swear to Sage that I will cut off your dick and shove it down your throat, you bearded bastard. That evening, Naruto. The blonde turned to see Sasuke walking towards him, but something was off about him. Not as in being a hinged kind of off, but more of a not being a broody bitch kind of off. Yeah, what do you need, Sasuke? The boy stopped a bit away, but he was halted at his words as he tried to figure out what he was trying to say. I want to know what your clan knows on the formation of chakra. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. What do you mean? We have learned this type of stuff in the academy. That's not the truth and you and I both know it. Sasuke gave a small glare at the blonde, but nothing like what he used to give. I want to know the truth. Your family has things from the sage that no one else has. You have to know the truth. And if I do, why would I tell you? You're always mean and broody. You barely respect anyone around you. Sasuke bowed his head a bit and sighed. I know, and I apologize. But learning about Itachi being ordered to kill our clan, it made something inside me wither. I don't know what else I've been lied to about, and I thought that because you always talk about putting your clan first that you would understand. Naruto held back from widening his eyes at his words. Who is this imposter and what did they do to the real Sasuke? I guess I do understand how you could be feeling right now. How about this? I'll share with you about what my clan knows and you can form your opinion from there. Sasuke nodded, looking very grateful. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto grinned and led his teammate through the streets. I guess I can start with telling you to discard everything you've been told about the formation of chakra and clans, because none of what we learned is actually true. Chakra wasn't something we slowly learned to harness and has existed for all eternity. It's not even supposed to exist. There are two energies existing in this world. Chakra and chaos. Chaos is a primordial force that exists throughout all of existence. Everything on the planet survives off of this force, and we as a species has learned to harness it to create magic, which is a type of ability that is predominantly used in Gaul. It has a wider range of uses and techniques, but unless the mage is very skilled their power will be weak against the average chakra user simply because of the density of chaos versus chakra. That is why most mages use a medium like a staff or a sword. Chakra, however, is not a natural energy. The true story of its creation is that there existed a life tree a long, long time ago. This tree would feed off of the chaos that existed in the planet, the reason being unclear to even my clan. But the life tree created chakra from the chaos it fed on, and while it created chakra it was stored inside a life fruit. The sage is said to have eaten the fruit to gain all of the immense chakra accumulated by the tree and split the body of the life tree into 9 pieces. He became the first person to have chakra in his body. He would go on to transfer chakra to his disciples, and this would start the first people that could control chakra. He did this until his death, and ever since then chakra has been a big part of our continent and how we have grown as people. Mutations form through many years of breeding, and we get weird Kekia Genkai like the Nara Shadow Jutsu and the Yamanaka Mind Arts. Sasuke had listened and followed most of what was said, but some of it could be considered so far-fetched that he had a hard time believing. But this was Naruto. The blonde wouldn't lie just to make other people's life hard. You said he split the life tree into 9 pieces? That means... Naruto just grinned and nodded his head. Yeah. Why doesn't the rest of the world know this? Most traditions passed on by clans had been oral, and only clans like the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga had any knowledge this far back. The Uzumaki had existed before the sage and were scholars at the beginning. My clan recorded much of what they learned and kept it to themselves. They decided that untold power used by the sage would have catastrophic consequences to the balance of the world. Sasuke could understand that and didn't press it any further. I appreciate you sharing this with me. I just have one more request. Naruto already knew of this request as he had been notified by Renji of his teammates' curiosity of their unique swords. I was already told that you wanted to craft and learn how to create your own Zanpakuto. Sadly, I cannot allow that skill to be learned or used by those outside my clan. However, just as Sasuke felt being denied his request before he could explain himself, he felt hope burn in his chest. If you have something you wouldn't mind trading to be used by my people in turn, I do not mind you being shown how to craft a Zanpakuto, but the knowledge to do so will be locked with a seal inside your mind so you cannot share it without my permission. Any skills will be left to you to discover on your own, however. Sasuke thought hard on the stipulation and knew that it would be hard to bring something of equal value. To trade in clan secrets is a delicate matter and often ends in failure because one side is left unsatisfied with what is offered by the other. But he had an idea of what he could offer to his teammates since he could not fully read it without the next evolution of his Sharingan, which is only on its second tomo currently. I think I have something back home. It's a stone tablet passed down in my family that is rumored to have been made by the sage. It's unable to be fully deciphered due to a strong genjutsu that has not been undone by anyone in my family for centuries. Naruto was intrigued by this and nodded his head. I accept the trade. If you can go back and bring it to me, I will allow the trade. And maybe I'll see if I can decipher the tablet. Sasuke smiled. Thank you, Naruto. You aren't so bad when you're here. Naruto smirked back and sent a light shove at his teammate. And you aren't so bad when you talk to me like a human being. It's good to have the old Sasuke coming back. It felt like only a few days he had left Konoha, but he chalked it up to just having a fantastic time while in a place that feels like home. He loved the completeness being here has brought him, but he had to pass as a chunin before he could move here fully. Itachi has been pardoned, a professional and a personal letter being sent to Itachi by the Hokage. Professionally, it was the entire song and dance how she was granted a complete pardon with the signature of the daimyo's support and a promise to bring Danzo to justice. Personally, Hiruzen apologized that she had to go through so much for her village and what she believed is right. He hoped that compensation from the Shimura clan wealth would allow her to continue a more peaceful life while also expressing that he was hinting to her starting a new Uchiha clan elsewhere. That last part brought a smirk to Naruto's face and a dark blush to hers, but she smiled at the heartfelt message that she read. It did make her think of having her own kids, all having a mixture of black or blonde hair, and blue or black eyes. All with whisker marks. Kisame was interrogated with the presence of Mei and Zabuza, as Naruto wanted them to ask their own questions as well since they were all former shinobi of Konohagakure. This opened up a bit of truth to who the man was and what had happened to bring him down this path. He was surprisingly concerned of Itachi's safety, refusing to answer questions until he was told that she was safe. It was a brotherly love, something formed from their years working together in Akatsuki, and that was a shock to Mei and Zabuza. The first question asked why he left the village and killed his squad, and his answer was a typical response of a modern shinobi. He was ordered to by his senior, the previous wielder of Samahata, so as to keep the intel of the squad he was protecting from getting out to their enemies. One of the comrades he killed was also a crush of his, a girl named Miru, and as he recounted his experience with her he expressed genuine care and regret. Another question was why he joined the Akatsuki. He was honest in saying that it was to make a living, since when he joined in the beginning they were just bounty hunters from Amigakure. That changed when the person he calls Leader Sama had killed Hanzo the Salamander and became interested in the Biju. Soon, they were told that the Biju will be given to each of the 9 strongest members. The purpose is unknown. That fits since it also aligned with what Itachi explained, so it meant that even the inner circle is not completely in the know of what the true purpose of the organization is. It did bring concern of what threat they can pose in the future, especially since 2 of the members are rumored to be immortal or unkillable. The last question that had been asked in the end was if he was willing to return with Mei and Zabuza to establish a better village. Kisame had responded with a yes, but he seemed to be skeptical despite the honest answer given by the truth seal. After a while of going back and forth of the plans for once they captured Konohagakure, Kisame was more on board and was allowed to move in with the other rebels in their camp. Mei had also changed for the better, in Naruto's opinion, after they talked in private about her results. She was the grandchild of an Uzumaki woman that was used to mix in a clan of Konohagakure. The Terumi, with Uzumaki blood, had unlocked lava and boiled chakras in various children. Mei's father didn't have much control since it was a recent addition to their line, but it was in Mei that the blood seemed to settle and she was able to control her natures better. She was upset of her origin, cursing the village for using such depraved and savage methods to gain power, but she was also disgusted with her family. They were the product of bloodline theft and of rape, using a human being as nothing more than breeding stock before discarding her. She had cried for a while, showing an Uzumaki temper that calmed after a while with Naruto consoling her. She was genuine, after all, so there was no reason to blame her for her family and village's crimes. They connected pretty quickly, and she had shown a genuine curiosity for the Uzumaki clan. She was intrigued with what she was told, even if it wasn't everything, and it had been a week of talking before she wanted to take up the Uzumaki name. But she also stated she was planning on marrying Zabuza, so she would change her name again in the end to be with the man she loved. Naruto approved, since he liked Zabuza, and he was connecting more with Haku while he was in the village. Haku also gained a very close relationship with Yoruichi, and that relationship turned from female mentor and student into a kinky affair. He won't lie and say he wasn't turned on, but it sure was a surprise to find Mocha and Vanilla Swirl one afternoon when he was invited to hang out. Shanks had come to visit a week ago, restocking on provisions since he heard he was back, but was going to sail the southern coast of Gaul to meet new cultures and peoples. Luffy was off gallivanting along Lightning to fight more people and had a run-in with Kumonine. Nothing bad, but it wasn't good either. Oh well, Isane is pregnant. It seems their excitement had brought forth his eventual firstborn child, and he couldn't be any happier. Of course, it seemed that many girls were jealous, namely Haku and, surprisingly, Karen, but Yoruichi just teased him. Teasing him before getting real close and wanted to be the next mother of his child. Sasuke had brought the tablet a few days after their talk, and true to their word he was allowed to train in creating his Zanpakuto. The tablet itself was a marvel, since it was a creation of the sage. It shed a bit more light on the elusive Rinnegan that Naruto's clan knew how to make, but the genjutsu placed over it obscured some key details and was too strong to dispel. This tablet shared how to make the Mangekyo Sharingan by killing a very close friend or loved one, but mentioned another evolution after it. The Rinnegan method described is also a very deranged and dangerous method, demanding the Uchiha to take a large amount of blood of a Senju that would kill them to graft the DNA into them and waiting a decade. The Uzumaki had a much more humane method that didn't require sacrifice, but it was painful and still required a year to settle. He did not desire the Rinnegan until he knew more, and he had yet to read more of the books in his clan's underground library vault, which he decided to do tomorrow night. There's only a week left, and the Uzumaki underground archive is massive and filled to the brim in a semi-self-aware Fuinjutsu array that constantly expands itself to fit the needs of the royal family. It is here that Uzumaki have hidden the most powerful of knowledge under a sophisticated life seal. The life seal is a unique seal that recognizes the blood of the Uzumaki family. Unlike other blood seals that only require blood of the maker or owner to activate, this seal requires the Uzumaki to be alive and willing when giving the blood. It recognizes when an Uzumaki would be possessed, which was a fear for those like the Nara and Yamanaka who could do such techniques. Inside the archive is the librarian. It is a puppet that works off of the chaos ley line deep inside Uzumaki. The librarian is hundreds to thousands of years old altogether, but this specific one is the 6th version, as she had to be rebuilt many times over the countless generations. While such a puppet would seem powerful, the chaos that powers it makes it unable to actually fight without shutting down from trying to draw too much power. The librarian's name is Levi McGarden. Need another drink, Prince Sama? Levi asked as she approached with a pitcher of lemonade. Sure, Levi, thank you. Naruto smiled with a quick glance up from his book. Of course. Naruto turned back to the book and reread the passage. Brother asked if I will help them with sealing our mother. I refused and nearly fought him, but Erden stopped me. Brother left without another word. Erden asked if I was sure about not moving to the continent again. I wasn't so sure this time, but I believe my reason stays the same. Father named me as heir, saying my brothers can't continue the legacy. What's happening to mother is hurting him. The Uzumaki will be moving to an island to the east. Secluded, naturally protected by whirlpools, it's perfect to continue life when everything is over. We can't help mother anymore, but we won't hurt her. Not like my brothers planned to do. This is the last entry for a year. The writer, Kokomi Uzumaki, is Naruto's ancestor that also ties him to the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Kagaya clans. Kokomi is the eldest of 3 by a difference of 5 years. Being the only daughter, with the middle child being Hagoromo Otsutsuki and the youngest being Himura Otsutsuki, she was the closest to her mother. Their father is an Uzumaki heir who married a woman named Kagaya Otsutsuki. Unlike what Naruto thought, with Hagoromo the sage being the first person to obtain chakra, it was actually Kaguya that had eaten the life fruit. She gained extraordinary powers and became known as the rabbit goddess due to the abnormal horns on her head. Kokomi loved her mother even when her mother fell into a descent of madness. Kaguya ate the life fruit to be stronger than anyone that would dare to hurt her husband or her children. And when she conquered the nation she resided in, killing the young emperor of the time, she ruled with a strict hand despite all her weakening sanity. She was starting to hear voices, and nightmares plagued her nights and took away restful sleep. Eventually, a rebellion broke out that supported the old emperor and they tried killing Hagoromo and Amira as children while Kokomi was only 12 years old. The attack was stopped, but Kaguya became tyrannical in her rule over the citizens. She would put anyone she suspected of being a traitor or dangerous to death. She did horrible things because the voices would tell her they wanted to harm her family. When Kokomi was 17, she met a man with pointed ears and pale skin by the name of Erden Asu Eames. They fell in love, and while Kaguya took a while to warm up, suffering from the nightmares and voices, seeing her daughter happy changed her feelings. The man is from a different race known as the Elders, a type of elf from a different dimension. While Naruto was unsure about that, the fact that the Uzumaki had other books detailing other realities and timelines other than theirs, he had to end up believing that. So the Uzumaki, his line specifically, holds the Elder blood. It was when Kokomi was 23 and her brothers are 18, was when she was chosen by her father to be the Uzumaki heir and start learning the family's secrets and knowledge. However, Hagoromo and Amira saw their mother as possessed and a danger to the world. They ended up sealing their mother and the life tree she controlled into Hagoromo. This is where his traditional knowledge of chakra being shared continues on. As he sat back and thought about what he had read, Naruto just stared at the book with wide wandering eyes. Was the continent that was mentioned actually Gaul? But earlier in the book Gaul was mentioned by name. That meant that there's another landmass on the planet further east or west. Few days later, Naruto shoved his face further into the fleshy pillows that was Isang's chest, eliciting a giggle from the taller girl as she held him closer. They had been cuddling on the couch in his office for well over an hour now, undisturbed thankfully. They hadn't done anything other than cuddle, even though he knows she wouldn't mind it if they ended up having sex in his office. His escorts were out doing their own thing. Kakashi is likely looking after Sakura as she learns some minor healing techniques at the local hospital. Stuff that his people won't be sad to lose. Sasuke, however, is with Rinchi and Ichigo trying to create his own Zanpakuto. It should be nearing completion. Asuma's team is a little trickier, as Asuma and Ino have a hard time adapting to this environment. Shikamaru is likely laying on a roof watching the clear blue sky or taking a nap, while Choji is probably running up his 100 Ryo tab at a new restaurant. Naruto kissed Isang's left breast, earning another giggle, and looked up into her eyes before giving a kiss. This time, she blushed deeply and whined as she hid her face in his neck. That's not fair. I don't play fair, Naruto chuckled before giving another, deeper kiss. Isang gasped and held him tighter as she returned the kiss. Her eyes closed as she let her lover lead in the battle of tongues, her breath hitching in her throat when she felt him grip her waist tighter. His fingers firmly gripped into her flesh, sending lightning bolts of excitement through her spine and sending her stomach into a flurry of emotion. She took deep breaths as he pulled away, her eyes opening to see a trail of saliva connecting their lips. His eyes are dark with desire as he brings his lips to kiss and nip at her neck, a low growl rumbling in his throat as he did so. Naruto! The blonde gave a rough bite at her throat, enough to leave a mark, before capturing her lips for another rough kiss. You don't know how much I want you right now. Hi. Her breath hitched in her throat as he kissed her jaw softly. I am yours, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave a grin and positioned himself over her, his arms over her head and their pelvises meeting together in a beautiful friction that brought him to semi-hardness. He grinned forward, capturing her lips for a kiss. Who do you belong to, Isang-chan? Why you, Naruto-sama? Who do you love? You. What do you want right now? I want you, Naruto-sama. Naruto gave a wild and lustful grin as he pinned his body over hers and gave a rougher kiss. He began to pull loose her top and pants. Knock knock knock. Fucking shit! Naruto shouted as he turned to glare at the offending door. Who is it? Me, Naruto-sama. Naruto sighed when he heard Jinrei behind the door. Hold on! Naruto turned to see Isang flustered but very sexually frustrated, even as she was redoing her top and pants. He leaned forward and captured her lips in a loving kiss. I'm sorry, Isang-chan. She sighed but gave a loving smile. It's okay, I understand. Naruto smiled before getting to his feet and making his way to his desk chair. Come in. The door opened and Jinrei walked inside while closing the door behind him, glancing briefly at Aisang before turning his gaze back to Naruto. I'm sorry for disturbing your alone time, but I feel that I should remind you that we have to head back to Konoha today. The final exam will be tomorrow, and we don't have anything prepared for the invasion. Naruto nodded his head and motioned for the man to take a seat. I face Gaara in the second round after Lee and Samui. If Orochimaru plans to invade Konoha, he will need the power of a Biju, and that Biju cannot be out of commission. I will need to defeat Gaara before they can initiate a plan. Good. The danger an out-of-control Jinchuriki poses is nothing to scoff at. It may not be a threat to you, but not everyone is that lucky. Naruto hummed in agreement. I plan to use a similar seal from the preliminaries to cut off the Ichibi then subdue him. We can't just kill him not only because it would release the Biju, but because he is the son of the Kazekage. He will be a good bargaining chip against Suna after the invasion is repelled. How do you plan to repel 2 villages? Jinrei asked. The beasts have been itching for a fight, so we will give them one. Naruto gave a bloodthirsty smirk as he said this. I will be there at the arena, so at the first sign of danger I will summon the elders to get their cardio in. I'll tell them to minimize collateral damage, but to hold nothing back. Before Jinrei could respond, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Naruto said. Renji opened the door and led Ichigo and Sasuke into the room. The Uchiha now held a long katana sheathed in a black lacquer scabbard. The guard is silver and in the style of a star. The boy radiated pride in his work, but also expressed exhaustion as the craft and ordeal of bonding with the sword must have exhausted him. How'd you do? Naruto decided to ask his teammate. I did it, the boy responded softly and held up the weapon. It took a long time, and the Zanpakuto was stubborn, but it worked. Good job, Naruto congratulated Sasuke with a smile and a nod. Good job to you too, Renji and Ichigo. You make good teachers. The boys smiled cockily. You remember the deal, right, Sasuke? Naruto looked up at his teammate and got a nod. Okay. Don't worry, the seal doesn't take away what you know of your Zanpakuto, but how it was made. If you look back, the memory will seem far away and missing, but you will still remember the emotions you felt at the time. I understand, Sasuke said and walked forward for the seal to be placed on him. Naruto applied the seal over the boy's forehead and sent a pulse of chakra. He had to guide the chakra into the correct group of memories so the seal can focus on the correct targets. Thankfully, since they are recent memories, it wasn't hard to find all of the memories related to the Zanpakuto and the creation. He kept everything after or during the binding, such as his test with his sword's spirit, but everything else went. He pulled his hand away when he got the correct memories and watched as the seal disappeared. The dark-haired boy blinked his eyes a few times, fading in and out of focus as his mind tried to comprehend the deteriorating experiences. Eventually, he was able to focus on reality again and held his head. That's a weird feeling, losing a string of memories, he groaned and took a seat. It's as if my past weeks have been taken. Naruto smiled apologetically. Sorry, Sasuke, that is a side effect of the seal. But it should go away in a few minutes. The boy refrained from moving his head, waving his other hand instead, before whispering, give me a second. Naruto chuckled softly before walking back and sitting in his chair. He turned his attention to Renji and Ichigo and sat back with a small smile. You know what? I want to send a delegation to Konoha during the final exam. Jinrei paused and stared at Naruto before turning his head to look at the 2 young men, who were confused by what was going on. He slowly turned back around and stared. What? Naruto asked with the smile still on his face. Why are you giving me that face? No, Jinrei said simply. I know what you're thinking and I say no. What's going on? Ichigo finally asked, getting agreement from his confused friend. I'm just thinking of something and want Jinrei Ajiji to approve. Naruto answered the orange-haired teen without taking his eyes off of Jinrei. Come on, Jiji, what's the problem with the idea? Those 2, Jinrei answered while stabbing a thumb over his shoulder at the 2 visors. Why don't you just send Kasuke-san? You know what, that might be even worse. Naruto began laughing, waving his hand at Ichigo and Renji to calm them down from the dismissal from the older captain. Come on, I think it would be good to have someone on my side there. I want some people around that are loyal after the dust settles and we work out the aftermath. This time, Naruto's amusement went away and he gained a sad and frustrated frown. I'm sure Orochimaru will be targeting Iruzanjiji and I want to try to protect him. If I lose him at this point, I don't think I could stay in that village for long. The clans will try to get Jiraiya on the council, and even if he doesn't want to, whoever is their second choice I will not get along with. Hiruzen is the last person in that village who understands the first summit and my desire to come here. You're afraid you will be an enemy of the village if he dies and you come here. Jinrei shortened the boy's words, getting a nod in response. He sighed. If we're doing this, I would feel better if we send more than just those 2. No offense, kids. The The two grumbled in response. Naruto cracked a smile and pulled aside a blank paper and began writing down some names. Other than Renji and Ichigo, I want to send Yoruichi, Kenpachi, and Yuichiro, and I guess send Urza and Natsu. I'm sure those two will want out of the village for a while. Jinrei nodded slowly, deciding to not argue with any of those suggested. Not like his prince would listen anyways. Who shall lead this delegation? Yoruichi, Naruto said immediately and in a tone that questioned the captain's sanity. I don't trust Kenpachi to keep a level head, and Yuichiro would just encourage him. Renji and Ichigo wouldn't be taken seriously, and Urza and Natsu don't have any political weight in Uzushio. Jinrei nodded his head. I can't wait to be back home, Asuma sighed as he exhaled smoke from his cigarette. Monitored vacation, my ass. This has got to be the most boring month I have had to spend since coming back to Konoha. Kakashi rolled his eye at his fellow jonin as he read his book, but it was caught by the smoking man. What? You can't say you enjoyed your time here. Your student has been walking around like a lord of his castle and has pushed aside all of us. Add to the fact that we have to be scrutinized the entire time here. I'm ready to wring the neck of that little bastard. The man he is referring to is Jin Ikamaru. Asuma didn't trust him or his captain, and that was blown over or ignored by Naruto in favor of the duo. He trusts them. Asuma mocked the same words they're told for the leaders of the 4th Division. Most evil duo I've seen, and I've seen my fair share. Oh Sage, when will he stop? Kakashi was ready to bash his head in. This isn't the first time the man has gone on a tangent, and he doubted it will be the last so long as they are there. Truthfully, he enjoyed his time in Uzushio. If you focused on the island and the people rather than your opinion of the strict rules, it practically was paradise. The civilians are friendly, more so than Konoha, and they didn't want anything back. Even with the distrust, Kakashi had conversations every day with new people. Even the visored, who still looked with suspicion, were responsive and willing to conversate. The only ones who are cold are those of the 4th Division, but they seem to be the more fanatical loyalists to Naruto. That's another thing that struck Kakashi as weird. He is trained to see the inner workings of people's minds and to know when they are plotting things. Every time he looks at Sosuke or is around the man, he sees those same gears working in his head, and his gut feeling tells him it's not good. He's sure it's nothing bad for Naruto. The man absolutely loves and reveres the young blonde as if he is the sage reincarnated. No, it seems that any time Konoha is brought up he starts thinking heavily for a moment or for a fraction of a moment. Either way, he isn't going to question Naruto like Asuma does and instead just let his student run his clan and people the way he thinks is best. It's working so far, as the people are happy and his military is loyal, so he's doing good. Greetings, gentlemen. Kakashi shivered at the familiar voice and he looked over to see Retsu stopping near them with a small smile. While Asuma greeted the woman in return, he felt his voice caught in his throat and he just nodded so as to not seem rude or off. The woman just closed her eyes as her smile brightened more. He just looked down as Asuma began talking to the woman as if he wasn't just complaining about the village. The white-haired man couldn't bring himself to truly communicate with this woman anymore without feeling fear. She is the scariest person in this village and no one from his team or Asuma's would believe him if he told them, but he is sure that Naruto knows her true abilities. The scar on her neck is not something you get by just being a medic, nor the position as a lieutenant of the division that is charged with protecting the royal family. I do come to tell you that Uzumaki-sama has decided to bring a small group of Uzushio individuals to the village, Retsu spoke up, getting the two Jonin's attention. They will be meeting with your Hokage when you leave tomorrow. I want to warn you against saying anything antagonistic while around Kenpachi Zaraki, one of those chosen by the prince to go. What's so bad about him, and what do you classify as antagonistic? Asuma asked, but from his expression he didn't believe her or care. Zaraki-san is from the 4th Division and he is one of the strongest members, Retsu informed the two, and Kakashi's eyes widened as he realized where he heard that name from. He is very violent against those who do not recognize Uzumaki-sama's position as leader or as a strong individual. Kenpachi is more of a title given to those who are considered the strongest among the enforcers. Kakashi shook his head slightly at that, as he had heard the explanation of Kenpachi by Shunsui when talking to the man one day. It is a title of the strongest enforcer, but it is not always that, as many aspects come into consideration when choosing the Kenpachi. But what Shunsui had told him is what also ingrained the fear in him about Retsu, and it was then that he learned that she was the previous holder of the title Kenpachi up until the destruction of Uzushio. Retsu had held the title with a vicious cruelty and strength that made many people cower in fear. However, when Uzushio was destroyed she suffered a greater loss than she could recover from, so she had discarded the title of Kenpachi and exiled herself to travel the elemental nations. It was in this self-imposed exile that she would meet Jinrei again and she would travel with the man. The rest was explained in the meeting on their first day. But when they were rebuilding Uzushio for Naruto, they were going through trials to find the structure of the next enforcer generation and where they would be placed. It was in these trials the next Kenpachi was to be chosen, since Retsu still did not want the title anymore, and Zaraki was the only one to challenge for the title. The fight was one-sided, with Zaraki losing badly with the only attack he got in being the slash at Retsu's neck that she prevented with a chakra skill called Ryatsu or Ryoryoku. Shunsui said that Zaraki was killed thousands of times by Retsu to teach the man a lesson of what it would mean to be Kenpachi. She lectured on what would be his responsibility with the title, the weight on his shoulders should he falter, and Shunsui had said that Zaraki was brought to tears and near insanity at the countless deaths. The man was allowed the title in the end, but Retsu had made a promise in a brief moment of her old self that should the man fail, she will make his countless deaths seem like a fleeting moment for what she will do to him next. Kakashi had not detected a lie, and it was after that conversation that he felt the subtle pressure exerted by the woman. Not exactly like Ki, but it was like a constant force directed from the woman. As for what is considered antagonistic, the woman continued before pausing, eyeing the smoking man with a subtle smirk under the calm smile. I believe shutting up will be beneficial for your health, Sarutobi-san. The threat was clear, and Kakashi had to put a hand on the man's shoulder to stop him from speaking out. We understand, thank you, Anohana-san. The woman's eyes flicked over the man from down her nose, and she smiled brightly as if ignoring the tension. Thank you, Hataki-san. I wish you and your colleague a good rest of your day. Kakashi just kept a kind smile up as the woman walked away with a small tune, before breathing heavily in relief. What was that about, Kakashi? Asuma. Kakashi glanced out of the corner of his eye and frowned at the man. You need to learn to fear everyone in Uzushio. I can understand that you don't like how you're treated, but don't forget that there's a reason the Uzumaki were feared and killed. But she is just a medic. Asuma just tossed his hand up in the direction that Retsu left. She is not just a medic, Kakashi forced out lowly with a glare. She is as much just a medic as Tsunade is. Retsu Unohana is one of the most dangerous people in this village, and considering how she is a monster among monsters, this is not a group of people that I want to make enemies with. Asuma just rolled his eyes at the white-haired man. They can't be that bad. Later that day. Hello, everyone, Naruto greeted his escorts as they arrived. Sasuke was being fussed over quietly by Itachi and he blushed in embarrassment but didn't stop her. He had really changed for the better while in Uzushio, and he had grown a strong bond with Ichigo and Renji. Sakura was bright as she had just said goodbye to the hospital she has been learning at, specifically her mentor Rei Takashima. The mad doctor who, while good at her job, was a doctor for a shinobi prison in Grass and has since developed sadistic tendencies. Ino just huffed as she arrived with her team. She, along with her sensei, had the least amount of enjoyment in this trip, and it was a waste in Naruto's opinion. There is much that you can do and learn if you put aside pride, but she just took the time to relax mostly at the natural saunas. Shikamaru didn't change for the trip, actually, and he mostly fell asleep on the top of the tallest building, the Enforcer's headquarters, as he watched the clouds. Choji had tried nearly all of the restaurants in Uzushio-gakure, and he fell in love with the bar and grill in the South District. Asuma has got to be the worst individual to have brought on this trip, as the man had complained so much and instigated his people. If it wasn't for Hiruzen pleading to not send his son back, which confused Naruto a bit, he would have done so by now. Nonetheless, the man seemed relieved they were leaving. Kakashi, however, seemed pale as he approached. Naruto had a feeling he knew what happened, but he wasn't going to approach the man about it unless he brought it up. Good to have you here on time. I would like you to meet the group that I chose to come with me to Konoha. Naruto waved his hand at the group. Leading the group in talks with Hokage is Yoruichi-chan. And trying to get your next child, the woman piped up cheekily. Shut up. Naruto sighed and rubbed his temple. Next are two some of you know, Renji Abarai, a distant cousin, and Ichigo Kurosaki. The next two are the big guy and his adoptive daughter, Kenpachi Zaraki-san and Yuichiro Kusajishi-chan. Lastly are two mages, Urza Scarlet and Natsu Dragneel. The blonde looked around as his clones announced the seal was finished. I should really think about making a permanent seal array so this process could be faster from allied areas. Develop a lock and key array that must fit to each possible location. At least that will allow static locations to be accessed. Alright, let's get back home. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen greeted the young boy as the blonde entered the office with his escort teams and some extras. Who is this that you've brought with you? Don't you remember your own shinobi? Naruto tilted his head and turned to look at his and Asuma's team. We haven't been gone for that long, Hokage. How could you forget us so easily? I meant your new friends, Naruto-kun. The old leader chuckled and indicated to the unique individuals. I can explain that later after the debrief as it is a private matter. Naruto shrugged as he spoke. But I guess you'll want a debrief from Kakashi-sensei and Asuma-san? Hiruzen thought for a bit, but considering he got most of the events from Naruto's clone and letter, he shook his head. That will not be needed. You all are dismissed. It took a bit for the groups to leave as they gave their farewells or grumbled about being dismissed so early. Naruto just watched with a smile on his face until they all left. Hokage Jiji, meet Yoruichi-chan, Kenpachi-san, Yachiru-chan, Renji-san, Ichigo-san, Scarlet-chan, and Natsu-san. Everyone, meet Hiruzen Jiji. Hello. Everyone greeted the Hokage with a bow. Greetings. Naruto, why are they here? Orochimaru plans on attacking the village again, as you know, and I wanted to give that bastard a bit of payback for the second exam. I brought everyone here to help in defending against the attack as they are strong and can help a lot. Naruto didn't say it outright, but he is afraid that Hiruzen will die in a fight against the snake Sannin. While the old man is strong even as he gains in years, his former student has made sure to switch to younger bodies to keep his youth. The physical differences may be too great and the old man could lose his life. There's something you're not telling me, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said softly and with a small smile. I will treat your people as honorary guests during their stay here, and 3 of them may sit with me and the Kazekage tomorrow. I won't ask your real reasons for having them here as I trust you. Naruto smiled at the old Kage and nodded his head. I appreciate it, Aji-chan. Hiruzen nodded his head and waved his hand. Now go get some rest before tomorrow. These exams will be a tough one, I can feel it. Elsewhere. What do we do now? Aizen looked up at Jin as he walked into his study. Their prince had just left with his foreign escorts to that accursed village to participate in the ridiculous exams. While he would have rather his leader choose to stay in the village instead and gain strength through the countless millennia of knowledge gathered by a superior people, he will not outright speak against his prince. It is a tough line he and his division walks, making sure nothing threatens their prince and his nation, but also making sure nothing sets their leader astray. Let Orochimaru attempt his poorly executed invasion, Aizen answered softly. He poses no threat to our prince, and I am sure Kenpachi will do his duties even while away from the division. And the village? Aizen paused and his face did not show any expression, but Jin can see the emotions simmering in the captain's eyes at his question. The man hates that his prince is attached to that village and chooses to go there. He had hoped to lend a bit more aid to the snake so the invasion can do more than just weaken Konoha. It's not like he wouldn't kill the man and end that flimsy technique that grants him his so-called immortality. We can hope that the snake can actually do something to that village. Aizen sighed and continued writing in the book. If not, there are plenty more opportunities to get Naruto-sama back to Uzushio. Eventually, he will see Konoha for the corrupt and evil institution that it truly is. He will come back and lead their village onwards to greater heights. They will regain their superior position over the greedy world. The next day. Ah, Lord Kazekage, Hiruzen greeted as he noticed the new arrival. You must be tired from the travel here. Just as Hiruzen suspected, the man before him isn't Kazekage, Raza, but rather Orochimaru in disguise. The 2 Tsunagarts seem to be either unaware or very good at hiding it. Not at all, the Kazekage responded as he moved to sit in the middle right chair. There are 4 chairs in total. The farthest left is occupied by an unknown woman while the one to her right is where Hiruzen sat. The last 2 are clearly for the Kazekage and one other. I am actually very glad that the arena is held here in Konohagakure. It would be a tough journey through wind despite how young you are. Hiruzen began laughing at the obvious jab from his former student at his age. Do not worry about me, Lord Kazekage. I still plan to be the Hokage for a few more years. A lie, but one he had no intention of revealing in present company. He planned to retire after all of this was said and done. He just needed to tie up this last loose end. Perhaps he will retire to Naruto's home and get away from the chatter of Konoha. Oh, let me introduce you to my guest. Hiruzen smirked and sighed as he waved his hand over to Yoruichi. This is Lady Shihoin. She has come at my behest to watch the final exams. Kazekage glanced over at the woman and he knew then that she and her guards would be dangerous. He cleared his throat before motioning lazily with his hand. Should we start the finals? Hiruzen shook his head. No, there's still 10 minutes and we are waiting for one more guest. Loud steps could be heard approaching and everyone turned to see who was approaching. Rikichi-sama, please calm down, a dark-skinned woman with white hair tried saying as she rushed after the larger man. I told you I could have made the travel normally, but instead you said I had to use that ridiculous palanquin. The man was loud and upset. We arrived after the Suna delegates and almost missed the start of the exam. Appearances are important, Sama, a white-haired dark-skinned man replied in defense. Hiruzen smiled and greeted the newcomer group. Reikage-sama, it is good to see you made it. I can see it was an eventful trip. Humph, I sat down in the last chair beside the Kazakage. Would have been here by last night if we didn't have to take that ridiculous wooden box. Hiruzen chuckled and nodded in sympathy. I'm glad my late successor destroyed ours when he took the position. He didn't like being paraded around. The Flash was a unique individual. I muttered at the mention of the Yandere Hokage before glancing at the only individual who was not a Kage. Who is the fourth guest? I thought this was for the leaders of those that made it to the finals. Hiruzen glanced at Yoruichi and waved his hand. She is a guest brought over to watch one of our participants for personal reasons. I decided to let her come as my guest. Lady Shihoin, this is Lord Reikage. Greetings. Yoruichi gave a smile at the man. I gotta say, I hope those muscles aren't just for show, Lord Reikage. Hiruzen clapped his hands to stop any further talking as he got out of his chair and approached the railing. We should start the exams. The audience calmed down quite a bit from their conversations as the Hokage stood up to make his announcement. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for attending the Konohagakure Chunin exams. We will begin the final rounds for the 8 ninjas that have made it through the preliminaries. Please, give your attention to each of them as they have shown great courage and skill to make it this far. The crowd applauded at this, excitement clearly in the air. As Naruto looked around, he couldn't help but frown knowing that a third of those here are enemies and that the rest will be caught in the crossfire. He could only hope that Konohagakure doesn't take this as a chance to attack the village as well. I hope you are all ready, Heiichi said after Hiruzen's announcement. The first match will be between Rock Lee and Samui of Konohagakure. The rest of you will be waiting in the participants box until it is your turn. Remember, no killing. This was said with a look at the 4 Jinchuriki, his eyes lingering on Gaara as he felt his side flare in pain. He barely survived that night, ruining his date night as well. He hoped Naruto would give the boy a good beating for that. You all are dismissed. Naruto sighed with a smile and looked at Lee. Good luck, Lee. Samui. Do your best. Samui showed no visible reaction, but Lee gave a bright smile and 2 thumbs up. That is nice of you, Naruto-kun. The boy then turned on Samui and seemed to exude a strong reality-warping genjutsu that made the sun brighten, birds sing, and a rainbow appear. Yash, I hope you bask in the rays of youth with me, Samui-san. The girl was taken aback by the enthusiasm and weird technique that caused her to feel disgusted. TCH, let's just get this over with. Lee nodded his head and got into his taijutsu stance, now taking the moment seriously. Are we ready? Heiichi asked finally as he looked away to avoid that genjutsu. Good, start. Samui dodged to the right as soon as the boy disappeared forward to strike her, exploding the air outward with his fist alone. She flared her chakra and her body slowly became enclosed under a blue chakra cloak. Static arced around her and she began moving around Lee's attacks faster, her blue eyes glowing in sudden power. Yash! Lee stopped attacking to get a good look at the girl's new appearance. So strong. I shall meet your youth with mine. Lee moved to take off his leg warmers, but he was launched backwards from an attack by Samui. Why would I let you get stronger and make my fight harder? The young woman asked as she flashed forward again, delivering a strong jab to the boy's chest. God! Lee shouted as he was sent soaring back and tumbled through the ground. He gasped in pain. That is not youthful, Samui-san. TCH, the blonde woman frowned and dashed forward to deliver another punch as soon as the boy stood up. It is not my fault you didn't take the fight seriously. You won't make the same mistake twice, now. Lee sluggishly moved to the side to dodge the first punch, but a knee dug into his side nearly immediately. A second punch was delivered to his face and another to his gut. He was too tired now. He wouldn't be able to defeat her without unlocking the 8 gates, but that move was forbidden by his sensei. Crackle! Snap! Lee heard the sound of lightning and he opened his eyes to see lightning chakra course in larger amounts over Samui's body. She seemed to be trying to finish this quickly and was preparing a final attack. Lightning style, final strike. He didn't see her dash forward. The only thing he knew was that he was facing her and preparing for the attack. Then he was flying forward through the air. He landed on the ground face first, unable to feel his legs and a cold chill clinging to his spine. This fight is over, Heiichi announced as he approached the boy and looked him over. Medics! Naruto had watched the attack. Samui used the enhanced speed that was given in combination between the lightning style and the lightning chakra cloak to get behind Lee and deliver a vicious blow to his spine. If his assumption is right, the other boy won't be able to walk anymore. Anything short of a medical expert and a lot of physical therapy will see him recovering, and with Tsunade absent, there is no one in Konoha to perform the procedure. The next round will start. Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara of the desert. Naruto sighed and got to his feet from his seat, gave Hinata a kiss, and made his way to the arena floor. Are you awake yet, old man? It's been a while and I'm missing talking to you. He waited for a response, but after a few moments of nothing, he sighed sadly as he stopped near Hay-8. He wanted to talk to the old fox again, to know he was alright, but he hadn't heard anything in a long time. He hoped he didn't do anything wrong. Remember the rules, Hay-8 stated with a glance between the two Jinchuriki. Start. Gaara's sand burst from his gourd and covered the field, surrounding both boys in a never-ending swirl. Mother demands your blood. Your mother is a gender-confused Tanuki Biju, Naruto spoke monotonously with very little care for the encroaching sand. I don't know if you're gullible or stupid, but your Biju has you wrapped around his finger. Gaara growled and raised his hand in a grip-like position. His sand answered the call and began surrounding the blonde. You will die. Gaara squeezed his hand and there was a shriek from the stands, coming from Ino as she had seen what happened in this technique. She and the rest of her team were there when he killed the Amigakure team in the Forest of Death. It still horrified her and the trauma is coming back from the familiar technique. But no blood burst from the sand like that time. If anything, the sand trembled as if struggling against an unseen force. No. A loud, muffled voice spoke throughout the arena and the sky began to darken. Dark clouds gathered and began blocking the sun while a deep rumble began shaking the ground of the arena. I will not die to a child Jinchuriki like you. The sand now burst outward as a tempestuous storm arced and discharged around the blonde in a brilliant show of electricity. The sky also rumbled and a lightning bolt struck the ground to the right of the boys, charging the air with electricity. I am Uzumaki. Naruto's voice is now warbled and unnatural due to the power of his technique coursing through him. I am the prince, and I am the Jinchuriki of the ninth. You are below me. You are not even worth the dirt from my sandals. He raised a hand and sliced it to the side, causing an arc of lightning to burst forward and smack against the redhead's autonomous sand defense. The sand bursts from the impact and the boy himself was sent flying backwards. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto swiped his hand to the side and sent the boy flying again, and you are nothing. He raised his hand, creating a wall of storms to block a sand attack that looked to stab him. You are an infant throwing a tantrum to get their parents' attention. He raised his hand and slammed it down, narrowly missing the redhead with a bolt of lightning from the clouds. You talk of your mother demanding my blood, but you do not notice that it is I who will draw it. He raised his hands to his chest in a circle and began gathering multiple masses of marble-sized swirling orbs. They shined and crackled in power, but the technique is familiar to many of the older audience members, especially those who had faced or witnessed the technique. For some, like the Reikijin Samui sensei, it is a blast to the past when they fought in a bloody war against a man who matched their speed and fought with a tenacity that they begrudgingly respected. A man whose son now continued a legacy of universal proportions. Jiraiya balked as he recognized the Rasengan, but this is completely different from what Minato developed. Not only is it complete with an element, but it has as much chakra as the original put into such a tiny size that it would be devastating to release a full one in such a populated area. Witness a perfected jutsu. Lightning style, baby Raisin Ringu. Naruto threw the orb like a baseball, sending it hurtling for the feet of his opponent. A flash of light enveloped the arena, and there was a gust of wind blowing against the audience, but that stopped and rapidly the air was sucked into the blast. Kaboom! Rock and stone launched up into the air from the devastating explosion that rocked the arena. The sand is blown around and mixed in with the tempest still being charged by Naruto's technique. The air is discharging electricity everywhere in the area and a swirl of sand, lightning and raw chakra is building into the stands themselves. The power of the attack shocked everyone from civilians to experienced shinobi and even to the Kagebox. How is this kind of power in a genin's hands? The Kazekage threw his hands up, forgetting the signal to start the invasion in favor of covering his face from the raging power. Hiruzen chuckled at the man's expense even as he hid behind his own hands and robe. That is the power of the new Uzumaki prince, Lord Kazekage. No one, Uchiha or Senju or otherwise, can match this. The Reikage had not done anything to protect himself, even as his guards did, and he looked out into the arena with a wondering gaze. He had not believed his adoptive brother when he recounted the last Uzumaki's power and control. He has not witnessed the power of Uzumaki seals just yet, but even without it, this is more than most jonin could accomplish. Yoruchi was laughing as she shielded her eyes, sitting forward in her chair to keep watching her lover fight. Do you see this, Kenpachi? Tell me you see this. Zaraki was laughing joyously as he stood his ground against the raging winds and whipping power, holding one hand onto Ichiru to make sure she didn't go flying away. I don't just see it, Shihoin, I feel it. The power of Prince Sama. Truly magnificent. The Kazekage swallowed harshly at the shouts of the foreign delegates that he is now realizing are from Uzumaki. Aizen, you bastard. You couldn't tell me of this? Now I will have to wait until the end and hope the foreign Jinchuriki will tire themselves out. If I get out of this alive, I will be coming for you. Back in the arena, Hade was in the thick of the attack and he barely had time to erect a stone wall to protect himself, and even then it was crumbling from the immense power. What is this, kid? The next coming of the sage? As the winds began to die down and the tempest slowed its raging storms, the dust began to settle and everyone sat forward to see the outcome. Slowly, more and more of the red-haired boy can be seen, and he is on his hands and knees in pain. Gaara has wide eyes as he stares at the ground, his arms and legs cracking as his sand armor is shattering from the blonde's attack. But what had caught his attention was the red liquid gathering under him. Small drops fell and were continuously added to the growing mass. What is this? He shakily dipped his fingers into the red puddle and brought it up to his eyes to inspect. Blood? But whose? He looks down and he is horrified to see the front of his net shirt is torn to pieces and a large wound covering his chest. He began breathing heavily, his eyes widening. It's my blood? I am hurt. I'm bleeding. A loud explosion sounded as the redhead began screaming and commanding the sand to gather once more. Seals expanded over the ground quickly, surrounding and covering the boy as his body began changing before a blood-curdling scream sounded throughout the arena. A pulsing red and black light came from the seals as they shrunk and sucked into the redhead. His cries turned to painful sobs. Don't even try releasing your Biju, Naruto announced as he gained everyone's attention once more. The tempest began dying down as Gaara shook uncontrollably in the pile of sand and blood. The lightning began receding and the clouds began clearing up to allow the sun to illuminate the village once more. But everyone was silent as they watched the blonde approach the redhead slowly, almost mockingly. You have lost, little brother, Naruto told the redhead softly, but in the silence of the arena, everyone could hear him. You have proven your worth enough. Now please rest and think of what you want to prove, not for others, but for yourself. Gaara's eyes, which have watched Naruto as he spoke with a small amount of fear, slowly closed, and the words in sad expression is the last he sees before drifting off into unconsciousness. Hade approached quickly, crouching down to check the boy, and sighed when he still felt a pulse. Medics! Come! Hearing the redhead still alive, the audience seems to have been shaken from their stupor and are now cheering so loud that Naruto felt his head dizzying. You okay, Uzumaki-san? Naruto waved his hand at the proctor's concern before making his way for the stairs to the audience box. I'm fine, a little disoriented from the noise. The man nodded his head but watched as the boy walked away until he disappeared. The next round will start. Yujito ni and Fu of Takigakure. Kage box. What type of technique was that? I wondered aloud, looking at Hiruzen. I've never faced that in the past. Is it a newly made lightning technique? That's not from Konoha. Hiruzen shook his head. We don't have any lightning-style masters that could develop something like that. It's an Uzumaki technique. Yoruichi gave a grin. A deadly lightning chakra mode that is to increase lightning-style output exponentially. Raijin heavenly form. You seem very knowledgeable on the technique, Lady Shihoin, Kazekage stated aloud and glanced at the woman. How do you know an Uzumaki technique? I've seen it once or twice, the woman answered with a smirk. You're pretty young to have seen old Uzumaki techniques, the Kazekage pushed further. Are you saying you've seen Uzumaki-san learning this technique? Yoruichi rested her chin on her fist and leaned her head to stare at the disguised Sannin. You're pretty interested all of a sudden, Lord Kazekage. Are you trying to ask about a clan's secrets for me? Are you saying you're loyal to a boy? The man shot back. Easy, Kazekage-dano. Hiruzen raised his hand at the man. Don't get too overly excited. I too am curious about that question. Grunted and crossed his arms. Are you loyal to the last Uzumaki, Shihoin-san? Yoruichi kept smirking and glanced through the various kage before nodding her head. I am. And many others. The next round will start. Yujito ni and Fu of Takigakure. The leaders perked up when they heard the announcement for the next round. One of yours, Reikage-dano. Hiruzen took this opportunity to turn the conversation away from its previous track with his question. She was very good in the prelims. I must congratulate you and your village's curriculum for preparing such a great kunoichi. Much appreciated, Hokage-dano, I replied with a nod. Yujito is very skilled for her age. If only she took things seriously. This time, Hiruzen looked at the dark-skinned man questioningly. What do you mean? She is shown to take the exams very seriously right now. The Reikage did not answer, instead focusing on the duo in the arena. The older man sighed and motioned for one of his guards to walk forward. Make sure Jiraiya is on standby. Naruto, too, while you're at it. The man nodded and moved to fulfill his tasks. Meanwhile, Danzo was livid. He hated his old friend for not being strong enough to do what's needed. He hated the clans that sat back as their village got weaker. He hated that damn Uchiha woman for standing in his way of gaining complete power. With her pardon, he can't just hunt and kill her for Shosui's other eye. But most of all, above all others, he hated that damn Jinchuriki. Not only is the boy powerful without a leash to keep him in Konoha's control, he is now too far removed to fall into the man's palm. The boy clearly had access to his clan's inheritance. That much was true when he showed one of the items of the sage. He had single-handedly set back Danzo's progress to become the true Hokage Konoha needed. Now he has been excommunicated from the village he had desired to protect from all enemies, his home raided by Umbu and his clan accounts seized to pay for the damage he caused over the years. He was now hidden in his underground facility near the village that he used to continue his root operations. I will make them pay, Danzo thought to himself as he clenched his hand. Danzo-sama, a root agent appeared, bowing before the man. A small group of individuals are walking in the direction of the facility entrance. How many? Danzo asked. 4. 2 samurai, 2 foreigners. Danzo nodded and waved his hand. Lead 2 others, capture or eliminate them. Understood, the drone said before disappearing. Chunin exam. Fu dodged a feral swipe from the blonde woman and used her partial transformation to fly out of reach. She went through a few hand seals before taking a deep breath. Water style, sticky sap technique. Yujito tried dashing away, nimbly dodging areas of the ground that were covered with sap, making it to the end of the technique without getting stuck. Yujito smirked at the green-haired girl. Missed me, now you gotta kiss me. Sure. Fu flew forward with a grin. Come here and give me a peck, pussycat. Yujito jumped away, landing on all fours a few dozen yards away, sending another smirk. Come on! It's almost as if you don't want to kiss me. Stand still. Fu flashed forward, foregoing her flight and instead moving to grapple the blonde Kumonine. Yujito batted Fu's hands away, the 2 kunoichi engaging in an exchange of open-handed strikes and counters, before Fu was able to grab the blonde's wrists. She leaned forward quickly, giving a big slobbery kiss to the other girl's cheek. Mwah! Fu exaggerated the kiss and grinned before flinging herself into the air. Wind style, hurricane slash. Fu channeled chakra to her hands and sent an arcing wind current after her opponent with each hand. Yujito righted herself midair, going through her own hand seals. Wind style, revolving winds. Yujito's chakra kicked up the wind around her into a sphere that protected her much like the Hyugua's Kaiden. The opposing wind slashes were unable to penetrate the swirling currents and were dispersed in various directions. The exam regulators erected earth barriers to protect the audience from the off-course attacks. Lightning style, rapid current. Yujito clapped her hands together and a large electrical bolt shot in Fu's direction. Fu dodged to the side and continued forward as the ground around her cracked from the impact of the lightning technique, but just as she was about to move to intercept Yujito's landing, she collapsed as something landed on her. Ah! Yujito laughed as she pinned her fellow Jinchuriki to the ground. Her face broke out in a large Cheshire cat grin as she kneaded the girl's back like a feline. That was fun! But the cat caught her prize. Fu huffed as she gave up struggling under the surprisingly heavier and stronger girl. Damn, almost had you. I yield. Yujito jumped to her feet off of the girl with a proud grin, her fists on her hips. That was fun. More fun than the prelims, that's for sure. Fu jumped to her feet before closing in and giving a kiss to the girl's nose, getting a surprised yelp. Let's do this again, Yugi-chan. Naruto. Naruto raised his eyebrows at what he had watched. He was not expecting that, if he was honest, but it's better than them trying to kill and maim each other. What's with all Jinchuriki being unstable? Are we cursed? Or is it our Biju? I resent being blamed for your problems. Naruto jumped in his skin, but he was able to keep his face and body still so as to not draw attention. Umbu had been slowly gathering along the back walls of the audience boxes and had been keeping an eye on everything. Kurama? Where have you been, furball? Asleep. Being thousands of years old and basically immortal makes you take long naps. Kurama grumbled a bit before sighing. Anyway, what did I miss? What have you missed? Naruto was about to continue when he felt a kiss on his cheek. He turned to see Hinata grinning at him. Huh? I'm next, she grinned. Oh. Naruto chuckled and gave a kiss to her cheek. Good luck, Hinata-chan. The girl smiled proudly and left to make her way to the arena floor. When she was gone, Naruto turned his attention back to the old fox. First off, you missed me going to Uzushio for a month. An organization called the Akatsuki sent Izumi and Kisame to capture me and unseal you for their own purposes. They were found to be trustworthy, I guess you can say, and were allowed to walk free. Izumi-chan was pardoned for her role in killing her clan and Kisame joined the rebels. Izumi joined the concubines? Naruto rolled his eyes at the question from the fox. Yes, she did. Isen is pregnant with my firstborn. The fox began cackling at this. Pervert. Anyway, I had Yoruchi, Zaraki, and Yuichiro play guests so they can protect Hokage when Orochimaru starts his invasion. I successfully neutralized Gaara during our fight, so that is one less problem temporarily handled. Other than that, we are just waiting. I guess I woke up at a good time. Indeed, furball. Naruto chuckled before feeling drowsy suddenly. What? Meanwhile, are we sure this is where we sensed them coming from? Yes, Ichigo, now shut up, Urza told the young adult as she looked around. We are not in friendly territory, so I would rather avoid dash. A few kunai aimed for her bounced off of her magic-enhanced armor. Getting spotted, she groaned before turning to see where the attack came from. 3 blank-masked ninjas dropped around them with their tantos out. Surrender your weapons and come peacefully. How about no, Renji said before stabbing a metal sealing rod into the ground. The seals immediately traveled over the ground from the rod to the 3-root ninja and their bodies seized up. A red barrier covered their body and started to glow pink. What's the rod saying about the entrance? Ichigo asked while eyeing the closest route to his right. It's going to be 30 yards to the right. The opening seal will be on a small boulder. Renji relayed the information he got from the seal rod. About 50 root are in this facility and another 100 staff for the science department. The lead scientist is Tanuki Shigaraki. The civilians are not our targets. Not even the operatives, Urza told the man as she thought about it. We will have to fight to get to Danzo, but we should keep the killing to a minimum. If Danzo dies, then there will be no one to control them. That may be beneficial to us. How so? Natsu rubbed his head in confusion. Root has loyal shinobi, but I highly doubt that everyone in the organization is completely without emotion. We could recruit the pieces that are willing, and we can offer what Danzo couldn't. Natsu nodded his head. What do we do about these guys? Urza glanced over them before waving her hand. Knock them out. By the time they awake, we will be done with our mission. Naruto looked around as the feathers fell and he felt his world change subtly. He recognized the feeling of genjutsu, something he had trained himself in as he needed to protect himself against an ability he had no natural talent in. He flared his chakra and his surroundings shuddered to reveal the true world. Attacks from Suna and Oto were aimed at everyone, civilian and shinobi alike, even those from Kumo, Kiri, Taki, and IWA were not spared. Ha! Naruto dodged a kunai stab from his left and looked to see Asuna Kunoichi trying to kill him. Begone, thought. He encased his hand with wind chakra and stabbed her through her chest. He ripped his hand out and let the woman fall to the ground, turning to see if there were any more threats to him or his friends. They were slowly getting up, but it looks like there were no other enemies that made it for their box. Gah, what happened? Fu groaned as she grabbed her head. It feels as if Titosaurus over there had used her meat bags to beat me over the head. Samui glared at the girl for the nickname given, but she said nothing as she was trying to assess the situation. Suna and Oto have decided that the Chunin exams are the perfect time to attack our village. Naruto told everyone that woke up. Oto is being led by Orochimaru, a missing nin from our village with a grudge against our Hokage. He looked up at the Kage box to see a pink cub blocking it off from the outside world. He would have been worried, but he and Hiruzen were prepared for this, and Yoruchi and Zaraki will provide excellent support. Turning back to the foreign kunoichi, he sighed. I understand if you have no stake in this fight. I ask that if you do not wish to fight, get to somewhere safe and please do not release your Biju or else we will assume you are against us. Where are you going? Yujito asked as Naruto turned to leave. I'm going to help the village repel this assault, Naruto answered with a small frown. There are civilians who have been caught in the crossfire and I will try to prevent them from being harmed. If you wish to help, the returning call for allies in the village is Raijin, the god of thunder. Fu snorted in amusement. Ironic that we have 2 Kumonin with us. Indeed, Naruto gave a short laugh before jumping into the arena ground below. Hinata and Karui fought off 3 shinobi. The former used her gentle fist style while the latter used her tanto, and Heiei killed another 2. Uzumaki. Naruto looked at Heiei to see the man breathing heavily and holding his side. I saw the desert siblings run off with Gaara to the east. I believe they will be trying to release the Ichibi into the village by forcing a transformation. Naruto scowled as the seal he used was temporary and would likely not hold if they forced the Ichibi to gain control of Gaara's body. I will chase them. But first, let me call some reinforcements. Naruto sliced open his finger and ran the blood over his tattoo. Uzumaki summoning technique, Elder Beasts. Naruto used a boost of chakra from Kurama and poured a lot into the summon. The arena gained multiple explosions in quick succession, 6 in total. Multiple roars shook the arena before some laughter could be heard. Elatrian, Behemoth, Kushala Deora, Namiel, Nergigant, Velkana. Come forth, beasts of the end times. Finally, some fun. Behemoth came running out of the smoke, crashing through the arena walls and into the rest of the village. Explosions and screams could be heard, as well as shouts of fighting. It's about time, a feminine voice rumbled before a horned royal dragon head slowly appeared out of the smoke. It's been so long since we've had a fight. Naruto grinned as Elatrian walked forward and showed the entirety of her powerful body. Kill all of the Suna and Odo shinobi. Minor damage to the village is accepted. Understood, Elatrian said as she unfurled her wings and prepared to take off into the air. Guardian-sama. Multiple shouts, male and female, resounded before multiple large winged beasts took off into the sky. Fire of different vibrant colors illuminated the skies, and some laughter or insults between each of the elder beasts could be heard. Meanwhile, "This is annoying," Orochimaru said as he discarded his disguise to reveal himself to his enemies. "I was hoping for a personal battle with my former sensei, but it seems the village of the Uzumaki is still a pain to the normal people of the world. Such a shame." The snake Sannin shouted in surprise. "You will not be escaping here, Orochimaru," Hiruzen told his former student before revealing his combat armor underneath his Kage robes. "I was prepared for this." "Calm down, Sarutobi-san." Yoruichi raised her hand to calm the elderly man. "Don't lose your focus or you will play into his hands." Hiruzen swallowed and gave a stiff nod to the woman. "I thank you for fighting with me, Yoruichi-san, Kenpachi-san. We will fight all the enemies of Prince Sama," Zaraki announced to the man and rested the blade of his Zanpakuto on his shoulder. "The snake over here will be light work to handle." He then looked at A and his guards. "You do not need to fight this battle, Reikage Dano. You may stay out of this. I just ask you not to interfere." A seemed ready to fight, but a few words from his female guard had him stop and nod his head. "It's unfair to have 4 against 1, Orochimaru told them with a tinge of disappointment playing in his voice, silently glad the Reikage will stay out of the fight. "And all I brought was my students to make this little barrier for a private fight dash." An explosion rocked the stadium and another smaller one burst from the wall near them. They all looked over to see a bipedal monstrosity rampaging through the streets, killing any shinobi wearing tan or gray uniforms. Also, it seemed property damage was the least of the beast's concerns, but by the looks of the Uzumaki swirl tattooed over the left bicep of the creature they can tell who had summoned them. Behemoth. Yoruichi chuckled as she realized who it was and looked up when she heard wings flapping. It also seems he summoned most of the elder beasts into this fight. Orochimaru scowled as multiple flying beasts scoured the village in search of his invading army. So it wasn't just one type of summons, but multiple varieties that have never been seen around the world. He really will kill Aizen for not sharing all of this information with him. I see that I was the only one who had any intention of playing fair, so allow me to even the field. He went through hand seals before calling out, summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. Hiruzen looked horrified while Yoruichi and Zaraki were interested. This is the ability that had been developed by Tobarama Senju, the man that refused to aid them in the Second War, before being labeled a failed technique and a kenjutsu. It was amusing that a dangerous missing nin had been able to find the technique that should have been locked away so no one but the Hokage could access it. And it was now being used against them. "It is too bad I cannot summon the 4th Hokage due to him being in the Shinigami's stomach," Orochimaru chuckled mirthfully. "But I had a good second idea since a bastard had told me your village will interfere." The first 2 coffins rose from the ground with the labels 1st and 2nd on the front. Hiruzen knew this to be the coffins of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, the most powerful of their time that could only be matched by very few. However, a 3rd coffin began to rise, but this one he did not recognize. "TCH, you're a bastard," Yoruichi growled and tensed a few times. "You recognize this one," Orochimaru grinned wickedly. "The last prince of the Uzumaki. Ashan Uzumaki, the elder brother of 3, the brother-in-law of Hashirama Senju, and the master of 1,000 arms." The coffin doors opened and the 3 men stepped out to allow the coffins to disappear back into the ground. "What's going on?" Tobarama asked as his eyes looked around without moving. "Brother, is that you?" "Oh, Sage, not you too." Ashan aside before his eyes caught sight of Yoruichi, Zaraki, and Ichiru. "You 3 with the Reaper uniforms. Who are you?" "Ashina-sama." Yoruichi bowed her head quickly. "We are the next generation of Uzushio. We follow your grandson, Naruto Uzumaki, and have rebuilt our destroyed home. You have been summoned by Orochimaru with Tobarama's kenjutsu. The Impure World Reincarnation?" Ashana now glared at the white-haired man next to him. I told you to stop trying to copy our techniques. Look what you've done. I labeled it forbidden. Tobirama excused himself with a glare back. Yes, because you and Konoha have such great records for loyalty. Look at Madara. What happened to him, huh? What happened to my village, you traitorous bastard? Calm down, Ashina-san. Hashirama gave a disarming smile, but everyone could tell the man was scared. Mito has always warned you about your blood pressure. I'm dead, you buffoon. What do I care for my blood pressure? Ashina then gained enough control of his body to turn back and look at the snake Sannin. You better keep a good grip on your control because the moment you lose it will be the last, brat. Don't threaten me. Orochimaru scowled and channeled more chakra into the hand seal. I command you to kill them. Hashirama and Tobirama dashed forward without a second thought while Ashina stood in place for a few moments longer before following them. Naruto. Naruto dashed between two Sunanin, pressing his palm into the ground quickly with a half-ox hand seal and left a small seal between the two enemies' feet. The ground softened and the two men began sinking into the ground. They clawed for anything to help them, but it was fruitless as the ground swallowed them entirely. Good sinkhole seal. Thanks. Naruto grinned as he rushed after the chakra that he sensed as Garas. Our main focus is the main weapon of the enemies. While the elders take on the main invasion force, we are going to make sure they don't get a Biju reinforcement. If you need to, transform into me and I will fight him. We can't risk a full transformation with you conscious or you will go into a blood rage. Naruto didn't answer as he wanted to handle this on his own. He needed to prove something to the redhead, and he won't be able to do that if he just gives Kurama control. If anything, it will contradict what he has been trying to show the boy. Stop running. Naruto landed in the field that the three had stopped in. Kankuro whipped around and summoned his puppet, Crow, to guard them. Tamari moved in front of her brother who began to quiver in fear when he saw the blonde arrive. We won't let you touch our brother. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Tamari when she finished shouting. I'm not a pervert, plus your brother is too unstable to be attractive. He waved his hand in dismissal. Nah, I'm here to prevent you from releasing the Ichibi. Tamari, take Gaara and run. Kankuro shouted as he commanded Crow to engage Naruto with its poison daggers. I'll hold him off. Naruto sidestepped the puppet and clicked his teeth in annoyance. He cast a seal with his foot before jumping away from the puppet once more. Grand Scheme Array. The familiar seal sprung to life, an ominously familiar barrier entrapping the four of them in the area. For Tamari and Kankuro, they were surprised to see the barrier that sprung up in the second exam now appeared. Wait, why you are the one who made this in the exam? Tamari stuttered as she stepped back while looking around with wide eyes. I even fought Orochimaru in it. Naruto chuckled before pressing his hand against the chassis of Crow. Uzumaki chakra art, complete combustion. Kankuro's eyes widened when Crow exploded in a fiery explosion that destroyed his chakra lines. He shielded his eyes from the light and cowered to lower the amount of his body exposed. Now, Naruto dusted his hands as he approached the three slowly. I believe I have to handle the situation that is your little brother. And no! Gaara watched as his sister stood between him and the scary blonde. He felt confusion at why she would risk her life for him despite all the times he threatened her. He would have expected her to want him dead like their father. Out of my way, Tamari. Naruto tensed for a second before relaxing again. I will not spare you if you continue to be an enemy to me and the village. If you let me handle your brother, then you and Kankuro may be granted leniency when this is all over. Naruto's eyes turned red from blue and an orange chakra whisked off of him like a bloody mist. I will not tell you again. Stand down. Tamari shook as the deep voice that sounded so much worse than her brother when he fell into the Biju's control boomed around the clearing like a crack of thunder. She shook her head and prepared her backup fans for a fight. I refuse. Naruto just stared at the defiant girl. Then die. Naruto disappeared from sight but appeared again with his arm stretched back at an angle, his arm and hand coated in a red smoking chakra. Just as he thrust his arm forward, there was a shout and the blonde girl was thrown to the side. No! Naruto's hand pierced through Kankuro's chest, a sizzling sound coming from Kankuro's body as the red chakra boiled the boy's skin and insides. Naruto was just as surprised as Tamari and Kankuro as he stared at the horrified eyes of the makeup-wearing boy. He gasped a few times as he tried to speak, but his eyes glossed over, and when Naruto pulled out his arm the boy slumped into the ground. Kankuro! Tamari was at her brother's side as she flipped him over onto his back. Kankuro! Come on, breathe! As the blonde woman tried getting her brother's focus, Naruto and Gaara just watched with differing expressions. Gaara shook in fear and horror, but Naruto watched in sadness. He truly is a brother that cared for his family. Naruto said even as Tamari wailed and Gaara felt a new feeling enter his chest. You are lucky to have a family that loves you, Gaara. Gaara looked up into the remorseful face of the stronger Jinchuriki. He felt anger in his chest as he stared at the blonde. It was anger that he usually felt, but a distress for someone other than himself. He never felt this for his siblings or father before. You dash. I gave a chance to live. Isn't it you who said you will live for yourself? You will dedicate your kills to prove your own existence? Naruto now looked at the redhead and motioned his hand over Kankuro's body. Congratulations, another death for you to exist. Rejoice. I went through with what you threatened him with when we first met. You're welcome. You bastard. Naruto leaned back to avoid the fist that was meant for his jaw, and he grabbed her by her neck with his arm not coated in roiling red chakra. She gasped and gripped the offending arm even as she was lifted off of the ground. Do you even care for them, Gaara? Naruto traced a nail on his finger along her jaw, leaving a thin red line to bleed from the cut. Maybe I should save you from their burden. I can do it easily, you know. Takes just one stab dash. Let Temari go. Naruto dodged the poor attempt from the redhead to hit him. He still carried Temari, but he made sure not to kill her as he dodged the desperate strikes from the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Come on, Gaara, is this your power? Are you truly nothing without your Biju? Shut up. Give me my sister. Give me back my brother. Die! Naruto's eyes softened sympathetically. I believe that for those who are your most precious, who you are willing to die for, you will be at your most strongest. I guess your siblings aren't that precious to you. Crack! Gaara stopped in his tracks as he watched Temari's body tense and kick a few times before falling limp in the blonde's hand. He continued to watch even as his sister was tossed to the side, falling to the ground and rolling until she stopped on her back. Naruto wiped his hands together as he watched the girl land and come to a halt. You're welcome, Gaara. Now you won't have to deal with that dead weight. Gra! Naruto was sent backwards due to a large wave of sand slamming into him. He didn't even get to stop rolling before the sand grabbed him and flung him into a tree. You bastard. You killed them. Naruto grit his teeth as the sand wrapped around him and the tree. He looked down to see the sand swirling around Gaara like a small violent sandstorm. The boy had red puffy eyes and tears streamed down his face in anger. Tisk, you're ungrateful. Naruto sent a large pulse of chakra to disperse the sand and free him. I did this for you, brother. Why are you angry? They were my family. They loved me no matter what. They acknowledged me even when no one else did. I didn't have to kill to prove to them I was alive. Naruto listened to the boy's shouts. Then why did you hate them when we first met? Because, he hiccuped and fell to his knees. He gripped the dirt as he shook with sobs. Because I thought they were like everyone else. I thought they hated me too, but were too afraid. And you were upset when they died. Naruto spoke softly and smiled as the boy nodded his head furiously. You took the only people who loved me away. No, Naruto sighed as he ended his partial transformation and glanced at the two bodies in the clearing. They're not dead. Naruto crouched down even though Gaara looked at him quizzically, and he brushed his hand over part of the Grand Scheme Array seal with a pulse of chakra. Grand Scheme Array, Ouroboros. And a flash of chakra pulsed through the area like a gust of wind, causing the seal barrier to shatter into millions of pieces that disappeared in the sky. Kankuro and Temari sat up immediately, gasping and clawing at the ground in a frenzy. Gaara! Temari stumbled over her knees as she tried reaching her brother. As Kankuro made his way even slower, by the time he got to his knees Temari had already wrapped her arms around her youngest brother with tears running down her face. Gaara is crying now too, burying his face in his sister's embrace. This feeling is new as his sand always protected him from physical touch, but he readily accepted this new warm feeling. I'm fine too. Kankuro groaned, but a small smile was on his face as he brought both of his younger siblings into a hug. Good to see you better. Naruto clapped his hands excitedly. Wasn't sure if this was gonna work. It sure was a gamble with your unstable mentality, Gaara. The three desert siblings turned to the blonde with annoyed or questioning stares. What do you mean, you blonde prick? Temari bit out as she pulled her brother closer. You were in a death-like existence due to my seal, Naruto told them, earning shudders from the two. You could hear and see but not feel anything going on until I decided to end the seal. If I wanted to, I could have made your death permanent. But this was all a gamble to make Gaara realize that he is loved and that he does not need to kill or listen to his Biju to be seen as a person. Wait, Kankuro now waved his hands around. Time out. So this was all just to scare him into seeing us as his family? What if he didn't and he went on a rampage? Naruto chuckled and waved his hand. Let's not focus on what could have been. Let's be glad that it worked, and Gaara is now fine. Maybe. Naruto rested his chin on his fist as he stared at the seal on the redhead's forehead. I should fix his seal to allow him better control over what he hears or feels from the Ichibi. Might fix his sleep, too. Konoha. Kakashi dodged a kunai thrown by one of the Sunanin before killing their partner. Asuma killed the last one from behind, running his daggers through the back of their head. Is it just me or are there fewer of these bastards? Asuma asked the white-haired man. Oh, that's because they're focused on Naruto's summons. Kakashi thumbed over where a constant explosion can be felt. I believe 15 minutes ago, Orochimaru's snake summons were killed and consumed by the big bastard. Boom! Stop running, cowards! Someone help! Kakashi's sweat dropped as he watched Behemoth run down the street and stomp on an Otonin. He grabbed another and threw them into a building. Asuma, however, had wide eyes and took a step back in fear. This is the big one you mentioned? Kakashi shook his head. No, this one is just the one who has been running around the village killing anyone with a Suna and Odo headband. It looks more like he's trying to destroy the village with them. Behemoth heard the shouting and turned to look at them, his molten eyes staring at them as he breathed heavily with a grin on his snout. He slowly began taking steps in their direction, heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremor as he got closer. You must be Kakashi. Behemoth spoke with a deep and amused tone. My name is Behemoth. This section is secure, but you should head to your monument. Snort, a large group of invaders were making their way there. Kakashi nodded his head and bowed. I appreciate the warning, Behemoth-san. Die, monster! A hail of shuriken and kunai bounced or lodged into the ancient beast's skin from a few dozen shinobi that had regrouped. Behemoth grinned even more before turning around and took off in a sprint through the street and through a building some of the attackers were on. Panicked shouts were heard by the two Konoha Jonin as they watched the trail of smoke that indicated where the summon was headed. Meanwhile, I'm sorry. Yoruichi backed off to avoid the wood attack from Hashirama, growling even as the man shouted his apology. Why couldn't he summon you without a voice? I'm getting tired of your apologies. I'm sorry. Yoruichi spun around another wooden beam aimed for her body. Zaraki, cut out his tongue already. But Ashina-sama is fun to fight. Zaraki cackled maddeningly as he dodged the adamantine chains from the elderly prince, his Ryatsu preventing some of the attacks from causing any real damage. He batted away a few more chains, grinning as he tried to get close to the older and more experienced man that led the Uzumaki for 67 years before the massacre. Come on, boy! Ashina sent a few more chains to attack the Visored as a few more moved him away again. You hold the title Kenpachi. Prove you are worthy of it instead of Unohana-san. Why am I fighting the child? Because Bony and Lumpy want to play with you. Yuichiro giggled as her two shuriken tried attacking the man, but he was as agile as the element he commanded. Even then, he was unable to harm the girl as she had caused her second form to take over. A skeletal armor covered her left arm and the top part of her head, angry black markings around her mask's eyes making her look like a cat. I hate you, Uzumaki Visored. Quit complaining just because you're weak. Tobirama growled at the shout from Ashina. Come on you two, stop fighting sorry. Zaraki, I swear to the sage that if you do not kill this Senju bastard I will tell Prince Sama that you were playing around again. Zaraki stopped fighting to grumble as he used his sword to swat away more of the chains. Fine. Zaraki grabbed his eye patch and ripped it off. Immediately, the area seemed to tremble with the sudden release of pressure contained by the patch. To Hashirama and Tobirama it felt as if facing off against the tailed beasts once more. For Ashina, it was like the time when he was choosing his generation of Reaper captains and lieutenants. When he felt Saito kill the entire Tokogi clan. Both Orochimaru and Hiruzen stopped when they felt the pressure slam down on them, turning to see what was happening near them. It is very rare to feel a power like this as many of the modern shinobi are not on the same level as the older generations. This man brought them back to a time where monsters like this were 1 in 100. I am sorry, Ashina-sama, but I must end this fight. Prince Sama would be upset if I failed him. Zaraki's grin widened as he raised his Zanpakuto. Thank you for the battle. The Konoha's council chambers were in an uproar as everyone tried shouting over the other. All of the heads of Konoha's major clans were in attendance even if they were injured, such as Shibi Aburame who lost his left arm in the invasion. A few civilian representatives were allowed in the meeting since the civilians were also affected emotionally and economically. Hiruzen just watched silently as he let everyone vent their emotions, while also waiting for Naruto to arrive. The boy had neutralized the Suna Jinchuriki and his summons had decimated the invading force with ease. Most damage to the village was in terms of infrastructure instead of lives, as the elder beasts had prevented any major loss of Konoha ninja. However, many were complaining of that too, something he chalked to shock as they were still coming to terms with the fact that they were invaded during such a long-standing neutral event. Just as the shouting was reaching a crescendo, the doors to the room opened and Naruto walked in with Yoruichi and Erza. He didn't bother acknowledging the hushed whispers that now filled the room at his entrance, or their thoughts on the Nodachi resting diagonally across his back. No one questioned his arrival, however, as they knew better than to question the boy in the presence of the Hokage. "Ah, you've made it, Naruto-kun." Hiruzen smiled and weakly moved around in his chair. He is wearing bandages under his robes as he was injured severely by his former student during the fight. Zaraki was able to kill both the former Hokage and the previous prince. He and Yaruchi had helped him in fighting and eventually killing Orochimaru, but he had suffered a stab wound into his stomach. If not for A's female bodyguard healing him, he likely would have died. Left with his bodyguards and his participating teams, Samui and Yujito being promoted to Chunin for their performance in the exams. The man will be sending a formal agreement for closer ties after learning that Yujito and Samui were protected by Naruto when they were unable to dispel the Genjutsu quickly enough. "I had to get the prisoners situated into makeshift cells," Naruto answered with a shrug. "Ah, how are they doing?" Naruto had been able to capture the Sound Four before they could escape the village after their leader's supposed second death. Tayuya is also a quarter Uzumaki, surprisingly, so Naruto has been taking extra steps in ensuring the girl's cooperation despite her obscenities. He was able to get a few questions in with the truth seal, however. Orochimaru still lives. Naruto surprised the room with that statement, and the whispers grew a bit louder. The seal he has put on his most promising underlings are meant to keep him alive, and when he dies he can come back with the life of the one his seal is on. Considering the ones I captured are alive, that means he has others with this seal. How trustworthy are these statements? Hayashi asked aloud with a small raise of his hand. How do we know they're not lies? SSSSS. A whisper graced Naruto's ears, but it couldn't be heard by the others. His eye twitched at the incoherent sounds. Not now. My seals prevent lies from being told. Naruto glanced at the man and nodded his head. Do not worry, I am not so easily tricked. But from what I can glean, Orochimaru will be weak for a long while. He may have to seek out medical treatment because he does not have anyone that can heal him when he sustains some damage. The last part is said to Hiruzen as the man had kept the specifics of the fight quiet as if it has learned how powerful Zaraki, Yaruchi, and others under Naruto's clan really are will cause fear in the village. Hiruzen remembered during his time as a genin that there was a lot of distrust for the Uzumaki as they did not move into or live close to the village like the others. And they were powerful back then as well, so no one really cried when Uzushio was destroyed. From my knowledge, there is only one medic that he would seek out, Naruto hinted further. Tsunade-chan, Hiruzen sighed and hung his head a bit. Not even I know where she is. SSS. Naruto bit his tongue. He's not lying. Look at the towns where gambling is the biggest and she is bound to be around. Naruto shrugged in response. I will send out someone to talk to Tsunade after the meeting. How about the children of the fourth Kazekage? With Raza dead, Suna is claiming they were manipulated by Orochimaru and did not know. They want his children back as their Kage position is hereditary. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Gaara and his siblings are being watched at my compound. They have relaxed and are cooperating and have no desire to fight us anymore. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, a man raised his hand. This is Kazashi Aruno, Sakura's father and a former shinobi of the village. He is now a general foods trader, owning 3 of the largest marts in the village and therefore one of the most influential civilians. Do you not think it is more reasonable to have the siblings watched by our own jailers? SSSSS. Naruto ignored the whisper this time as Hiruzen took a breath of his pipe and shook his head. No. Jiraiya is not in the village to handle a Biju and none of our jails are able to handle anyone of importance like Kage children that will be used to bargain the surrender of a village. As such, I had allowed Naruto-kun to take care of them in his home. Not only is he a Fuinjutsu expert, he is the only one the 3 children trust to watch after him. That is also concerning, as Uzumaki-san has stated plenty of times his clan is not loyal to Konoha. Koharu now spoke up. How can we trust someone such as that to handle the children of our enemy? How do we know he won't let them go? SSSSS. You are the same woman who backed Danzo for the last 2 decades. Naruto tilted his head with a faux confused look despite the venom leaking into his veins from the angry whispers. That man has been excommunicated for working against the village and making decisions behind the Hokage's back. How can we trust your word over mine? You could be just as much a traitor as the former advisor. How dare you? Koharu glared her squinted eyes at the boy. I have sacrificed more for this village than you ever could. SSSSS. My clan built this village. Naruto shrugged his tense shoulders. My parents gave their lives for this village. My great-aunt held the Kyuubi and my mother after her for this village. You sacrificed your service as a kunoichi of the village, surviving one war and not participating in the other, and you lost a son in his service to the village. You are not better than me or anyone here. The room is quiet as Naruto just stared at the woman after finishing his tirade. The woman looked like she was struck when he mentioned her son, and while it may be seen as though he had gotten tired of her attitude and did not care what hurt her feelings. I have suffered over 10 years in this village due to the prejudice of the fox inside me. All it took was me saying I am the son of the fourth Hokage, and everyone began bowing and licking my feet like I was the sage. I have sacrificed just as much for this village in my youth as you did in your years of service during the war. Many shifted uncomfortably in their seats as they had forced the memories of their inaction out of their thoughts. It all came back, and even Hiruzen bowed his head as silent tears rolled down his cheeks. Do not question me when I still do what I can for this village. I could have left and forgotten about all of you, but I stayed. I stayed for Hokage Jiji, for the Ichiraku family, for Hinata, and for Konohamaru. I do not care a single bit for any of you because none of you have done anything for me when I needed it. Naruto now turned to Hiruzen. I expect the paperwork to be finished by this weekend, Hokage Jiji. Let me know when you plan on leaving. Hiruzen nodded at the boy's words. He had told the blonde after his recovery that he wanted to retire as Hokage and pass it on to someone else. He also wanted to retire to Uzushio to get away from the village that he cannot see as the same as the one of his youth. Not anymore. The blonde understood but handed in his resignation as a shinobi of Konohagakure and planned on heading to Uzushio as well to lead his people. He will still sign a peace agreement that will prevent Konoha from seeking the Kyuubi or any type of demands against the Uzumaki but allow an embassy for each in both villages. Who is the ambassador for Konoha remains to be chosen, as Naruto will not trust just anyone, but Hiruzen had a good idea on who he will try to convince. Will do, Naruto-kun. See me tomorrow morning, though. Naruto nodded and, with a glance around the room, left without another word. Iwagakure, Earth Country. Kuratsuchi opened the door into her grandfather's office while stretching her back. She had just slept in after returning from a mission on the border of Iron as they have been getting reports of weird occurrences happening. Entire areas being covered in frost, villages disappearing entirely. It was all weird, and she was to help guard the Earth Daimyo's envoy that was meeting the Iron Shogun about it. Yeah, Gramps, what's up? She asked the man as she closed the door. She glanced at Akatsuchi to the right and gave a brief nod in greeting. Konoha had just been attacked. The elderly leader responded without looking up at his granddaughter. Kuratsuchi held her breath and gathered her emotions before speaking. What happened? Orochimaru led an attack consisting of Oto and Suna to invade Konoha during the finals of the Chunin exams. Inoki now shook his head and grunted. They're pretty weak, I'm sure, so I want to test their borders a bit. Kuratsuchi nodded her head, but her worry wandered in thought to Naruto. And what of their Biju? Won't they be a problem? Inoki paused in thought. He may be, but if he arrives you are to run on sight. Do not engage him. Kuratsuchi nodded her head. Understood. What team am I leading? You will not be leading this mission. Inoki groaned as he reached for a paper he had put to the side. Maya Kazugumo-san will be heading this operation. You and Akatsuchi will report to her. Kuratsuchi blinked at her grandfather with wide eyes at the name he said. Maya is a woman who she did not get along with. Not only did the woman make fun of her for being the Tsuchiki's granddaughter and trying to seek recognition, her tactics were barbaric and suicidal. She had been the sensei of 2 genin teams before, but they had all died. It got so bad she was not allowed to lead any genin in any missions. Are you sure, Gramps? Do not question me, Kuratsuchi-chan. Inoki looked at his granddaughter with a stern stare. You both are dismissed. She bowed to her grandfather before spinning around to leave, slamming the door open and rushing off without looking back for Akatsuchi. As she walked to the meeting destination, she couldn't help but think fondly of her blonde love. She hasn't been able to send a message mostly out of fear of her grandfather intercepting it or someone else from Konoha. She missed the boy so much, but she also hoped he would not show up at the border. Naruto. Are you okay, Naruto-sama? Naruto had opened the door roughly and moved it to the side, entering without Yaruchi and Erza. He smiled at Ichiru as she innocently asked the question. Zaraki is on the couch asleep, bored after all the fighting is done. Yeah, Ichiru-chan, I'm fine. Naruto patted the girl's head with a small smile before leaving the room as Yaruchi and Erza entered and closed the door behind them. They glanced sadly after their prince as he walked away but decided to leave him alone. Yaruchi! Ichiru whined out before pointing a finger in the direction the blonde left in. Why is Naruto-sama upset? Yaruchi sighed and sat down in a chair. He's upset from the meeting, Ichiru-chan. Some mean things were said. Does Zaraki-tausen have to kill them? At that, Zaraki snorted and bolted up into a sitting position, his singular eye scanning the room. Who do I have to kill? No one, Zaraki-san. Erza raised her hands as she tried to calm the man. Yuichiro-san is just getting overzealous. What happened? The man asked Yoruchi. Just some bickering, some rude and insensitive things were said, so Naruto-sama is just upset, Yoruchi told the man before raising her hand as soon as he got to his feet. Do not leave this house, Kenpachi-san. The prince has not authorized it and he would not be happy if you went out and killed someone. For Naruto, he traveled passively through the halls until he got to the section that was reserved for the prison seals that will house each of the Sound Four. He picked the one that held Tayuya and entered. As his vision refocused on his new environment, he could see the pink-haired woman sitting on the floor while playing her flute. The tune is lovely, especially since she wasn't commanding her ogres anymore, but it slowed to a stop when she realized she wasn't alone. What do you want now, fish bitch? Naruto actually chuckled at that one. Good one. I think you're getting better with your insults. He sat in a chair and turned it to face the girl. But I'm here to continue my questions. You said Orochimaru had been told that Uzushio would be involved. One of my people said that he mentioned the same thing. Tayuya went quiet, not looking up from her hands as they fidgeted with the flute. Yeah, so what? Who was it? Naruto asked dangerously. I have no fears of you lying, but you will answer me. I don't know the slick bastard's name. Tayuya gripped her flute briefly as she shuddered. He just appeared one day to talk to that snake. He gave information on the weakness of Konohagakure during the Chunin exams. He supplied little information about you or those who would be there. He especially refused telling Orochimaru about Uzushio. Naruto nodded his head slowly. But you have clearly seen him. What does he look like? A tall bastard, brown hair he keeps slicked back, and dark eyes I couldn't really tell the color of. He wore glasses a few times, but he mostly came without them. He wears the same uniform as those four pussies you keep around. The enforcer uniform. She just described Sosuke Aizen. But he wouldn't betray me. He has instilled so much devotion to me in the 4th division that it is horrifying. There is something more. If he betrayed you, why did he keep Uzushio hidden? Why go through all of that just to make sure Konoha was targeted? Naruto is silent as he thinks about this. Thank you, Tayuya-chan. I will add some luxury into your cell in a few hours as appreciation for your cooperation. I will come back to remove your seal tomorrow, then see about getting you accommodation in Uzushio if you choose to continue cooperating. Before the girl could respond, he released himself from the seal. Meanwhile, Orochimaru failed. Jin chuckled in amusement. It was expected. Sosuke shook his head as he looked over the map of Sky. 4th Division is currently in Sky, trying to influence more of the local villages to accept the rule of the division. This would grant eventual control to Naruto when the villages have been indoctrinated to be loyal to the Uzumaki prince. It's a long process, especially if they wanted to keep such dark details away from their young prince. Sosuke knows his prince is strong and a very decisive leader, but he is also very innocent when it comes to some things. He won't approve of the methods Aizen and the 4th Division takes to ensure loyalty to the village. He is fine with that, but he won't risk what their predecessors did not foresee. How much damage did he even cause? Jin hummed as he glanced back over his report. Destroyed a section of the village walls with his snake summons, as well as most of the district. The counts currently amount to approximately 57 deaths and 73 injuries. Most of the statistics are civilian numbers, with less than a third being shinobi. Aizen scoffed with a smile that is mixed between amusement and disappointment. If this is the capabilities of the smartest Sannin, then I do not have any fear of Jiraiya or Tsunade if they ever become an issue. The next day, SSSS. Naruto ignored the sound as he sat in front of his long nodachi, which is approximately 5.5 feet in length with a 4-foot curved blade. He just stared at it with a narrow gaze. He had been like this for 15 minutes already, unmoving from his spot even as the whispers continued. The scabbard is gray with multiple seal markings that are meant to silence and contain. The type of seals you put on unruly prisoner cells. The handle is wrapped with a red braided cord, but in the middle a silver metal eye is revealed to stare back at Naruto. The tsuba is a 9-pointed star, in which the points curve up along the blade. SSSSSSS. Another incoherent whisper graced Naruto's ears as his vision of the weapon blurred for a second. Stop. SSS. The whisper is quieter, almost sounding like a child chastised, and the nodachi shudders in and out of reality. I told you to be quiet. Contain yourself. This time the world shook violently, but Naruto did not react or take his eyes off of the spot the nodachi used to be. It melted and molded into a familiar shape, taking final shape just as the world stopped shaking violently. In place of the nodachi is now a 13-year-old Naruto. However, unlike the real Naruto, this one has black eyes with a blood-red pupil and its hair is longer and unruly, reaching his shoulders. He does not wear a shirt, instead exposing his toned pubescent body, and wears a black hakama with gray tabi. The whisker marks that had always been so thin outside of the Biju transformation are now thick and dark on the twisted, grinning face. I contain myself all the time, One-sama, the child grinned cheekily, his voice now coherent from the whispers, before pouting. You sound so ashamed of me. Naruto was silent as he watched his younger self pout and look around the room. This is his Zanpakuto spirit, a manifestation of the troubled emotions he had at a younger age when he crafted it. The manifestation of his anger and hatred for everyone, including himself. The spirit even took on a different name, a name that he wanted to strike fear into others. I cannot be ashamed of who I am, Karak. The name sent delightful shivers through the Zanpakuto spirit, and the deranged grin flashed back onto their face. We do not deserve any emotion like that. No pity, no embarrassment, not even hatred. But I cannot be proud of who I was, the road I would have traveled that seems so similar to the one Sasuke had tried. Don't compare us to him, Karak warned with a fleeting moment of annoyance. We are so much better. We are meant for so much more. Naruto nodded his head. We are. But what that future is we cannot agree on. You want to bathe the world in blood and consume the souls of those we cannot twist into subservience. And you wish to be boring and try to be nice to everyone. Karak whined before folding his arms with a grumble. You act like no one deserves the shit that comes to them. Don't forget what the village alone did to us. I can never forget, Naruto whispered quietly. But there's a difference between forgetting and moving on. I do not wish to let the past bind me from my future. Karak strummed his hands on the floor impatiently. So other than telling me to be quiet, like I already know, why are we in this room together? Naruto hummed to himself as his eyes unfocused from his surroundings. His mind traveled to Tayuya, to the village, even to Jiraiya. Tayuya is cooperative, even more so now that she has an actual bed in her cell and is free of the seal that was given by the snake Sannin. He had moved the seal onto a small glass ball using a seal transfer technique that is typically used for moving explosive sequences from seal scrolls onto locked doors or collapsed tunnels. The ball had turned a toxic purple and a scream had wailed when he shattered it on the ground. He will do the same to the others when he gets the time, but he is not sure if he wants to send them back. He is thinking of sending Tayuya back to Uzushio with him, but he is also waiting for the arrival of one last person. The previous member of the team when they were known as Sound 5. Also the team leader once upon a time before getting an incurable sickness. As for the village, he is tired of being there. He has had tons of questions from various people about his summons and the wreckage they caused. But if he was honest, he would take property damage over losing more lives of innocent people, but not everyone agreed sadly. Many wanted him to help pay for reparations, but he ignored that mostly. Then there is Jiraiya. The man had been obsessive over his location and activities. He was passively hostile with Orochi and Zaraki when he met them, almost losing his life if it wasn't for Naruto holding Kenpachi back. It became so bad that Hiruzen had to send the man to find out if any of the other countries were going to capitalize on their lapse of weakness. Nothing in particular if I'm honest, Naruto ended up saying with a sigh. If we are to work together then we need to cooperate. For that, I want to spend time with you. Karak tilted his head adorably even if his eyes were ominous. I am always at your command, One-sama. Whenever you desire our power it is yours. Our power, Naruto repeated with a chuckle and a shake of his head. We are monsters. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Karak grinned malevolently at the defeated tone Naruto gave. We are not monsters. The monster is the sage that turned on his mother. The monster is Danzo when he turned on his village. We are just a necessary evil for the protection of us and our people. We will never allow another Uzushio massacre to happen so long as we breathe. Naruto is silent as he listens to Karak speak, knowing that even with the path he has chosen now that the Zanpakuto spirit is right. Naruto wiped the blood from his hands after he set the modified storage scroll to the side of the table. Medical tools used to slice and pull were bloodied and haphazardly laid on a tray that was also covered in blood. He grimaced at the crimson liquid caked under his nails, but sighed and turned to the silent man on the table. Danzo lay with his torso exposed. His left arm, which bore a face where the bicep meets the shoulder, contained many pockmarks as a grim testament that it was once covered in Sharingan eyes that had long since been removed and placed in a modified seal. Even his left eye socket, once always covered, is now exposed to the world, revealing an empty void where the right Mangekyo stolen from Shisui once sat. The man didn't speak or react. The seals on the table and the sedatives were preventing him from doing so. He could feel and perceive the world around him, but anything more than moving his last eye was impossible. Your arm will be taken after we dispose of you, Naruto said as he turned his attention to the man and moved his chair closer. I loved every second of this operation, Shimura-san. Not only do I get to indulge in a little of my clan's savagery, but I get to give you a small measure of the pain that you caused me and so many others. Sure Sway will be able to rest knowing you won't abuse his and his clan's eyes ever again. Naruto stared back into Danzo's shaking eye. Growing up, even as a kid with no knowledge of his parents, I've seen the way you looked at me. I wasn't human to you, but I wasn't the Kyuubi like the village thought. To you, I was a weapon. And like a weapon you believed I should have no will but that of my wielder. A tool that could be used to get you what you always wanted. My clan's possessions. The blonde chuckled emotionlessly as he sat back a bit. You will be the first person I tell this to that is not unquestionably loyal to my clan, so allow me to indulge you and gift you this secret to take before the Shinigami. My clan was savage. We may be scholars, collecting and learning all that this world has to offer, but knowledge is power, and power corrupts, and none know more than the Uzumaki. Therefore, is it no wonder that we Uzumaki use our knowledge to indulge and feed our carefully hidden darkness? After all, the Uzumaki were not always of Uzushio. Long ago, we traveled the elemental nations and beyond in search of strong foes and new experiences. We thrived on battle and hardship. We loved the rush of our blood through our veins and the painful bliss of fighting to our last breath. But then one of our leaders fell in love with a woman of extraterrestrial beauty about 4,000 years ago. Naruto paused as he looked down from the man's gaze and he cupped his chin. That is a story you don't need to know. But needless to say, we moved to that island and continued our traditions. We loved our family and we accepted those we deemed trustworthy or unique. But those we deemed unable to be loyal to the Uzumaki to the last breath or too weak or average to be of use. We killed them to the last. Women, children, the elderly, it mattered not. If they did not serve, they did not live, for from that moment forwards they were a threat. And all threats to our family must be eliminated. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head in amusement. Do you know what my clan did for fun and to continue training their people? We developed a resurrection seal that can bring anyone back from the dead. Not like Tobirama Senju's technique, but an actual true rebirth. We used this for people we thought were strong and pitted them against the rest of our clan like a gladiator. A trial of blood that put even the practices of the bloody mist to shame, not in the name of making stringer shinobi but for our own satisfaction. As entertainment. So that we may chase the thrill of battle. We are powerful. We are savage. We are everything this village feared Madara to be. And by sage, Naruto now leaned forward into the man's face before finishing. We love our family with everything we have and the world will burn before we allow any to harm them. Next day, Naruto entered the Hokage's office and instinctively scanned the perimeter, assessing threats while noticing he wasn't the only one present. Why is the perverted toad here? Hiruzen sighed at the annoyed question given by the blonde. I have a mission for you too. My last mission. Naruto paused at the tone used and straightened himself. Alright. What is it? Hiruzen GG. I want you and Jiraiya to find my last student, Tsunade, and bring her back so she may take this hat from me. Naruto made a face. You remember that she wants nothing to do with the village, right? Hiruzen nodded his head slowly. I'm trusting you to make sure she's convinced to become Hokage. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya before jabbing a thumb in his direction. Why must he come? It's not like we have a good track record when it comes to getting along. You're just a chunin, brat, the toad Sannin scoffed with crossed arms. You can't take a mission like this on your own. I'm not a shinobi of this village at all, Naruto told the man, getting a flabbergasted look. What? Wasn't expecting that? What did you expect when the one man that made this village tolerable would no longer be the Hokage? I have more important things to do in my own country. This is not right, Jiraiya stuttered before turning to his former sensei. You can't possibly let this happen. He is Minato's son, a legal citizen of Konohagakure, and he holds the village's most important deterrent. I have resigned from active duty, which can be done by any special jonin and below so long as they have no knowledge of village secrets. Considering what I know has been taught in class and by mistake, there is no proof I hold any village secrets that would need to be silenced. Naruto rolled his eyes at the man. You sound as bad as Danzo when you call me a deterrent pervert. You know I don't see you as the Kyuubi, but I have to look at this from the standpoint of the village, Jiraiya justified himself. If the other villages found out that you were no longer here and on active duty, they would see it as an opportunity to finish what Orochimaru started. That's not my problem. Maybe if you spent more time in the village to train some seal masters, then Konoha would have more people readily available to handle Jinchuriki-level threats. At this point, I'm the only person capable of handling a Biju or other equal threat without having to sacrifice my life with a Reaper Death Seal. Jiraiya winced at that, grumbling to himself, but Naruto did not pay any attention to the poor attempt at a defense. Whatever. Let's get this over with and find the old hag. I would like to be back home with my loved ones sooner rather than later. He turned to leave and did not look back at the toad Sannin, though expected him to not be too far behind. Sure enough, slightly quickened steps could be heard trying to catch up. Hold up, kid, do you even know where Tsunade-chan is? There are few things the woman is known to adore, Naruto said before holding up 3 finds. Booze, gambling, and beating people up. He put a finger down for each one. I plan to look at each village that has all 3 in abundance. That's still half the country, the man insisted as they left the front gate of the village. Shadow clone technique. 64 clones spawned into existence from the blonde, each one looking at the old pervert with a glare and or crossed arms. Oh, Jiraiya scratched his head when he looked at all the clones. Good idea. I'm not you. Naruto rolled his eyes and couldn't resist taking a small jab at Jiraiya's methods. I pride efficiency over luck. I am not going to treat this trip as some kind of egg hunt. Each clone gets a town and they will see if she's there. I will know from there. With that, the clones all disappeared as they left for their destination. So, Jiraiya drawled out before turning to his student. What now? We can travel as we wait for my clones to find the hag. Naruto shrugged before continuing their direction down the main road, adjusting Karak to settle more comfortably. The older man said as he followed slightly behind the blonde. I have a question if you wouldn't mind answering. Knowing you, I will mind, but you won't shut up until I answer, Naruto answered with an annoyed tone. What is it? What's with the Nodachi? Seeing the blonde not give a physical or verbal response, Jiraiya continued. What I mean is that you had not had the blade with you before now. While I find it fitting since your mother also specialized in genjutsu, I can't help but find the presence of your weapon unsettling. The two continued in silence for a bit. You're right for once, perverted toad, Naruto chuckled softly to himself. I do mind the question. I carry my weapon because there are some people who are getting very annoying for me to have to deal with. I think that some people require a different persuasion to understand how fucked they are. He now turned to look at the older man. My weapon is unsettling because it finds you annoying. He doesn't like many people. Jiraiya cocked an eyebrow at the soft tone used by the young adult. You can't seriously hate me so much that you would threaten me, can you, Naruto? Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm not threatening you. I don't care what you do or think so long as you don't try to dictate my life. But my sword feels differently. Swords can't feel. Tell that to the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Naruto smirked at the man. Meanwhile, Kachan? Aiseng-chan, Ritsu turned to look at her adoptive daughter enter the room timidly. What's wrong? Aiseng slowly moved to sit next to her mother and fidgeted with her hands without looking up. She felt an arm wrap around her and she looked up to see her mother holding her. Tell me what's bothering you. I just wanted to ask. Aiseng fidgeted more as she tried to say her thoughts. I wanted to ask what will happen when I have Naruto-kun's child. Ritsu softened her smile and kissed her daughter's temple. Why does that have you so worried? Because he's the prince, she muttered in response. Well, what happens is dependent on what you two decide. But technically, as the firstborn, your child will be first in line to inherit the title of prince or princess. But that also depends if Naruto has to officially marry one woman into the main branch at any point politically. Aisei nodded her head, but both she and her mother knew such a thing would not happen. What does the title of prince mean? Prince was a title the Uzumaki clan developed 3,200 and some years ago, Ritsu mused to herself. The Uzumaki did not dare make their leader a king or emperor, as to do so would mean you claim a right of divinity, calling upon equal authority as the heavens. They saw themselves and everyone else as serving the will of the heavens, so they took a title of inheritance as a ruling title. The prince will be waiting to ascend to the throne after the king, and because the king's burden is to shoulder the will of the heavens alongside his predecessors, it is a responsibility the prince will not be burdened with until death. Even the leader of a dangerous nation and people must be humbled by the gods, and the gods humbled by heaven's will, Ritsu said the last bit as a bit of warning to her daughter. Never may a future prince see themselves as above the heavens and the gods that live there. It will be your duty as their mother to make sure you temper their Uzumaki temper and refine their emotions. Remember, to an Uzumaki rulership is not a right, nor a privilege. To the free spirits of your beloved's clan, a crown is no different from a shackle. Ruling is a burden endured out of duty and in the name of love for one's family. A prince is a martyr before he is man. Such is the responsibility of the one who has taken up the burden of shielding our people from the evils of the world, no matter the cost. Aisei nodded her head in understanding. I will, mother, I promise. Good, my dear, Ritsu kissed her daughter again. Anything else that worries you? Just one, but it's more of a personal curiosity. Aisei bit her lip at this point. Does Naruto have a Zanpakuto? Ritsu did not answer her daughter for a few moments, and Aisei was going to repeat herself when the older woman began speaking. Naruto does have a Zanpakuto. Jinrei-san, and I taught him how to make it when he was 12. but he was such a troubled kid back then with no sense of purpose. Aisane is surprised to see her mother's eyes filled with sadness as she seemed to reflect on the past. His sword reflects who he was back then. A hurt child that cursed and hated the world in Konoha for his lost childhood. The spirit of his Zanpakuto became the embodiment of this resentment, a severing of his malice from his soul, born so that Naruto could move on. Still, that sword and what it represents is still as much a part of him as his own heart, only now it serves as a warning, a constant reminder of the dark path he once could have willingly walked and what he one day may still become should he ever embrace his inner darkness. Retsu sighed and wiped a few tears away. His Zanpakuto is called Karak. I can't tell you of his Shurikai and Bankai beyond that he has indeed unlocked those releases, as I feel that it is not my place to reveal something so intimate to one's being. Naruto and Jiraiya. Found her, Naruto startled the man. Really? Where? Naruto chuckled at the man's excitement. Tenzaku quarters. Southwest by about 40 miles. That's pretty far, Jiraiya muttered as he did not sense any toads close to that area. Naruto blinked at the man and simply grabbed his shoulder. Shwip! Naruto's feet landed on the dirt path outside Tenzaku where his clone left the coordinate seal for his teleportation seal. He let go of the man and chuckled at his disorientation. How about some warning next time? Jiraiya groaned and leaned on his knees. Hold on. Come on, Naruto rolled his eyes with a smile. Tsunade should not be far from here. She had entered a bar when my clone found her. Jiraiya nodded and slowly caught up to the blonde young man. How do you know what Tsunade looks like anyway? You haven't met her before. She looks relatively similar to the last profile picture when she was still a Konoha Arayanin. Mid-40s appearance, diamond seal that I thought was a tattoo on her forehead, large tits, and a loud mouth. That sounds like my Tsunade, Jiraiya smiled dumbly. Is she alone? No, she is accompanied by two others, Naruto said as he turned to the bar the woman entered. She's in here. Good, let me do the talking, Jiraiya said before leading the way into the building. Jiraiya found his princess in the corner booth, but he stopped dead in his tracks when his eyes caught the sight of one of the people with her. Naruto glanced at the girl when he noticed Jiraiya not moving, and even his mind paused when he saw her. The young woman has silvery blonde hair split in a punk style, the right part going behind her ear while the left side fell over her eye and ear. Her eyes are a striking blue as well, matching the hue that is the lining of the inside of her leather jacket. A large tattoo goes from her arms and shoulders down to the inside of her black turtleneck crop top. She's wearing some type of harness under and in the middle of her top, but Naruto is unsure if it served a purpose beyond just adding to the style. She's wearing black chaps that have the sides of her waist and part of the sides of her thighs exposed, revealing enough to show Naruto that she was wearing very thin underwear. There is also a separate harness around her thighs, as well as shin-high black boots that have a 3-inch heel. However, while the muscular beauty is very stunning, Naruto is more concerned about the clawed gloves the woman is wearing as she drank. However, Jiraiya has still yet to move and he shook his head. TCH, pervert. Naruto walked towards the table without the man, stopping a respectful distance away but close enough to be noticed. The oldest woman looked up from her drink, her eyes widening slightly through the haze of her alcohol. Minato? Naruto shook his head. No, I'm his son. Naruto. The woman seemed to calm down, her head tilting to the side a bit. I didn't know he met a girl. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto told the woman before raising his hand. Is it possible that I can join you? The woman waved her hand. Sure. Thank you. Naruto sat down in the empty seat of the booth that is next to the leather-wearing beauty while setting Karak to the side and glanced at Jiraiya. Grab a chair, perverted toad. Tsunade looked up and blinked her eyes when she noticed her old teammate. Idiots here too? Tsunade, the man smiled in response as he brought a chair over. How have you been, my beautiful princess? Good until you came, the woman scoffed and gulped another shot of alcohol. She offered the bottle to Naruto. Care for a drink, brat? Naruto shrugged as he accepted the glass of liquor. Not like it will do anything. Oh? The muscular woman smirked and leaned forward as she seemed to be interested now. Why is that? Being a Jinchuriki makes you immune to nearly all toxins, the blonde answered simply and swallowed the drink entirely. Good taste, though. She smirked at that and chuckled to herself. I like you, brat. Calm down, Zoya, Tsunade said with a chuckle. He's a second or third cousin once removed of yours or something like that. I can't remember anymore. Wait, that means Naruto stopped as he was beginning to understand the relation between Tsunade and the fit woman. You should know how little that means mother, the now named Zoya said with her own chuckle. Mother? Naruto chuckled at Jiraiya's frantic stuttering at the metaphorical primed explosive tag that seems to have been triggered. He was intrigued about this development as well, as the last relationship Tsunade had was with her first love, Dan Kaito, but the man died in the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade raised an eyebrow as she set her drink down. "What are you doing here anyway?" "Hiruzanjiji sent us to talk to you," Naruto told the woman truthfully, if anything than to let Jiraiya suffer as he fixated on Zoya. "He wanted us to try to convince you to come back." Shizen looked at the woman in concern, but Zoya seemed disinterested by now. Tsunade just stared at the blonde. "Then I'm sorry you wasted your time traveling here. Come on, Tsunade-chan dash. Please let me do the talking, perverted toad." Naruto interrupted the man as he glanced at him without turning his head. He looked back at the older woman. "I didn't want to disturb you either. I know the stories of your reasons for not returning. You've lost a lot to Konoha. I can't imagine what it's like. SSSS. Naruto smacked Karak, but it seems that he didn't catch the whispering in time, judging by the looks he gained from everyone including Jiraiya. "What was that?" Shizen asked and looked over at the Nodachi. "As I was saying," Naruto said, ignoring the question, "I've hated the village as well for what I've lost. Not only did my father and mother die in defense of the village, but I also lost my childhood. I was hated for being a Jinchuriki, and I will never have the innocence that my friends had the luxury to enjoy." Tsunade's eyes softened at the boy's statement, but she did not interrupt him. She knows the type of prejudice that can snare the hearts and judgments of others. She knew Kushina from when she was a little genin, mostly due to their blood ties, but also because of the younger's service as a scary Kenjutsu master. The village didn't even have to know that she was the Jinchuriki to justify belittling her. Back then it was because of her clan. Shizen gave a look of sympathy, her judgment of the village being mostly on behalf of Tsunade, but hearing the boy share something as personal as his childhood had her sympathizing with him. For a moment, her view of her native village was brought lower than before. How could a village do something like that to a child, something heinous enough that he can claim in such a clinical tone to not have had a good childhood like his friends? Zoya just watched the blonde with a calculating stare, her mouth fixed to a frown on her face. She showed no outward expression, but she was truthfully unsurprised. Her mother told her stories of the village, and while there was some good to be found there, it was the bad that affected her opinion of Konoha the most. It was part of the reason why she started the path she had chosen in the first place. For Jiraiya, the man simply stared at his hands, clasped on the table. He hated being reminded of how much he and the village failed a boy that was meant to be seen as a hero. The boy his student had named after the hero of his first book. His godson whom hated him and kept him far away. "I can't lie and give you some speech of why you should come back. Honestly, I wish for someone else to be chosen so you don't get roped into this mess." Jiraiya now looked up with startled eyes. "What? You heard me, Jiraiya," Naruto glared at the man. "The only reason I came here is that that's what Hiruzanjiji told me to do officially. But from my private conversation with the man, this is just an attempt so his former teammates can't say he didn't try. He has no intention of making Tsunade take the hat and serve a village that, in my opinion, no longer holds the same values of the first Hokage." As Naruto took a breath, he was surprised to hear Zoya start softly chuckling. This just got interesting. He turned to Tsunade to see her reaction, and the woman watched the interaction with calculating eyes. Even through the alcohol she was able to read the situation. "Tsunade-san, I see that you are not truly happy with your life right now, even while not in the village. Can I ask why?" The woman blinked at the genuine curiosity given by the boy. She hummed in thought, her eyes turning to blankly stare somewhere else in the bar. "I lost my little brother Nawaki when he was young. All he wanted was to be Hokage like our grandfather and granduncle. I lost my first love, Dan, in the Second War. He, too, wanted to be Hokage." Naruto listened intently and watched as the woman reached toward her chest before pulling out a green emerald necklace. Both of them wore this necklace. After being given to them, they soon died. She clenched her hand around the necklace before putting it back into the valley of her bust. "I believe that the position of Hokage is cursed. We have lost our leaders quicker than the other villages, and yet we are considered the strongest in the world." She scoffed. "I like my life, so if you would have asked me to replace Sensei, then I would have told you no." But, this time her eyes softened, and she seemed to get lost in a nostalgic melancholy. "But I still remember the conviction Nawaki and Dan shared for the village. I guess, it never really left me. I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage after all." She sighed and poured herself a shot before tipping it back quickly. "If you weren't here to convince me to take the hat, then why are you here?" "To say we tried," Naruto answered cheekily before glancing at Jiraiya. "Due to the fact that you won't take the hat either, you can't complain about our decisions, perverted toad. You're a hypocrite enough already without making your teammate take more responsibility." The man sighed and slumped forward before grumbling. "I would like to be left in the loop sometimes." That night, Naruto sat on the balcony of his hotel room, coincidentally next to Tsunade and her daughter's room, while Jiraiya was on the next floor. "Hey, brat." Naruto looked over and saw Tsunade walk out of her room onto her balcony. "Hi, Tsunade-san." Enough with the formalities. The woman waved her hand as she leaned on the railing. "You looked like you wanted to say something to me when we first met." Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, I just didn't think it best with the perverted toad there. I feel the need to remind you I'm old enough to be your grandmother." Tsunade snorted jokingly. "Would still smash, but I'm more curious about your daughter." Naruto chuckled quietly in response. "That's not it. I would instead like to offer you something else. You see, Hiruzen Jijizan wants to retire to Uzushio with me since he doesn't want to deal with village antics anymore. I would like to ask if you would want to move there so he has somebody he knows with him, but to also monitor him." Naruto's eyes softened now, and he leaned his head on the bars of the railing. He doesn't have much longer to live. His body is just too old, and the stress from picking up the position again as well as the recent invasion has deteriorated his health. "How much longer?" Tsunade's voice is soft as she sounds sad to hear her sensei close to dying. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes at the woman's concerned tone. "A year, maybe 2. Any more than that would be a miracle," he says. "Why Uzushio? It's just a bunch of ruins." "Not anymore." Naruto laughed sadly with a shake of his head. "I've made it my home. I've gathered the Uzumaki clan and the retainers to rebuild it. Your family, as your grandmother, is my grandaunt, so I wanted to give you a home that isn't filled with bad memories." Tsunade hummed as the two fell into a content silence. "I'll take you up on that offer, Naruto. I want to ask a question, though. So long as I can ask one of you." "Fair. What's with that sword? We all heard that sound just before you smacked it." "Ah, that." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. "That's just my sword spirit getting annoyed." "Annoyed at what?" Naruto was surprised she didn't doubt his explanation. "Huh, you're the first who hasn't doubted what I said." She shrugged her shoulders. "I've seen and heard a lot in my life, brat." Naruto nodded in understanding. He was annoyed when I said I couldn't understand how you felt losing so much to the village. He believes we know more than others what it's like to suffer at the hands of others. He forgets that just because we have experienced so much doesn't mean others can't understand or go through the same. "Huh," Tsunade hummed to herself. "Your weapon cares a lot for you. That's because he is me." "Yeah. What's your question?" Naruto rubbed the back of his neck as he looked to the side away from the older one sheepishly. "I just wanted to know, who is Zoya's father? She looks too young to be your former lover's child." Tsunade hummed and took a drink from her alcohol bottle as she seemed to contemplate the question. "Can you keep a secret, brat?" He nodded. "Surprisingly enough, it's Jiraiya." She chuckled mirthfully and shook her head. "A single drunken night when he came to ask me something I don't remember anymore. He probably remembers it as some kind of lusting dream, and I would have too if it weren't for being pregnant." "Are you training her to be your successor in area jitsu?" Tsunade shook her head sadly and sighed. "She's unable to manipulate her chakra in such a way. What little she has comes in mostly physical enhancements like me, but the control for area jitsu is unattainable. Besides, she's found a better use of her time." "Like what?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the young blonde. "Why the interest?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Call it curiosity. She doesn't look like the type to be doing normal work. She's a fighter, I'm not blind to that, but she has a rough attitude that reminds me of the shadier organizations I've encountered in Konoha." Tsunade scoffed lightly. "I'm sure that those organizations were just small fries wanting more out of life. But to be honest, you're not completely wrong about my daughter. She's a gangster," Naruto said distastefully. "I prefer the word businesswoman." Tsunade and Naruto turned to see Zoya at the balcony door. Her hair is wet, which she is drying with a towel, and she is wearing dark blue plaid night pants and a black shirt. "Why is that, Zoya-san?" "Don't call me san or anything like that. I don't care for stuff like that," the woman said as she closed the balcony door and moved to lean on the railing while looking at Naruto. "I prefer businesswoman because that is what I focus on. We distribute weapons, goods, and drugs, and we offer safety to the towns we do business in. I control over half the trade that happens in fire and have a few operations set up in lightning. We don't go looking for trouble, but we eliminate the threats when or if they can show up. There are people who get jealous or greedy and try to take us down, but we always handle it with little to no collateral. I like to think of what I do as humanitarian, since the daimyo ignores those that do not provide a lot." Naruto understood that the current fire daimyo is the son of a loved and benevolent lord that had been in power at the end of the Second Shinobi War up until a few years before Kurama was released. Nobody liked the new daimyo, and the common opinion was that he only cares about power and wealth, and that his neglect of the smaller villages was this. That is almost certainly the reason there was a drastic increase in the number of C-ranks Konoha had been receiving to handle bandits and highwaymen since he came to power. With no protection, outlaws had been popping up to make a living and vent their frustrations on being abandoned by the capital. It's sad, as it ends up with shinobi being called in to take them out, but such was the world they live in. And it only made Naruto annoyed with the announcement that will need to be made with the man in attendance. Fuck my life. No, fuck her instead and you'll forget your issues. Quiet, perverted fox. To be continued.